Chapter 1. The Couple. Honor of Kings is not merely the most popular game of the moment, it has evolved into a social tool. As long as one excels in the game and achieves a high rank, male players eagerly vie to be subordinates, while females rush to form couples, swiftly ascending to the pinnacle of life. However, Suja finds himself in a rather unfortunate predicament, for instead of elevating him, Honor of Kings has cost him his girlfriend. Seated in his dormitory, Suja perused the messages on his phone. "Darling, I absolutely adore the new skin for Diao-chan. The special effects are stunning, and I've heard the gameplay feels fantastic. Could you possibly gift it to me?" The message was from his girlfriend, Chun Feier. Since being enchanted by Honor of Kings during the summer before the semester commenced, she had developed a particular fondness for the character Diao-chan, making her excitement for this new skin palpable. With a sigh, Suja composed a reply. I don't play Honor of Kings. I can't gift you the skin, but I can give you some money to buy it yourself." Moments later, Chun Feier responded. "Why don't you play? Everyone in our class is into it. Several of my friends have leveled up with their boyfriend's help, and they've already reached platinum, while I'm still stuck in gold. You should come and help me. We could even be a couple in the game." Reading her messages, Suja couldn't help but smile wryly, replying, "It's alright, I'm just not that interested in the game." After sending the message, he was met with a barrage of angry emojis from Chun Feier, followed by a playful threat. "Aren't you afraid he'll find someone else to couple with?" Glancing at his phone, Suja chuckled softly and chose not to respond. Such jesting was common during their previous quarrels, and he had never taken it to heart. However, when evening study hours rolled around, Chun Feier was conspicuously absent. Her seat remained empty, and her whereabouts were a mystery. After sending several messages without a reply and finding her phone set to Do Not Disturb, Suja decided to visit her dormitory. Yet, upon arrival, he discovered that Chun Feier was not there. He waited until the dormitory closed, but she still had not returned. Reluctantly, Suja returned to his own dormitory, only to find his three roommates huddled together, whispering conspiratorially, as if plotting something monumental. "What are you all discussing so secretively?" Suja inquired, tossing his backpack onto the bed. Upon noticing Suja's return, the dorm leader, Lu Xiu, exchanged furtive glances with the other two, who promptly fell silent, averted their gazes from Suja. Lu Xiu handed Suja a bottle of cola, offering an awkward smile. "Oh, it's nothing. We were just talking about games. Here, have some cola." Seeing Lu Xiu's reaction, Suja immediately sensed that something was being concealed from him. If he couldn't discern that much after all this time as roommates, then it would be a disservice to their friendship. "Xiu, if there's something going on, don't keep it from me. We're all brothers here, there's no need for such secrecy," Suja stated directly, refusing the cola. Lu Xiu felt somewhat troubled by Suja's words. Her lips moved, but she remained silent. That moment, the straightforward Chintianai could not contain himself, exclaiming, "By the way, Suja, it seems that Hailong saw Chun Feier during dinner tonight." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiu and Ma Hailong hurriedly rushed over to cover Chun Tianya's mouth. Chun Tianai struggled for a moment, defiantly stating, "What are you stopping me for? The truth will come out eventually. Suja will find out sooner or later." Observing this scene, Suja sensed that the situation was more complicated than it appeared. "Since I already know, you might as well reveal everything." "Hailong, did you see where Feier went?" Ma Hailong sighed, hesitating momentarily before admitting, "I saw Chun Feier seemingly with Zhang Hao from the neighboring class. They were being affectionate and entered the hotel beside the academy together." "What?" At this revelation, Suja's pupils constricted sharply. His girlfriend had gone to a milk tea shop with another boy and had yet to return to the dormitory, clearly intending to stay the night. The implications of this were painfully obvious. Noticing Suja's reaction, Lu Xiu quickly approached to pat his shoulder, saying, "Don't be too hasty, perhaps Hailong saw it wrong. After all, his eyesight isn't the best. Hailong quickly nodded in agreement. Yes. My vision isn't great, I might have misjudged." However, Suja shook his head, fully aware that Ma Hailong had not erred. The unfolding of this event was, in retrospect, entirely predictable. Zhang Hao, a master of Honor of Kings in the neighboring class, had reportedly attained an eternal diamond rank. His prowess, especially with the character Li Bai, had garnered him a silver medal ranking in the regional competitions, leading countless girls to beseech him for assistance in their gameplay. Yet, Zhang Hao had always held a special affection for Chun Feier, boldly declaring at the start of the semester his intent to pursue her. At that time, Suja had the advantage, stepping in to be with Chun Feier first. That it was unimaginable that now, due to a mere game, Chun Feier had thrown herself into Zhang Hao's arms. Suja clenched his fists, recalling the moments when he first became involved with Chun Feier. Vows exchanged then now seemed laughable in retrospect. Seeing Suja's reaction, Chun Tianai hurriedly interjected, "Suja, don't let your thoughts spiral. I truly believe Hai Long must have seen it wrong. Chun Feier would never betray you." Suja, however, remained non-committal, merely stating, "Tianai, do me a favor and log into Honor of Kings for me." Chun Tianai paused, then promptly logged into his game account. In their class, all players had added each other as friends, and Chun Tianai had Chun Feier on his friend list. Suja took Chun Tianai's phone and deftly navigated through several game screens. Upon opening Chun Feier's frequently used hero page, he noticed that her Jiao Chan had been adorned with the new skin Midsummer Night's Dream, whereas previously, her Jiao Chan had donned the Christmas Love Song skin, indicating that this new skin had been recently equipped. Since Suja did not gift Chun Feier this particular skin, it is evident that another individual has taken on that role at this moment. Chun Feier is engaged in the game, and Suja promptly observed her through the Friend Spectate feature. Upon opening it, he saw Chun Feier paired with a player whose ID is Hao Ge. Chun Feier has donned a new skin for Jiao Chan, while Hao Ge plays as Lu Bu. The pink heart symbol next to their IDs indicates that they are a couple within the game. It is clear that this Hao Ge is Zhang Hao, who is currently duo queuing with Chun Feier in a milk tea shop. Undoubtedly, the new skin for Jiao Chan was gifted by Zhang Hao. Setting his phone aside, Suja let out a deep sigh. How amusing! I never anticipated that love would falter in the face of gaming. His roommates glanced at the game interface and immediately comprehended the situation. Chun Tianai, known for his fiery temper, rolled up his sleeves and exclaimed, "This Zhang Hao is utterly shameless, stealing Arja's girlfriend. Hai Long, did you see what shop they went to? I'm going to confront him right now. Just watch me take him down." Lu Xiu quickly intervened, saying, "Calm down, Suja hasn't spoken yet." Ma Hailong, possessing a more composed demeanor, patted Suja on the shoulder and advised, "Suja, take it easy. Whatever you decide, your friends will support you." Yet, Suja merely smiled serenely. Turns out Chun Feier is just a rank climber. It's unfortunate that I only now see her true colors. However, it is perhaps for the best to draw a line with her from this day forward. With that, Suja quietly lay back on his bed. Although his friends were still worried about him, no one dared to disturb him. After freshening up, the remaining three began a trio queue in Honor of Kings. Upon successfully matching, they selected their heroes, and the game transitioned to the battle loading screen. At that moment, Lu Xiu suddenly recognized an ID on the opposing team that seemed quite familiar. Xiao Feier, who was using Jiao Chan. Simultaneously, there was another ID, Hao Ge, also bearing a couple's emblem. Unmistakably Zhang Hao from the neighboring class. Goodness, what a twist of fate! Lu Xiu exclaimed, smacking his thigh. Chun Tianai and Ma Hailong soon recognized their acquaintances on the opposing team and became equally excited. In Indy, the heavens have truly opened their eyes, allowing me to catch this pair of scoundrels. Just watch me take them down, Chun Tianai declared with gritted teeth. However, Ma Hailong expressed some apprehension. Tianai, remember, this is just Zhang Hao's Smurf account. His main account is an Eternal Diamond, ranked silver with Li Bai in the city. And indeed, Zhang Hao had chosen Li Bai as his hero for this match, evidently intending to showcase his skills in front of Chun Feier. Seeing Zhang Hao wielding his most proficient hero, Lu Xiu wore a wry smile. A Diamond Master using a Smurf account to play in gold rank. I suppose we should strive not to be utterly crushed. At that moment, the clarion call of war echoed within the game. Welcome to Honor of Kings. Subsequently, the chat bar in the game displayed a line of text, indicating that Chun Feier from the opposing faction had evidently recognized them. "Little Feier, is it you?" Chun Tianai snorted disdainfully. "Humph, this rank-climbing wench has the audacity to speak to us at that moment." Li Bai from the opposing team, who was none other than Zhang Hao from the neighboring class, interjected. "Ah, so it's a student from Class 3. What a coincidence. Out of respect for our shared status as students, I shall not allow you to suffer too much defeat." Zhang Hao's audacious demeanor was clearly aimed at impressing Chun Feier, which infuriated Chun Tianai, prompting him to slam his hand on the table and declare, "I don't care if he is some so-called diamond deity. We must win this match. We must avenge Suja." Lu Xiu and Ma Hailong tightly gripped their phones, both prepared to give their utmost effort. The battle commenced. Both sides deployed their troops. Within the first 30 seconds, Li Bai's figure appeared in the river. Oh no, Li Bai is coming to invade the jungle. Be wary of the Red Daddy in the bottom lane. Lu Xiyu, stationed in the top lane, exclaimed anxiously upon spotting Li Bai. Meanwhile, Ma Hailong was assisting Chen Tianai, who was using Lu Ban Kaheo to defeat the Red Daddy. Just as the Red Daddy was left with a sliver of health, a white figure darted in. It was Li Bai. Activating his first skill, Drink to the Future, with a second dash, Li Bai snatched the nearly defeated Red Daddy right before Chen Tianai and Ma Hailong's eyes, instantly, leveling up to 2 and unleashing his divine brush to ensnare both of them. Chen Tianai's Lu Ban Kaheo, having already sustained considerable damage due to a positioning error, was rendered critically low by the divine brush. With the red buff in hand, Li Bai unleashed his fury, swiftly dispatching the short-legged Lu Ban. First blood, the demise of his teammate left Ma Hailong, utilizing the support character Tai Jinren, in a panic. He hurriedly turned to flee towards the tower, only to be ensnared by Li Bai, who bore the red buff with a single strike. One strike, another strike, yet another strike. After 3 swift blows, Tai Jinren fell victim in the perilous jungle. Double kill. Before the match had even truly begun, it had already spiraled into chaos, with the level 1 Li Bai wreaking havoc in the jungle. Chen Tianai, fuming, rose from his bed and gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "Damn it! What the hell is going on?" At that moment, Zhang Hao from the opposing side brazenly typed, "Let's finish this quickly, I'm tired and want to cuddle with a girl and sleep." In the face of a diamond-level Li Bai, the 3 players with only gold ranks were evidently powerless to resist Ma Hailong's side. Sigh. I told you it would be impossible to defeat him. Lu Xiyu, looking grim, replied, "Let's hold steady for now and see if there's still a chance." Chen Tianai, unwilling to accept defeat, rushed towards the bottom lane as soon as Lu Ban Kaheo revived. However, Li Bai had already reached level 4, lurking in the bottom lane, poised to ambush the respawning Lu Ban Kaheo and Tai Jinren. Seeing that Cao Cao in the lane had been reduced to low health by the minions, Chen Tianai and Ma Hailong hurriedly pursued. "There's an opportunity. Let's go." Lu Ban 7 dashed forward with exuberance, while Tai Jinren began to sway the alchemical furnace. However, the bloody Cao Cao was merely a decoy, as Zhang Hao's Li Bai had already unleashed his ultimate, Qinglian Sword Song, after farming the Redbird in the side lane. Just as Lu Ban 7 and Tai Jinren emerged from the safety of the turret, Li Bai arrived with a swift second displacement, instantly showering them with a multitude of sword shadows. Both Lu Ban and Tai found themselves grievously wounded, utterly overpowered by the level disparity and lacking in resources. In the fervor of bloodlust, Li Bai showed no mercy, executing a brutal finishing move. His strokes were lethal. A consecutive double strike, double kill. Once again, Zhang Hao's Li Bai sent 2 opponents back to their respawn. Good grief, Chen Tianai nearly hurled his phone in frustration, pounding the table in exasperation. Ma Hailong, crestfallen, shook his head and remarked, "It's hopeless, let's just wait for 6 minutes to vote." Meanwhile, Suja lay calmly on his bed, quietly listening to the familiar announcements of the game. He caressed his phone, and a familiar ID surfaced in his mind. Changgu, the illustrious king of the iOS server, renowned for his radiant blade, had ascended to the pinnacle with 101 stars, only to mysteriously vanish after the summer break. With the likes of Guan Yu and Hua Mulan gracing the leaderboards of the national server, the iOS region boasted the moniker of the strongest top laner. Alas, this enigmatic master had not been online for a full 2 months. Is it time to make a move? Suja mused to himself, observing his roommates in their state of utter disarray. Chapter 2. The furious Tai Jinren. Merely 3 minutes had elapsed, and Zhang Hao's Li Bai had already amassed 2 double kills, totaling 4 kills. For an assassin, this was nothing short of a dream start. It is well known that a financially dominant Li Bai encounters virtually no rivals in the King's Canyon. This match was destined to devolve into a mere showcase for Li Bai's prowess. Our assassin, Zhao Yun, furiously typed, "Is this even playable?" The mid laner, Wu Zetian, expressed her sentiments through a series of ellipses. Chen Tianai was so enraged that his face turned crimson, rendered speechless, while Ma Hailong shook his head in resignation, saying, "Well, after all, he is a diamond-level master. We simply cannot win against him." Unexpectedly, a calm voice resonated from behind Ma Hailong. "How about I give it a try?" Everyone jumped in surprise and turned around to see Suja standing behind Ma Hailong, his gaze fixed upon the battle screen on the phone. Suja? I thought you didn't play Honor of Kings? Can you actually play? Ma Hailong inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Lu Xiyu interjected. Suja, this game isn't that easy to master. If you wish to play, perhaps you should start with some bot matches for practice. Suja smiled faintly and replied, You misunderstand. I simply do not play Honor of Kings at present. However, I did play a few games at home during the summer break. So I am familiar with the basic mechanics. Is that so? Chen Ti and I asked, surprised. Have you played ranked matches? What was your rank? Suja chose not to respond to this, unwilling to utter the words glorious king. Allow me to give it a try. Perhaps I can turn the tide, Suja stated calmly. Lu Xiyu, however, chuckled wryly. A comeback seems impossible. Just make do with what you have. Look at our heroes. Which one would you like to use? Suja glanced over. Lu Xiyu was playing as Arthur in the top lane. Chen Tian was jungling as Lu Ban number 7 in the ADC role, while Ma Hailong was using Tei Jinren as a support in the bottom lane. Well, Hailong, you take a break. Give me Tei Jinren. Suja immediately made his choice. Before his words had fully registered, Chen Ti and I remarked, Dude, it's clear you're a novice. How do you expect to turn the game around with a support? No matter how well you play, it won't save the world. Lu Xiyu shook his head. Are you really counting on Suja for a comeback? He just said he played a few games during the summer. Zhang Hao is a diamond-level master with at least 1,000 matches under his belt. Ma Hailong whispered, Suja, are you certain you want to play? I know Zhang Hao is quite overbearing, but I fear you may find yourself subjected to his torment in the game. Without responding, Suja had already taken Ma Hailong's phone and commenced his gameplay. See you assist T and I in the bottom lane. I will take the top lane. Tei Jinren in the top lane? Are you mistaken? Lu Xiyu frowned, yet complied, maneuvering Arthur toward the bottom lane. After all, the situation was already dire, at worst. They would simply face a more humiliating defeat. At this moment, Suja's Tei Jinren had already arrived at the top lane, harvesting a wave of minions and securing his first pot of gold, with the passive ability Golden Glimmer, granting an additional 25 economic gain. Suja swiftly caught up in development. At 3.5 minutes, he synthesized his first item, the Boots of Speed. These shoes offered no attribute bonuses but solely enhanced movement speed, particularly granting a remarkable 60 speed boost while out of combat, making them arguably the swiftest footwear in the canyon. Suja, why did you purchase these boots? We are in a disadvantageous position. Tai should build tanky items. Armor boots or tenacity boots would be far more beneficial. Ma Hailong despaired at Suja's choice of equipment, convinced that Suja was a complete novice. Yet, Suja merely smiled. Tank items? That would be an insult to Tei Jinren. Before he could finish his words, the opposing Hou and Sunbin suddenly charged towards Tei Jinren. Suja promptly deduced that an assassin was attempting to gank him and quickly activated his first skill to retreat behind the tower. The unexpected speed boost from his first skill, combined with the Boots of Speed, allowed him to escape with remarkable swiftness before the enemy reached the tower. Tei Jinren had already vanished from sight. Just then, a figure emerged from the river's brush. Zhang Hao's Li Bai abruptly appeared in the top lane. Had Suja not retreated in time, he would have surely become a casualty. However, the price of his cautious retreat was the loss of the tower. Li Bai failed to secure Tei Jinren and consequently led Hou and Sun Bin to demolish the top lane turret, with the bottom lane turret already fallen. Only the mid lane's Wu Zetian remained to hold the line. Ma Hailong sighed, feeling that the match had lost all suspense. Yet, Suja remained unfazed, continuing to creep back into the lane to farm minions once the enemy departed. After collecting 2 more waves of minions, Suja's economy began to catch up. He deliberately weakened the minions first before detonating his first skill to secure the kills. This technique granted approximately 23 more economic gain from hero last-hitting minions, combined with the 25 bonus from Tei Jinren's passive skill. By the 7-minute mark, he had constructed his first major item, the Echo Staff. Upon checking his statistics, Suja realized that his economy had become the highest in his team, with only a 500 gold deficit compared to Li Bai, who had secured 4 kills and ample resources. If he could farm 1 more wave of minions, he would equalize the economic disparity with Li Bai. At that moment, Wu Zetian in the mid lane sent out a distress signal, requesting assistance. On the minimap, 5 red icons appeared in the mid lane river, clearly indicating that the enemy was initiating a team fight. They're pushing mid. We need to defend the tower. Lu Xiyu exclaimed nervously. hastily maneuvering Arthur alongside Chen Tianya's Lu Ban Qi Hao towards the mid lane. There Zhao Yun also abandoned jungling, activating his mobility to head straight for the mid tower, requesting assembly. The jungler Zhao Yun signaled again, preparing to ambush the enemy's back line, specifically targeting Hou Yi. At this moment, Chen Tianya's Lu Ban Qi Hao and Lu Siyu's Arthur had reached the jungle beside the mid lane tower, poised to ambush their opponents. Suja glanced at the mini-app and cautioned, "Beware of the wild boar's position. This is a common spot for Li Bai to unleash his ultimate." Unfortunately, before he could finish, Zhang Hao's Li Bai descended from the heavens, emerging from the brush with his 4-character ultimate, Qinglian Sword Song, fully charged. Damn, they were ambushed. Lu Siyu and Chen Tianyi were caught off guard and hastily retreated, but it was too late to escape. Zhang Hao's Li Bai ruthlessly unleashed his ultimate. Swish, swish, swish. The air was filled with flashes of blades, and the economically disadvantaged Lu Ban Qi Hao was instantly obliterated. Damn. Chen Tianyi furiously tossed his phone onto the table. His face flushed with rage as he exclaimed, "This is utterly despicable." Lu Siyu's Arthur, being tougher, miraculously survived Li Bai's surprise attack. Upon witnessing his teammate's demise, Arthur furiously activated his fire shield and charged forward. "Damn it, I shall avenge you." Yet, at that moment, Li Bai swiftly used his first skill to disengage from the battlefield, retreating to his previous position. Even with a speed boost, Arthur could only watch in vain. Meanwhile, their own Wu Zetian activated her ultimate, ready to initiate a brutal team fight, causing summoning circles to appear beneath the 5 enemy heroes. This was the hallmark of Wu Zetian's powerful engagement. Zhao Yun, noticing Wu Zetian's initiation, quickly lunged towards the enemy marksman, Hou Yi, unleashing his ultimate to knock him airborne, aiming to eliminate him first. However, just then, the enemy Sunbin cast a large circle, silencing Zhao Yun within it, leaving him vulnerable to a barrage of attacks from Hou Yi. Lu Siyu swiftly maneuvered Arthur to protect Zhao Yun, with Wu Zetian closely following. "I refuse to believe you dare tower dive and engage." Arthur cast his ultimate, ensnaring the opposing Cao Cao while scorching 3 enemies with his fire shield. With the assistance of the turret, both sides fought evenly matched. Yet, at this moment, Li Bai had yet to join the fray. While the battle raged on, Zhang Hao's Li Bai was busy farming the wild boar in the jungle. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, 4 strikes. 10 steps, 1 kill. The 4 characters beneath Li Bai lit up in succession as his ultimate, Qinglian Sword Song, was unleashed once more. Activating his first skill for a second dash, Li Bai surged into the battlefield like lightning. Qinglian Sword Song. Zhang Hao's Li Bai, in a near frenzy, annihilated 3 low-health opponents, sending them back to the fountain in an instant. Double kill, triple kill, quadra kill. Arthur, Zhao Yun, and Wu Zetian fell lifelessly before their own tower. For kills, Li Bai achieved a quadra kill. Damn. Even the usually composed Lu Siyu slammed his hand on the table in frustration. The opponents were all low health. Victory was within reach. Chen Tianyi's face turned ashen, his teeth clenched in silence. The opposing team, brimming with arrogance, celebrated with a wave of 666. While Zhang Hao provocatively taunted, "Heh, well played." After a triumphant team battle, the enemy swiftly gathered to push down a tower. At that moment, the opposing Cao Cao inquired through chat, "Where is the Tai Zhenren? Has he disconnected?" Zhang Hao furrowed his brow. Indeed. It seemed there was still a Tai Zhenren. Where had he gone? Had he abandoned the fight and logged off? Contemplating this, Zhang Hao opened the data panel to check if Tai Zhenren had truly disconnected, and to his astonishment, he was taken aback. 1 pair of boots of speed, 1 echo wand, and 1 pain mask. How had Tai Zhenren become so formidable? He rivaled even the Li Bai who had claimed 8 kills. This was dire. A retreat was imperative. With the instinct of a diamond rank player, Zhang Hao instantly sensed the impending danger. All 5 team members were critically low on health, making them prime targets for a massacre. Almost simultaneously with Zhang Hao signaling the retreat, an ominous little green hand emerged unexpectedly from the nearby bushes. Concurrently, Tai Zhenren and his alchemist's maniacal voice echoed forth. Tai Zhenren proclaimed, "The longest road you have ever walked, Alchemist, is our strategy." In a flash, the sinister little green hand struck down Sun Bin, and Suja's Tai Zhenren surged into action. The glowing alchemist was on the verge of detonation, instantaneously teleporting into the midst of the enemies. An unexpected explosion ensued. Boom. With a thunderous roar. The first skill activated instantly. In the face of overwhelming destructive power and superior equipment, the wounded enemies stood no chance of resistance. Tai Junren eliminated Li Bai. A double kill, a triple victory, a quadruple extraordinary, a quintuple unmatched, an annihilation. The map lay strewn with corpses, with only Suja's Tai Junren swaying back and forth. From one comes two, from two comes the combination. Ha ha ha. Chapter 3. The Master. At this moment, within the hotel adjacent to the academy, Zhang Hao, filled with rage, hurled his phone onto the bed. Damn it. That scoundrel has outmaneuvered me. Beside him, Chen Feier gazed at her phone in bewilderment. Wait, I distinctly remember Ma Hailong being quite mediocre. How on earth did he achieve a pinnacle? Zhang Hao shook his head. I was careless. Besides, it was merely good fortune on his part. Next time we engage in team fights, we must ensure we spread out. Otherwise, that fool will eliminate us in an instant. Chen Feier nodded gently. All right. In the dormitory, everyone was left speechless. A pinnacle. An auxiliary hero had astonishingly secured a pinnacle. This was utterly incomprehensible. Ma Hailong gaped in shock, exclaiming, I have never witnessed a pinnacle with Tai Junren. Suja, what kind of strategy is this? Chen Ti and I, equally astonished, inquired, what build did you use for Tai Junren? Why is the damage so immense? Suja calmly elaborated. Tai Junren's first skill inherently possesses explosive damage, ranking among the highest of all skills. Moreover, this version of Tai Junren has been nerfed. In earlier iterations, a fully charged first skill could eliminate squishy targets in an instant. Lu Xiyu chuckled. It's not just Tai Junren that's formidable. Suja's execution is also impeccable. That aggressive entry just now was flawlessly timed and executed, truly a display of master-level prowess. Chen Ti and I excitedly patted Suja on the shoulder, asking, Suja, do tell, what rank did you achieve during the summer vacation? It must be at least Diamond, right? Suja smiled softly, slightly above Diamond, perhaps. He refrained from revealing his true rank. The title of Glory King merely held a mundane significance for him. Above Diamond? Could it be the exalted Star Glory? By heavens, we have a Star Glory Master in our dormitory. Chen Ti and I exclaimed with fervor, having witnessed Suja's pinnacle. Lu Xiyu was thoroughly convinced. He would not doubt Suja's capabilities even if he claimed to be a king. Star Glory Master, how shall we proceed next? Lu Xiyu humbly sought guidance. Suja, maintaining his calm demeanor, replied, let us play casually. This match is already secure. As they spoke, everyone resurrected at the fountain, while the opposing five appeared on the lanes. Following his pinnacle, Suja's economic status had surged to the pinnacle of the match, and he swiftly equipped Tai Junren with several items. The Void Staff, the Scholar's Fury, and the Nightmare's Tooth, all were powerful magical attack items. And the Nightmare's Tooth provided Tai Junren with a 7-speed boost. With the little green creature scampering across the battlefield, its sinister little hands grasped with precision. Spotting the red buff in the enemy jungle that had just respawned, Suja's Tai Junren leaped forward. The little green hand extended gently, directly contacting the jungling Hou-Yi. The first skill, powerful as an atomic bomb, detonated instantly, and the unprotected Hou-Yi collapsed to the ground. Godlike, a resonant female voice echoed. As the illustrious Tai Junren swept through legions, Sun Bin and Cao Cao, upon witnessing their ADC's untimely demise, hastened to exact vengeance. However, as they traversed the thicket, a sudden explosion erupted, grievously wounding them, courtesy of the lurking Tai Junren. Cao Cao, in a panic, executed his 3-tiered displacement, while Sun Bin promptly activated his speed boost. Alas, before they could reach a safe haven, that nefarious little green hand reached out once more. Tao gives birth to one begets two. After Tai Junren's skill struck the enemy, all cooldowns were instantaneously reset, and the little green hand struck Sun Bin, resulting in another explosion. Boom. A devastating double strike. Sun Bin fell to the ground, wailing in defeat. Simultaneously, after a fierce exchange with Wu Zetian, the bloody Jiao Chan fortuitously passed by, colliding unexpectedly with Suja's Tai Junren. Observing this, Chen Ti and I urgently cautioned, Suja, it's that wretched Chen Feier. The chance for retribution is at hand. At that moment, Tai Junren was brimming with skills. A mere lick and explosion could vanquish Jiao Chan, yet Suja turned a blind eye, guiding Tai Junren to skip past her. Chen Ti and I, exasperated, exclaimed, why don't you eliminate her? Just take her out. Lu Xiyu shook his head, replying, Ti and I, do you not comprehend? Our Suja is a man of deep loyalty and righteousness, preferring amicable resolutions and leaving Chen Feier a semblance of dignity. Yet Suja scoffed disdainfully. Eliminate her? I find it beneath me. Before he could finish, a figure suddenly emerged from the thicket. It was Zhang Hao's Li Bai, who crossed paths with Suja's Tai Junren in the riverway. At that moment, Li Bai was stealthily attempting to slay the great dragon and had already unleashed his ultimate after a flurry of 4 strikes. Enemies meeting sparked intense animosity. Without hesitation, Li Bai unleashed the Qinglian sword song. 10 steps, 10 kills. The air was filled with glimmering blades, and in an instant, Suja's Tai Junren was left severely weakened. Zhang Hao smirked coldly. Kid, there's no escape this time. A flurry of combos ensued, depleting Tai Junren's health entirely. The little green figure and his alchemical furnace collapsed, leaving only a lifeless body. Lu Xiyu, Chen Tianai, and Ma Hailong gasped in unison. This is disastrous. Yet, at that moment, Ma Hailong noticed several green circles slowly rotating around Tai Junren's corpse. Wonderful. Suja truly left a grand opportunity. Tai Junren's ultimate, transforming the living, could resurrect himself and a fallen ally within 2 seconds. In the next moment, the sprightly little green figure, accompanied by his furnace, rose once more. Tai Junren declared, in life, what matters most is joy. The furnace chimed in, no one desires to bring you down. The little green hand reached forth, landing a hit on Li Bai. His skill wavered before exploding, leaving the already battered Li Bai to suffer defeat on the battlefield. Legendary. Unparalleled. Tai Junren vanquished Li Bai. Just moments ago, Zhang Hao, who had been taunting on the battlefield, was now rendered speechless. Suja leisurely tapped the assembly signal, dispatching the message, all units advance on mid lane. 3 opponents had perished, and it was an undeniable certainty that the mid lane push would culminate in victory. Chen Tianai and Lu Xiyu arrived just in time, swiftly claiming 2 towers and unleashing super minions. Meanwhile, the remaining foes, Cao Cao and Diao Chan, attempted to make a last stand, engaging in direct confrontation at the mid lane. Suja skillfully maneuvered as Tai Junren, executing a powerful strike that eliminated Cao Cao, who had been preparing to escape with a 3-part dash. Diao Chan, controlled by Chen Feier, also found herself caught in the explosion, reduced to a sliver of health. Just a single blow away from demise. Yet, Suja refrained from attacking, instead departing the enemy high ground with a playful shake of his head. In a similar vein, he spared Diao Chan once more. At that moment, Chen Feier could no longer contain herself. Ma Hailong, why do you not slay me? She typed, fully aware that Tai Junren had spared her twice, which could hardly be mere coincidence. In response, Suja swiftly typed, I am not Ma Hailong. Not Ma Hailong. Sitting on her hotel bed, Chen Feier stared blankly at her phone screen. A peculiar sensation arose within her, one she could not articulate. Yet it weighed heavily upon her. Could it be? Chen Feier trembled, nearly dropping her phone to the floor. Under Suja's formidable guidance as Tai Junren, the game concluded swiftly, with Zhang Hao's Li Bai tallying a mere 8 kills. While Suja claimed a remarkable 13, basking in the spotlight with a score of 13-7. Wow, that was exhilarating. We actually won, Chen Tianai exclaimed, grinning from ear to ear as he pounded the table. All thanks to Suja's carry. He truly is a master. Lu Xiyu praised earnestly. Indeed, far superior to that so-called Diamond Li Bai on the opposing side. I bet Zhang Hao will avoid us tomorrow. Chen Tianai laughed. Ma Hailong nodded in agreement, adding, and what about Chen Feier? She thought she latched onto a strong ally, but the real powerhouse is Suja. The mention of Chen Feier cast a shadow over the atmosphere in the dormitory. Lu Xiyu quickly patted Su Zhu on the shoulder, saying, brother, with your skills, you won't have trouble finding a girlfriend in the future. Suja smiled gently, choosing not to respond. Chen Tianai hastily shifted the topic. Suja, I never imagined your prowess and honor was so remarkable. Why don't you play with us more often? Do you think our skills are lacking? Suja shook his head. Of course not. There are reasons for my absence. At this juncture, he reminisced about the night he ascended to the 101-star Honor King rank. Elated to claim the top spot on the leaderboard, he yearned to share his triumph with someone. However, when he relayed the news to his parents, he was met with a torrent of scolding. All you do is play games. Will gaming secure your future? A promising student like you is being squandered by video games. Day in and day out, glued to your phone. Don't forget, you are soon to be a scholar. Should I ever catch you logging into that wretched game again, I will sever all ties between us. The echoes of his mother's furious outburst still resonate in Suja's ears. Since that fateful night, He has completely uninstalled King of Glory, and the illustrious player Long Song has not graced the online realm ever since, leaving behind mere fragments of videos scattered across the internet. No one knows that Suja is indeed the illustrious Long Song, as he intends to keep this secret buried forever. With a gentle sigh, Suja pulled himself back from the depths of recollection. Chen Tianai, with a jovial grin, draped his arm across Suja's shoulder. "Oh, great one, why the sigh? My brother, I implore you to carry me to victory. Could you show me some favor?" Lu Siyu, with a touch of flattery, leaned in and added, "Zhishun, you shall be my idol from now on. Might I beseech you to assist your little fan in climbing the ranks?" Suja chuckled lightly. "I shall consider it." After all, they were brothers, and he found it hard to deny them. Just then, Ma Hailong suddenly shouted like a butcher, "Oh, that Wu Zetian from the last match has sent me a friend request, and it appears she is quite the lady." Turning to the source of the commotion, they saw Ma Hailong cradling his phone, the screen displaying a friend request. "This girl is VIP 8. At least she has spent 5,000 yuan. What a wealthy individual." As he spoke, he clicked on Wu Zetian's profile picture. The next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. Was this her true visage? She was breathtaking. Wu Zetian's profile picture showcased a pure and lovely young woman, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, a perfectly shaped oval face, deep, soulful eyes, and a prominent, elegant nose. Most captivating of all was the charming dimple that graced her smile, embodying beauty in every sense. Chen Tianai glanced at the photo and remarked with a grin, "Indeed, she is a beauty. It seems our dear Zhishun has captivated this lovely lady with his prowess." Lu Siyu patted Suju on the shoulder, exclaiming, "See, what did I tell you? As long as you excel in the game, the ladies will undoubtedly flock to you. Look, here one comes right to your doorstep. She is far more enchanting than Chen Feier. You must seize this opportunity." Chapter 4. Concealment. Upon encountering the avatar of Wu Zetian, the dormitory erupted with excitement. If the avatar indeed belonged to the historical figure, then this incarnation of Wu Zetian was undoubtedly a goddess of unparalleled beauty. Yet, Suja displayed no interest, gently shaking his head and stating, "She added Hai Long as a friend. It has nothing to do with me." Ma Hailong quickly interjected, "Suja, she must have added you because of your Taiji Shinran. If I were playing solo in the last match, she would have certainly ignored me." Chen Tianai nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, it's clear that Wu Zetian is drawn to you. Why not seize the opportunity to develop this connection? Your gaming skills are exceptional. She must admire you immensely." However, Suja continued to shake his head, replying, "I shall not pursue this further. Let this opportunity be for Hai Long. At this moment, gaming holds more allure for me than any woman, as games will never betray me." Upon hearing this, everyone understood that Suja had yet to recover from Chen Fei's betrayal. A relationship of such duration could not simply disintegrate without pain, and Suja must be feeling quite unsettled. Lu Siyu gently patted Suja on the shoulder, saying, "Brother, do not be disheartened. We will keep you company in gaming. You shall not feel lonely." Chen Tianai chimed in, "Exactly, Zhishun. We had no idea you excelled at glory. Quickly log in so we can pay our respects and see whether you are an Eternal Diamond or Supreme Star." With a faint smile, Suja promptly downloaded Honor of Kings on his phone. However, instead of logging into his original account, he registered a new one. The 101-star Glory King, Changguo, was now a thing of the past, and that rank could not be used to play ranked matches with his roommates. Thus, Suja resolved to start anew, beginning from the stubborn bronze tier. When entering his ID, Suja contemplated for a moment and then typed out 4 characters, concealment. "From this day forth, my gaming ID shall be concealment." "Concealment?" Chen Tianai furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is this your alternate account? From your tone, it seems your main account is quite renowned." Suja chuckled, "What fame could I possibly have? Do not jest." Chen Tianai thought little of it, completely unaware that his seemingly inconspicuous roommate was, in fact, the strongest top laner, Changguo, in the first district. Thus, he could not grasp the profound significance of the term concealment. Concealment signified a brand new path. The former Glory King was now starting afresh. The following day at school, Chen Feier had been avoiding Suja since morning. He had intended to clarify matters with her, yet opportunities eluded him. At last, during the break, Suja encountered Chen Feier in the corridor, where her expression was somewhat awkward. Suja, there are a few things I wish to discuss with you," she stammered, her gaze evasive as if she were a thief. Suja sighed. Previously, Chen Feier had referred to him as husband, But the change in address was telling, its implications unmistakable. "We," Chen Feier murmured softly, as though she bore the weight of a guilty secret. Upon observing Chen Feier's reaction, Suja shook his head and remarked, "Forget it. Let me speak to you. We are not suited for one another. It is best if we part ways." "What?" Chen Feier's expression shifted immediately upon hearing these words. "Suja, what do you mean? Are you breaking up with me?" Suja smiled gently. "You break up with me. I break up with you. After all, it's still a separation. What difference does it make?" Chen Feier, blushing, exclaimed, "Of course it makes a difference. I was supposed to be the one ending things. How can you turn the tables on me?" Just then, Zhang Hao from the adjacent class approached, drawn by the commotion. "Feier, what's wrong? Who's bothering you?" Zhang Hao draped an arm around Chen Feier's shoulders and cast a challenging glance at Suja. "So it's you. What do you want with our Feier?" "Suja, I'll tell you. Chen Feier is now my girlfriend. Keep your distance from her. Do you hear me?" Suja scoffed dismissively, uninterested in engaging with such a petty individual. Yet, Zhang Hao persisted, tugging at Suya's sleeve. "I'm talking to you. Are you listening?" The commotion attracted the attention of Lu Xiyu, Chen Tianai, and Ma Hailong, who were not far off. "Damn, does that fool Zhang Hao dare to confront Suja? Let us go stand by our bro." The group quickly devised a plan and rushed over. "What is going on? Let go of him." Chen Tianai glared, prepared for a confrontation with Zhang Hao. Lu Xiyu and Ma Hailong joined him, watching Zhang Hao with hawk-like intensity. Zhang Hao snorted dismissively. "You lot want to defend him?" Chen Tianai responded with a sneer. "I thought someone was being quite arrogant. Isn't this the same fellow who was defeated yesterday?" Hearing this, Zhang Hao's face fell. The previous day's ranking match had left him feeling utterly humiliated. As a diamond-level player, renowned for his prowess, he had been ruthlessly defeated in a gold match. Unable to retaliate. "I simply had an off day. Do you really think you can defeat me with your mere gold ranks?" he retorted, chin held high, clearly unwilling to accept defeat. Chen Tianai mocked, "To the victor go the spoils. A loss is a loss. What else with the excuses? Aren't you embarrassed? Are you daring to challenge me again? Let us settle it. Whoever loses must kneel and call the other father." Zhang Hao advanced a step, aggressive in his demeanor. Chen Tianai, caught up in the heat of the moment, readily agreed. "Why not? I'm not afraid." Ma Hailong quickly pulled Chen Tianai aside, whispering urgently, "Have you gone mad? Don't you remember it was Suja who helped you win yesterday?" Yet, once the words were spoken, they could not be taken back. At that moment, Zhang Hao pulled out his phone with a cold smirk, stating, "Let us do this, a 1v1 match. I'll usually buy, and whoever loses must call the other father." Chen Tianai found himself in a precarious position. As merely a gold-ranked player, he stood little chance against Zhang Hao, and it seemed inevitable that he would soon be calling someone father. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Suja suddenly stood up and spoke. "Zhang Hao, a 1v1 match is rather uninspiring. How about a 5v5 instead?" Upon witnessing Suja's boldness, Chen Tianai was so thrilled that goosebumps erupted across his skin. "This is splendid." Zhang Hao lifted his gaze to meet Suja's, and then suddenly burst into laughter, wrapping an arm around Chen Feier's waist as he jested. "Feier, didn't you claim that Suja is utterly useless and incapable of playing Honor of Kings?" Chen Feier scoffed. "Indeed, I have asked him to play with me numerous times, but he always refuses. What kind of man is he?" Zhang Hao squinted at Suja and inquired, "With your skills, you dare challenge me to a 5v5? Who gave you the audacity, Suja maintained a serene expression, simply stating, "So, will it be a match or not?" Zhang Hao thumped his thigh, exclaiming, "Of course. We shall play. Since you are willing to throw your life away, why should I hesitate to dominate you? However, the stakes for this 5v5 must change. Suja, if you lose, you shall never speak to Chen Feier again. What do you say?" Suja smiled lightly. Having been betrayed by Chen Feier, he had no desire to converse with her anyway. "Fine, I accept," he replied. Zhang Hao nodded approvingly. "Excellent. And what is your wager? Though victory is unlikely for you, I shall allow you the pleasure of voicing it." Suja glanced at Chen Feier, a cold smile forming at the corner of his lips. "My wager is the same as yours. If you lose, you shall no longer be permitted to speak to Chen Feier." "What?" Zhang Hao was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Suja's wager to be so severe. After all his efforts to win over Chen Feier, he could not fathom the possibility of losing the chance to communicate with her. "What? Are you afraid?" Suja taunted coolly. Zhang Hao's eyes darted as he contemplated the odds of victory, convinced that Suja was a novice, And with only Ma Hailong's Tai Junren posing a threat among the third class, he steeled himself and nodded, declaring, "I am not afraid. I accept your bet." Chen Feier, anxious, grasped Zhang Hao's hand and asked, "Aren't you worried about losing this match?" Zhang Hao replied confidently with a smile, "Fear not. I will summon the 4 highest-ranked players in our class. We shall undoubtedly crush them. Besides, didn't you say Suja has never played Honor of Kings? He is merely a cash machine." Chen Feier finally nodded. "All right, I believe in you." Just then, Lu Xiyu glanced at his watch and remarked, "There are only 15 minutes left before class. Is there enough time?" Suja nodded. "That will be sufficient to deal with them." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao sneered, "Oh, you are quite audacious, aren't you? May I inquire as to your rank? Are you a Grandmaster or a Supreme Star Glory? If you truly play so well, why was I able to steal your girlfriend?" "Zhang Hao, mind your words." Chen Ti and I admonished sharply, disapproving of Zhang Hao's insolent remarks. Yet, Suja's expression remained unchanged. Evidently unfazed, he had never been one to boast with words, preferring to resolve matters within the confines of the game. 2 minutes later, Zhang Hao summoned the 4 highest-ranked students from his class, and they promptly established a gaming room, preparing for battle. The 5 individuals retrieved their phones and logged into their accounts. Eternal Diamond V, Eternal Diamond 3, Eternal Diamond 3, and Eternal Diamond 2. Aside from Zhang Hao's own rank of Eternal Diamond, the other 4 players also boasted the prestigious status of Eternal Diamond. Such a lineup, all adorned with diamond ranks, was undeniably luxurious. On Suja's side, in addition to the 4 from the dormitory, Lu Xiyu also invited a reasonably skilled student from the class to assist. They logged in their accounts. Glory Gold, Glory Gold, Glory Gold. Lu Xiyu, Chen Tianai, and Ma Hailong, 3 novice players of the gold rank, joined the fray. The assisting student from the class held the rank of Noble Platinum, slightly above gold, making it somewhat acceptable. Finally, it was Suja's turn to log in. The player chose to remain anonymous while entering the game. As everyone glanced at his rank, they were met with the sight of Stubborn Bronze, the lowest of ranks, a rank befitting a complete novice. Zhang Hao and his teammates erupted into raucous laughter. "Ha ha ha. This is too funny. We thought we were facing a formidable expert, but it turns out to be just a Stubborn Bronze." Chapter 5. In a mere 13 minutes, upon witnessing Suja's rank, even Chen Feier could not suppress her disdain. A Stubborn Bronze, it was evident that he had recently registered and scarcely played a few ranked matches. Such abysmal skill, and yet he dared to present himself? As for his player ID, what a nonsensical pseudonym. Merely a rookie, nothing more. What was the point of concealing one's identity? It was nothing but a charade. Consequently, Chen Feier felt no trepidation regarding Zhang Hao's potential defeat in a gamble. In her eyes, victory was all but assured for him. Upon entering the room, the 2 sides commenced banning heroes. The system randomly assigned the first ban to Zhang Hao, who without a moment's hesitation prohibited the hero Tai Junren. "Look at you, clearly reliant on Tai Junren. I'll ban him and see how you fare now." Zhang Hao sneered to himself. The previous night's Tai Junren had been excessively formidable, leaving him with lingering apprehension. He dared not allow that hero to be available. For even with 4 diamond-ranked players supporting him, victory was not guaranteed. However, after banning Tai Junren, the situation became significantly more manageable. He believed that Ma Hailong could not possibly possess another hero as adeptly as he did with Tai Junren. On Suja's side, the moment they saw Zhang Hao's first ban on Tai Junren, panic ensued. "Oh no, the hero Suja excels at has been banned. Zhang Hao is so cunning." Yet, Suja remained unfazed. "It's fine, if it's banned, it's banned. I hadn't planned on using Tai Junren anyway. Is it really fine?" Lu Xiyu inquired with concern. "What other heroes do you excel at?" Low-ranked players typically specialize in a singular hero, known as their main, and Lu Xiyu suspected that Suja's main was indeed Tai Junren, and that he might not be proficient with others. However, Suja's calm demeanor suggested he was not perturbed by the ban. "Rest assured, I know more than just Tai Junren," he smiled confidently. When it was Suja's turn to ban a hero, Chen Tianai immediately suggested, "Ban Li Bai. Ban Zhang Hao's Li Bai." Ma Hailong nodded in agreement. "Indeed, ban Zhang Hao's Li Bai? Let us see what he can play." But Suja shook his head. "No need to ban Li Bai. Zhang Hao's Li Bai poses no threat." "What?" Lu Xiyu, Chen Tianai, and Ma Hailong exchanged bewildered glances at Suja, thinking he was being overly presumptuous. At that moment, Suja swiftly banned the hero Guan Yu. Ma Hailong frowned and asked, "Guan Yu? What is that about?" Does anyone even play that hero? Suja smiled faintly. It's nothing, just a casual ban. In truth, this was a habit Suja had developed in high-level matches. In games above 50 stars, Guan Yu was either banned or picked without exception. On Zhang Hao's side, upon seeing Suja ban Guan Yu, they could not help but chuckle. Clearly a rookie. Look at the nonsense he's banning. He didn't even ban Hao Ji's Li Bai. How foolish. Zhang Hao let out a cold laugh, declaring, if you dare release Li Bai, I shall annihilate them. Both sides continued to ban heroes. Suja subsequently prohibited the use of Hua Mulan and Jiang Xia, generously allowing Zhang Hao's Li Bai to be released. Having clashed with Suja's dormitory the previous day, Zhang Hao had a fair understanding of the heroes favored by his opponents. Aside from Tai Jinren, he banned Chen Tianya's Liu Ban Qi Hao and Lu Siyu's Arthur in succession. Chen Tianyi panicked, exclaiming, this is terrible. I only know how to play Liu Ban Qi Hao. I don't know any other heroes. Lu Siyu added, aside from Arthur, I can play Daji. I can take the mid lane. Chen Tianyi pondered, I still have a Qing Yaojin in my stash, but I've never played him before. Qing Yaojin is quite easy to handle. You should play him. This time, I will take ADC and aim for a swift victory, Suja suggested in a low voice. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao grew impatient, urging, there's only 13 minutes until class starts. Choose your heroes quickly, and after we crush you, you can head back to class. As the selection phase commenced, Zhang Hao promptly claimed Li Bai. Chen Tianyi followed suit, selecting Qing Yaojin, while Lu Siyu chose Daji. The opposing team then selected the formidable marksman Di Renjia and the powerful mage Gao Jianli. Ma Hailong picked Zhuang Zhou, while another student chose the assassin Lan Ling Wang. The remaining two players on Zhang Hao's side opted for the strong top laner Lao Fuzi and the support Kai Wenji. Finally, it was Suja's turn to select. With one ADC position still vacant in the lineup, Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes at the screen, sneering, I am eager to see what this novice will choose. The others watched intently as the countdown for hero selection began. As all eyes were on him, a hero icon appeared in Suja's section, the Silent Eye. Bailie Shouyu, the latest marksman to grace the King's Canyon. What? Bailie Shouyu? Can this hero even be an ADC? Upon seeing Suja's choice, Zhang Hao burst into laughter, exclaiming, this hero has a slow attack speed and a poor rhythm. In team fights, he merely hides in the distance sniping. Before he can fire a single shot, his teammates are already wiped out. Choosing such a hero, he truly is a novice. Suja's students looked on with concern. Chen Tianyi asked, Bailie Shouyu? Zheshun, do you know how to use this character? I've heard this hero is quite a pitfall. Lu Siyu added, Suja, with such a slow attack speed, can he really perform as ADC? Suja smiled gently, glancing at the clock. If I perform normally, we shall conclude this battle within 10 minutes. The battle commenced, and both sides quickly entered their respective states. As Chen Tianyi prepared to maneuver Qing Yaojin towards the top lane, Suja quietly instructed, you and Hailong head to the bottom lane. I will go solo top. What? Chen Tianyi was taken aback. As a marksman, you're not going to the bottom lane, but rather soloing top? The opposing top lane has the formidable marksman Di Renjia and the powerful healer Kai Wenji. Can you withstand that? Suja smiled. I shall give it a try. After speaking, Bailie Shouyu moved along the terrain towards the upper lane, swiftly arriving near the river. Chen Tianyi, feeling somewhat bewildered, made his way down the lane. Left with no choice but to place his trust in Suja. I won't take the first red. The assassin can venture into the jungle to ambush the red buff. The opposing Li Bai may attempt to counter jungle, and the three of you can lay in wait for him, whispered Suja, having discerned Zhang Hao's strategy. In the lower lane, Zhuang Zhou, Qing Yaojin, and the assassin Lan Ling Wang quickly concealed themselves in the brush, eagerly anticipating Li Bai's arrival. True to expectation. As the jungle monsters respawned, Li Bai's figure flashed across the river. Clad in the thousand-year fox skin, Li Bai rushed to the lower lane's red buff to counter jungle, prepared to claim it with his retribution. Bailie Shouyu's attack speed was notoriously sluggish, making it all too easy to seize his red buff. Suja is indeed a novice. He shall wait for me to claim his life, Zhang Hao mused, charging into the jungle with a second skill. Upon gaining vision, Li Bai was instantly taken aback. Standing in the buff pit were three formidable figures, Qing Yaojin, Zhuang Zhou, and Lan Ling Wang. An assassin flanked by two tanky bodyguards stared him down. Where was Bailie Shouyu? Why was he nowhere to be seen? This was not how the strategy was supposed to unfold. Before Li Bai could gather his thoughts, Qing Yaojin had already plopped down upon him. Indeed. He has come to counter jungle. Let's eliminate him. Qin Ti and I exclaimed with excitement. Zhuang Zhou swiftly unleashed a flurry of butterflies, while Lanling Wang's blade was already in motion. Zhang Hao's health plummeted at a visible rate, prompting him to hastily activate his first skill to retreat. Not only had he failed to secure the red buff, but he had also lost a significant portion of his health. This was an utter miscalculation, a true case of losing both the lady and the soldiers. What kind of scheme is this? Zhang Hao seethed, thoroughly outmaneuvered. Meanwhile, in Zhang Hao's jungle, Kai Wenji was assisting Di Renjie in claiming the red buff. Just as the red buff was within reach, a gunshot suddenly rang out across the river. Bang! The red buff was instantly dispatched, leaving Di Renjie empty-handed. At that moment, several green lights, akin to fireflies, darted toward Bai Li Shouyu in the river, coalescing into a circle of red light beneath his feet. The red buff was his. A blind shot from afar had secured the jungle advantage. Suja maintained a calm demeanor, expertly maneuvering Bai Li Shouyu into a corner, slipping into stealth. On Zhang Hao's side, Di Renjie had lost the red buff, disrupting their rhythm. Brother Hao, the red buff was taken by Bai Li. What? Zhang Hao, reeling from the failed counter-jungle, was thrown into disarray. This situation was adding insult to injury. How could a novice seize the red buff? A single shot, and it was gone. Di Renjie lamented helplessly. Impossible. A stubborn bronze player couldn't possess such awareness. It must have been mere coincidence. Don't panic, Zhang Hao advised in a hushed tone, then hurriedly directed Li Bai to continue jungling. In a moment of haste, Di Renjie and Kai Wenji, having experienced a failed attempt at jungling, hurriedly logged in, only to discover that their minion wave had been entirely cleared. To their bewilderment, the opposing Bai Li Shouyu had seemingly vanished. Where could he be? Di Renjie found himself in a state of confusion, utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, Su Zhe's Bai Li Shouyu, after swiftly claiming the red buff, had meticulously cleared the top lane minions with his sniper rifle, subsequently utilizing his stealthy mobility to navigate down the river towards the lower jungle. In the mid lane, Lu Xiyu's Daji mistakenly assumed that Suja was preparing to initiate a gank, just as she was ready to coordinate an attack against the enemy mage, Gao Zhanli. Suja gestured for her to hold her horses, stealthily maneuvering around the first tower. Concurrently, Li Bai, having failed in his counter-jungle attempt, was struggling in his own jungle to secure the blue buff. The combined assault from Cheng Yojin, Zhuang Shou, and Lanling Wang had left him with but a sliver of health. After taking a few hits from the blue buff, his vitality dwindled further, leaving him desperate to eliminate a jungle monster to regain some health. Just as he was about to secure the blue buff, gunfire suddenly erupted in the river. Bang! With no time to react, the wounded Li Bai fell victim to a bullet, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. First blood. Bai Li Shouyu had slain Li Bai. In merely 1 minute since the match commenced, the first blood had been drawn. Bai Li Shouyu, with a blind shot from the river, sent Li Bai to his demise. Chapter 6. The Phantom Marksman. Alas, Zhang Hao fell victim to the first blood, his face instantly flushing crimson. He shot a fierce glare at Su Zhe and gritted his teeth, saying, "Just you wait." Su Zhe chuckled lightly. "I merely aimed to seize a blue buff. Yet my shot went awry, and instead, I secured a kill." With the first blood in hand, having eliminated the opposing rhythm-controlling assassin Li Bai, the atmosphere on Su Zhe's side became remarkably relaxed. They were effectively sailing towards victory. "Zhishin is magnificent," Qin Ti and I exclaimed with excitement. Who would have anticipated that Zhishin's Bai Li Shouyu would be this adept? Lu Xiyu remarked with a smile, while Su Zhe nodded and smiled outwardly. He discreetly signaled an offensive in the mid lane within the game. Lu Xiyu's Ji understood the cue and swiftly unleashed her love heart to immobilize the advancing Gao Jianli. Before Gao Jianli could react, Su Zhe's Bai Li Shouyu surged forth from the riverbank's foliage, closing in aggressively. Gao Jianli was startled. Was Bai Li Shouyu capable of such close combat? Not only Gao Jianli, but even Lu Xiyu was taken aback. "Zhishin, don't charge in so recklessly. You are an archer. It would suffice to snipe from the sidelines." Su Zhe, however, grinned and replied, "I relish facing my foes head-on." Before his words had fully settled, Bai Li Shouyu had already pressed against Gao Jianli. 2 swift basic attacks, and Gao Jianli found himself critically wounded. However, at that moment, Gao Jianli had regained his senses from the state of dizziness. "Be cautious, Zhishin. Gao Jianli has an exceptionally high burst. Don't fall prey to his counterattack." Gao Jianli sneered, "To dare engage me in close combat. A mere novice indeed proves to be just that." Unexpectedly, at that juncture, Bai Li Shouyu unleashed his second skill, and it was executed without aiming. A direct instantaneous fire. "Zhishin, Bai Li Shouyu's second skill cannot hit without aiming, Lu Xiyu exclaimed anxiously. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, the shot had already been released. Bang! A cry of despair echoed as Gao Jianli collapsed before Bai Li Shouyu, clutching his guitar. A double strike. How is this possible? Zhang Hao's student stared at his phone, dumbfounded, watching as Gao Jianli was instantaneously sniped. Bai Li Shouyu's second skill clearly required aiming to hit. How could he have struck me so instantaneously? Did he use hacks? Lu Xiyu too was bewildered. Zhishin, what trickery is this? Bai Li Shouyu's second skill, a long-range attack, necessitated aiming for accuracy. However, when in close proximity to the enemy, an instantaneous release guarantees 100% hit, which was precisely why I charged in to confront Gao Jianli. Having said that, Bai Li Shouyu returned along the riverbank to the top lane, where the minions of Di Renjie and Kai Wenji had just reached the tower. With 2 shots, he cleared the minion wave, maintaining his position within the defensive tower's range, leaving Di Renjie and Kai Wenji unable to push the tower effectively due to the absence of minions, constrained and at a standstill. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao's Li Bai, who was supposed to set the pace, had lost jungle resources and been sniped, finding himself at level 2 while the rest had already reached level 4, forcing him to desperately dive into the jungle to catch up on his development. Regrettably, despite securing 2 kills and monopolizing the top lane minion wave, the formidable Bai Li Shouyu found himself with an insurmountable economic advantage. Coupled with the fact that the jungle was thoroughly warded by Bai Li Shouyu, Li Bai's jungle space was rapidly constricted. Anxiously clearing the lower jungle, Li Bai hastily shifted towards the top lane as he engaged the wild boars. Just as he prepared to unleash his final strike, a distant gunshot echoed, and the boar was taken. Similarly, while he was about to finish the red bird, another gunshot rang out, and the red bird was stolen as well. Observing that everyone had reached level 6, Zhang Hao's Li Bai was still languishing at level 4. Lacking his ultimate ability, reduced to a mere mobile minion. Goodness, Suja, are you out of your mind? Why is your Bai Li Shouyu targeting my jungle minions instead of the enemy? Under the relentless interference from Suja's Bai Li Shouyu, Zhang Hao's morale plummeted. He was incapable of setting the pace, let alone following one. Suja surveyed the 3 lanes, noting their favorable conditions, and immediately signaled for a collective assault on the mid lane. The lower lane Zhuangzhou, Qing Yujin, and the jungler Lan Lingwang sprang into action, rushing towards the mid lane, while Suja lay in ambush by the river. A well-placed shot sent the critically wounded Gao Jianli retreating home in fright. Caught off guard, the enemy swiftly lost their first tower. At that moment, Lu Xiyu glanced back at Suja and quietly inquired, "Should we pull back?" Suja shook his head and continued signaling, "Press on." Thus, they bravely advanced, continuing to push the tower. Just then, Di Renjie, Kai Wenji, and Lao Fuzi arrived for support, with Zhang Hao's Li Bai, now barely level 4, appearing from the adjacent jungle. Suja unleashed a barrage, landing all 3 shots on the support, Kai Wenji. After the second shot, Kai Wenji hurriedly activated her healing ability, but the recovery speed was insufficient to counter the damage from the sniping. In desperation, Kai Wenji quickly relayed a message, "I'm in bad shape, retreat." With the loss of the formidable control and healing from Kai Wenji, the enemy's defenses crumbled instantaneously. They effortlessly demolished the second tower and pushed forward to the high ground. Advancing further, they were now at the enemy crystal. Just as it seemed the crystal would be obliterated, Zhang Hao's Li Bai charged in recklessly. A dash forward. Bang. A second dash. Bang. With every dash Li Bai made, Bai Li Shouyu unleashed a shot. And even more terrifying was Li Bai's utter ignorance of the origin of the gunfire. Before he could enter the fray, Li Bai was already critically wounded. Left with no choice, Zhang Hao hastily retreated to his original position after a third dash. Upon returning, he discovered Bai Li Shouyu waiting at the Phantom's location. A gentle auto attack, and Li Bai's icon dimmed instantly, beginning the countdown to respawn. Killing spree. Bai Li Shouyu had already wreaked havoc, eliminating Li Bai. Kai Wenji returned to the fountain for healing, while Suja's team, now 5 against 3, effortlessly pushed down the enemy crystal. As the battle concluded, only Suja had claimed 3 kills, and with just over 6 minutes elapsed, it was a quintessential swift push match. Delightful. Putting down his phone, Chen Tianai excitedly patted Suju on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Indeed, the god of philosophy is as remarkable as ever. This match is a breeze." Ma Hailong also expressed his genuine admiration. "I never anticipated that Bai Li Shouyu could wield such formidable control over the game." Suja smiled and nodded, stating, The essence of Baili Shoyue lies in jungle control. By asserting dominance over the enemy's jungle early on, the opposing assassin becomes utterly incapacitated. When the assassin fails to set the pace, victory becomes almost inevitable. At that moment, Zhang Hao slammed his phone down in frustration, unable to fathom how he could be bested by an obstinate bronze player. With only 3 kills in the entire match, and 2 of them being his own demise. Such humiliation drove Zhang Hao to the brink of despair. Chen Tianai, with a smug smile, provocatively remarked, "Oh, Diamond God, let us not forget our wager. Since you have lost, you are henceforth forbidden from speaking to Chen Feier." Zhang Hao, filled with regret, felt as though his insides were twisted in remorse. Chen Feier, in a fit of urgency, clenched her fists and protested, "This bet doesn't count. I never agreed to it." Chen Tianai coldly laughed and pressed, "What? Is the esteemed Diamond God now going back on his word?" Zhang Hao's expression shifted repeatedly before he finally nodded in resignation. "Fine. You are ruthless. I accept the consequences." With that, he turned away from the class, ignoring Chen Feier's attempts to call out to him, remaining silent. As Zhang Hao disregarded Chen Feier, a wave of relief swept through onlookers. Suja glanced at the clock and remarked, "There are 3 minutes until class. Let us hurry back." Before he could finish, Chen Feier suddenly rushed over, calling out to him. "Suja, wait." Turning around, Suja coldly inquired, "What is it? Is there something you need?" Chen Feier cast a glance at Suja, her voice dropping to a whisper, "Last night Tai Izhenren was you, wasn't it?" With a faint smile, Suja replied, "And if it was, what of it?" Chen Feier, anxious, exclaimed, "Why didn't you tell me sooner that you excel in honor of kings? If I had known earlier, I would never have broken up with you." Suja chuckled softly. "Oh." Seeing Suja's dismissive demeanor, Chen Feier hurriedly grasped his hand, pleading, "Suja, I was wrong. Please don't treat me this way. I underestimated you. It was my folly. Now that Zhang Hao is ignoring me, can't you?" Before she could finish, Suja resolutely pulled his hand away. "Not a chance. How can you be like this?" Chen Feier's face flushed as she questioned loudly, "Suja, do not deceive yourself. If you had no lingering feelings for me, why did you spare my Diaochan last night?" Suja cast one last icy glance at Chen Feier and stated coldly, "Do not misunderstand. The reason I did not eliminate you last night was merely to keep my hands clean. Do you truly believe your head is of any significance to me? I find it utterly beneath my consideration." With that, Suja turned and walked back to the classroom, leaving Chen Feier standing there in stunned silence, tears welling yet unable to fall. A match allowed Suja to completely sever ties with Chen Feier. Henceforth, the two became like strangers, passing each other without a word of greeting. During his leisure time, Suja engaged in battles of glory with his peers, swiftly emerging from the shadows of heartbreak. Before long, Friday arrived, and the classroom buzzed with excitement even before the final bell rang. Lu Siyu, brimming with enthusiasm, pulled Suja aside, exclaiming, "Zhishun, join us for ranked matches tonight. I implore you to carry us." Chen Tianai quickly joined in, urging Suja, "Zhishun, whether we reach platinum this season is entirely dependent on you." With a smile, Suja nodded, "All right, I shall definitely be there tonight." However, Ma Hailong remained silent, a knowing smile on his face, as if he harbored other plans. Lu Siyu, sensing the intrigue, inquired curiously, "Hailong, are you coming along?" Ma Hailong shook his head, replying, "I have some matters to attend to, so I want to be joining." "Oh?" Lu Siyu pressed, "You seem to be grinning from ear to ear. What delightful news do you have?" Ma Hailong, unreserved, whispered, "Do you remember the goddess, Wu Zetian, who added me as a friend during our last ranked match? She has invited me out to meet today." "What? Things are progressing so swiftly?" Lu Siyu exclaimed, astonished. "Just a few days, and you've arranged to meet?" Chen Tianai also found it hard to believe. Ma Hailong blushed, nodding as he said, "I too feel it's a bit fast. But when a beauty asks me to meet, I certainly cannot shy away. I must express my gratitude to Zhishun. Without him, I would never have had the chance to meet such a stunning girl." Suja chuckled, patting Ma Hailong on the shoulder. "Now you must make a good impression." Ma Hailong nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, I will definitely win her heart." Once school concluded, everyone went their separate ways. Ma Hailong donned a smart outfit for his date with Wu Zetian, while Suja returned home, planning to retreat to his room after dinner to engage in ranked matches with his peers. However, around 8 in the evening, Ma Hailong suddenly called, his voice frantic as he exclaimed, "Hello? Suja, come quickly, I'm being attacked." Chapter 7. the fiery Wu Zetian upon hearing Ma Hailong's plea for help. Suja was somewhat taken aback. Was he this young man out on a date with the goddess Wu Zetian? How could he have been beaten? Hailong, what on earth happened? Suja inquired, furrowing his brow. Ma Hailong's voice trembled with urgency. I can't explain over the phone. Please hurry and save me. I'm at the Starbucks on Huai by Tree Street. If you don't come quickly, I might meet a terrible fate. Reluctantly, Suja acquiesced. All right. I'll be there immediately. By the time Suja changed his clothes and arrived at Huai by Tree Street, it was already 8:30 in the evening. After disembarking from the bus, he tightened his collar and made his way to Starbucks. I wonder who it was that assaulted Hailong. Am I enough to handle this alone? Perhaps I should summon CU and TNI for additional support, Suja contemplated as he walked. Before he reached Starbucks, he suddenly heard Ma Hailong's voice beneath a nearby street lamp. Suja. Turning towards the sound, Suja spotted Ma Hailong crouched beneath the lamp, cradling his head. His hair was disheveled, his clothes in disarray, and his face bore various bruises, indicating he had just endured a beating. Even more strangely, beside Ma Hailong stood a girl, and a remarkably beautiful one at that. The girl had long, perfectly proportioned legs, her black hair swaying gently in the breeze. With a delicate oval face, deep-set eyes, a well-defined nose, and a tempting cherry-red mouth, she wore a black miniskirt paired with an elegant light-colored blouse. Glancing at her, Suja immediately recognized this girl. She was the passerby Wu Zetian from their previous encounter. To his astonishment, she was even more stunning in person than in the photographs. Disregarding Wu Zetian, Suja rushed to help his friend. Hailong? What is going on? How did you end up like this? Who did this to you? Before Ma Hailong could respond, Wu Zetian coldly interjected, I did it. What? Suja exclaimed in surprise, turning to scrutinize the enchanting beauty before him. Could this seemingly gentle and slender girl truly be the one who had assaulted Ma Hailong? Hailong, is that true? Suja asked incredulously, eager for confirmation. Ma Hailong let out a bitter laugh, cradling his head. Of course it's true. Why would she lie to you? Really? Suja was at a loss for words, his lips twitching slightly in disbelief. Ma Hailong, with a look of resignation, said, What are you laughing at? This Wu Zetian is a Taekwondo black belt. Taekwondo a black belt? Suja glanced back at Wu Zetian, realizing that appearances could indeed be deceiving. What are you staring at? Have you never seen a beauty before? Wu Zetian huffed, her impatience palpable as she addressed Suja. Furrowing his brow, Suja asked in a serious tone, Why did you hit him? Why did I hit him? Wu Zetian's face flashed with indignation. You should be asking your good brother if my actions were unjust. With that, she delivered a fierce kick to Ma Hailong and declared, I'm asking you, do you think it's fair that this celestial maiden pummels you? Ma Hailong was unceremoniously kicked to the ground, hastily shaking his head and exclaiming, It's not unjust. It's not unjust. Suja, utterly perplexed, inquired, Hailong, what on earth is happening? With his head bowed, Ma Hailong dared not speak, while Wu Zetian scoffed coldly, You, my friend, possess quite the audacity to deceive me. Previously, I played a game with him, and seeing his prowess with Tai Jinren, I assumed he was a master and added him as a friend. He boasted about his skills, claiming he excelled in glory and was effortlessly carrying the team. I believed he would soon ascend to platinum rank, so I invited him for a duo match. But guess what? At this point, Suja helplessly covered his face. The outcome was all too clear. It must have been disastrous. For that day, Tai Jinren was not Ma Hailong at all, but rather Suja himself. At this moment, Wu Zetian, seething with anger, declared, We played 3 matches together. This fool fed like a ghost. Not once did he secure a kill. Instead, he handed over his head at least 20 times. Tell me, how could I not hit him? I seriously suspect that the Tai Jinren from our earlier match was not even played by him. Perhaps he hired a booster. I detest such hypocritical pretenders. Every time I see one, I feel compelled to teach them a lesson. Ma Hailong's face flushed crimson at Wu Zetian's words. He had not intended to pose as a master. Had it not been for Wu Zetian's striking beauty, he would never have acted in such a manner. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to deceive you. Actually, that day as Tai Jinren, Ma Hailong had called Suja over to reveal the truth to Wu Zetian. But now, having faced her wrath, he yearned to confess the reality. However, Suja pressed his hand on Ma Hailong's shoulder and interjected, Do not be angry. My brother usually plays quite well. Perhaps today he was just off his game. It's entirely plausible to feed when one's performance falters. Suja understood that if Ma Hailong admitted to deceiving Wu Zetian, she would undoubtedly continue to seek vengeance upon him. The only course of action was to obscure the truth and protect Ma Hailong. Ma Hailong glanced up at Suja, whispering, "But Suja." Suja shook his head at Ma Hailong and turned to Wu Zetian, suggesting, "How about this? I also play Honor of Kings quite well. Let the three of us queue together. You wish to reach Platinum, correct? Tonight. I shall ensure you ascend to Platinum as a means to atone for my friend's transgressions. What do you say? You will ensure my ascent to Platinum?" Wu Zetian queried with a cold chuckle. "It seems you're quite the player yourself. Let me inform you, thanks to your friend, I have plummeted to gold rank with 0 stars. If I lose just one more match, I'll drop to gold too. Do you comprehend?" Suja nodded gently. "I understand. But rest assured, with me by your side, we shall not lose, and I promise you a glorious victory." Upon hearing this, Wu Zetian's expression turned icy. And in the next moment, Suja felt a chilling breeze as a long, slender leg abruptly rested upon his shoulder. Wu Zetian, with her leg pressing against Suja, glared at him with cold intensity, stating, "Remember your words. Should we lose even a single match in the upcoming ranked games, I shall take you down with him." Suja cast a glance at Wu Zetian, effectively confirming her status as a black belt in Taekwondo. With such agility, even Ma Hailong would be no match for her, let alone the others in the dormitory. However, upon a second look, Suja felt a twinge of embarrassment. Noticing his silence, Wu Zetian cleared her throat and inquired, "Are you listening to me?" Suja nodded. "I hear you, but with that posture, I can see your undergarments." It was only then that Wu Zetian realized she was wearing a short skirt and had her legs draped over Suja's shoulders, inadvertently exposing herself. "Ah!" she exclaimed, quickly retracting her legs. "Enough of this. Let us get inside and start the ranked matches." Once they entered Starbucks, Suja ordered a frappuccino and began logging into Honor of Kings. Ma Hailong first invited Wu Zetian to join the team, then brought Suja in as well. As soon as Suja entered the room, Wu Zetian frowned. "Silver Order? Your only Silver Order? My friend, aren't you setting us up for failure?" Suja's alternate account had recently ascended from stubborn bronze to Silver Order after a few ranked matches. Yet these tiers were often looked down upon by others. Unbothered, he chuckled. "Ranks are merely illusions. Skill is what truly matters." Wu Zetian shook her head. "I thought this Tai Jinren was shameless enough, but it seems you surpass him." "Silver Order? Are you truly confident we can win in a trio?" Suja exuded confidence. "Victory is assured." Wu Zetian scoffed. "If you dare to drag me down, I'll ensure you leave here sideways tonight." Suja laughed. "No need for that. If I let you down, I'll take matters into my own hands." At that moment, Ma Hailong began matching, and seconds later, the trio found their opponents. During the hero selection phase, Wu Zetian promptly locked in her namesake character. "I'll take the mid lane," she communicated through quick messages. Ma Hailong initially intended to play Tai Jinren, but after several disastrous performances with the character, he hesitated. Suja then chose the hero Neza and turned to Ma Hailong. "Hailong, do you have Liu Bang?" Ma Hailong nodded. "I do. Why?" "Select Liu Bang and set your summoner spell to execute," Suja instructed. Realizing Suja was a master player, Ma Hailong obediently chose Liu Bang and adjusted his summoner spell accordingly, ready to follow Suja's guidance. Suja designated his Neza's summoner spell as stun and then smiled at Wu Zetian. "Just follow my commands when unleashing your ultimate. I'll set you up for a pentakill." Wu Zetian regarded him with disdain. "You, a Silver Order player, think you can command me, a glory gold, and a pentakill? Do you really believe it's that easy?" Chapter 8. Such a devious strategy, the battle commences. Suja's Neza ventured alone to the top lane, while Ma Hailong's Liu Bang, after acquiring a support gem, accompanied the marksman to the bottom lane. Wu Zetian firmly positioned herself in the mid lane, facing off against the flat-chested Angela. In the initial minutes, tranquility reigned. In a gold-tier match, it is rare for jungle invasions to occur. Seizing the opportunity while the enemy marksman was busy with the red buff, Suja deftly eliminated the blue turtle in the river, quietly accumulating gold from minion kills upon his arrival to the lane. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Ma Hailong's Liu Bang stood vigilantly beside the marksman, dutifully providing protection and relinquishing all economic resources to the shooter. Suja cast a glance and shook his head, saying, "Hailong, you should join the lane and gather some gold. The pace in lower tiers isn't as brisk, and it's inconsequential for a support to claim some resources." Ma Hailong responded with an obedient "O," controlling Liu Bang to ascend to the lane. Beside them, Wu Zetian scoffed. Humph, lower tiers? You, a silver tier novice, dare to play in a gold tier match, and yet you speak of lower tiers? With a gentle smile, Suja replied, in the realm of kings, anything below 50 stars is considered low tier. Oh, and what of this 50-star king? Have you ever reached such heights? Do you even know what it feels like to be a king? Wu Zetian retorted with a mocking tone. Suja chose not to engage with Wu Zetian's provocations, but turned to Ma Hailong, stating, Hailong, I need you to swiftly construct the fire cloak. We will urgently require that item during the impending team fight. Fire cloak? Ma Hailong queried, unfamiliar with the term. Oh, it is simply the Red Lotus cloak. Suja quickly clarified. Understanding dawned on Ma Hailong, and he nodded, exclaiming, got it. Wu Zetian shot a disdainful glance at Suja, retorting, TSK. Attempting to divert the conversation, I see you are merely feeling insecure. With no time to bicker with Wu Zetian, Suja conceded, all right, I admit it. I'm feeling insecure. The match progressed with a heavy atmosphere, as they awaited all players to reach level 4 without a single kill. At that moment, Suja noticed that the enemy marksman, Li Yuanfang, and the jungler, Aku, had vanished from the map, promptly deducing that the opponents were attempting to steal the dragon. Hailong, prepare to unleash your ultimate. Suja commanded decisively, simultaneously directing Neza to launch the Qianquan circle skyward. Neza's ultimate skill instantly provided Suja with vision of all 5 enemy champions. Indeed, Li Yuanfang and the assassin Aku were assaulting the tyrant. Fortunately, Suja had noticed in time, as the tyrant's health had just dipped below 3/4. Without hesitation, Suja targeted Li Yuanfang. Flames ignited around Neza as he propelled himself towards the marksman on his wind fire wheels. At this moment, Ma Hailong was still processing the situation, staring blankly and asking, Suja, whom should I use my ultimate on? Liu Bang's ultimate, commanding presence, grants a formidable defensive shield to himself and an allied champion, and after 2 seconds, teleports him to the ally's side, significantly enhancing both his and the ally's defenses upon landing. Truly a remarkable ability. Neza's ultimate ability propels him directly into the fray, stunning an enemy hero while simultaneously igniting a searing flame that scorches foes. Thus, the synergy between Neza and Liu Bang, one embodying offense and the other defense, is nothing short of a perfect match. Of course, unleash it upon me. Activate your ultimate now, commanded Suja. Without hesitation, Ma Hailong initiated his ultimate, targeting Neza. On the enemy's side, Li Yuanfang, recognizing that he had been selected as Neza's target, hastily sent a quick message, requesting assistance. The jungler, Akali, stood close by, while the tanky support, Cheng Yaojin, was not far behind. Angela, the mid laner, bounced eagerly towards the dragon pit, and soon 4 of them congregated together. With the protection of 3 allies, Li Yuanfang felt undaunted by Neza's assault, calmly continuing to farm the little dragon, paying little heed to Neza's threat. However, Wu Zetian, observing the gathering of 4 in the dragon pit, promptly cautioned, Neza, do not engage. They have 4 already. Are you intent on gifting them a kill? Yet, Suja remained unfazed, showing no intention of canceling his ultimate. With a resolute stride upon his wind and fire wheels, Neza plunged into the dragon pit. The assassin, Lonling Wang, frantically messaged, retreat, retreat, retreat. The marksman resorted to typing, Neza, don't throw yourself away. Alas, it was too late. Neza had already charged into the pit, his ultimate colliding with Li Yuanfang while simultaneously igniting the surrounding enemies with his blazing embers. With his triple flame spear, the rotating lance inflicted considerable damage, leaving the relatively fragile Li Yuanfang, Akali, and Angela with 1/3 of their health depleted. Even Cheng Yaojin found himself struggling. However, the enemy had the advantage of numbers. Regaining their composure, they retaliated swiftly. Angela hurled a fireball, ensnaring Neza in her control. Li Yuanfang unleashed his throwing daggers, initiating a relentless barrage. All 4 of them perceived Neza as exceedingly foolish for charging into the throng, seemingly offering himself as a sacrifice. Yet, at that moment, a purple radiance enveloped Neza, and shortly thereafter, a colossal figure descended from the heavens. Objectively speaking, I am a good person. Liu Bang's haughty voice resonated as Ma Hailong arrived to the rescue. Upon landing, Liu Bang not only bestowed a formidable shield upon Neza, but also inflicted a brief stun effect on the surrounding enemies. Simultaneously, Suja executed his first skill with precision, commanding, target Cheng Yaojin. Huh, Ma Hailong was momentarily baffled. Under the combined assault, Li Yuanfang, Akali, and Angela were all teetering on the brink of death. Why attack a tank with half health instead of finishing off the weakened foes? Yet, Ma Hailong understood that Su Zhi had his own strategy, one that was often reliable. Without further ado, he advanced toward Cheng Yaojing. Liu Bang's passive ability inflicted damage based on a percentage of maximum health. Thus Cheng Yaojing, no matter how resilient, found himself at a loss against Liu Bang. Coupled with Neza's passive ability restricting healing, Cheng Yaojing's ultimate faded into insignificance. After a few clicks, Su Zhi issued another command, use the ultimate. Ma Hailong promptly activated the summoner skill, unleashing the ultimate, which left all 4 enemy champions severely wounded. At that moment, Su Zhi executed a stunning maneuver, incapacitating all 4 opponents, while simultaneously instructing Wu Zetian, unleash your ultimate. As Wu Zetian raced towards the battlefield, she keenly observed the unfolding scenario. She was utterly astonished that Neza and Liu Bang could challenge for adversaries and reduce them to such low health. Witnessing Neza cast the summoner skill to stun and control all 4 enemies, Wu Zetian instinctively unleashed her ultimate. In this situation, failing to capitalize on the opportunity to secure kills would render her participation futile. Wu Zetian's ultimate, Ocean's Heart, manifested as magnificent water whirlpools, creating a breathtaking visual spectacle. With a thunderous roar, the game announcer erupted onto the screen. Wu Zetian had slain Li Yuanfang. A double kill, a triple victory, a quadra extraordinary. For kills, Wu Zetian had achieved a quadra kill right from the outset. Wow, did you see that? I got a quadra kill, she exclaimed with unrestrained excitement. Su Zhi smiled silently, having secured 4 assists as he guided the severely injured Neza back to base, humbly taking no credit. Ma Hailong was completely taken aback by Su Zhi's strategy. This synergy was simply invincible. He turned to Wu Zetian with pride, grinning as he asked, what do you think? My buddy is pretty amazing, right? Wu Zetian glanced at Su Zhi, a glimmer of admiration flashing in her eyes. She understood that her ability to achieve 4 kills was entirely due to Su Zhi's meticulous planning and command. His audacity in the Dragon Pit, taking on 4 opponents with composure, was truly commendable. Upon closer inspection, Su Zhi exhibited no arrogance. He remained calm, focused on his phone, his demeanor serene and earnest. Wu Zetian couldn't help but wonder, is this guy really only a silver rank? Hey, that was just a quadra kill. You promised me a pentakill. You still owe me one, she teased playfully at Su Zhi. He looked up at her, realizing that she was far more enchanting when smiling than when she appeared fierce. All right, I promise to deliver. As long as the opponents don't surrender, I will ensure you achieve a pentakill. At that moment, Ma Hailong interjected, Jushin. I want a pentakill too. Su Zhi laughed heartily. Don't worry, everyone will share in the glory. As long as we coordinate well, Liu Bang can secure a pentakill too. Chapter 9, a quintuple kill. Following a remarkable sequence of 4 kills, Su Zhi's economic prowess surged rapidly. After the team battle, Neza immediately crafted the Scarlet Lotus Cloak, while Liu Bang, albeit slightly slower, had already acquired the precursor, the Molten Heart. Wu Zetian monopolized 4 kills, amassing considerable wealth, rendering Angela in the mid lane unable to suppress her any longer. Soon, Wu Zetian commenced her aggressive assault on the first tower. The second team fight unfolded as a tower siege in the mid lane, with the opposing team gathering all 5 members, while Su Zhi's side closed in on the mid lane simultaneously. However, having learned from the previous 4 kills at the Dragon Pit, the enemy hesitated to engage too aggressively, retreating under the tower and relying on ranged abilities to chip away at the minion wave. At this juncture, Neza, bolstered by a newly acquired Witch Cloak, had achieved a remarkable balance of both physical and magical defenses, as well as a commendable health pool, allowing him to maneuver through the enemy ranks with ease. Seeing the mid-tower remain obstinately unyielding, Su Zhi sent a message on the screen, prepare for a tower dive. The suggestion of a tower dive made Ma Hailong a bit anxious. It struck him as rather audacious. Nonetheless, this command originated from Su Zhi, who had never faltered before, leading Ma Hailong to nod in agreement and inform Su Zhi, Liu Bang has his ultimate ready. Excellent, Su Zhi replied. Hold your ultimate until I give the signal. With that, Neza activated his ultimate ability, locking his sights on the enemy's AP Angela. In a team fight, the composition usually features fragile marksmen and mages, who tend to position themselves at the back line to unleash their damage, hence referred to as the back row. Neza's role is to bypass the frontline tanks and target the back row, swiftly eliminating the enemy's damage dealers. As marksmen typically possess fewer control abilities and focus more on damage, while mages wield more crowd control. It is prudent for Neza to first eliminate the mage before pursuing the marksman, ensuring a smoother engagement. Upon being targeted by Neza, Angela quickly retreated under the safety of the tower, surrounded tightly by her 4 teammates, all waiting to collectively ambush Suja's Neza. As the collision with Angela drew near, Suja urgently commanded, "Liu Bang, unleash your ultimate now." Without hesitation, Ma Hailong delivered his ultimate to Neza. As Neza activated his ultimate, he resembled a dazzling meteor, hurtling through the enemy ranks and colliding with Angela. At the moment of impact, by deftly maneuvering the directional keys, Neza harnessed the momentum to push the targeted enemy a short distance in a chosen direction. The opposing 5, witnessing Neza's audacious tower dive, surged towards him with fervor. But just then, a violet glow flickered, and Ma Hailong's Liu Bang arrived to provide crucial support. With both players' ultimate abilities enhancing their defenses, the damage from the tower felt negligible. Moreover, Liu Bang's skill momentarily stunned the enemies, further diminishing their capacity to inflict damage. Neza and Liu Bang's first abilities dealt area damage, and the Scarlet Lotus cloaks worn by both inflicted continuous burn effects on the enemy team. After Liu Bang executed his summoner spell to secure a kill, Suja issued another command. Wu Zetian, the formidable warrior, could hardly contain her excitement as she swiftly pressed the ultimate ability button. The power of life and death was unleashed once more, effortlessly claiming the lives of 5 weakened adversaries. A sequence of triumphant victories ensued: double kill, triple kill, quadruple kill, quintuple kill, team wipe. Holding her phone, Wu Zetian's hands trembled with exhilaration. A pentakill. Truly, it was her very first pentakill since she had begun her journey in this game. She had never even achieved a triple kill before. The announcement of her victory had long concluded, yet Wu Zetian remained immersed in her elation. Screenshot. "I must capture this moment to share with my friends," she joyfully exclaimed, clumsily maneuvering her phone to take a screenshot. "Hey, you're about to be taken down by minions," Suja reminded her with mild exasperation. Wu Zetian quickly retreated to a corner to return to base. "Hey, Silver Order. I didn't expect you to be quite the strategist." She chuckled at Suja. Suja cleared his throat. "My name is Suja, not Silver Order." "Well, I am Wu Zi, not Wu Zetian," she replied playfully. It was the first time the beautiful maiden revealed her name, adorned with a charming smile, clearly indicating that the anger she felt from being deceived by Ma Hailong had completely dissipated. "Wu Zi," Suja murmured softly before immediately refocusing on the battle. Although their team had gained a significant advantage, one could never be too cautious. At that moment, Ma Hailong whispered, "Jagad, I also desire a pentakill." Suja nodded. "All right, let us aim for your pentakill in the next team fight." Ma Hailong grinned. "Thank you, Jagad." The next team fight arrived promptly, taking place at the position of the Baron. After wiping out the opposing team, Suja's side initiated an assault on the Shadow Monarch, while the enemy's awareness was commendable, as they rushed to the Dragon Pit immediately upon respawning. In the face of confrontation, Suja showed no signs of fear. With Neza's ultimate ability activated, he charged directly into the enemy's backline. "Wu Zetian, unleash your ultimate," Suja commanded. Without hesitation, Wu Zi released her formidable ability, initiating a powerful team engagement. Neza barreled into the fray, leaving the opponents significantly weakened. "Liu Bang, teleport over." Ma Hailong had become adept at controlling this hero, teleporting seamlessly to Neza's side. "Execute." Liu Bang swiftly cast his finishing move, dealing a staggering 14 true damage to the remaining foes, resulting in a near-total slaughter. The battlefield was cleared in an instant. Liu Bang's execution claimed the entire field, culminating in another quintuple kill. "Wow, I truly achieved a pentakill." Ma Hailong had awaited this opportunity for so long and quickly took a screenshot. Who would have imagined that even a tank hero could achieve a pentakill, and so effortlessly? "Jagad, I am immensely grateful to you. Your strategy is simply unbeatable," Ma Hailong exclaimed with enthusiasm. Suja smiled gently, remarking that this version of Neza was extraordinarily powerful, enhanced further by the skills of Wu Zetian and Liu Bang, making the strategy seemingly unbeatable. He confidently asserted that they would not lose in their evening trio matches. At that moment, the opposing team expressed their frustration on the public screen, clearly feeling defeated. Li Yuanfang questioned their opponent's dignity, wondering how they could possibly play against such overwhelming odds. Cheng Yaojin remarked on the unseemly nature of the tactic, while Angela playfully accused Neza of targeting her specifically. Suja, Ma Hailong, and Wu Zi exchanged joyful glances, their happiness palpable. Wu Zi took a delicate sip of her coffee and cheerfully stated that there was hope for reaching platinum that evening. Suja replied with a smile, assuring her that this strategy would at least secure a diamond rank. 15 minutes later, the battle concluded with a staggering headcount of 23-4, showcasing a complete rout. The trio continued to employ the same strategy in their subsequent matches, achieving an impressive 6 consecutive victories over the course of 2 hours, successfully elevating Wu Zi to the esteemed platinum tier. Had it not been for Starbucks closing, Wu Zi would have undoubtedly urged Suja to continue playing through the night, as their tactic proved invincible, with each game resulting in overwhelming triumphs. However, it grew late, and it seemed unreasonable to delay their return home any further. As the three exited the CAF and strolled to the corner, Wu Zi smiled and extended her hand towards Suja. "Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Wu Zi. A pleasure to meet you." Suja gently took her hand, replying, "I am Suja, delighted to make your acquaintance." Standing awkwardly beside them, Ma Hailong interjected, "I am Ma Hai." Before he could finish, Wu Zi smiled at Suja and exclaimed, "Oh, so you're a young one. Your skills in the game are quite impressive. Do you have a CP in the game? Would you like to be my CP?" Surprised, Suja did not expect Wu Zi to be so forward, inviting him to partner up. That might not be appropriate. Perhaps we should just leave it," he replied, shaking his head. "Why? Are you not pleased? Do you think I am not pretty enough? Or perhaps you believe I am too old for you?" Wu Zi pouted, hands on her hips, challenging him. "Haven't you heard the saying, a woman 3 years older is worth a pile of gold?" Suja felt helpless. It was not that he found Wu Zi unattractive, nor did he mind the age difference, but he simply wasn't fond of the idea of being in a CP, especially considering his previous girlfriend, Chen Feier, had betrayed him over such matters. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Wu Zi leaned in, wrapping her arm around his shoulder, and whispered playfully in his ear, "Let me share a secret with you. I am from a wealthy family. If you agree to be my CP, I will take care of you. You will have all the luxuries you desire." Chapter 10. The gift. Suja was well aware of Wu Zi's affluence. After all, Wu Zetian, the legendary figure, epitomized extravagance. Attaining a VIP 8 status in the game Honor of Kings necessitated a minimum expenditure of 5,000 yuan. A person willing to invest such a sum in a game could hardly be deemed impoverished. However, Suja remained unmoved. He was not so easily swayed by monetary allure. "No, thank you," he replied. Wu Zi was astonished to be rebuffed by a mere student from the academy. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she questioned, "Are you truly certain? If we were to be a couple in the game, I would procure any skin you desire, be it epic, legendary, or limited edition. Anything available, I would not hesitate." Ma Hailong, standing nearby, desperately gestured to Suja, whispering, "You should agree. Are you foolish?" Yet, Suja continued to shake his head. "It's all right. I don't require many skins. Just enough will suffice. Thank you." Upon hearing this, Wu Zi was utterly disheartened. The entire teacher training institution could have filled an entire street with those who wished to partner with her, yet she was rejected by a mere student. "Why do you not wish to be my partner?" Wu Zi inquired, hands on her hips. "Is it because you think my skills are lacking?" Suja shook his head. "You perform quite well in the gold tier, your gameplay is decent, and your awareness is satisfactory. How could I possibly criticize your skills? Then why will you not be my partner?" Wu Zi pressed on. With a resigned sigh, Suja replied, "I have my reasons. I hope you can understand." Wu Zi pondered for a moment and then declared, "If you will not be my partner, then I shall become your disciple. I wish to be your student. Let us do this now. Accept me as your pupil." Suja found himself truly at a loss. Was there truly such a thing as forceful apprenticeship? It's getting late, and I must catch the last bus. I must be on my way." Not wishing to remain entangled with Wu Zi, he turned and fled with Ma Hailong in tow. Behind them, Wu Zi stamped her foot in frustration and shouted, "Suja, just you wait. You cannot escape my grasp." Upon returning home, it was already quite late. Before bed, Suja logged into his game account and discovered several notifications in his inbox. Upon inspection, he found that Wu Zi had gifted him several skins. Her in-game ID was Qingqing Wu Zi, cleverly mirroring her name. As he opened each notification, he was astonished by the sheer number of skins, Tai Yi, the Round Table Knight. Ne Zha, the Third Prince, by Li Shouyue, the Shadow Marksman. Among them were several epic skins, including Dracula for Liu Bang, the Stealth Hunter for Lan Ling Wang, and the Ghost Captain for Cao Cao. The total value of these skins easily amounted to several hundred yuan. Staring at the overwhelming assortment of skins in his inventory, Suja found himself at a loss for words. Additionally, there was an unprocessed message regarding a friend request, which turned out to be a couple's relationship application from Wuzi. Would you like to become a couple with Qingxing Wuzi? With a resigned sigh, Suja clicked reject. At that moment, the information box in the game lit up. Qingxing's graceful dance was online and sent a message. What are you up to? Suja awkwardly scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit caught since he had just declined a CP application and was now confronted by Wuzi. I was about to sleep, he quickly replied. Oh, came Wuzi's response, tinged with disappointment. Suja pondered for a moment, feeling it inappropriate to accept so many skins from her, and typed back. Why did you give me so many skins? No gain without effort. I'll find a chance to return the money to you. Wuzi haughtily replied, I have money. I can be willful. Suja, somewhat helpless, responded. Your wealth is your own affair. I cannot accept your skins. After a brief silence, Wuzi replied, Why are you so troublesome? You want to even take free skins? I really don't want them. All right then, but I don't wish to accept your money either. How about this? Do me a favor, and I'll consider these skins as your payment. Wuzi finally relented. Suja inquired, What favor? Wuzi replied, Tomorrow night, our team will have a competition. I see you haven't joined a team yet. Come join us and help us out. What do you think? After contemplating, Suja deemed it a reasonable solution and promptly agreed. Sure. Wuzi immediately sent him a team invitation, reminding him, Tomorrow night at 8, at this Starbucks. Let us not miss each other. I won't miss it, Suja replied with 4 characters before logging off after joining the team. The next evening at 8, Suja arrived punctually at the entrance of Starbucks. Upon entering, he found Wuzi already there. Besides her, 2 other girls and a boy were seated. Since the team competition required 5 players, with Suja, they would perfectly make a team of 5. Noticing Suja entering, Wuzi quickly waved him over. Suja, over here. He nodded and walked towards her. The 3 individuals beside Wuzi curiously scrutinized him, while Suja discreetly observed them in return. Among the 2 girls, one was petite with short hair and sparkling big eyes, exuding an enchanting fairy-like charm. The other had a ponytail, an alluring appearance, and wore black-rimmed glasses, giving off a somewhat authoritative vibe. The boy wore gold-rimmed glasses and appeared quite close to the girl with the ponytail, seemingly her boyfriend. Wuzi, is this the expert you invited? He seems a bit young. The short-haired girl inquired with a smile, her gaze fixed on Suja. Little brother, how old are you? She asked enthusiastically. Academy student, Suja succinctly replied. Wuzi, noticing the short-haired girl's aggressive approach, quickly intervened. Xiaoming, don't be silly. Don't scare him. At that moment, the boy with gold-rimmed glasses spoke seriously. Wuzi, why did you bring an academy student? Are they reliable? It wouldn't be a trap, would it? Wuzi smiled and said, Rest assured, Suja's skills are undoubtedly far superior to those of the average academy students. Last night, I played ranked matches with him for the entire evening, and we ascended directly to platinum. The bespectacled man with golden rims scoffed. Really? Let me make one thing clear. If anyone underperforms tonight, I won't hesitate to express my displeasure. Beside him, the aloof girl with black-framed glasses nodded in agreement. Indeed. Wuzi, you know my friend Zhu Hao has a rather volatile temperament when it comes to gaming. He will definitely voice his frustrations if he encounters incompetent teammates. Wuzi chuckled. You need not worry. Suja will not disappoint. At that moment, Suja coughed lightly and addressed Wuzi. Ahem, could you please introduce me? Wuzi suddenly realized. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce you. She then pointed to the short-haired vixen. This is Hao Xiaoming, the joy of our dormitory. Don't let her gentle smile fool you. She excels in playing the assassin Lan Ling Wang, striking down foes without a second thought. She is our team's ace jungler. Hao Xiaoming smiled sweetly. Hello, Suja. Wuzi then gestured toward the girl with a ponytail. This is our dormitory's queen, Zhang Xianyu, who is also a top student. Her preferred role is marksman, with her favorite champion being the refined Sunshang Xiang. Unlike Hao Xiaoming, Zhang Xianyu is not as familiar. She merely nodded coolly at Suja as a form of greeting. Lastly, Wuzi pointed to the golden-rimmed bespectacled boy. This is Zhang Xianyu's boyfriend, Zhu Hao, who is also the captain of our team. His favorite position is top lane, and he often uses. Before she could finish, Zhu Hao interjected, I don't really have a preferred champion, as I am proficient with nearly all of them. Moreover, I can play every position. Suja nodded, curious to see just how formidable Zhu Hao truly is, given his audacious self-assurance. Once the introductions were complete, Suja ordered a cup of coffee, preparing for battle. At that moment, Wu Zi suggested, last night, Suja led me through a strategy involving Neza, Liu Bang, and Wu Zetian, which proved to be exceptionally effective. Why don't we try it today? It's guaranteed to yield a 100 win rate. Upon hearing this, Hao Xiaoming quickly caught on. Is that the same strategy where you achieved 5 kills with Wu Zetian yesterday? Wu Zi proudly nodded, indeed. I secured 5 kills 3 times and several triples and quadruples. All thanks to this strategy. Just then, Suja joined the team queue, his game ID prominently displaying his rank as silver. A burst of laughter erupted from Zhu Hao and Zhang Xianyu at the sight of this rank. Wu Zi, are you joking? Are you really expecting a silver rank player to lead our team in tonight's match? Zhang Xianyu mocked. Chapter 11. You go support upon witnessing Suja's rank. Zhang Xinyue and Zhu Hao did not bother to conceal their disdain. Although Hao Xiaoming refrained from openly mocking Suja, she anxiously remarked, Wu Zi, your esteemed friend seems to possess a rather low rank. Wu Zi chuckled nonchalantly. Rank does not signify much. This is merely my friend's Smurf account. Did you not notice his ID? Hidden name. Suja's ID, hidden name, indeed imparted an impression of a master utilizing a secondary account. Hao Xiaoming promptly inquired, Suja, what is your primary account's rank? Aware that withholding his true prowess would lead to their disregard for his guidance, Suja reluctantly confessed, my main account is Glory King. Glory King? Hao Xiaoming paused momentarily before correcting herself. You mean the Supreme King, the rank above the Stellar Glory? No, it is indeed Glory King. Suja patiently elucidated. Only those ranked among the top 99 in the entire region can be entitled as Glory King. However, rather than dispelling their skepticism, his words only invited further mockery from Zhu Hao and Zhang Xinyue. Zhu Hao sneered, addressing Wu Zi, Wu Zi, I won't comment on how well your friend plays, but he certainly has a talent for boasting. I refuse to believe that a student from the academy could ascend to Glory King. Zhang Xinyue nodded in agreement. Surely, even on a new server, a Glory King must possess at least 30 stars, right? How many stars do you have? Faced with their doubts, Suja found no inclination to provide explanations. True strength is inherently his and cannot be diminished by the trivial opinions of others. He was indeed of Glory King caliber, and there was nothing to clarify. Yet, Wu Zi felt discontent seeing her invited expert being ridiculed, and she immediately grasped Suja's hand, saying, Suja, why not log into your main account for them to see? Wouldn't it be evident whether you are Glory King? Suja shook his head. I cannot log into my main account at the moment. Due to his parents' opposition, his main account had been entirely sealed. Logging in would trigger a notification to his parents. However, upon hearing his response, Zhu Hao and Zhang Xinyue became even more convinced of his boasting. Zhu Hao mischievously remarked, Wu Zi, aren't you putting him in a predicament? How could a Glory King's main account be something we mere novices could behold? Wu Zi's face flushed with embarrassment at Zhu Hao's words, and she turned to Suja. Suja, why won't you let me see your main account? With a resigned smile, Suja replied, I have my reasons. Then you. Wu Zi hesitated before asking, is your main account truly Glory King? Suja looked into Wu Zi's eyes and asked, do you believe me? After a moment of contemplation, Wu Zi finally nodded and said, I believe you. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Suja's face. That was sufficient. At this moment, Zhang Xinyue, feeling somewhat impatient, urged, all right, enough chatter. I have no interest in whether Suja is a glorious champion. Let's get on with the team match without further delay. Wu Zi could only nod in agreement and then inquired, what about the strategy? Zhang Xinyue shook her head, forget about any strategies. The tactics you mentioned may work in casual matches, but they might not be effective in a team match. Let's stick to the heroes we are proficient with. It will be more reliable. Zhu Hao also nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, I will take charge. Everyone should follow my lead. As the captain of the team, Zhu Hao had always been the one to guide them in previous matches. Given that Suja was a new addition and an external reinforcement, Wu Zi felt it inappropriate to impose leadership upon him. Thus, the 5 of them began to queue for a match and quickly found an opponent. In team matches, the rank matching is based on the highest rank within the team. For instance, since Zhu Hao and Zhang Xinyue were both eternal diamonds. Their opponents would also be of the same rank. However, this made things somewhat challenging for Wu Zi and Hao Xiaoming, who were only platinum rank. After a successful matchup, both sides entered the hero selection phase, banning 4 heroes before the selection began in earnest. As the captain, Zhu Hao was first to select, opting for the formidable top laner, Yang Jian. The opposing team, noticing Zhu Hao's choice, strategically selected Neza, whose passive skill restricts healing and effectively counters Yang Jian's ultimate ability. It was clear that the opposing team had a well-thought-out strategy and demonstrated considerable skill. Next, Zhang Xinyue and Hao Xiaoming made their selections, both opting for their signature heroes, Sun Shangxiang and Lanling Wang, respectively. When it was Wu Zi and Su Zhe's turn to select, Wu Zi promptly chose Wu Zetian, completing the roles of top, mid, marksman, and jungler in their team, leaving only a support position for Su Zhe. Zhu Hao cast a disdainful glance at Su Zhe, coldly remarking, "Is support acceptable for you? Just don't embarrass us. We are playing in a diamond match, and as a silver player, simply not feeding would be considered a success." Su Zhe could only manage a wry smile, reflecting on Zhu Hao's audacity to ask if support was all right after they had made selections without any discussion, leaving him with no choice but to comply. Wu Zi turned to Su Zhe, anxiously asking, "Su Zhe, do you know how to play support?" Su Zhe chuckled, "I can manage." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xinyue frowned in dissatisfaction. "What do you mean by manage? You must not hold us back. Do you understand?" Su Zhe remained silent, quietly selecting his hero. Once he made his choice, the voice of the hero echoed from his phone. "Dao generates 1, 1 generates 2, 2 generates 2 combinations." Upon hearing this voice, Wu Zi's eyes suddenly lit up. Tai Zhenren. Su Zhe smiled faintly. "Indeed, it is Tai Zhenren. This support is quite interesting and effective in team fights." Meanwhile, Wu Zi's heart raced with excitement. Tai Zhenren, once the star of the show, the illustrious Tai Zhenren, who once achieved a remarkable pinnacle. It was precisely because of this Tai Zhenren that Wu Zi added Ma Hailong as a friend. However, during their subsequent duo matches, Wu Zi discovered that Ma Hailong's skill level was like night and day compared to that fateful night. He was simply not the same Tai Zhenren. Wu Zi was perplexed, unable to comprehend how Ma Hailong's proficiency could vary so dramatically, until she witnessed Su Zhe's return to the character, which brought her to a sudden realization. "Was that Tai Zhenren?" Wu Zi excitedly inquired. Su Zhe feigned ignorance. "Which day? What Tai Zhenren? Have I used him before?" Wu Zi playfully slapped Su Zhe. "You are incorrigible." Still not admitting it. "I should have guessed that Tai Zhenren was yours." Su Zhe laughed heartily. "Don't hit me. If you injure me, how will I perform in the team match?" At that moment, their captain, Zhu Hao, cleared his throat, expressing his discontent. "Tai Zhenren? This character is neither a tank nor a mage. Are you sure you wish to utilize this so-called trash?" Trash? Su Zhe could hardly be bothered to engage in conversation with Zhu Hao. This one remark was enough to reveal Zhu Hao's limited understanding. Meanwhile, Wu Zi confidently assured, "Old Zhu, rest assured, Su Zhe's Tai Zhenren will effortlessly carry the match." Zhu Hao scoffed. "Let us hope so." With the selection complete, the battle commenced. As the clarion call of the King's Canyon echoed, both teams began their advance. Su Zhe's Tai Zhenren initially accompanied Zhang Xianyu's noble lady to the bottom lane, where they faced the formidable top laner, Ne Zha. The early game weakness of Sun Shangxiang granted Ne Zha ample opportunity to capitalize. Armed with the red buff, Sun Shangxiang played aggressively, maneuvering past the minion wave to forcefully engage Ne Zha. Though Ne Zha danced around, he stayed just outside of her attack range. Su Zhe quickly discerned that Ne Zha was merely baiting her. With his first skill and passive ability, his early game damage was exceptionally high. Coupled with the two-part control of his second skill, he could easily turn the tables and eliminate the opposing marksman before reaching level 4. If Ne Zha executed his moves adeptly, achieving a double kill against 2 opponents would not be far-fetched. "Be cautious, don't position yourself too far forward," Su Zhe kindly advised. Yet, Zhang Xianyu dismissed his counsel, believing Su Zhe's rank was merely that of a silver player lacking skill. "Just focus on your own game. I don't need your guidance." However, before she could finish her retort, Ne Zha made his move, unleashing his first skill and charging forward. The second skill, Mystic Ribbon, ensnared Sun Shangxiang, who was quickly reduced to low health by Ne Zha's basic attacks. Startled, Zhang Xianyu swiftly used her mobility skill to escape. But as she rolled away, Ne Zha triggered his second skill once more, following her closely. There was no escaping, even after using her mobility. Sun Shangxiang could not evade Ne Zha's relentless pursuit, just as it seemed Ne Zha would unleash his summoner spell to secure first blood. A sneaky little green hand appeared from the side and directly immobilized Ne Zha. Su Zhe, the timely savior of the esteemed young lady, managed to preserve her life. Nevertheless, her health was critically low, leaving Zhang Xinyue with no choice but to retreat to the city for healing. With a resigned sigh, Su Zhe reflected on his previous warnings to Sun Shangxiang about not positioning herself too aggressively. Neza, the most formidable top-lane champion of the current version, had maintained a winning rate that ranked first for 2 consecutive weeks. To act recklessly in his presence was akin to courting disaster. Yet, Zhang Xinyue, brimming with indignation, responded to his sigh with discontent, exclaiming, "What are you sighing about? I merely made a mistake. It's nothing significant." Su Zhe shook his head, feeling the absurdity of being criticized after rescuing her, akin to a dog biting El Dongbin. However, with the departure of the young lady, the minion waves in the bottom lane fell entirely to Tai Jinren. Having discerned that Zhang Xinyue's ADC skills were somewhat lacking, he chose not to leave her any economic advantage, swiftly collecting resources for himself and reaping abundant rewards. Upon returning from her healing, Zhang Xinyue discovered that her economic standing had plummeted to the lowest in the game, even falling below that of the opposing support, which ignited a sense of urgency within her. She unleashed her frustration entirely upon Su Zhe, exclaiming, "You, as a support, shouldn't continuously encroach on my economy. Why not roam instead? With you beside me stealing gold, my economy cannot flourish." Su Zhe cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Xinyue, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he replied, "If I were to leave, would you not fear being soloed by Neza?" Zhang Xinyue, brimming with confidence, retorted, "Please. Sun Shangxiang is a mobility champion. Neza could never take me down." Su Zhe nodded, declaring, "Well, everyone has heard it. The marksman has asked me to leave, so I shall take my leave." With that, Tai Jinren turned away, leaving behind only the sight of his awkwardly swaying figure. Chapter 12. Divine Assistance. In response to the ADC's request, Su Zhe's Tai Jinren decisively vacated the bottom lane. At that moment, the opposing Wang Zhaojun had positioned herself too far forward in the mid lane, presenting an opportunity for a gank. "Prepare yourself, Wu Zetian," Su Zhe whispered to Wu Zi. After several ranked matches the previous night, Wu Zi and Su Zhe had developed a certain synergy. Before Tai Jinren could approach, Wu Zetian had already tactically retreated, luring the enemy Wang Zhaojun into a trap. Sure enough, Wang Zhaojun took the bait, charging forward upon perceiving Wu Zetian's feigned weakness. Just then, a resounding announcement echoed throughout the canyon. "First blood." Wu Zi was startled. The opposing Wang Zhaojun still had half her health remaining. Where had the first blood come from? Upon glancing at the broadcast, she realized that Neza had slain Sun Shangxiang. Tai Jinren had barely left the bottom lane for a few seconds when Zhang Xinyue's character was swiftly eliminated by Neza. Su Zhe sighed. Having anticipated that Zhang Xinyue's Sun Shangxiang was no match for the opposing Neza, whose adept positioning and remarkable awareness marked him as an experienced player. Damn it. Zhu Hao's expression darkened upon witnessing his girlfriend's demise. He reproachfully inquired, "Where's the support? What were you doing?" Su Zhe scoffed. "Sun Shangxiang insisted I leave. Did you not hear her? Now that she has given up first blood, you want me to take the blame?" Zhu Hao realized that the fault did not lie with Su Zhe. On the contrary, Su Zhe had warned Sun Shangxiang to be cautious of Neza. The first blood was entirely Zhang Xinyue's own doing. Zhang Xinyue, feeling cornered, could only swallow her pride and resort to a time-worn excuse. "I apologize. I lagged for a moment. It won't happen again." Zhu Hao recognized that Zhang Xinyue was making excuses, but still, out of consideration for his girlfriend's dignity, he nodded. "It's fine, just be careful in your lane." Afterward, he began to criticize Su Zhe. "Support, stop wandering around. Stay close to protect our ADC." However, before Zhu Hao could finish his sentence, a scream erupted from the mid lane. Tai Jinren has slain Wang Zhaojun. The support had executed a powerful gank, eliminating the opposing AP in the mid lane. Who would have imagined that a support hero could secure a kill upon merely arriving in the mid lane? Zhu Hao's unfinished words were forced back down his throat. "What were you saying about not wondering?" Su Zhe glanced at Zhu Hao with a smirk, inquiring coolly. Zhu Hao, feeling somewhat awkward, cleared his throat and replied, "Oh, nothing. I was merely reminding everyone to be cautious with their positioning. Suja nodded, simultaneously assessing the health status of the opposing heroes. Your advice is indeed valid. Their Neza has reached level 4. It's advisable for those with low health to return home quickly to avoid being hunted down. Neza's ultimate ability allows him to pursue across the entire map, rendering him nearly invincible in ambushes. Once a hero is low on health, facing Neza's ultimate is akin to a nightmare descending upon them. At that moment, Zhu Hao's Yang Jian found himself in a precarious situation in the top lane, barely clinging to life. Despite Suja's counsel, he stubbornly refused to retreat, determined to endure until reaching level 4. With the ultimate ability at his disposal, Yang Jian could regain health. And retreating now would mean squandering the economic and experiential gains from a wave of minions. Suja, noticing Zhu Hao's dwindling health, realized he was playing with fire. Return home. Don't be greedy for the minions. Neza and the two opponents in the lane can easily tower dive and eliminate you. Yet Zhu Hao, brimming with confidence, retorted, let them try to tower dive me. Let us see who ends up killing whom. Before Zhu Hao could finish his declaration, Neza had already launched his Qianquan circle skyward, targeting Yang Jian, who was now critically low on health. As the wave of minions dwindled, Zhu Hao's Yang Jian finally achieved level 4. With the ultimate ability, Source of Purpose, at his disposal, Yang Jian's confidence soared, his combat prowess ascending dramatically. Although Neza was hurtling towards him, Zhu Hao remained undaunted, trusting in his skills, believing he could potentially turn the tables on Neza beneath the tower. At that crucial moment, Di Renjie and the support, Neo charged towards Yang Jian. As Neza descended, Neo rushed in, executing a powerful skill that launched Yang Jian into the air. Simultaneously, as a tank, Neo absorbed the tower's assault. Following Neo's aggressive initiation, Di Renjie swiftly followed up with Dynasty Secret Order, immobilizing Yang Jian, who was already on the brink of collapse. Amidst this chaos, Neza launched a fierce attack, instantly depleting Yang Jian's health. In a desperate bid, Zhu Hao frantically clicked the ultimate ability icon, Source of Purpose, hoping to turn the tide at the last moment. Fortune favored the bold. Seizing the moment of the enemy's combo, Yang Jian unleashed his ultimate, sending 3 radiant beams towards his foes, inflicting damage while simultaneously providing himself with health recovery. However, Neza's passive skill, Blazing Fire Seed, curtailed Yang Jian's recovery effectiveness. After releasing the ultimate, Yang Jian did not garner the anticipated benefits, and with Neza's Flame Trident unleashed, Yang Jian's health plummeted to 0. Panic set in as Zhu Hao realized the folly of his greed. He had gambled his life for a mere wave of minions. Just as his health was about to be completely drained, an unexpected green hand emerged from the nearby brush. In an instance of equivalent exchange, the unchanging principle of alchemy came into play. Just as Yang Jian was on the brink of demise, Suja's Tai Jinren arrived just in time. With a powerful ultimate ability, he transformed Yang Jian back to life, but in the blink of an eye, Yang Jian fell to the ground with a wail. However, thanks to Tai Jinren's protective ultimate, Yang Jian rose again 2 seconds later, revitalized. Counterattack. Now, Suja decisively commanded as Tai Jinren unleashed a devastating explosion, controlling 3 enemies in one fell swoop. Yang Jian promptly unleashed his hound, the Howling Celestial Dog, which swiftly targeted the weakened bull demon. Following the activation of his first skill, he immediately eliminated the foe. Upon vanquishing the enemy, his first skill refreshed, and Yang Jian directed his hound towards Neza. However, Neza, displaying remarkable cunning, adeptly evaded Yang Jian's assault with a masterful serpentine maneuver. Escaping with a sliver of health, Neza dashed into the underbrush atop his wind fire wheels. Alas, he was mere moments away from demise. Zhu Hao felt a wave of regret wash over him as he hastily pursued another injured foe, Di Renjie. At that moment, Tai Jinren unexpectedly veered towards the riverbank en route to the dragon pit. Zhu Hao, perplexed by Suja's movements, anxiously called out, Tai Jinren, do not stray. Follow me to chase Di Renjie. Yet, before his words could fully escape his lips, Tai Jinren, from behind a wall, flung his little green hand towards the unseen wilderness. And then, both man and furnace lunged forth with vigor. Had he landed a hit? Remarkably, Tai Jinren managed to ensnare the elusive Neza. Indeed, upon his approach, he successfully seized the critically injured Neza, leading to an unexpected explosion from his first skill that promptly dispatched the adversary. This strategic maneuver not only salvaged Yang Jian's hound, but also enabled him to retaliate against the bull demon, while Tai Jinren claimed Neza for himself. The tide of battle shifted dramatically, with the kill count unexpectedly reversing to 3-1. Witnessing Su Zhe's dazzling performance, Wu Zi felt a swell of pride. What do you think? My friend is truly a master, isn't. Although Zhu Hao had been saved by Su Zhe, he still looked down on his silver rank, offering only a perfunctory smile in response. Zhang Xinyue, having faced humiliation herself, directed her ire towards Su Zhe, and upon hearing Wu Zi praise him, she remained indifferent. Only Hao Xiaoming nodded with a smile, saying, "Indeed, a godly maneuver. Even a support can shine brightly. I believe we should truly explore Su Zhe's tactics in the next match. They might prove quite effective." Zhu Hao, however, maintained a cold demeanor, stating, "Let us discuss that later. We must focus on this match first." With that, the critically injured Yang Jian refrained from greedily pursuing minions and obediently retreated to the base to replenish his health. Although he outwardly displayed disdain towards Su Zhe, internally, he was astonished by Su Zhe's breathtaking skills and awareness. Following a brief skirmish in the top lane, the situation once again settled into calm. Observing that Sun Shangxiang in the bottom lane was still under Neza's oppressive control, Su Zhe kindly inquired, "Does the marksman require protection?" Having suffered an early death, Zhang Xinyue was eager to redeem herself and thus declined Su Zhe's assistance, shaking her head in refusal. The consequence of her pride was a painful one. 2 minutes later, disastrous news emerged from the bottom lane. Neza's offensive was relentless, and with a powerful ultimate, he swiftly dispatched Sun Shangxiang. As a result, Zhang Xinyue's Sun Shangxiang now lagged behind the overall economy by a staggering 1,500 gold, rendering her nearly ineffective in this encounter. Noticing Sun Shangxiang's dire economic plight, the opposing team immediately began to force a team fight, gathering 4 players in the mid lane, intent on demolishing the tower. "We must prepare for battle. We cannot allow them to take down the tower," Zhu Hao exclaimed, simultaneously issuing a rallying call in the mid lane. Su Zhe cast a glance at the economic standings of both sides and shook his head, stating, "We cannot engage in team fights just yet. Our economy is simply too disparate. Furthermore, the opposing team is evidently preparing to execute a classic 4-1 split push strategy with Neza leading one lane. If we all converge in the mid lane, we will undoubtedly be vulnerable on 2 fronts. Are you suggesting that we concede the mid lane to them?" Zhu Hao inquired with evident impatience. Su Zhe shook his head in response. "Certainly not. We can assign 3 players to maintain pressure in the mid lane. If they attempt to forcefully push the first tower, we can retreat to defend the second tower. As long as our players remain alive, it is improbable that they can demolish both of our defensive structures in quick succession. Meanwhile, our marksmen should focus on farming to recover economically. Only then will we have a chance at victory." The opposing team is employing a quintessential 4-1 split push tactic, where 4 players amass to assault one lane while Neza independently pushes another. When a team fight ensues, Neza can activate his ultimate ability to swiftly join the fray, which often leaves the opponents overwhelmed. Su Zhe, having frequently encountered this strategy before, understood how to alleviate the pressure imposed by such a split push. However, Zhu Hao, unable to grasp the nuances of the situation, recklessly proclaimed, "There is no need to delay. They only have 4 players. Let us charge in and confront them." Chapter 13. Stealing the Great Dragon, engaging in team fights when at a disadvantage, while opting for split pushing when in a favorable position, is the fundamental awareness and honor of kings. To confront the enemy head-on while trailing in economic resources is nothing short of a reckless path to demise. At present, Zhu Hao is evidently leading everyone to their doom. Should a team battle erupt, the consequences would be dire. Su Zhe frowned and interjected, "We cannot engage in a team fight now. Our marksman is incapable of inflicting any damage." Zhang Xinyue, feeling indignant, retorted, "On what grounds do you assert that?" Su Zhe smirked and replied, "Take a look at your own equipment. Do you possess even one completed item?" He spoke the truth. Currently, Sun Shangxiang had yet to acquire a single substantial piece of gear, merely possessing several unfinished items. Yet, Zhang Xinyue stubbornly asserted, Sun Shangxiang's damage is not solely reliant on equipment, it also depends on skill. Su Zhe had entirely given up hope for her, saying, "As long as you are pleased." Before his words could settle, Zhu Hao had already initiated an offensive. Neza was still split pushing, seizing the opportunity for a 5v4 encounter. With that, Yang Jian charged directly at the opposing AP hero, Wang Xiaojun, triggering his skill. Hao Xiaoming's Lanling Wang maneuvered behind the enemy lines, targeting Di Renjia with a decisive strike. Wu Zetian, seizing the moment, unleashed her ultimate, catching 4 opponents in the mid-lane off guard, placing the situation in their favor. However, the awkwardness lay in Zhang Xinyue's Sun Shangxiang, rolling about and seemingly delivering damage, yet due to the equipment deficit, she was unable to inflict any harm whatsoever. At that moment, the enemy's Neza unleashed his ultimate, directly aiming at the deeply engaged Yang Jian. The heavens descended. Neza traced a brilliant arc across the screen, charging toward Yang Jian. At this juncture, Yang Jian had advanced too far, leaving Suja unable to provide protection. The ferocious Neza barreled forward, thrusting Yang Jian into the heart of the enemy, while Wang Xiaojun promptly activated her ultimate. Under the area damage from Wang Xiaojun and the persistent burn from Neza, Suja's side was swiftly left in tatters. Suja's Tai Jinren hastily attempted to interrupt Wang Xiaojun's skill to save Yang Jian, but could not rescue him from Neza's relentless grasp. Furthermore, the enemy's Di Renjia effortlessly evaded Lanling Wang's pursuit with his second skill, remaining in the back line to deal sustained damage. Zhu Hao's Yang Jian, due to his reckless advance, was the first to be sent back to the fountain. With Yang Jian's demise, the enemy immediately counterattacked. Hao Xiaoming's Lanling Wang could not escape, falling victim to the control of Niu Mo. Wu Zetian was also on the brink of death, but thanks to Suja's Tai Jinren casting his ultimate, she was spared. As for Zhang Xinyue's Sun Shangxiang, she was wholly disregarded, an ADC unable to deal any damage, rendering her irrelevant. The team fight was undeniably lost. The enemy not only secured the first tower, but also proceeded to demolish the second. Zhu Hao lamented, "What has happened? We lost a team fight beneath the tower?" Wu Zi frowned and remarked, "Suja was right. We indeed should not have engaged in a team fight. You saw for yourself, we could not deal any damage." Hao Xiaoming nodded in agreement, adding, "Moreover, Neza's support arrived too swiftly. We were not truly in a 5v4 situation, but rather a 5v5. The concept of engaging in team battles was proposed by Zhu Hao, who was taken aback by the swift repercussions. Yet, he stubbornly refused to acknowledge any faults in his command, insisting, "Next time, we must initiate with Tai Jinren and ensure control over them." This defeat in the team battle was primarily due to Tai Jinren's inadequate control. Suja, upon hearing this, was both amused and exasperated. Neza's support from the sidelines is the epitome of counter-initiation. How can you expect me to exert control? Di Renjia's second skill inherently possesses a purifying effect, capable of dispelling all forms of control, another counter-initiation. How then can I establish control? Currently, we are lagging behind in overall economy by at least 4,000 gold. Our marksman is unable to deal any damage in team fights. Is this not the true reason for our defeat? Zhu Hao's mindset began to unravel following the loss, and being berated by Suja only fueled his rage. Stop talking nonsense. If you can control, do so. If not, then get lost. Suja, now laughing in anger, retorted, "How amusing. You made a mistake in command and lost a team battle, and now you choose to vent your frustrations on me." Wu Zi also frowned and remarked, "Old Zhu, do not forget, if it weren't for Suja, you would have long been slain by Neza in the top lane." Rendered speechless, Zhu Hao's face shifted through shades of blue and red. Recognizing that Zhu Hao's composure had shattered, Suja understood that allowing him to continue commanding would only lead to further losses. The only viable solution was for him to step in and take charge. "From now on, follow my lead. Everyone, push the lanes carefully." "You commanding?" Zhu Hao replied, visibly discontented. "On what grounds do you assume command?" Hao Xiaoming quietly advised. "Old Zhu, perhaps you should take a moment to rest and recalibrate your mindset," allowing Suja an opportunity. As the team revived, Zhu Hao had little choice but to concede control to Suja, retreating to his secondary role. "Marksman, push the bottom lane, but remember not to cross the river. Clear the jungle whenever possible. You must urgently recover your economy. Wu Zetian, clear the mid lane, keeping your ultimate ready. The enemy may attempt to sneak the dragon. If you see no one on the map, immediately use your ultimate to scout for enemy positions. Yang Jian, push the top lane. Prepare to assist at a moment's notice. Lanling Wang, accompany me to the bottom lane to ambush the marksman. The opponent has begun grouping up, so refrain from chasing. Look for opportunities to push towers." Suja's strategy was clear, and he swiftly orchestrated a counteroffensive, guiding the team to push all lanes without crossing the river. After advancing the minion waves, they proceeded to harvest their jungle resources. Throughout this process, the enemy attempted several calls for a team fight, yet Suja effectively restrained their advances without engaging. As time ticked by, the economic gap gradually narrowed. After approximately 5 minutes of stalemate, the opposing team began to display signs of impatience. At this moment, Suja noticed that all 3 lanes were unguarded, instantly realizing that the enemy was attempting to sneak the dragon. A glance at the dragon pit revealed the presence of a tremor effect. Even without vision on the map, one could perceive the dragon's activation. Lanling Wang, activate invisibility and prepare to steal the dragon. Wu Zetian, follow my orders and unleash your ultimate. Yang Jian and I will move in. Be ready to unleash the hounds. As Suja formulated the strategic plan, he activated his first skill, hastening towards the dragon pit. As they maneuvered to the rear of the dragon pit, visibility gradually improved, revealing that the great dragon's health had dwindled to a mere third, a moment deemed perfectly opportune. Without hesitation, Suja commanded Tai Jinren to extend his hand, directly targeting the opposing Di Renjia. Wu Zetian, unleash your ultimate, Suja ordered, and Wu Zetian swiftly activated her ultimate ability. Observing the dragon's health plummet, the adversaries frantically unleashed their damage in an attempt to secure the kill. However, Wu Zetian's ultimate successfully disrupted their rhythm, forcing the enemy's 5 members to reposition defensively. Yang Jian, disrupt their formation, Suja instructed. At this critical juncture, Zhu Hao, momentarily setting aside his rivalry with Suja, hastily charged at the opposing Wang Zhaojun, utilizing his second skill to stun the enemy. Just then, the great dragon struck the ground once more, sending all combatants in the pit soaring into the air, while the dragon was left with but a sliver of health. Lanling Wang, steal the dragon, commanded Suja, as the stealthy Lanling Wang, poised at the edge of the pit, seized the moment to dive in with a swift maneuver. Fist blade activated. The Dominator has been slain. Lanling Wang successfully pilfered the great dragon. Yes, the triumphant capture of the dragon was a monumental morale boost, and Hao Xiaoming jubilantly pumped his fist, while the others finally displayed smiles of relief. Meanwhile, the opposing 5, having been reduced to mere remnants of health in the pit, dared not continue the engagement and hastily retreated. Tasting the sweetness of victory, Zhu Hao exclaimed, "This is a rare opportunity. Let us push and take them down." With that, Yang Jian charged towards the enemy's high ground, wielding his 3-pronged blade. Sun Shangxiang, having remained patient throughout the match, now saw a chance to turn the tide and would not let this golden opportunity slip away. She followed closely behind Yang Jian toward the enemy's high ground. As Suja observed his teammates becoming overly zealous, he quickly cautioned, "We have merely secured the dragon. The enemy's 5 members still live. Let us not rush into a team fight. We should develop further." After all, there remained a considerable economic disparity, with Sun Shangxiang, despite her significant purchases, trailing Di Renjie by 2,000 gold. Yet Zhu Hao disregarded Suja's counsel entirely. Development? If you wish to develop, go ahead. Why wait to seize the high ground? Seeing Zhu Hao and Zhang Xinyue already advancing, Wu Zi and Hao Xiaoming felt compelled to join the fray, hastily making their way to the high ground. With a deep sigh, Suja controlled Tai Jinren to follow suit, fearful that a slight advantage would lead to recklessness. Although the enemy had suffered greatly in the dragon pit skirmish, none had perished, and upon returning to the fountain, they replenished their health, preparing to launch another assault. At that moment, Yang Jian was fervently pushing the tower, and the high ground tower was on the verge of collapse. Once we unleash a wave of super minions, let us see how they respond. Zhu Hao sneered. However, just then, the enemy, fully restored, arrived. Neo Mo charged forward with a devastating initiation, ready to engage once more. In a moment of urgency, Neza unleashed his ultimate ability at the fountain, charging directly towards Zhang Xinyue's Sun Shangxiang. Should Neza successfully eliminate the back line with a swift strike, defeat in the team battle would be inevitable. At this critical juncture, Suja's Tai Jinren chose to protect Sun Shangxiang, immediately using his skills to immobilize Neza upon landing, followed by a succession of control abilities. However, Neza, upon touching the ground, had gained sufficient resilience, significantly reducing the duration of his control. By the time Suja had exhausted all his skills, Neza remained capable of delivering devastating damage. Mere seconds later, Zhang Xinyue's son Shangxiang fell to the ground with a cry, but fortunately, Su Zhe's resurrection ability brought her back to life. Yet, even after her revival, Sun Shangxiang could not withstand Neza's full onslaught, her health plummeting once more. Retreat. Our condition is poor. We must not engage in a forced team fight, Su Zhe urged, while safeguarding Sun Shangxiang's withdrawal. Yet, at that moment, Zhu Hao was recklessly focusing on the tower. Attack. Do not retreat. Press forward. The high ground tower is left with but a sliver of health. Destroying it will summon super minions. Regrettably, Zhu Hao was so preoccupied with the tower's health that he failed to notice his own precarious state. Although the high ground tower crumbled under Yang Jian's relentless assault, he too was swiftly eliminated by Di Renjie. Di Renjie has slain Yang Jian. Following this, the tower-diving Wu Zetian and Lan Ling Wang also fell victim to the carnage. Di Renjie has defeated Wu Zetian, a double kill. Di Renjie has vanquished Lan Ling Wang, a triple victory. Chapter 14. One-on-one, the team battle ended in failure. On the battlefield, only Su Zhe's Tai Yi Zhenren and Zhang Xianyu's Sun Shangxiang remained alive. The hard-won advantage swiftly turned into a disadvantage. Retreat. Fall back to the high ground. Su Zhe spoke solemnly. It was highly likely that the enemy would seize the opportunity to counterattack with the dragon. And only by preserving their strength and defending the high ground could they survive this calamity. However, at that moment, Zhang Xianyu noticed that the enemy's Ne Zha was left with minimal health and immediately executed a forward roll to pursue, eager to secure the kill. Unfortunately, before Sun Shangxiang could fire her shot, the opposing assassin, Aku, lunged forward without hesitation and eliminated her. Zhang Xianyu gasped, frustratedly tossing her phone onto the table. Aside from Su Zhe's Tai Yi Zhenren, the rest of the team had perished. Gazing at the lengthy respawn timer of her teammates in the upper left corner of the screen, Su Zhe let out a resigned sigh. Wu Zi anxiously inquired, Su Zhe, is there any hope? Su Zhe shook his head. The prospects are bleak. Several seconds are ample for the enemy to destroy the crystal. Zhu Hao, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, but you're still alive. You can hold them off. Just a little distraction and we could all survive. Hold them off? Su Zhe could barely muster a sarcastic smile. Is this your first day playing this game? Do you truly believe that a support hero can single-handedly restrain 5 opponents in the late game? Had Su Zhe been granted powerful heroes such as Guan Yu, Hua Mulan, or Luna, it would not have been difficult to restrain 5 foes. However, he was relegated to a support role, and support heroes become increasingly ineffective as the game progresses. The enemy, in prime condition and fully equipped, advanced relentlessly with the Dominator, and within a mere 7 seconds, they breached the high ground. The outcome was inevitable. The enemy secured the crystal in a single push. In the final moments, Su Zhe managed to eliminate the opposing assassin Aku and the AP Wang Zhaojun with explosive damage, but it was of no avail. Di Renjie, shielded by Niu Mo, relentlessly attacked the tower, and after a few strikes, the crystal shattered. A glaring defeat appeared in the center of the screen, marking the first match of the team tournament as a loss. After experiencing the roller coaster of emotions, the 5 individuals present looked utterly exhausted. At that moment, Zhu Hao's expression darkened as he turned to Su Zhe and asked, Su Zhe, why didn't you charge to the front when we were pushing the high ground tower? If you hadn't played so timidly, we wouldn't have lost the team fight. Seeing Zhu Hao shift the blame onto Su Zhe, Wu Zi could no longer remain silent. Old Zhu, your words are misguided. Su Zhe played correctly. He had to protect Sun Shangxiang from the back line. Hao Xiaoming nodded in agreement. Exactly. The role of a support is to safeguard the backline. If Su Zhe had rushed to the front, the young lady would have surely been eliminated by Ne Zha in an instant. Zhu Hao was taken aback by Wu Zi and Hao Xiaoming's support for Su Zhe, and his expression grew even more sour. Sun Shangxiang has her escape skills. She didn't need protection. With a cold smile, Su Zhe retorted, even now, you still believe Sun Shangxiang doesn't require protection? Just look at how many times she has died this match. The screen still displayed the results of the match, with Sun Shangxiang's dismal record of 0 kills and 7 deaths particularly glaring. Perhaps it was due to the poor performance in this game. Or maybe it was because Su Zhe had struck a nerve, but the typically resilient Zhang Xinyue's eyes were now red, her head bowed in silence. Upon witnessing his girlfriend in tears, Zhu Hao could no longer contain himself. He abruptly rose from his seat and grasped Su Zhe by the collar, exclaiming, Stop shirking responsibility. This match was entirely your fault. Do not blame my girlfriend. Seeing Zhu Hao's aggression, Wu Zi hurriedly intervened, grasping his arm. Old Zhu, it's just a game. Is it really worth this? Zhu Hao, his expression darkened, retorted, of course it matters. My girlfriend was made to cry by him. At that moment, Zhang Xinyue hastily wiped her tears and shook her head, saying, it's fine, I wasn't made to cry by him. I simply feel that I did not perform well in this match. Despite her words, Zhu Hao remained unyielding. He turned to Suja, his tone brusque. Apologize. Apologize to my girlfriend. Apologize to everyone in our team. Suja shook his head, responding, you lost the team match due to your own mistakes. Why should I apologize? Wu Zi nodded in agreement, adding, exactly, old Zhu. Suja played well this match. Indeed, he even helped us secure a sneaky Baron. If it weren't for your insistence on pushing the high ground tower, we might have. Hao Xiaoming murmured, but upon seeing Zhu Hao's increasingly grim expression, she quickly fell silent. All right, so you all think his leadership is superior to mine, and that the defeat is my fault, correct? Zhu Hao said with a stern face. Then fine, do you dare to a one-on-one? The loser leaves the team. Suja glanced at the irate Zhu Hao. A one-on-one? Are you serious? Given your recent poor gameplay and lack of awareness, do you dare to challenge me? Indeed, I dare you. Just say the word. Zhu Hao exclaimed in frustration. Very well, let us have the duel. Suja nodded. He had long grown weary of engaging in futile discussions with someone of Zhu Hao's inferior skills and questionable character. Resolving this through a duel seemed preferable. As tensions escalated, Hao Xiaoming quickly stepped in to mediate. It's just a lost match. It's not worth creating such a rift. How about we blame my Lanling King for not performing well? Wu Zi chimed in as well. Exactly. Let us just focus on the next match. Who hasn't he lost before? However, Zhu Hao remained obstinate. It must be a one-on-one. The loser must leave the team. As he spoke, Zhu Hao created a match room. Come in. Let us settle this quickly. Suja wasted no time and entered the room immediately. The battle commenced. Zhu Hao selected the formidable hero Cao Cao right from the start, with mobility, damage, and sustain. Cao Cao is one of the most renowned top-tier champions in Honor of Kings, and Zhu Hao clearly intended to dominate Suja in this duel. When it was Suja's turn to choose, he calmly selected his hero. In the realm of ancient magic, Suja chose Jiang Ziya. What on earth, Suja? Wu Zi was momentarily stunned. What kind of absurdity was it to select a support hero? Moreover, Jiang Ziya was notoriously known as one of the weakest characters in Arena of Valor, often referred to as one of the three useless heroes. In ranked matches, anyone daring enough to select Jiang Ziya would invariably face ridicule. Even Zhu Hao was bewildered by Suja's choice. Was this a challenge or a blatant surrender? Jiang Ziya. You must believe that losing with such a weakling would spare you from disgrace, right? Zhu Hao sneered. Yet, Suja offered no reply, merely stating, let us begin. Observing Suja's calm demeanor, Zhu Hao felt an increased disdain for him. What pretense of composure? Since you seek punishment, I shall oblige. With that, Zhu Hao clicked to start without hesitation, and both entered the 1v1 designated map, the Mo family mechanism path. The duel commenced in earnest. Zhu Hao skillfully maneuvered Cao Cao onto the battlefield, leveraging his first skill for mobility and his second for significant damage, allowing him to exert considerable dominance in the early game. No one believed Suja's Jiang Ziya stood a chance. This hero was exceedingly obscure. Even lesser-known heroes like Zhong Kuei and Athena had better odds. After clearing a wave of minions, both players quickly reached level 2, at which point Zhu Hao's Cao Cao suddenly unleashed his full potential, using his first skill to dash toward Jiang Ziya. Once in close proximity, Cao Cao landed a basic attack, subsequently unleashing his second skill, reducing Jiang Ziya's health by a quarter. The second segment of his first skill was immediately deployed, leaving Suja's Jiang Ziya with only half of his health remaining. At this juncture, Cao Cao still possessed one additional dash and a summoner skill to finish off Jiang Ziya. Should both strikes connect, Jiang Ziya would undoubtedly perish. Having lost first blood so swiftly, I almost feel pity. Zhu Hao remarked with a cold laugh, simultaneously executing his third dash. As it appeared that Suja's Jiang Ziya was on the brink of defeat, Wu Zi could not help but exclaim, quickly use your flash to escape. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Suja's Jiang Ziya executed a graceful sidestep, evading Cao Cao's third dash. Despite all of Cao Cao's attacks landing, the final strike was deftly dodged by Jiang Ziya, leaving Zhu Hao in a state of frustration as he hastily pursued Jiang Ziya. Seeing Cao Cao take the bait, a smile crept onto Suja's lips. One must endure hardship to outsmart the wolf. if Zhu Hao did not first fall for the bait. How could he be led into a trap? In the previous match, Su Zhi had discerned that Zhu Hao was easily tempted, often losing his rationality when faced with a weakened foe. This had been evident with the level 4 Yang Jian, leading to a disastrous team wipe in a later skirmish. Clearly, Zhu Hao remained unchanged. Su Zhi had thoroughly grasped his psychology. As Cao Cao moved closer to the range of the turret, Jiang Ziya suddenly pivoted, executing a second skill, Annihilation, exploding with brilliance. Cao Cao was taken aback by the audacity of the nearly defeated Jiang Ziya to counterattack, unexpectedly pushed beneath the tower. And at that moment, all of Cao Cao's mobility skills had been expended, leaving him unable to escape. Before Cao Cao could regain his composure, Jiang Ziya promptly followed up with his first skill, Repentance. Struck directly by this skill, Cao Cao's defenses diminished, and his movement speed plummeted by a staggering 90. Zhu Hao, filled with regret, found himself unable to flee. Under Jiang Ziya's control, Cao Cao was rendered immobile. Meanwhile, Su Zhi stood at a distance, leisurely targeting Cao Cao, who, with his defenses weakened, was as fragile as a mere scrap. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. With the assistance of the turret, Jiang Ziya dispatched Cao Cao in just 3 hits. First blood. A resonant contralto echoed across the entire map as Zhu Hao's Cao Cao fell into a pool of blood. Moreover, Jiang Ziya's passive ability granted him a significant boost in experience. Following Cao Cao's demise, a flash of golden light appeared, signaling that Su Zhi's Jiang Ziya had reached level 4. Chapter 15. The resurgence of Jiang Ziya. The first blood was a breathtaking moment, as Jiang Ziya executed a stunning counterattack against Cao Cao. Yet, unbeknownst to many, this outcome was meticulously orchestrated by Su Zhi, leaving no room for suspense. From the moment Cao Cao initiated the attack, he had already fallen deep into Su Zhi's strategic grasp. Zhu Hao, having lost the first blood, was engulfed in frustration. He discreetly swapped his planned initial item from the Apocalypse to the Witch's Cloak, recognizing that the tide of battle had turned against him. Both Wu Zi and Hao Xiaoming were utterly captivated by Su Zhi's remarkable performance. Had it not been for the decorum associated with senior players, the 2 young women would have surely cheered during Jiang Ziya's counterattack. After securing the first blood, Su Zhi did not hasten to push the tower. Instead, he prudently controlled the minion wave. Cao Cao's early first blood meant that he would soon revive and return to the lane. With a single kill and a wave of minions, Su Zhi had gained a financial advantage of 500 gold over Cao Cao. By the time Cao Cao returned, Jiang Ziya's first item, the Echo Staff, was nearly complete. With Jiang Ziya claiming the first blood, Zhu Hao's demeanor shifted to one of indignation. Upon returning to the lane, Cao Cao fought fiercely, unleashing a full barrage of skills to force Jiang Ziya back. However, Su Zhi's Jiang Ziya remained undeterred by Cao Cao's aggression, retreating beneath the tower to utilize his ultimate, Judgment, to harvest minions. Jiang Ziya's ultimate was a skill of unparalleled dominance, boasting a vast range and substantial damage, compelling Cao Cao to evade. Upon reaching level 4, Jiang Ziya exhibited exceptional lane-clearing capabilities, rendering Cao Cao incapable of advancing. With each successive exchange, Zhu Hao's tower was left with dwindling health. As the engagements wore on, Zhu Hao grew increasingly impatient. You can't possibly intend to win by employing such a cowardly tactic of attrition, can you? That's rather unscrupulous, he retorted with dissatisfaction. Su Zhi, unfazed, allowed the game's Jiang Ziya to spring into action, following a wave of ultimate abilities. Jiang Ziya maneuvered closer to Cao Cao through the minion wave and struck with his first skill, Repentance, which immediately diminished Cao Cao's defenses. Taken aback, Zhu Hao hastily prepared to counterattack, yet Jiang Ziya's slowing effects ensnared Cao Cao as if he were mired in quicksand, rendering him powerless. As Cao Cao suffered from severe deceleration, Su Zhi's Jiang Ziya unleashed a flurry of attacks, significantly depleting Cao Cao's health. In quick succession, Jiang Ziya unleashed his second skill, Annihilation, reducing Cao Cao's health to a mere third. With the Echo Staff fully assembled, Su Zhi's spell damage surged, while Zhu Hao's Witch's Cloak was still in its infancy, proving utterly inadequate against Jiang Ziya's explosive output. Disconcerted, Zhu Hao felt cold sweat trickling down his brow and swiftly activated his first skill to escape. Fortunately, Cao Cao possessed 3 phases of mobility, allowing him to retreat rapidly from the battlefield. However, by the time he evaded Jiang Ziya's grasp, he was left with less than a third of his health remaining. The fellow fought fiercely, Zhu Hao was drenched in cold sweat after being nearly defeated by Su Zhi. He silently mused, "Fortunately, my reflexes are swift. I managed to escape just in time." However, at that moment, two beams of light shot forth from the direction of Jiang Ziya, signaling his ultimate skill, Judgment. A high-damage ability triggered after a brief period of charging. Given Cao Cao's current health, a fully charged Judgment would undoubtedly spell his demise. Fortunately, this skill required a charging period, and as long as he could move out of the range during that time, he would evade harm. Zhu Hao scoffed internally, thinking, "Do you take me for a fool? You really think I would fall for that?" As he spoke, Zhu Hao deftly maneuvered Cao Cao to the left. Just as Cao Cao exited Jiang Ziya's ultimate range, it seemed that Su Zhi's skill would miss. Yet, at the very moment Jiang Ziya's charge was about to conclude, Su Zhi deftly activated the summoner's skill, Flash. Jiang Ziya shifted laterally, causing his charged ultimate to follow suit. Boom. The ultimate Judgment carved a dazzling golden arc across the screen, heading directly for its target, and at that instant, Cao Cao found himself firmly within the reach of Jiang Ziya's ultimate, suffering the full brunt of the attack. Foolish era. Cao Cao let out a wretched scream. His voice strained as he uttered his dying words, before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. The screen announced the victory. Jiang Ziya had slain Cao Cao. The second kill was effortlessly secured by Su Zhi. Impressive. Wu Zi could no longer contain her excitement, exclaiming in admiration. Hao Xiaoming gazed at Su Zhi with a look of adoration, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Zhu Hao, having lost 2 kills to Jiang Ziya, now appeared ashen. Cao Cao was his most proficient hero, his mastery at its peak. If he could not prevail in a duel with Su Zhi's skills, it could only signify that Su Zhi's prowess far surpassed his own. At that moment, Su Zhi calmly reminded him, "One more kill, and the match will conclude." The rules of the duel state that 3 kills and 2 towers determine the victor. Zhu Hao's composure shattered, trembling as he nodded. Perhaps there was still a chance. He reassured himself internally, but the economic disparity between them had already widened to 2,000 gold, making a comeback seem nearly impossible. After his second resurrection, Zhu Hao's Cao Cao trudged back to the battlefield, the memory of Su Zhi's seamless execution of the ultimate still haunting him. This time, Zhu Hao resolved to fight cautiously, avoiding reckless advances, intending to exploit Jiang Ziya's late-game weaknesses and drag the battle into the later stages before launching a counterattack. For now, this was the only path available to him. As Zhu Hao's Cao Cao entered the fray, he took a defensive position beneath the tower, clearing minion waves. Su Zhi smiled faintly, having seen through Zhu Hao's intentions. Did he truly believe he could stall for time and turn the tide in the late game? Do you wish to take advantage of Jiang Ziya's late-game fatigue? Regrettably, that is an impossibility. Presently, Jiang Ziya is at the pinnacle of his prowess. Su Zhi will not allow the tempo to wane. Firmly positioned on the front line, Jiang Ziya unleashes his ultimate ability, sending forth wave after wave of shockwaves that leave Cao Cao and the minion wave severely weakened. Despite having procured the witch's cloak, Cao Cao is still unable to withstand Jiang Ziya's formidable ultimate. Evading the ultimate would cost him towers, and losing 2 towers would invariably lead to defeat. In a desperate situation, Zhu Hao resolves to make a bold move, seeking an opportunity to close the distance and confront Jiang Ziya head-on. This is his final chance. A pivotal moment that could determine the outcome of the match. At that moment, Su Zhi's Jiang Ziya has just completed a wave of his ultimate ability and has slightly overextended his position. Unable to contain himself upon witnessing this, Zhu Hao seizes the moment. Cao Cao's first ability, Ruthless Blade, is activated, plunging him into the fray. He then employs his second ability, Dominance, striking Su Zhi's Jiang Ziya and depleting a portion of his health. Yet, Su Zhi's Jiang Ziya remains undeterred. He retaliates with a close-range confession, reducing Cao Cao's defenses, followed by another ability, Obliteration, which forces Cao Cao to retreat. Struck by 2 of Jiang Ziya's abilities, Cao Cao finds himself in a precarious state, faced with 2 choices. One option is to use his 2 mobility abilities to escape, replenish his resources, and return to attempt a more cautious engagement, possibly waiting to outlast Jiang Ziya. The other option involves activating his ultimate to engage Jiang Ziya directly. Cao Cao's high attack speed and substantial health regeneration could present a chance of victory. As Zhu Hao's mind races, he swiftly makes his decision. He opts to retreat momentarily, intending to return once his equipment is sufficiently upgraded. After all, Su Zhi has already secured 2 kills. One more would spell the end of the battle. Just then, Suju's Jiang Zia issues a taunting message on screen. Haha, not bad. Haha, not bad. Haha, not bad. Incensed by the provocation, Zhu Hao's eyes blaze with indignation. How dare he show such contempt? In a split second, rather than retreating, Cao Cao charges forward, activating his ultimate and closing the gap to engage Jiang Zia in close combat. Under the influence of the bloodbath heroic, Cao Cao's attack speed is drastically transformed. While Suju's Jiang Zia boasts superior equipment, in a one-on-one confrontation, he is no match for Cao Cao. Renowned as the champion of duels, while Jiang Zia is often derided as ineffectual. However, through Suju's serpentine maneuvers, Cao Cao fails to gain a significant advantage. After a fierce skirmish, both Cao Cao and Jiang Zia are left gravely injured, with either side poised for victory. At this critical juncture, a cold smirk crosses Zhu Hao's lips. Let us not forget, I possess the finishing move. The summoner's spell, Execution, inflicts 14 of the target's lost health as true damage. An indisputable harvesting skill, a true execution. Realizing the imminent danger, Suju hastily activates his flash. Yet, at this moment, Cao Cao's first ability is off cooldown. Jiang Zia flashes away. Cao Cao swiftly repositioned himself, maintaining a close proximity. Wu Zi was drenched in cold sweat. This is dire. Although Jiang Zia had initially basked in glory, he was ultimately ill-suited for late-game confrontations. Should he succumb to Cao Cao in this battle, the dynamics of their duel would instantly shift. Furthermore, the resurrection time in the late game was excessively prolonged, allowing Cao Cao the opportunity to potentially obliterate the crystal in one decisive push. Zhu Hao closed the gap with Jiang Zia, a cruel smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Farewell, old man. No sooner had the words left his lips than the summoner's skill of execution was unleashed. Amidst the cries of despair, the ancient sorcerer Jiang Zia collapsed to the ground. It's over. Wu Zi shouted anxiously, desperately hoping not to witness Suju's defeat. Zhu Hao, reveling in his triumph, proclaimed, "What of 2 kills? I shall still emerge the victor in the end." Yet at that moment, Hao Xiaoming shouted loudly, "No. Jiang Zia is not dead." Zhu Hao hurriedly turned his gaze to the screen, only to see Jiang Zia's lifeless form surrounded by a halo, the effect of the resurrection armor. Moments later, under a golden beam of light, Suju's Jiang Zia rose once more. He had been revived. Chapter 16. Exiting the team. This is impossible. How could Jiang Zia possibly acquire the resurrection armor at this moment? Zhu Hao exclaimed in disbelief. For the resurrection armor is typically an item that emerges only in the late game, although it offers commendable physical and magical defenses. The acquisition speed of the resurrection armor is notably sluggish, hindering the pace of the game. No one would opt for it in the early or mid-game. After merely 8 minutes of play, with 6 essential items yet to be completed, how could Jiang Zia have procured it in advance? Moreover, upon obtaining the resurrection armor, a luminous aura would envelop the hero, yet Jiang Zia exhibited no such effect during the confrontation. Have you lost your mind? You must be cheating, right? Zhu Hao furrowed his brow and inquired. Suju merely smiled, indifferent to Zhu Hao's question, while Zhang Xinyue, standing nearby, observed everything with crystal clarity. She witnessed Suju, with inhuman speed, sell off 2 of Jiang Zia's major items just before Zhu Hao executed his finishing move, subsequently acquiring the resurrection armor, all transpiring within a mere second, almost at the exact moment Zhu Hao made his move. Such instantaneous reflexes and astonishing speed allowed Suju to evade a dire fate, miraculously reviving Jiang Zia. The rapid equipment exchange was a godlike maneuver that even professional players would struggle to execute flawlessly. Zhang Xinyue stared at Suju, utterly astounded. At that moment, Suju calmly orchestrated a series of moves with the resurrected Jiang Zia, swiftly dispatching the weakened Cao Cao, who lay helpless on the ground, having exhausted all his skills. A 3rd kill. Suju triumphed with elegance. Splendid. Wu Zi exclaimed joyfully, that was magnificent. But how did Jiang Zia suddenly acquire the resurrection armor? Did you buy it earlier? I didn't notice. Hao Xiaoming also expressed her confusion. Yes, how could he have suddenly revived? Zhu Hao, humiliated and furious, asserted. There's undoubtedly something fishy going on here. You had no resurrection armor before. How could you revive? Suju smiled serenely and effortlessly generated the highlight moment from the previous duel. The replay of the highlight vividly showcased Jiang Zia's 3rd kill of Cao Cao, capturing Suju's extraordinary maneuver in its entirety. As the replay commenced, the screen swiftly transitioned to the equipment bar, revealing the instant sale of 2 items before Jiang Ziya procured the resurrection armor just before his demise. So that's how it was. Wu Zi marveled. Your speed is astonishing. How Xiao Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. This is truly god-level gameplay. Upon witnessing this replay, Zhu Hao felt deflated, like a punctured balloon. Defeated by such skillful execution, he could not help but concede. Very well, I admit my defeat. Your skills are impressive, and I respect that. Setting down his phone, Zhu Hao finally lowered his head before Suja, having realized that his impulsiveness during the team match had led to his downfall. He had simply been too proud to admit it until now. Having just endured a brutal defeat at the hands of Suja, Zhu Hao felt utterly disheartened. Reflecting on his previous actions, he recognized their immaturity. A wager is a wager. I concede defeat and shall withdraw from the team. You may take command in the upcoming matches. I wish you all the best, he stated, shaking his head as he prepared to exit the team via his phone. At that moment, however, Suja set his own phone down. There's no need. I have already resigned. You are the team captain. You should stay. I was merely an outsider with no obligation to linger, he replied. What? Zhu Hao exclaimed, astonished by Suja's unexpected decision. Suja slowly rose from his seat and nodded towards Wu Zi. I have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave, he said before turning to exit the CAF. His initial reason for participating in the team matches was to assist Wu Zi. And since he was unwelcome among the team members, he felt no need to remain. Stepping out of the CAF, Suja walked along the road towards the bus station, enjoying the cool evening breeze that caressed his face with a soothing sensation. Suja. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind. He halted and turned to see Wu Zi jogging toward him. Wu Zi? What brings you here? The team match isn't over. Shouldn't you stay and continue playing with them? Suja inquired, tilting his head. Wu Zi smiled and raised her phone. I've also withdrawn from the team. It's rather pointless. What? Suja was taken aback. I was never truly part of this team, so leaving doesn't bother me. But these individuals are your students. Is it truly wise for you to exit? Wu Zi shrugged dismissively. What is wrong with that? You witnessed what transpired today. Zhu Hao has been undermining you all along. I've always found him petty and unlikable. Had it not been for my good friend Zhang Xinyue from the dormitory, I wouldn't have bothered joining his team at all. Now it's even better. I've cleared the slate completely. With that, she patted Su Zhou on the shoulder. Besides, as friends, I must accompany you in your departure. It would be lonely for you to do this alone. Hearing her words, Suja couldn't help but smile, taken aback by the loyalty of this seemingly domineering heiress. Thank you, he replied with a gentle smile and a nod. Wu Zi waved her hand grandly. It's nothing. We are friends. After all, no need for such formality. Weren't you dissatisfied with the previous matches? Would you like me to join you for a few more games to vent your frustrations? Suja responded with a smile. Are you worried that I didn't enjoy myself? Or do you simply wish for me to help you climb the ranks? Blushing at Suja's insight, Wu Zi stammered. Ahem, perhaps both reasons apply. This morning, I played a few ranked matches and fell back to gold. Please help me level up. Suja nodded. All right, let us duo queue then. I've lingered in silver long enough. It's time to progress to the next tier. Thus, the two individuals sought another CAF to settle down, and upon taking their seats, they commenced their duo queue. The effectiveness of their strategy was somewhat diminished with only 2 participants. However, Suja remained confident in guiding Wu Zi to ascend the ranks. As the matchmaking began, their teammates swiftly selected their champions. Suja opted to choose last. Noticing that none of the 4 had selected a jungler, he chose to play as Lan Ling Wang. Coincidentally, Wu Zi had gifted Suja the new skin, the Dark Hunter, for Lan Ling Wang the previous night, and he had yet to experience the nuances of this skin's gameplay, making it the perfect opportunity to showcase it. However, Wu Zi, having never witnessed Suja play an assassin, inquired anxiously, Suja, are you proficient with assassins? Suja, with a playful smile, countered, what do you think? Well, if you can play even the notoriously weak Jiang Ziya to such a standard, I believe you'll manage just fine, Wu Zi replied with a grin. Suja responded with a subtle smile, just relax, let us begin our ascent. Lan Ling Wang is one of the most effective heroes for climbing ranks in lower tier games, capable of establishing momentum early on. As the battle commenced, Suja initially opted to start at the red buff in the bottom lane, but his marksman, Lu Ban Chi Hao, positioned himself at the red buff as well, evidently intent on contesting it. I'll take the buff, thank you, Suja sent as a message. Moments later, Lu Ban typed back, get out of the way. Suja smirked, yet another marksman lacking in game awareness. Since the assassin had already decided to secure the red buff, the marksman's attempt to contest it would only disrupt their rhythm. Without hesitation, Su Zhi utilized his smite to claim the red buff, leaving Lu Banqi, who had desperately attempted to steal it, with nothing but a smattering of experience. Is Lan Ling Wang sick? Trying to steal my red? Can't they play properly? A flurry of exclamation marks appeared as Lu Ban, infuriated over a mere red buff, lost his composure. Seeing that Su Zhi had yet to respond, Lu Ban typed, "If you don't want to play, fine. I'll just feed." Following that, Lu Ban sold all his equipment and literally leapt towards the enemy tower. The opposing Arthur was left dumbfounded. Such a stroke of fortune? First blood. Arthur has slain Lu Ban. Encountering such a troublesome teammate, Wu Zi was immediately incensed. Damn, not another useless player. It's just a red buff. How could they throw away a kill like that? Forget it. Let us just wait for 6 minutes to surrender. Playing with such an idiot is unbearable. Yet, after Wu Zi's outburst, she noticed Su Zhi remained unfazed, focused intently on his mobile device. At this moment, having secured the red buff and cleared the bottom jungle, Lan Ling Wang had reached level 3. He stealthily navigated through the river brush and appeared right beside the opposing Wang Xiaojun. After marking her, he unleashed his abilities, leaving her no chance to defend herself. Lan Ling Wang has slain Wang Xiaojun. Surrender? We will still win this match, Su Zhi stated calmly with a smile. No matter how quickly he feeds, can he kill faster than I can? Upon hearing this, Wu Zi felt a surge of adrenaline. No matter how quickly he feeds, can he kill faster than I can? Wu Zi was utterly astonished to discover that Su Zhi, who usually appeared as gentle and refined as jade, possessed such a commanding presence. As soon as Su Zhi's words fell, he maneuvered the character Lan Ling Wang into the opposing jungle. After Lan Ling Wang eliminated Wang Xiaojun, he ascended to level 4, activating his ultimate ability and instantly entering a state of invisibility. Meanwhile, the enemy assassin Zhao Yun was still leisurely engaged in dispatching wild boars in the jungle, having just reached level 3. As Lan Ling Wang stealthily approached, he unleashed a devastating critical strike, executing Zhao Yun with a swift combination of moves. A double kill. In an instant, Lan Ling Wang had secured 2 kills. Simultaneously, Lu Banqi had respawned, unwilling to be outdone, and bounced towards the mid lane with the unmistakable intent of throwing himself into the fray. Wu Zi could hardly contain herself and typed, "Is it really necessary to throw away your life for a single red buff?" Another teammate urged, "Play well. Lan Ling Wang is performing admirably. We are bound to win this match." Yet Lu Ban, displaying arrogance, retorted in the chat, "Wanna win? Huh, dream on." After sending that message, Lu Ban charged straight into the enemy tower. The defense turret swiftly dispatched Lu Banqi, and the screen promptly displayed the notification. Chapter 17. The veteran driver as Su Zhi's Lan Ling Wang secured 2 kills. Lu Ban, unwilling to be outdone, promptly gifted the enemy 2 more. Within the opening 3 minutes, the score stood at a tie of 2-2. Wu Zi, with her exquisite willow leaf brows slightly furrowed, found herself exasperated by such a lackluster teammate. Sighing softly, she lamented, "I wish I could traverse the Wi-Fi and eliminate this Lu Ban." Amused by Wu Zi's remark, Su Zhi shook his head and responded, "You need not be so concerned. As I mentioned, let him do his thing. We shall focus on our own victory, unaffected by his antics." This game relies not only on skill and awareness, but also on maintaining a positive mindset. Regardless of encountering troublesome teammates, as long as we perform adequately, victory remains attainable. If our mentality falters, then we have already lost half the battle. As he spoke, Su Zhi expertly maneuvered Lan Ling Wang, who stealthily appeared in the top lane, swiftly dispatching the enemy marksman and support who had overextended. A double kill. Lan Ling Wang amassed another 2 kills. You see, I can eliminate 2 foes at once, while Lu Ban can only gift 1 kill at a time. It's clear that his contributions pale in comparison to my achievements. I have compensated for his losses. Upon hearing this, a smile finally graced Wu Zi's face. Playing ranked alongside Su Zhi instilled a sense of security, as if she were being shielded by an exceptionally formidable knight. All right, I shall disregard Lu Ban, Wu Zi nodded, controlling her Wu Zetian against the opposing Wang Xiaojun in lane. Just moments later, Lu Ban revived and, noticing Su Zhi's impressive performance, eagerly hopped towards the mid lane to offer himself up once more. Wang Xiaojun, recognizing Lu Ban's role as a mere source of kills, swiftly unleashed her ultimate ability. Wang Xiaojun eliminated Lu Ban, yet Su Zhi remained unfazed, as if Lu Ban did not exist among his teammates. Lanling Wang struck down Hui. Lanling Wang vanquished Zhao Yun. Lanling Wang dispatched Arthur. Lanling Wang defeated Wang Zhaojun. Roaming through the enemy's territory, Su Zhe embodied the Reaper of the battlefield. Every time Lanling Wang's stealth icon appeared, it was certain that another foe would soon be sent back to the fountain. In less than 10 minutes, Lanling Wang had achieved a remarkable godlike status with 7 kills, leading the economy by a staggering 4,000 gold. Meanwhile, Lu Ban continued his futile attempts to rush mid lane. Seizing the moment, Su Zhe signaled, "All units, advance on mid lane. Want to gift more kills? This time, I shall ensure there is no opportunity for you," Su Zhe remarked with a smirk. Thus, Lu Ban bounded ahead, with Su Zhe and the other 3 teammates following closely behind, launching a coordinated assault towards the mid lane. Initially, the enemy team, upon spotting Lu Ban, prepared to claim the kill. However, upon seeing Su Zhe's Lanling Wang and the other 3 comrades trailing Lu Ban, they hesitated, none daring to advance. Just as Lu Ban was about to sacrifice the tower, Su Zhe led the charge, demolishing it. Lanling Wang obliterated the enemy's defensive tower. Lu Ban could not secure the tower and continued his reckless advance towards the enemy's high ground. Su Zhe signaled an attack, and the team rushed alongside Lu Ban Qihao towards the high ground. Upon reaching the elevated position, the opponents, unable to evade, were forced into a team fight. Lu Ban Qihao, eager to dive into the fray, charged recklessly into the enemy ranks, yet the adversaries, well aware of his notorious reputation, chose to ignore him. Seizing the opportunity while Lu Ban was under the tower, Su Zhe's Lanling Wang flanked the enemy, launching a surprise assault on their backline. Before the team fight even commenced, the opposing AD, Hui, and AP, Wang Zhaojun, fell victim to Lanling Wang's lethal strikes. With the backline eliminated, the enemy team was rendered incapable of inflicting damage, leading to a decisive team wipe orchestrated by Su Zhe, who subsequently pushed to destroy the crystal. Victory was theirs. Lu Ban Qihao recorded 0 kills, 7 deaths, and 0 assists, while Lanling Wang boasted an impressive 11 kills, 0 deaths, and 5 assists. With his singular prowess, Su Zhe had turned the tide of battle. As the statistics appeared, all teammates, save for Lu Ban Qihao, praised Su Zhe's performance. His Lanling Wang had dominated the battlefield with unparalleled finesse. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Lu Ban retreated in disgrace, furiously navigating to the report page to accuse Su Zhe of intentional feeding. After submitting his report, Wu Zi turned to Su Zhe with a smile, saying, "I never imagined your Lanling Wang would be this formidable, even surpassing Hao Xiaoming, who has played over 300 matches with him." Su Zhe chuckled, explaining, "Lanling Wang is exceptionally strong early on, perfect for dictating the pace of the game, especially in gold rank where few target the jungler. He can develop with little pressure." Wu Zi, having easily achieved a promotion, eagerly urged Su Zhe, "Quickly, let us continue our journey. With you as the seasoned driver, climbing ranks is a breeze." Nodding in agreement, Su Zhe created a new room, quickly matching with Wu Zi once more. In this match, Su Zhe selected Lanling Wang again, while Wu Zi opted for Wu Zetian as per usual. The game commenced similarly to the last, except this time the marksman, Di Renjie, graciously allowed Su Zhe to take the first red buff. "Thank you," Su Zhe typed while clearing the red, as Di Renjie silently moved to the lane to farm. After clearing the jungle camps, Lanling Wang swiftly reached level 4. Noticing the opposing marksman overextending, Su Zhe immediately lurked in for the kill. First blood. Lanling Wang effortlessly secured the first kill, but just then, a skirmish erupted in the mid lane. The enemy assassin, Aku, in conjunction with the mage, Jinji, took down Wu Zetian, who had been ganked early on. "How dare they ambush me?" Wu Zi exclaimed, her expression darkening. Unfortunately, this was merely the beginning. Aku and Jinji, seemingly intent on targeting her, had already collaborated to eliminate Wu Zetian twice within the first 5 minutes. "Wu Zetian, how's it feeling?" Aku provocatively typed in the public chat. The expression on Wu Zi's face darkened considerably as she gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "This Aku is utterly excessive. Is there no limit to such bullying?" Everything was witnessed by Su Zhe, who would certainly not allow Wu Zi to be mistreated. "Rest assured, I shall avenge you," he declared, ignoring the adversary marksman, who had already fallen to him twice, suffering a significant economic setback. Concealing himself, Su Zhe's Lanling Wang infiltrated the enemy jungle, heading straight for Aku. At that moment, Aku was clearing the jungle when a sudden exclamation mark appeared above his head. Before he could comprehend what was happening, Suja's Lan Ling Wang descended like a reaper. With a swift series of moves, a coup was dispatched in an instant. Killing spree. Lan Ling Wang was in a frenzy of slaughter. After eliminating a coup, he ambushed Jin Ji by the river, and before she could unleash her abilities, he sent her back to the fountain. Rampage. Lan Ling Wang was mercilessly claiming lives. Well done, Wu Zi exclaimed, thrilled to see Suja avenging her so swiftly. Raising her fist in excitement, Suja, however, responded with a calm smile. This is merely the beginning. Before Wu Zi could react, Suja had already concealed himself in the enemy jungle. Upon Aku's resurrection, he ventured into the jungle once more, only to fall victim to the ambush meticulously laid by Lan Ling Wang. Unstoppable, Lan Ling Wang was an indomitable force. In the mid lane, Jin Ji, witnessing Lan Ling Wang's ferocity, opted to hide beneath the tower, while Aku found himself with no choice but to act. He could not remain in the fountain indefinitely. Thus, Aku moved to the top lane, and Suja followed. When Aku shifted to the mid lane, Suja was right behind him. And when Aku entered the jungle, Suja trailed him there as well. Godlike, Lan Ling Wang eliminated Aku, sweeping through the battlefield. Legendary, Lan Ling Wang vanquished Aku, asserting his unparalleled dominance. Legendary, Lan Ling Wang claimed Aku yet again, solidifying his supremacy. Legendary, Lan Ling Wang struck down Aku once more, establishing his unmatched prowess. Ultimately, Aku, in utter despair, typed in the public chat, Lan Ling Wang, what grudge do I hold against you? Why do you, as an assassin, persist in targeting me instead of the ADC? Suja lightly tapped his fingers and replied in the chat, because you harmed my friend. Aku suddenly realized, Wu Zetian is your friend? Indeed. I regret my actions. Please spare me from such a humiliating demise. Suja smiled softly and typed, then I shall push swiftly. He then sent a message, all units, advance on the mid lane. With a complete economic domination, Suja's team surged towards the high ground, leaving no room for doubt or resistance. Another overwhelming victory ensued, with Suja triumphantly claiming 17 kills, 12 of which were Aku's. After the battle concluded, Suja proceeded to create another room and subsequently sent an invitation to Wu Zi. However, after clicking twice, Suja discovered that Wu Zi did not respond. Come in quickly, what are you waiting for? Suja asked with a smile as he turned around. To his surprise, he found Wu Zi gazing intently at him, her bright eyes shimmering with an unspoken thought. Hurry up and join me in the game. Why are you just staring at me? Suja inquired playfully. Wu Zi, with a serious expression, replied, Suja, you are truly wonderful. Truly wonderful? Is it because I help you rank up? Suja was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend her words. Wu Zi shook her head and clarified, it's not about ranking up. Earlier, when that Akali bullied me, you avenged me. Really? That was so brave of you. At this point, Wu Zi suddenly leaned in and planted a kiss on Suja's cheek. In an instant, the sweet and soft sensation enveloped him, causing a shiver to run through his body. You. Suja looked up at Wu Zi, astonished, but his lips moved without uttering a single word. After the kiss, Wu Zi felt her heart racing. This was her first intimate encounter with a boy since entering the academy, and to think she had taken the initiative to kiss him was something she had never imagined. Although Wu Zi usually appeared outgoing and carefree, at this moment, she felt as bashful as a debutante. After a brief, awkward silence, Suja scratched the back of his head and asked, are you coming to rank up? I've already opened the room. Chapter 18, Provocation at this moment. Wu Zi's complexion was flushed, reminiscent of the newly released skin dream of the garden featuring Jin Ji. She glanced up at Suja, her head bobbing shyly in agreement. You've already booked a room. How could I possibly not come? Thus, the two continued their duo queue, successfully elevating Wu Zi to platinum, while Suja ascended to the illustrious golden rank before the night came to a close. They played until late into the night, reluctantly parting ways, with Suja expressing concern for Wu Zi's safety as a female returning home alone. He took the time to escort her to the foot of the dormitory building. Just before departing, Wu Zi suddenly asked in a soft voice, Suja, would you consider being my game couple? After a moment's contemplation, Suja shook his head. I'd rather not. I always feel that in-game couples lack authenticity, almost as if they deceive one's emotions. Wu Zi, upon hearing this reasoning, could only chuckle and shrug. You truly are a person of unique character. Well then, until we meet again. With that, she turned happily back towards her dormitory. The weekend swiftly elapsed, and by Sunday evening, Suja had packed his bag and returned to the academy. Upon entering the dormitory, he immediately sensed a somber atmosphere. According to their usual routine, the others should be gathered, engaged in ranked matches, yet an unusual silence enveloped the room. Lu Xiyu, Chen Tianai, and Ma Hailong all sat quietly on their beds. Furrowing his brow, Suzhou inquired curiously, what is going on? Why the silence? Upon his arrival, the atmosphere shifted slightly. Ma Hailong stood up, exclaiming, Suzhou is back. Suzhou is back. However, Chen Tianai and Lu Xiyu merely shook their heads. Sighing as if they had lost a wallet, their expressions despondent. Upon closer inspection, Suzhou noticed that Chen Tianai's clothing was somewhat disheveled, with 2 buttons torn off his shirt, as if he had just been in a scuffle. Tianai, what happened? Did you get into a fight? Suzhou quickly asked. Sensing something was amiss, Chen Tianai shook his head. It's nothing, don't worry. Yet, Suzhou sensed the complexity of the situation and pressed on. If something is wrong, just say it. Why the secrecy? Hailong, you tell us what happened. Ma Hailong glanced at Chen Tianai before hesitantly divulging. Chen Fei's brother just came to our dorm. Chen Fei's brother? Which brother? Suzhou queried, bewildered, as he had been with Chen Fei for over 2 months and had never heard of any brother. At that moment, Lu Xiyu chimed in. Yes, probably not a biological brother, but more of a romantic interest. He studies at the neighboring 65 Academy, tall and quite intimidating. It seems our previous incidents were relayed to him by Chen Fei. He arrived with her and several others from the 65 Academy, insisting on challenging us to a father-son match, where the loser would have to kneel and call the winner father. Tianai couldn't stand it and ended up arguing with him, resulting in that guy slapping him. I didn't back down either. I kicked him. Chen Tianai hurriedly stepped forward and exclaimed, if it weren't for their numbers, I would have already brought that kid down. Upon hearing this, a glint of coldness flashed in Suzhou's eyes. Are you saying that Chen Fei brought people to bully those in our dorm? Lu Xiyu sighed. I suppose so. Ma Hailong, noticing Suzhou's anger, quickly advised, let it go. The dormitory supervisor just came and drove that group away. It's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, Suzhou shook his head, declaring, no, Tianya's slap cannot go unpunished. Chen Fei has gone too far. We must seek an explanation from her. Chen Tianai pounded the table, affirming, exactly. We cannot back down. Suzhou nodded and promptly took out his phone to call Chen Fei. A few seconds later, the call connected. Hello. What do you want? Chen Fei's tone was haughty and self-satisfied. Suzhou asked in a deep voice, did you bring people to our dorm to cause trouble earlier? Chen Fei chuckled. Oh, you mean that? I wasn't causing trouble. You all play Honor of Kings so well, right? Aren't you experts? My brother happens to be a skilled player too, and just wanted to challenge you. Who would have thought that everyone in your dorm is a coward? Too afraid to play and running off to tell the dorm supervisor? Quite bold. Not afraid at all. Suzhou narrowed his eyes slowly. I ask you, who slapped Tianai? My brother did. So what? Who told Chen Tianai to run his mouth? Chen Fei replied defiantly. Suzhou coldly laughed, your brother? Very well. Since he wants to challenge us, set a place. Let's settle this matter today. Sure. Chen Fei responded decisively, let us meet at the McDonald's next to the academy. We're waiting for you. If you dare, come over. We won't leave until we see each other. Suzhou replied firmly, all right, we won't leave until we meet. After hanging up, Chen Tianai immediately leaned in and asked, Suzhou, what should we do? Suzhou responded, since they want to be beaten, we shall oblige. Lu Xiyu expressed concern. I heard that the students from the 65 Academy don't study and only focus on Honor of Kings. Can we really beat them? Ma Hailong also felt uneasy. What if they get desperate and decide to fight us? Chen Fei's brother looks quite strong. I fear we may not be able to take him on. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianai glared. What are you afraid of? We brothers stand united and can accomplish great feats together. Should we fear them? At worst, we fight with all we have. If it comes to that, I'll cover for you while you run. Ma Hailong suggested. How about we find some backup? At this, Lu Xiyu nodded right. With just 4 of us, we can't form a proper team. We need to invite some help. Suzhou agreed. For people are indeed insufficient. I need to bring someone else along. Lu Xiyu quickly proposed. Then make sure to invite someone tall and strong, at least someone who can command respect. Suzhou smiled faintly and reassured. Rest assured. I have my own measures. With that, he turned and stepped outside to make a call for reinforcements. Half an hour later, at the McDonald's adjacent to the academy, Suzhou strode in with 3 of his dormitory companions. Not far away, at a booth, sat 5 individuals, among whom was Suzhou's former girlfriend, Chen Fei. Today, she donned a sleek black ensemble paired with a playful short skirt, exuding an alluring charm that bordered on the improper. Beside her sat a tall and imposing young man, evidently the brother she had mentioned. Upon noticing Suja's arrival, both Chen Feier and her companion rose to their feet. The young man towered over 185 centimeters, explaining why even Chen Tianai had suffered at his hands. You actually dared to come, quite bold. He scoffed. Suja maintained his composure and replied with a smile. Are you suggesting we engage in a match of honor of kings? The young man nodded. Indeed, that would be me. You must be Suja, Feier's ex-boyfriend? Suja acknowledged him with a nod and inquired, and you are? With a smirk, the young man replied, I am Li Yin from the 65th Academy. And Feier is my sister. I've heard you previously bested her in gaming. You certainly have some audacity. As he spoke, he wrapped an arm around Chen Feier's shoulder, adding, if you truly have guts, don't pick on the girls. Let us have a contest today and see what you're made of. Without wasting time, Suja got straight to the point, asking, what are the terms? Li Yin pointed to the 3 students behind him, stating, simple enough, a 5v5 in the draft mode. If you lose, you'll bow and call me daddy. Are you up for it? The daddy match was a battle where both dignity and reputation were at stake. Losing would mean public disgrace. Li Yan's challenge indicated his confidence in his own abilities. No one would dare propose such stakes without certainty of victory. Upon hearing Li Yan's proposal, the onlookers felt a twinge of anxiety for Suja. Lu Siyu, standing behind him, discreetly tugged at his arm and whispered, Jushin, I don't think we need to wager so heavily. However, Suja showed no hesitation and accepted calmly. Very well, a daddy match it is. Let us begin the 5v5 draft mode immediately. All right, you've got some guts. But don't make excuses when you lose. Li Yin taunted with a cold smile. Suja responded with a gentle smile. Of course, the loser cannot make excuses. At that moment, Chen Feier pointed at Suja and questioned, Suja, are you playing us? You promised a 5v5 draft, yet you only brought your 3 dorm mates, making it a total of 4. What kind of game is that? Realizing Suja's team consisted of only 4 members, Li Yan's expression shifted dramatically as he sternly inquired, you little brat, are you trying to fool me? Suja replied nonchalantly, what's the rush? I have a friend who hasn't arrived yet. He'll be here shortly. Upon hearing this, Chen Feier cautioned, brother, you must be careful. They may have invited a skilled fighter. Skilled fighter? Li Yin scoffed derisively. With such incompetent fools, how could they possibly know any experts? Chen Feier chuckled at this, remarking, indeed, just look at their pathetic appearances. How could they possibly be acquainted with any formidable opponents? Li Yin laughed heartily, his rough hand playfully patting Chen Feier's shoulder, before coldly inquiring, Feier, how could your judgment be so poor? That sort of person was your ex-boyfriend? Were you perhaps bewitched into liking him? Chen Feier cast a disdainful glance at Suja, nodding as she replied, indeed, reflecting on it now, I truly regret it. I cannot fathom what I saw in him. He possesses nothing of value. What are you two discussing? Pay attention. Chen Tianai interjected loudly. Having overheard the disparaging remarks about Suja, Li Yin shot a glare at Chen Tianai. You insolent brat, do you wish to be punished? Sensing the tension escalating between the 2 parties, Suja gently patted Chen Tianai's shoulder. Do not let yourself be angered by such individuals. I will handle him appropriately shortly. Chen Tianai nodded, then quietly asked, by the way, Suja, have you brought any assistance? Before Suja could respond, a taxi suddenly halted outside McDonald's. And as the door swung open, a stunning beauty clad in a pink casual outfit elegantly stepped out, her long legs gracefully striding forward. Chapter 19. I am his girlfriend. Upon seeing the stunningly leggy beauty stepping out of the taxi, the eyes of the individuals from the 65 Academy instantly widened in astonishment. Even Li Yin, who was embracing Chen Feier, found himself drooling at the sight, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Quick, look, a beauty, a gorgeous beauty, Li Yin exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement. Chen Feier, noticing her brother's rapt attention, huffed in discontent. What beauty? She's just an ordinary woman. Yet, Li Yin paid no heed to Chen Feier's remarks, his gaze fixed on the enchanting woman at the entrance. Just at that moment, the beauty pushed the door open and, to everyone's surprise, began walking towards them. Li Yin took a deep breath. The beauty is actually coming here. Could it be that I am destined for good fortune today? However, the beauty did not approach Li Yin. Instead, she made her way to Suja. I heard someone wanted to play the father-son card? Who dares to challenge you? She greeted Suja warmly, leaving everyone in shock. Among those present, only Ma Hailong recognized the identity of this alluring woman. She was Wu Zitong, the formidable figure encountered at the public gathering. Lu Xiyu and Chen Tianai also felt a sense of familiarity, but could not immediately recall where they had seen her before. Calmly, Suja smiled and said, "I apologize for calling you out so late. We couldn't gather 5 people in our dormitory, so I had to bring you in for assistance." Wu Zitong shook her head with a smile. "No need to be polite. Your matters are my matters." At that moment, the people from the 65 Academy finally comprehended that this stunning beauty was indeed Suja's ally. Li Yin stared incredulously at Suja, then at Wu Zitong, unable to believe that these two were friends. Suja turned back to the individuals from the 65 Academy, a cold smile gracing his lips as he asked, "Now that we have our team assembled, shall we begin?" "Oh, we can," Li Yin stammered, still struggling to process the situation. Meanwhile, Chen Feier, who had assumed that Suja would remain single after their breakup, was consumed by jealousy upon realizing that he had befriended such an exquisite beauty in just a few days. She glared at Wu Zitong and demanded, "Who are you? What is your relationship with Suja?" With a gentle toss of her beautiful long hair, Wu Zitong replied with a smile, "Oh, I am Suja's girlfriend." "What?" Chen Feier stood frozen, her mouth agape as she stared at Wu Zitong. Who exactly was Suja to have secured such a stunning girlfriend? The individuals from the 65 Academy were equally dumbfounded, their eyes filled with envy. How is it fair? Why do other people's girlfriends have to be so beautiful? Not only were they surprised, but even Suja's dormitory mates were taken aback. Chen Tianai discreetly nudged Suja with his elbow and whispered, "Zhishin, when did you find such a beautiful girl?" Ultimately, Lu Xiyu was the quickest to react, being the first to recognize Wu Zi's identity. He quietly inquired of Suja, "Zhishin, I just remembered, this is the wealthy Wu Zetian, isn't it? The one we played ranked matches with before?" Suja nodded with a smile. "Indeed. It is her." Lu Xiyu, filled with excitement, asked, "You've only known her for a few days, and she is already your girlfriend?" Suja laughed heartily. "I'll explain that later. For now, let us focus on the game." After the initial shock, the members of the 65 Academy gradually regained their composure. Li Yin provocatively addressed Suja, "All right, enough chit-chat. Let us get to the father-son match." Suja nodded, "Sure." At that moment, Li Yin deliberately cast a glance at Wu Zi, grinning as he remarked, "Sister, you're so stunning. Why settle for such an ordinary boyfriend? A beauty like you deserves a master of honor of kings." Wu Zi didn't even bother to look at Li Yin, coldly retorting, "What does it have to do with you?" Li Yin felt slightly deflated, his expression darkening, yet he persisted, "I'll show you what a true expert is. When your boyfriend is begging for mercy later, don't say I didn't warn you." With that, Li Yin created the game room. The room is set up. Feel free to join. Suja guided everyone to a nearby row of seats, and then they all entered the room together. At this point, Ma Hailong quietly asked, "Suja, what strategy are we employing this time?" Wu Zi suggested, "Shall we go with the same lineup as last time? Neza, Liu Bang, and Wu Zetian, utilizing the full-screen strategy?" Suja smiled faintly and shook his head. "No need for that. Since we have 5 people, let us employ a strategy suited for all 5. Chen Tianai, curious, asked, "Oh, there is a strategy for 5 people? What is it?" Suja replied with a cold smile, "Since they are looking for trouble, we shall employ the dirtiest tactics against them. If they seek to be tormented, then I shall ensure they never wish to play this game again." Upon hearing Suja's words, everyone became inexplicably excited. Although they still didn't know what Suja's dirtiest tactics entailed, they had faith that he possessed a brilliant method to achieve his goal. Once in the room, they began the banning phase. The opposing team immediately banned all the heroes Suja had previously used, Tai Yi, Bai Li Shouyu, and the new hero Meng Qi. Their bans were quite targeted. When it was Suja's turn, he casually banned a few inconsequential heroes, knowing that this match was already a foregone conclusion. There was no need to waste bans unnecessarily. As the selection phase commenced, Wu Zi was the first to choose. "Who should I pick? Should I go with Wu Zetian?" she asked cautiously. Suja shook his head and inquired, "Do you have Zhou Yu?" "Zhou Yu? Yes, I've used him a few times, but I'm not very familiar with him." "Pick Zhou Yu and take the healing summoner spell," Suja instructed. Choosing Zhou Yu and taking healing? Wu Zi felt somewhat bewildered, yet obediently followed Suja's commands. The second was Lu Xiyu. "Which one should I choose, Zhishin?" "Select Lu Shan and equip the summoner skill with interference," Suja declared resolutely. The third was Chen Tianai. "It's my turn, Zhishin." Choose Su Lai and also equip the summoner skill with interference. Alright, the fourth was Ma Hailong. Which one should I use? Zhishun. Jiang Zia. With a summoner skill for healing. Healing as well? Ma Hailong asked, utterly perplexed. Just choose as instructed. Zhishun wouldn't lead you astray. Qin Ti and I chuckled, teasingly. Thus, Ma Hailong complied and selected Jiang Zia. Finally, it was Suju's turn. He directly chose the hero Li Yuanfang, maintaining the summoner skill of interference. The ensemble consisted of 3 interference and 2 healing skills. Upon completing their lineup, the opposing team was left dumbfounded. What is this? Zhou Yu, Jiang Zia, Su Lai, Lu Shan, Li Yuanfang? This composition seems rather peculiar. Li Yin disdainfully shook his head. What a bunch of novices. What kind of nonsense are they using? It would be a miracle if they didn't get obliterated. I reckon this battle will conclude within 5 minutes. Meanwhile, his teammates failed to grasp Suju's intent. Lu Xiyu furrowed his brow and inquired, Zhishun, how are we to approach this? We have 3 interference summoner skills. What purpose do they serve? The summoner skill of interference was undoubtedly the most obscure skill, rarely employed and scarcely understood. Suju smiled and elucidated. The summoner skill of interference can silence mechanisms, meaning we can render towers unable to attack. Oh, and what is the significance of that? Lu Xiyu pressed further. The significance lies in our ability to push swiftly. Our current strategy is one of the dirtiest in 5-man teams, fast push. Jiang Zia's passive ability enables us to dominate the levels over the opposing 5. Moreover, after swiftly pushing down the defenses, our levels will exceed theirs by 2 to 3. Zhou Yu, Lu Shan, Li Yuanfang, and Su Lai can all attack towers, thus ensuring efficiency in our rapid advance. At the start, we must remain united and push through the center if all goes well. We can take the high ground in one wave, Suju explained with a smile. After hearing Suju's clarification, everyone finally understood. Wuzi remarked joyfully, oh, I recognize this tactic. A gaming streamer employed it a few days ago, claiming that they climbed from bronze to king rank in just 8 hours. Really? This strategy works in the king rank as well? Ma Hailong asked, astonished. Suju nodded affirmatively. Indeed, as long as the strategy is thoroughly understood, it can be effective even in the king rank. Encouraged by Suju's words, everyone was eager to try it out. While Li Yin remained oblivious to Suju's true intentions, perceiving it merely as him messing around with a group of novices. Soon, the battle commenced, and both sides began deploying their troops. Li Yin captured a monkey, and right from the start, he brought along his team Dong, Wang Tai and mid-lane mage Gao Jianli to invade the jungle. However, Suju paid no heed to their undertaking. Instead, he issued a resolute command. All units advanced towards the mid-lane. Thus, under Suju's leadership, the team marched forth in splendid formation. 5 players converging upon the mid-lane, a sight enough to instill fear in their adversaries. Soon, they pushed the minion wave to the enemy tower, with Lu Zhan moving ahead to incapacitate the defensive structure with his skills. Lu Xiyu nodded in agreement, stating, excellent. We shall secure control over the tower. With that, under Zhou Yu's fiery onslaught, Suju cleared the initial wave of minions, pushing their own wave to the tower as Lu Zhan charged in to stun the defensive structure. Now, let us prepare to deploy our disruptions in sequence. Lu Zhan first, Su Lai second, and I will follow last. It is imperative that we adhere to this order. The interference skills must not overlap to maximize their efficacy. Lu Xiyu and Qin Tianyi nodded in affirmation, assuring him, rest assured. Under the relentless barrage of summoner skills from Suju's side, the tower failed to unleash a single attack. In less than a minute into the game, the mid-lane first tower had fallen. Meanwhile, Li Yin and his team were thrown into disarray. What is this strategy? Li Yin furrowed his brow and inquired. Why did we push mid so aggressively from the start? Meanwhile, Chun Fei's Jiao Chan in the mid lane was utterly bewildered. What do we do now? I hardly dare to advance. Do not panic. Let us engage them beneath the tower. I refuse to believe they will dare to confront us head-on under its protection. Li Yin replied with a firm tone. Meanwhile, bolstered by Jiang Zia's passive experience enhancement, Suju and his team had all reached level 2, and having secured a defensive tower, their level advantage became increasingly pronounced. Observing the 65 Academy team gradually converging on the mid lane, Wuzi queried, Suju, they are coming to engage. What shall we do now? Suju smiled faintly. It is quite simple. We shall teach them a lesson. Chapter 20. Swift pushing upon witnessing Suju and his team cohesively advance, The members of the 65 Academy were thrown into a state of panic. This strategy, though relatively novel, was seldom employed in actual combat, despite its frequent appearance in game streaming. Chen, observing Suju's intent to push the second tower after successfully demolishing the first, anxiously called out, "Hurry, hurry. They are about to obliterate the second tower." At that moment, Li Yin had already arrived at mid lane with the support from the bottom lane, stating gravely, "Let us engage them under the tower." Li Yin, believing that the defensive tower would grant them a significant advantage, was confident that Suju's team would be no match for them. However, he failed to realize that the opposition, bolstered by Jiang Ziya and having secured a tower, had gained a full-level advantage. Moreover, Suju's team consisted of 3 disruptors, and combined with Lu Shan's abilities, they could nearly silence the defensive tower indefinitely. Thus, whether they fought under the tower or not made little difference to them. Even beneath the enemy's tower, Suju's team remained undaunted. At this juncture, Suju calmly commanded, "Jiang Ziya, unleash your first skill. It is crucial and must be executed flawlessly." Without hesitation, Jiang Ziya raised his staff and cast his first skill, which struck true against the opposing Monkey King, Diaochan. In support, Zhuangzhou, achieving a remarkable hit rate of 100%. "Zhou Yu, ignite the flames," Suju instructed in a low voice. Wu Zi promptly nodded, directing Zhou Yu to conjure a blazing inferno. Following Jiang Ziya's successful strike, the movement speed of the 3 enemies was reduced by 90%, with only Zhuangzhou managing to escape the effects due to his passive ability. However, Li Yan's Monkey King and Chen Fei's Diaochan found themselves ensnared. Unable to move amidst Zhou Yu's fiery onslaught, their cries of despair echoing through the air. "Su Lai, come with me to reap the rewards." Lu Shan, focus on demolishing the tower, Suju commanded. Subsequently, Li Yuanfang traced a fiery path across the ground and charged directly at the Monkey King. With a swift motion, Li Yuanfang elegantly hurled his shurikens at the Monkey King, significantly enhancing his attack speed. Li Yan's Monkey King, unable to escape, became an easy target for Li Yuanfang. And within mere seconds, the first blood was drawn. First blood. A shrill scream reverberated throughout the canyon as the Monkey King collapsed. "Where is the support? Where is it? Am I to endure this alone?" Li Yan, humiliated and enraged, bellowed, but before he could finish, Chen Fei's Diaochan met her end at Zhou Yu's flames. The remaining support, Zhuangzhou, found himself in a state of indecision, aimlessly wandering beneath the tower. In dreams, how many flowers fall? Zhuangzhou mused while riding the great fish, his demeanor exuding an awkwardness that was palpable. "Shall we deal with this, Zhuangzhou, Zhishen?" Chen Tianya Su Lai, wielding a hefty club, eyed Zhuangzhou with intent. Suju chuckled and shook his head. "No need to concern ourselves with him. Zhuangzhou relies heavily on equipment for damage, and his effectiveness is contingent on skill stacking." In the face of overwhelming adversity, he hesitated to engage, unable to inflict any damage. "Let him play by himself. We shall focus on pushing the towers." "All right," Chen Tianai replied with a cheerful demeanor, promptly directing Su Lai to swing his mighty staff against the defensive structure. By the way, Su Lai's second skill, Gallant Charge, can inflict damage on towers. "You might want to prioritize upgrading that," Suju suggested. "Oh, understood," Chen Tianai replied, quickly grasping the strategy. He experimented with Su Lai's second skill against the tower, discovering surprisingly effective results. With the collective effort of the team, the enemy's second tower was swiftly dismantled, and only a minute had elapsed since the match commenced. "We reached the high ground in just a minute? Is it truly this simple?" Lu Xiyu asked incredulously, unable to suppress a smile. Ma Hailong, however, expressed concern. "Zhishen, the team's condition isn't optimal. Should we retreat briefly?" Suju shook his head. "No need. We possess 2 healing skills, so let's utilize them now." "Understood." Ma Hailong obediently activated the summoner spell for healing. Wu Zi similarly employed her healing ability, and the combined effects restored the team's health significantly. "Now, let's advance towards the high ground," Suju commanded, and the entire team surged forth with the minion wave towards the enemy's high ground. The members of the 65 Academy were bewildered by such an unexpected tactic. Can the game of Honor of Kings be played this way? Is this truly a jest? "Brother, what should we do now? What should we do?" Chen Fei lamented, her face etched with despair as her Diaochan dared not venture outside her base. Li Yan furrowed his brow. "Let us engage them at the high ground. Everyone else here. I refuse to believe we will lose even in a high ground battle." At Li Yan's rallying cry, All 5 members of the 65 Academy gathered at the high ground, shielded by the defensive tower, and a fierce clash was imminent. Zhishun, the enemy fortified by the tower seems formidable. Should we engage in this skirmish? Lu Xiyu inquired nervously. Suja replied confidently, engage, do not hesitate. Su Lai will charge in and push them back while absorbing damage. You have 2 lives, so fear not. Understood. Chen Tianai, embodying the fearless spirit of Su Lai, showed no trepidation towards the enemy's onslaught. With a decisive gallant charge, Su Lai sent 3 opponents tumbling back. Zhou Yu, ignite. Lu Shan, stun the tower. We need not engage in a full team battle. Let us focus solely on the tower, Suja calmly orchestrated. Thus, Lu Shan, Jiang Zia, Shou Yu, and Li Yuanfang concentrated their firepower on the enemy's defensive tower. Under the overwhelming assault of Li Yuanfang's shadow clone, Lu Shan's double skills, and Zhou Yu's igniting effects, the enemy's high ground tower succumbed in mere seconds. Now, retreat. Do not confront them head-on, let us withdraw for the time being. Upon witnessing the destruction of the high ground tower, Suja immediately commanded a retreat. Engaging in battle so near the enemy's fountain would allow them to replenish their health and resources too swiftly. A prolonged confrontation would undoubtedly lead to their demise. Under Suja's directive, the team hastily withdrew from the high ground, while Li Yan's side, overwhelmed and in disarray, dared not pursue, merely watching helplessly as their tower fell and Suja and his companions swaggered away. Goodness! They pushed out super minions in just 2 minutes. That's utterly formidable, exclaimed Chen Tianai, brimming with excitement. Wu Zi then inquired, Suja, what shall we do next? Shall we push another lane? Suja shook his head, stating, no. We have no time for further pushes. The heroes we have chosen are potent in the early game but may not endure into the late game. We must strive for a swift resolution to this battle. And then, Wu Zi prompted, next, we shall return to the fountain to replenish our health. Just in time for the super minions. Their defensive and offensive capabilities are robust, making them difficult for the enemy to clear. We will charge forward with the super minions and directly assault their crystal, Suja declared solemnly. The suggestion to directly target the enemy's crystal left everyone gasping in astonishment. Is that truly feasible, Zhishun? Inquired Ma Hailong, visibly anxious. It is indeed possible. Just as we destroyed the high ground tower, remember, Su Lai must push the enemies back, and Jiang Zia can utilize his second skill to disrupt their formation. Focus solely on the towers. Before the enemy eliminates our super minions, we can undoubtedly obliterate their crystal, Suja asserted confidently. After absorbing Suja's explanation, everyone nodded in agreement. Once they had replenished their health at the fountain, they surged forward once more towards the enemy. Meanwhile, the team from the 65 Academy was left in a state of shock. The support player, Zhuang Zhou, asked, Yen Ge, what do we do now? Are they really going to group up and push again? Should we confront them head-on or split up to defend the lanes? Li Yan was utterly bewildered, uncertain of the enemy's strategy. They are clustering too tightly. We should also group up, Chen Feier suggested. Brother, do you think they might switch lanes to push? Li Yan frowned. There's a possibility. We must be prepared. We cannot allow them to push out super minions again. As they spoke, Su Zhe and his 5 teammates appeared in the center of the map, accompanied by a wave of super minions, charging forward with determination. Chen Feier was taken aback, nervously saying, Brother, it seems they intend to push mid as a group. What? Li Yan exclaimed, dumbfounded. The mid lane has already been pushed with super minions. How can they still come? Nearby, a teammate muttered, these brutes might be aiming to obliterate the crystal directly. What? Upon hearing this, Li Yan felt a profound sense of humiliation. Pushing out super minions in 2 minutes was already excessive. Did the enemy truly intend to destroy the crystal in just 3 minutes? Come on, gather beneath the crystal. I refuse to believe they can forcefully take our crystal. They are truly audacious. Li Yan spoke in a deep voice, swiftly rallying his teammates. Zhishun, they have assembled, Ma Hailong said nervously. Should we perhaps avoid drawing attention? Avoid drawing attention? Suja chuckled softly. Hailong, just take a look at how far we outstrip them in levels. Upon hearing this, Ma Hailong quickly opened his status bar for a glance, and upon seeing it, he immediately burst into laughter. Chapter 21. Underhanded Tactics. Jiang Zia's passive skill, Heart Demon, is an extraordinary technique for early game suppression, enhancing allies' experience by 25 points every second. Coupled with the rapid push strategy that swiftly dismantled 3 defensive towers, the experience gained far surpassed that of their opponents. Consequently, Su Zhu and his team now boast an average level 2 tiers above their adversaries. Philosopher. Isn't this a guaranteed victory? Ma Hailong remarked with a smile. Su Zhu nodded. One could say it is nearly certain. However, we must not grow complacent. Remember, during team fights, avoid direct confrontation. You and TNI are primarily responsible for disrupting their formation. The remainder is up to us. Ma Hailong nodded earnestly, understood. Meanwhile, the members of the 65 Academy stood tensely beneath their high ground crystal, acutely aware that this team fight would determine the outcome of the match. Brother, they are advancing. Chen Fei exclaimed nervously. Charge forward, do not allow them to approach the crystal. Li Yin instructed, fully aware that Su Zhu's composition could easily obliterate the crystal. He prudently kept Su Zhu at bay as the 5 members of their formation grouped together, creating a human barrier to restrict Su Zhu and his allies. Against the enemy's staunch defense, Su Zhu had his own strategy. TNI, charge ahead. Chen TNI smirked slightly, coldly retorting, I have been ready. Before he could finish speaking, Su Lai, wielding a massive club, charged toward the enemy. His second skill, Heroic Charge, proved immensely powerful, carving a bloody path through the crowd. Hailong, disrupt their formation. With Su Lai leading the charge, Su Zhu directed Ma Hailong to follow suit. Ma Hailong's Jiang Xia utilized his second skill to scatter the enemy, then took cover in the back line to unleash his shockwaves. The rest of you, push the tower. Maintain a dispersed formation. Do not let the enemy near. Su Zhu commanded with calm authority, maneuvering Li Yuanfang skillfully to flank the crystal. Simultaneously, Wu Zi's Zhou ignited flames. And soon the battlefield was enveloped in thick smoke. Protect the crystal! Protect the crystal! As the health of their crystal diminished at a visible rate, Li Yin fell into a state of panic. Clear their minions. Quickly eliminate their minions. The members of the 65 Academy found themselves ensnared in Su Zhu's strategic web, unable to effectively engage or eliminate the minions. Su Zhu had brought forth super minions, with substantial health and formidable defenses, far beyond their capacity to dispatch. Moreover, the front line was bolstered by Su Lai, who, despite falling once, revived to wreak havoc, bouncing through the fray clad in fiery armor, either smashing foes or sending them packing. Li Yin's monkey could only watch helplessly as their crystal's health dwindled. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the crystal succumbed under the relentless assault of Zhou, Lu Shan, and Li Yuanfang, mere minutes after the match commenced, a speed unprecedented. Yes, we have won. Chen Tianai exclaimed with excitement, and the others also smiled broadly. A swift 5-minute push, with only 3 kills in an entire match. Such speed and efficiency were simply astounding, leaving the opposing team utterly speechless. The members of the 65 Academy were utterly stunned. They never imagined the game could be played in such a manner. Su Zhu stood up and sauntered over to the booth of the 65 Academy, nonchalantly inquiring, So, what do you say? Will you concede now? Li Yin clenched his fists, his body trembling with overwhelming anger. He had never played such a humiliating match, unable to showcase even a fraction of his potential. As a naturally gifted assassin, to secure not a single kill was bad enough, but to be utterly dominated in mere minutes was infuriating, driving him to the brink of smashing his phone. Your tactics are utterly despicable. This cannot be deemed a fair competition. Li Yin exclaimed through gritted teeth as he set down his phone. Oh, how is it not fair? Did I employ hacks or hire a booster? Su Zhu retorted with a smile. Li Yin found himself at a loss for words, powerless to counter Su Zhu's questions. Yet, he was still unwilling to admit defeat, as losing meant he would have to kneel and call him father. You rely on such underhanded tactics. This is hardly a legitimate victory. At that moment, Chen Fei also stepped forward, asserting, all you do is group up to push towers. This contradicts the very essence of the game. It is supposed to be competitive, and your actions are nothing but exploiting loopholes. Exploiting loopholes. I think it's more about your inability to accept defeat. Chen Tianai interjected. If you can't handle losing, then perhaps you shouldn't play. Why bring up the issue of calling someone father? Isn't that embarrassing? Chen Tianai, who are you calling unable to handle defeat? Chen Fei retorted, her face flushed with anger. Chen Tianai scoffed. If you can handle it, then be a good sport and accept your loss. Kneel and call me father. I refuse. You must be dreaming. Chen Fei shouted defiantly. As the situation grew tense, Li Yin suddenly had a thought and shouted, Wait, who said we lost? This is indeed a father-son match, but I never said it was a best of one. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianai was infuriated. How audacious! You dare play such word games? If you lose one match, Do you plan to claim it's a best of 3? If you lose 2 matches, will you then argue for a best of 5? Li Yan smirked shamelessly and replied, it was always best of 3. Professional leagues follow that format. That last match was barely a win for you. If you have the guts, let us play another round. Chen Tianai was left gasping in frustration, while Wu Zi frowned and asked Suja, who are these people? How can they be so shameless? Suja shook his head and said, they are merely a rabble. Such behavior is hardly surprising. With that, Suja calmly accepted Li Yan's challenge. Fine, if it's best of 3, then so be it. It just means we'll play one more match. Li Yan narrowed his eyes. Kid, you certainly have a bold tongue, if you dare not use your underhanded tactics. Let us compete based on individual skill. Individual skill? Suja seemed to have heard an exceedingly amusing joke. Li Yan actually dared to compare his personal abilities with his own. Indeed, it was a comparison of personal prowess. If you have the audacity, do not resort to the tactics of 5-man teams. Are you willing to accept my challenge? Li Yan provocatively inquired. Chen Feier, standing beside him, added fuel to the fire. Winning solely through such tactics is no real skill. If you possess true ability, demonstrate it. With a calm smile, Suja replied, it appears that unless I showcase my true strength, you all shall remain unconvinced of your defeat. Upon hearing this, Wu Zi and the brothers in the dormitory were also stirred with excitement. After all, everyone knew of Suja's exceptional individual skills, yet none had witnessed the extent of his prowess. They were all eager to see just how terrifying Suja could be when he focused on showcasing his skills and what standard he could achieve with his preferred hero. Wu Zi cheerfully remarked to Suja, since they are earnestly seeking to be challenged, why not let them see your true strength? It's the perfect opportunity for us to witness just how formidable you are. Lu Siyu, even more exhilarated, exclaimed, Jagad, bring forth your signature hero. Suja smiled lightly. Signature hero? No need. I only require a top lane champion, and that will suffice to deal with them. Li Yan, incensed by Suja's arrogance, retorted, stop boasting and let us get this battle underway. This time, I'll teach you a lesson. Without further ado, Suja led everyone into the game room. To thwart Suja from employing his rapid push strategy once more, the opposing team banned heroes like Jiang Zia and Li Yuanfang, renowned for their tower-pushing capabilities. However, Suja had no intention of continuing with the fast push strategy and paid little heed to the bans. When it was time to select champions, Lu Siyu asked, Jagad, who should we choose? Suja smiled. You all may select your preferred champions. Just leave the top lane to me. Thus, everyone chose their favorite heroes, leaving only a top lane slot open for Suja. When it was his turn to select, he contemplated for a moment before choosing the hero Yang Jian, a versatile champion capable of playing both top lane and jungle, boasting high damage, agile mobility, and remarkable recovery abilities on the battlefield. Oh, Yang Jian? Upon seeing Suja's choice, Wu Zi's eyes lit up. For just 2 days prior, Zhu Hao had utilized Yang Jian in the team competition. Suja, I suspect your Yang Jian must be significantly stronger than Zhu Hao's, right? Wu Zi inquired with a smile. Suja replied with a faint smile, Zhu Hao has Yang Jian? He has truly squandered that 18,888 gold. Simultaneously, the opposing team completed their champion selections. This time, Li Yan once again chose the Monkey King. The Monkey King and Yang Jian, age-old rivals from the classic tale Journey to the West, were destined adversaries on the battlefield of Honor of Kings. Bro, is Yang Jian powerful? Upon seeing Suja select Yang Jian, Chen Feier asked anxiously. Not too shabby. Not particularly formidable, Li Yan disdainfully responded. If they do not employ their tactics, they will undoubtedly be no match for us. As long as we focus on targeting Yang Jian in the early game, I assure you he won't be able to develop properly. Upon hearing Li Yan's words, Chen Feier nodded in reassurance. Very well. The individuals on the opposing team possess skills that are rather lacking. Their ranks merely hover around the glory of gold. There is no cause for concern. Li Yan smiled and nodded in agreement. That is splendid. Let us strive for a triumphant reversal in this battle. The combat commenced. Suja's Yang Jian surged toward the top lane, anticipating that the enemy would undoubtedly target him. Suja immediately adopted a strategy of 5 players lying in wait for the blue buff. A signal was issued, and 4 teammates had already positioned themselves stealthily in the thickets of the jungle. As the clock struck approximately 25 seconds, Li Yan's monkey, indeed, appeared in the river accompanied by 2 teammates, advancing directly toward the jungle. My predictions have proven accurate. It is time to execute our ambush, Suja murmured. as Yang Jian stealthily maneuvered through the narrow path beneath the first tower, concealing himself in the foliage. At that moment, Li Yan's monkey had ventured into the jungle and, noticing the absence of adversaries around the blue monster, mistakenly believed he had stumbled upon an opportunity. "No one is contesting the blue buff. I must seize it quickly," he exclaimed, as the monkey eagerly utilized a mobility skill to dart forward, directly striking the blue monster. Just then, from the elongated thicket behind the neutral monster, a figure emerged, Suju's Yang Jian brandishing a trident. "Commence the assault," Suju signaled, and thus the encirclement battle officially began. Chapter 22. The Infinite Bites of the Dog. At this moment, Li Yan's monkey was accompanied by two teammates in the wilderness, farming for blue buffs. Upon catching sight of Suju's Yang Jian, Li Yan scoffed, thinking, "Does he truly believe he can ambush us alone, as if we are easy prey?" However, before Li Yan could finish his thought, from the underbrush emerged Wu Zi, Lu Xiyu, Ma Hailong, and Qin Tianai, four formidable champions, completely surrounding them. Panic surged through Li Yan as he realized they were encircled. He hastily signaled for a retreat, yet the blue monster's health was nearly depleted. Reluctant to abandon it, he quickly employed his summoner spell, Smite, to secure the kill. Unfortunately, even after using Smite, a sliver of health remained on the blue monster. Just then, a flash of golden light appeared as Suju's Yang Jian unleashed his dog to bite the blue monster and swiftly dashed in. With his first skill, Yang Jian executed a perfect reversal, claiming the blue buff and refreshing his first skill's cooldown. Meanwhile, Li Yan and his two teammates found themselves increasingly battered under Suju's relentless assault. Quick to seize the opportunity, Suju noticed that the opposing marksman, Sun Shangxiang, was in a precarious state. After she used her skill to escape, Suju's celestial dog was summoned again. A perfect hit. With nearly unfailing accuracy, Yang Jian charged forward, his first skill delivering a lethal blow, successfully eliminating Sun Shangxiang. Having secured both the blue monster and Sun Shangxiang's head, Yang Jian swiftly leveled up to 2 and unleashed his second skill, Void Obliteration, striking Li Yan's monkey and the opposing support hero, Zhang Fei. After being hit by the second skill, the monkey's health plummeted, while Zhang Fei, though healthier, succumbed to the stun effect. Following his kill of Sun Shangxiang, Yang Jian's first skill cooldown reset once more, allowing Suju to unleash the dog a third time within mere seconds. Again, it hit with astounding precision. After striking the monkey, Yang Jian charged in without hesitation, eliminating him with a swift stroke. Double kill. Li Yan's monkey let out a wretched cry as he fell to the ground. Frustrated, Li Yan slammed his phone onto the table, exclaiming, "Damn it, ambushed." The trio of the counter-jungle team now had only the resilient Zhang Fei frantically fleeing, having managed to escape back to the top lane during Yang Jian's onslaught. Naturally, Suju would not let this opportunity slip away. Yang Jian, wielding his trident, pursued Zhang Fei up the lane. Before Zhang Fei could reach the safety of the tower, Yang Jian swiftly cast his first skill, striking the enemy minions. With a deft maneuver, he advanced, eliminating the low-health minion and refreshing his cooldown. Just as Zhang Fei arrived at the tower, his health was critically low. Yang Jian charged forward, delivering damage before unleashing his second skill, Void Obliteration, and summoner spell, Smite. Despite Zhang Fei's formidable health, he ultimately succumbed beneath the relentless assault of Yang Jian's trident triple kill. The cacophonous sounds of the game erupted as Yang Jian secured an astonishing triple kill from the outset. The players from the 65 Academy were utterly flabbergasted. None could have anticipated that Suju's Yang Jian would exhibit such an unreasonable prowess. The cooldown of Yang Jian's first skill had been unbroken. Could this be the fabled infinite bites of the dog? Li Yan, clutching his phone, found beads of cold sweat trickling down his face. If the rapid push strategy from the previous match had not entirely unsettled him, then Yang Jian's performance in this game was undeniably astonishing. The infinite bites of the dog, wasn't this a maneuver reserved for the true masters? On Suju's side, everyone was awestruck by his incisive gameplay. "Wow, starting with a triple kill is just too magnificent," exclaimed Ma Hailong in shock. If the opposing team had sent 5 to counter jungle, wouldn't that have been a pentakill? Qin Tianai asked with a grin. "Absolutely remarkable. No wonder you said Zhu Hao's Yang Jian was a waste of those 888 coins. You were right. His Yang Jian is indeed a squander of resources," Wu Zi stated earnestly. In the face of his teammates' praise, Suju remained composed. "This is merely the beginning. The main event is yet to unfold." I shall ensure that the opposing five carry the shadow of Yang Jian throughout their gaming careers. Upon hearing this, his teammates were eager to witness Su Zhi's mastery of Yang Jian. If the initial triple kill was just a prologue, the ensuing spectacle promised to be even more exhilarating. Having secured 3 kills, Su Zhi's Yang Jian led the opposing team in economic advantage by nearly 1,000 gold. A sum that virtually guaranteed a dominating presence over the 2 adversaries in the top lane. Moments later, Sun Shangxiang, who had given first blood, returned the lane under the protection of Zhang Fei. However, both players, having witnessed the might of Su Zhi's Yang Jian, dared not expose themselves carelessly. They had beneath the tower cautiously farmed experience. With a financial edge, Su Zhi's Yang Jian played aggressively. Whenever Sun Shangxiang and Zhang Fei ventured from the safety of their tower, Yang Jian would charge in with reckless abandon. Even when they sheltered beneath the tower, Yang Jian relentlessly unleashed his first skill, poking them from a distance. In less than a minute of landing, the opposing Sun Shangxiang had been reduced to half health due to Yang Jian's relentless harassment. Yet, rather than retreating to replenish her health, she chose to remain near the tower, waiting for the supply pack to respawn. Protected by the tower, Sun Shangxiang felt relatively secure while Su Zhi's Yang Jian lurked nearby, biding his time. Just as the supply pack was about to materialize, Su Zhi's Yang Jian suddenly sprang into action. His first skill struck a wounded enemy minion beneath the tower, and he immediately surged forward. After executing the enemy unit, the cooldown of his skill reset, allowing Yang Jian to swiftly unleash a second strike that connected with Sun Shangxiang. Caught off guard by the imminent danger beneath the tower, Sun Shangxiang hurriedly performed a backflip to escape deeper into the tower's sanctuary. However, the unfortunate Sun Shangxiang, struck by the hound, found herself with no avenue of escape. In an instant, she was relentlessly pursued by Yang Jian, who, with just his first and second skills, had already diminished her health by a quarter. Coupled with the high damage from his second skill, the marksman Sun Shangxiang let out a wretched cry, her demise imminent. Rampage. Yang Jian had become a harbinger of death. Su Zhi's Yang Jian forcefully advanced beneath the turret, swiftly executing Sun Shangxiang. Yet, in the process of vanquishing her, he had already absorbed 2 strikes from the turret, which inflicts escalating damage with each successive hit. At this moment, the furious Zhang Fei arrived, brandishing his spear, while the monkey, busy in the jungle, hastily rushed to avenge Sun Shangxiang. Together, they could easily encircle Yang Jian beneath the turret, leaving Su Zhi with no recourse. Alas, Zhishin, you were trading 1 for 1, remarked Chen Tianai anxiously, witnessing Su Zhi's perilous situation. But just as the monkey and Zhang Fei were about to flank him, Su Zhi's Yang Jian maneuvered close to the turret's base. With vision activated, Yang Jian unleashed his first skill, summoning hounds to strike a jungle monster below the turret. Following that, with a splendid wall jump maneuver, Su Zhi elegantly evaded the turret's grasp. At that moment, the turret's third strike landed on Yang Jian, merely reducing his health to half, a trivial matter for him, as he could effortlessly restore it with his ultimate ability, Eye of the Source. Brilliant move, Zhishan. Such finesse, exclaimed Chen Tianai, his earlier tension dissipating into relief, astonished by Su Zhi's sharp maneuvers, as if he were dancing in an unguarded realm. Meanwhile, the recently arrived monkey felt humiliated by Yang Jian's antics, while Li Yan's frustration boiled over. Damn it, Zhang Fei, what were you doing? You let Yang Jian waltz in and slay Sun Shangxiang? Zhang Fei, with a sense of resignation, replied, what could I do? Yang Jian's advance was too fierce. The hounds never ceased their relentless assault. What was I to do? Li Yan understood that Su Zhi's Yang Jian was extraordinarily formidable, far beyond the capability of just 1 or 2 players to contain. Witnessing Yang Jian's prowess, his composure had already begun to unravel. After being consecutively defeated by Yang Jian, the opposing Sun Shangxiang dared not confront him again. Let's switch lanes. I will go to the top lane. Miyamoto, you head to the bottom lane to face Yang Jian. Sun Shangxiang exclaimed, her frustration palpable, as Su Zhi's Yang Jian had pushed her to the brink. Miyamoto Musashi, who had been cautiously farming in the top lane, protested upon hearing his teammate's directive. I refuse. That guy has already claimed 4 kills. If I go, won't I just be crushed? I am ADC. If I falter, our game is lost. Enough talk. Just get to the bottom lane. Sun Shangxiang impatiently insisted, shoving Miyamoto Musashi towards the lower lane. With no choice, Miyamoto Musashi trudged down. But upon seeing the imposing figure of Yang Jian, dread filled his heart. Yengu, Shouldn't we rein in this fellow? If we allow him to continue thriving, we are truly doomed in this match. Miyamoto Musashi spoke softly. Li Yin nodded and whispered, I will traverse the central river lane to initiate an ambush. You and Zhang Fei should prepare. The three of us will join forces. I refuse to believe we cannot capture him. Musashi would take the lead. Zhang Fei would unleash his ultimate to control the enemy, while I would follow up to reap the rewards. Did you hear that? Zhang Fei and Musashi immediately nodded in agreement. Understood. Miyamoto Musashi's ultimate, Nitten Ichiri, is an unavoidable strike. Once released, the opponent cannot evade it. Simultaneously, Zhang Fei's ultimate, Furious Beast's Bloodlust, provides formidable crowd control, capable of repelling and stunning foes. With the combination of these two powerful abilities, few heroes could withstand their onslaught. Li Yin was certain that even with exceptional skill, Suju's Yang Jian would struggle to endure the trio's combined assault. Under Li Yin's careful planning, the three of them approached the top lane. However, this scheme had already been detected by Suja, as the three vanishing figures on the minimap clearly indicated a plot against him. At that moment, Wu Zi also sensed the impending danger and quietly warned, Suja, be cautious. It seems they are all coming for you. Suja nodded in acknowledgement. With Zhang Fei on the lane, Miyamoto hidden in the river's brush, and a monkey lurking nearby, these three alone would find it somewhat challenging to eliminate me, Suja remarked with a cold smirk. Chapter 23. The Strong. Upon hearing Suja's analysis, Wu Zi chuckled and remarked, I have long known that worrying about you is unnecessary. It seems you have already discerned the actions of these individuals. Suja nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, the mentality of Sun Shangxiang, who is matched against me, has likely crumbled, thus she will undoubtedly request a lane swap. Consequently, the originally positioned Gongbing will inevitably come to the upper lane. Furthermore, Li Yan's monkey has been hovering around me, and with no dragon being contested, the only plausible scenario is that he is lying in wait in the river. Wu Zi was utterly captivated by Suja's calm analysis, nodding in admiration. You are truly remarkable. Your awareness is unparalleled. Suja smiled and replied, it is merely a result of extensive practice, leading to accumulated experience. Just then, Suja's Yang Jian deliberately exposed a flaw, feigning a retreat towards the lane. As he approached the river, a colossal circular emblem appeared above him, signifying that he had been marked by Gongbing Musashi's ultimate ability, Nitten Ichi Ryu. However, even after being struck by this ability, Yang Jian could still maneuver a short distance, allowing Suja to leisurely make his way toward the tower. Seeing Yang Jian attempting to escape, Li Yin hastily commanded, we cannot allow him to flee. Initiate a tower dive. Zhang Fei, charge in and tank the tower. Without hesitation, Zhang Fei lunged towards Suja. At the very moment Yang Jian was struck by Nitten Ichi Ryu, Zhang Fei activated his ultimate ability to absorb the tower's attacks. Yet, Suja remained unperturbed, for Yang Jian's passive ability indicated that the more enemies he faced, the shorter his control duration would be. Despite the three opponents diving the tower, Yang Jian would not be held captive for long. As Zhang Fei unleashed his ultimate, Li Yan's monkey swiftly closed the distance, raising his Rui Jingu Bang high, ready to strike down upon Yang Jian. The monkey, renowned for its 3 hits, implied that anyone could be dispatched with just 3 blows, should the monkey's staff connect. The damage inflicted would be incalculable. At that moment, Suja's Yang Jian was ensnared, and if Li Yan's monkey landed a hit, the situation would swiftly turn dire. With a gleeful grin, Li Yan exclaimed, watch me crush you. However, just then, Yang Jian recovered from his stunned state. Before the monkey's staff could descend, Suja's fingers flew across the controls, propelling him towards a nearby minion. In that very instant, the monkey's Rui Jingu Bang struck down, but alas, Yang Jian had already vacated his previous position, leaving the attack to swing wide. Chase him down. Do not let him escape. Frustrated by his missed opportunity, Li Yin urgently directed Zhang Fei and Gongbing Musashi to engage, and the trio hastened after the fleeing Yang Jian. With a cold smirk, Suja swiftly turned and unleashed his second skill, stunning all 3 adversaries. The trio found themselves immobilized beneath the defensive tower, and Zhang Fei's protective shield, once activated, was rapidly depleting. However, it was not long before the 3 individuals emerged from their dazed state. The Monkey King and Miyamoto Musashi swiftly activated their mobility skills to close in on Yang Jian. Upon completing his ultimate move, the 2 heavens as one, Miyamoto Musashi transitioned into his dual-wielding stance, significantly enhancing his combat attributes. After catching up to Yang Jian, A few swift strikes caused Yang Jian's health to diminish at a visibly alarming rate. Observing Yang Jian's precarious state, Li Yan's face broke into a cold smile. There's no way he can escape now, right? Yet, in his weakened condition, Su Zhi did not retreat. Instead, he charged bravely towards his foes. Do you truly believe you can slay me so easily? How naive. Noticing that the enemy's control skills had already been unleashed, Su Zhi resolutely executed Yang Jian's ultimate. Eye of the Source. The celestial eye unleashed beams of laser, inflicting substantial damage upon the adversaries. Simultaneously, Yang Jian's health began to recover at a remarkable rate, revitalizing him from the brink of defeat. Faced with this sudden reversal of fate, the encircling squad from the 65th Academy found themselves momentarily bewildered. However, with the battle already engaged, fleeing was not an option. Do not fear, engage him, Li Yan commanded, and the Monkey King leapt forward once more. At that moment, Yang Jian raised his hand to unleash his first skill, summoning the Howling Celestial Dog, which immediately bit down on Zhang Fei. Following this, a summoner skill executed a lethal strike, further depleting Zhang Fei's already dwindling health. With a swift movement, Yang Jian lunged at Zhang Fei, evading the Monkey King's hefty swing and successfully claiming Zhang Fei's life. Unstoppable, Yang Jian had become an indomitable force. After eliminating Zhang Fei, Yang Jian's first skill refreshed, allowing him to swiftly turn and ensnare the Monkey King once again. With Zhang Fei's demise, the Monkey King bore the brunt of the turret's assault, and his health and defenses proved too fragile, leaving him on the verge of collapse after just a single strike. At this juncture, Miyamoto Musashi executed a forward roll to pursue Yang Jian, but alas, before he could land a hit, Yang Jian had already taken flight once more. Bang! Upon colliding with the Monkey King, Yang Jian unleashed his second skill, dealing significant damage. Coupled with the turret's second attack, Li Yan's Monkey King fell to the ground in despair. Godlike, Yang Jian was sweeping through the battlefield, having claimed 2 lives beneath the tower. Yang Jian's status soared to unprecedented heights. Witnessing his teammates' demise while being trapped under the turret, Miyamoto, in a panic, hastily activated his mobility skill to escape into the jungle. Su Zhi let out a cold chuckle. Since you've come, do not think you can leave. I shall grant you a ticket back to the fountain. With that, Yang Jian brandished his trident and rapidly pursued from behind. Miyamoto, relying on his mobility, dashed forward, stepping into the jungle. Yet, before he could reach the safety of the river, the Howling Celestial Dog, refreshed from cooldown, was unleashed once more. Bang! Yang Jian closed in rapidly, like a relentless shadow, striking with his second skill to inflict damage, followed closely by 2 basic attacks that found their mark on Miyamoto Musashi. Under the onslaught of basic attacks, the Shadow Axe equipped on Miyamoto Musashi activated its passive effect, slowing his movement speed and rendering his escape futile. Su Zhi's Yang Jian required no further skill deployment. After a mere 3 basic attacks, he dispatched the nearly defeated Miyamoto Musashi, and the arena erupted with the exhilarating cry of triple kill. Yang Jian secured a triumphant 3 kills. The ambush of 3 turned into a humiliating defeat, leaving the members of the 65 Academy with flushed faces, speechless. Li Yan's hands trembled uncontrollably as beads of sweat formed on his forehead from anxiety. He had never witnessed such a formidable Yang Jian, who instilled in him a psychological shadow. Unbelievably strong, the adversary's Yang Jian was overwhelmingly powerful. The fallen Miyamoto Musashi despondently implored, "Brother Yan, let us concede, we stand no chance." Li Yan numbly gazed at the countdown on his screen. The sensation of being controlled by another was profoundly distressing. Damn, how could he be so strong? His level was at least that of a star, or even a king rank. Li Yan stammered. Beside him, Chun Feier remained oblivious to the terror that Su Zhi represented. Unwilling to concede, she declared, "Impossible. How could he possibly be a star rank? He told me he wasn't interested in this game when we were together." Alas, the truth spoke for itself. The prowess of Su Zhi's Yang Jian required no external validation. Following his triple kill, Yang Jian effortlessly dismantled the top lane turret and began roaming the entire map. In the bottom lane, Sun Xiangxiang believed she could safely develop away from the top lane, yet while under the turret, she was ambushed by Yang Jian, who unleashed his hound from the jungle. He charged directly towards the turret, utilizing his second skill to stun, followed by 3 basic attacks that culminated in a fatal strike. With a well-timed first skill, he dashed through the wall, having already claimed 7 kills, truly unparalleled. As he roamed to the mid lane, Yang Jian activated his ultimate and pursued Jiao Chan under the turret. Thanks to his formidable regenerative abilities, the turret's initial 3 strikes inflicted no damage upon him. Startled, Chen Feier hurriedly attempted to escape. But Yang Jian's celestial hound arrived as promised, colliding and swiftly eliminating her. Miyamoto Musashi, standing aside with sword in hand, was at a loss, unable to advance or retreat, caught in a stupor. Suja, however, showed no mercy. The celestial hound was unleashed once more, pursuing Musashi with a flurry of skills that left him in tatters. Musashi hastily used his escape ability, but Yang Jian chose not to pursue at that moment, instead spotting a monkey lurking in the jungle. Low on health and engaged with the red buff. The hound was unleashed, striking the red monster directly, followed by a skill that secured the kill, snatching the red buff right from under the monkey's nose. Damn it! Li Yin, feeling utterly dominated by Suja, felt tears prick at his eyes. And disregarding the significant economic disadvantage of at least 4,000 gold, he charged in with his staff raised. Unfortunately, Yang Jian showed no fear. A single skill set reduced the monkey to a sliver of health, and a seemingly ordinary basic attack sent the monkey, still with a quarter of its health remaining, to its demise. Legendary. Yang Jian was truly without peer. What on earth is happening? Is it truly possible for a mere hero to inflict such elevated damage? Li Yin found this notion utterly implausible. How could Yang Jian's single target output be so extraordinarily high? Just as he was about to confront Yang Jian regarding the possibility of foul play, their own son Shangxiang sighed deeply. He has acquired the Broken Army. What? The Broken Army? Within a mere 10 minutes, Yang Jian had already obtained this prestigious item. The Broken Army is among the most expensive gear in Honor of Kings, boasting a passive ability that amplifies damage by 30 when the target's health drops below half. It was no wonder that the monkey, with only a quarter of his health remaining, was effortlessly eliminated by Yang Jian in a single blow. Such an outcome was entirely expected. Yet, it was astonishing that within such a brief span, Yang Jian had managed to secure this late-game equipment, and not in the manner of Lu Bu, who might hoard it without proper build. He achieved this while maintaining a standard item progression. The rapidity of his gold accumulation and the overwhelming pressure of his equipment left them in a state of despair. Brother Yan, it's truly futile. We should concede. The members of the 65 Academy bore grim expressions, and Sun Shangxiang's lips had begun to pale. Li Yin could only cling to his resolve, insisting silently. What do you mean concede? Let us continue the fight. Chapter 24. Philosopher's wife Li Yin felt a heavy breath constricting his chest, a breath that fueled his determination to continue battling. Unfortunately, Suja's Yang Jian was unstoppable. Every aspect, skill, consciousness, equipment, completely overwhelmed those before him. Legendary, legendary, legendary. The entire canyon resonated with the echoes of Suja's unparalleled Yang Jian. Almost every time Yang Jian appeared in a location, a fatality ensued. Double kill, triple kill, quad kill. Had the members of the 65 Academy not banded together, Yang Jian might have effortlessly achieved a pinnacle. In a mere 15 minutes, Suja had amassed a staggering 30 kills, with him personally claiming 23. It was an absolute massacre. As the 3 lanes crumbled, the minions swiftly advanced to the high ground, and the 65 Academy members were utterly powerless, their crystal obliterated. Setting down his phone, Li Yin's students quietly exhaled in relief. Finally, it was over. I never want to play this game again. The sight of Yang Jian makes me feel nauseated. Damn, this is truly despairing. What rank is that Yang Jian on the opposing side? None of the game streamers I follow are as skilled as he is. Li Yin and Chen Feier bore expressions of utter defeat, their faces reflecting their dismay. Meanwhile, Suja was admired by Wu Zi, who gazed at him in awe. You are truly formidable. Your Yang Jian must surely rank among the top in the nation, right? Lu Xiyu asserted confidently. Absolutely. This Yang Jian is bound to be on the national leaderboard. However, Suja shook his head. It's quite challenging to make it onto the leaderboard. I have yet to reach that level. Ma Hailong chuckled. Who would have thought that your greatest strength lies in the top lane? Suja nodded. Indeed, that is my most proficient role. After a brief exchange, Chen Ti and I sneered. It is time to settle the score with them. With that, he stood and walked toward the members of the 65 Academy. Hey, Chen Feier's brother, the father-son match is over. You all concede now, right? Li Yin, still nursing his wounds from the game, felt a surge of anger at Chun Tianai's words and immediately stood up. Stop wasting my time. What father-son match? It's just a silly game. Hearing this, Chun Tianai's fury ignited. What? You already cheated once. Now you want to cheat again? Do you even have any honor? Your words are as empty as flatulence. What did you say, you little brat? Li Yin rolled up his sleeves and approached, pointing a finger at Chun Tianai. Say that again if you dare. Chun Tianai, quick-tempered, retaliated without hesitation. What if I say it again? A wager is a wager. If you can't handle the loss, then don't play. You were the ones who clung to us to play the game, and now that you've lost, you refuse to admit it. You are utterly shameless. Damn, I think you lot are just begging for a beating. Li Yin, relying on his towering stature, charged directly towards Chun Tianai, having previously bested him. Suja quickly rallied his dorm mates to surround them. I may not be able to outplay you in games, but I can certainly hold my own in a fight. Look at you pathetic losers. You truly deserve a beating. With that, Li Yin swung a powerful punch aimed squarely at Chun Tianai's face. Just as the fist was about to connect, a long, elegant leg suddenly emerged from behind Chun Tianai. Bang! The leg struck Li Yin's chest with the swiftness of lightning, sending him sprawling away. Thud! The imposing Li Yin crashed heavily to the ground, colliding with a nearby chair, momentarily dazed. As he looked up, he was astonished to find that the stunning beauty who had just dispatched him was none other than the extraordinary woman Suja had invited. Wu Zi's strike left the audience in awe. No one had anticipated that this seemingly delicate beauty possessed such formidable martial prowess. Ma Hailong, having experienced Wu Zi's skills firsthand, knew she was not to be trifled with, while Chun Tianai and Lu Xiu were left speechless, unable to fathom the explosive power of the enchanting woman beside them. Wow! So she is a master, they exclaimed in reverence. Chun Tianai quickly stepped back, respectfully clasping his fists in salute. Lu Xiu, in a hushed tone, inquired of Su Zhe. Your girlfriend is quite fierce, isn't she? Suja chuckled awkwardly. Hee. I didn't see that coming either. Wu Zi then strode confidently towards Li Yin, her eyes glinting with menace. What is it going to be? Do you still wish to engage us in combat? Li Yin, clutching his chest, resembled a deflated balloon. Who would have thought that not only could he not win in a game, but he was also outmatched in a fight? Although his gaming skills were mediocre, his combat abilities were exceptional. This is all a misunderstanding. Li Yin quickly cowered before Wu Zi, lowering his gaze submissively. Wu Zi let out a cold huff. In games, one must accept defeat gracefully. Since you initiated this father-son bet, you must adhere to the rules. Do you understand? Yes. Yes. Li Yin nodded fervently, not daring to defy Wu Zi. Then why are you still standing there? Do you expect me to coax you into compliance? Li Yin glanced at Wu Zi and obediently muttered, Father. At this, Su Zhe and the others erupted in laughter. They could hardly believe that the towering Li Yin appeared as meek as a kitten before Wu Zi. Chen Feier, on the other hand, was mortified, her face flushed with embarrassment at her brother's antics. Wu Zi nearly succumbed to laughter at Li Yan's cowardice, but managed to maintain her serious demeanor, saying, What do you mean, father? Open your eyes and take a good look. If you can't even distinguish between genders, how can you engage in gaming? Realizing his blunder, Li Yin hurriedly corrected himself. Mother. What mother? Do I look that old? You truly lack tact. Get out of my sight. I don't wish to see you again. Wu Zi pointed toward the door, her commanding voice leaving no room for argument. Upon hearing those words, Li Yin hastily sprang to his feet and dashed outside, his face devoid of color. Chen Feier hurriedly followed suit. At that moment, the remaining students of the 65 Academy exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of their next move. After a brief hesitation, one bespectacled individual approached Su Zhe and whispered, Great One, I used Sun Shangxiang in the last round. Your performance with Yang Jian was truly exceptional. May I add you as a friend and request a spot on your team? Another student chimed in eagerly, Great One, I played as Miyamoto Musashi just now. Might I become your disciple? I am willing to pay a tuition fee. Before Su Zhe could respond, Chen Tianai stepped forward, waving his hands dismissively. Scram. Understand your positions. Will you? You are with Li Yin, while we are adversaries. Upon hearing this, the bespectacled student quickly donned a contrite smile and replied, In truth, we aren't well acquainted with Li Yin. We merely play games occasionally. If the Great One would accept us as disciples, we would immediately switch our allegiance. The boy who had played Miyamoto Musashi nodded in agreement. Yes. We will do whatever the Great One asks. Chen Tianai, bemused by their desperation, retorted with disdain, stop dreaming. The Great One's team is already full. Go find somewhere else to cool off and do not waste our time here. With their aspirations for mentorship dashed, the group reluctantly departed. However, after today's 2 matches, it was likely they would shy away from this game for a considerable time. Once the matter with the 65 academy students was resolved, tranquility finally returned to the McDonald's. At that moment, Woozi smiled and inquired, "Are you all hungry? I would like to treat you to a late-night snack." Chen Tianai candidly replied, "I want a Big Mac and a pair of spicy wings." Suja nudged Chen Tianai with his elbow. "You little rascal, aren't you being a bit too forward?" Although Woozi had just declared herself Suja's girlfriend in front of everyone, they were merely friends, and he did not wish for her to bear the expense. Yet, Chen Tianai was oblivious to this nuance and chuckled, "What are you worried about? She is a VIP 8, the epitome of wealth. Can she really be bothered by the cost of this meal?" Woozi laughed and added, "Exactly. No worries, just tell me what you all want, and I will go buy it now." Thus, Lu Siyu and Ma Hailong also chimed in without reservation. "I want a spicy chicken burger. I want a filet-o-fish." Suja looked at his roommates with exasperation, noting that they had all clearly eaten earlier in the evening. 10 minutes later, Woozi returned, balancing a tray brimming with burgers and snacks. The group erupted in excitement, exclaiming, "Thank you, Sister Zhe. You are truly wonderful to us." Woozi appeared quite pleased with the title Sister Zhe, nodding with a smile. "Good, you are all so thoughtful. I will make sure my Suja takes care of you and guides you all to become the strongest of champions." As Lu Siyu took a hearty bite of his hamburger, he playfully inquired, "Zhe sister-in-law, do enlighten us on how this fellow Suja managed to win your heart with such remarkable swiftness. His efficiency is truly astonishing." Woozi responded with a gentle smile. Glancing at Suja, that is a question best posed to him. Lu Siyu promptly turned to Suja, urging, "Now, do share your secrets. You mustn't keep them from your brothers." Feeling somewhat awkward, Suja scratched the back of his head and replied, "You've all misunderstood, Woozi and I. We are not in a romantic relationship." "What?" Upon hearing this, the dormitory brothers were incredulous. "Jagad, you are being rather untrustworthy. The lovely lady has admitted it. Why do you still refuse to accept?" Chen Tianai chuckled. "Indeed, Suja, do not keep us in suspense. Share your wisdom." Lu Siyu insisted. Suja, exasperated, replied, "I am not deceiving you. We are truly just ordinary friends." Woozi's earlier comment was likely in jest. At this, everyone turned to Woozi, who wore an innocent expression, raising her hands in a gesture of surrender. "Do you really think I am the type to lie?" Lu Siyu shook his head. "With your beauty, how could you possibly tell a falsehood?" Chen Tianai confidently added, "You treated us to McDonald's, so we believe whatever you say." Ma Hailong nodded in agreement. "I choose to trust you." With a triumphant smile, Woozi declared, "Then it is settled. From this day forth, I shall be your sister-in-law." Chapter 25, Betrayal. Sister-in-law, have a chicken wing. Sister-in-law, have some fries. Sister-in-law, enjoy a burger. Oh wait, I've already taken a bite of this one, so I won't share. Suja's 3 close friends affectionately referred to Woozi as sister-in-law, completely embracing her as one of their own. Suja sat beside them, feeling helpless, never expecting that these boys could be so easily won over by a meal from McDonald's. Woozi, in turn, was in high spirits, joking around with everyone. She even playfully insisted, "You all must keep an eye on Suja. Don't let any other girls get close to him. And when gaming, he is only allowed to team up with me." Chen Tianai immediately saluted, exclaiming, "Rest assured, sister-in-law, we will monitor him 24/7. Suja, feeling exasperated, muttered, "Tianai, why are you siding with them?" Chen Tianai chuckled. "What can I say? This is what they call being beholden to a meal." After a joyful meal at McDonald's, time had slipped away. Woozi glanced at her watch and stood up, declaring, "I need to head back now. We have activities in the dorm tonight." Having come all the way from the academy just to do Suju a favor, she was about to leave when he quickly stood up, saying, "It's late. Let me escort you home." Woozi smiled upon hearing this, satisfied. "I didn't expect you to be so considerate. All right then, I'll grant you the chance to be my gallant escort." The others exchanged teasing glances with Suja, chattering animatedly. Look how considerate Zheshun is, otherwise. How could he win the heart of the goddess? Truly, Zheshun's tactics are impressive. How enviable. A couple already. Zheshun and sister-in-law, safe travels. No need to rush back. We'll keep the door open for you tonight. Su Zhe, both amused and exasperated, waved goodbye to his friends before accompanying Wu Zi outside to hail a taxi. Once in the cab, Su Zhe quietly expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much for today. Without you, we would have been in quite a predicament. Wu Zi smiled, saying, Come on, your friends are calling me sister-in-law now. Why are you being so polite? They're just joking around. You don't need to take it to heart, Su Zhe replied hastily. However, Wu Zi seemed a bit displeased, frowning as she asked, What do you mean by that? Do you think they shouldn't call me sister-in-law? Do you believe I'm unworthy of being your girlfriend? Su Zhe quickly shook his head. Not at all. You are so beautiful, so generous, and a master in Taekwondo. It's I who am unworthy of you. Wu Zi, delighted by his flurry of compliments, felt a surge of joy and playfully remarked, What does it matter who's worthy? It's all about mutual attraction. Su Zhe couldn't help but laugh at her response. Is that how you talk about yourself? This must be an insult, right? Wu Zi smiled and nodded. It seems so. No wonder it feels strange when spoken aloud. The two of them chatted and laughed as they swiftly approached the female dormitory of the Normal University. Upon reaching the ground floor, two familiar figures unexpectedly appeared before them. Oh, is that your roommates, Hao Xiaoming and Zhang Xinyue? Su Zhe, with his keen eyesight, immediately recognized them. Wu Zi then noticed them and quickly greeted, Xiaoming, Xinyue. Upon hearing Wu Zi's voice, the two girls' expressions twitched momentarily, although it was merely an inadvertent gesture. Su Zhe caught it. Odd. Why do these two seem as if they were caught in the act? Su Zhe pondered silently, yet he refrained from addressing it directly. Wu Zi, have you just returned? Zhang Xinyue inquired with a slight smile as she approached. Wu Zi nodded. Yes, I just stepped out for a bit. Where have you two been? Why are you only coming back now? Hao Xiaoming hesitated, her expression somewhat peculiar. Zhang Xinyue, however, maintained her composure and replied with a smile. Oh, we just went out for a while. Wu Zi, not one to be easily deceived, quickly discerned that her roommates were concealing something. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly realized, I remember now. Today is the registration day for our university's esports tournament. You both went to register, right? The esports tournament was a competitive event recently organized by the Normal University centered around Honor of Kings. Every student was eligible to register, and the winning team would not only receive substantial monetary rewards, but also the chance to participate in the National College League. As an ardent fan of Honor of Kings, Wu Zi had been eagerly following this tournament, and she had previously agreed with her roommates to participate together. However, upon Wu Zi's correct guess, Zhang Xinyue and Hao Xiaoming awkwardly nodded. Wu Zi promptly asked with excitement, How did it go? Was the registration smooth? Zhang Xinyue affirmed, Quite smooth. Yet, Hao Xiaoming looked at Wu Zi with a hint of guilt and softly said, Wu Zi, there is something I need to tell you. But you must promise not to get angry after hearing it. Wu Zi smiled and replied, Go ahead. What are we to each other? Why would I be angry? Hao Xiaoming, visibly anxious, took a deep breath and then lowered her head, stating, We did register today, but we didn't register you. What? Upon hearing this, Wu Zi's eyes widened in disbelief. Why didn't you register me? Did you forget? After all, the esports tournament was an event Wu Zi had long anticipated. She had intended to showcase her skills with her character, Wu Zetian. Now, with her hopes dashed, Wu Zi felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. Seeing Wu Zi's forlorn expression only deepened Hao Xiaoming's guilt. Wu Zi, please do not be angry. I truly did not wish for any of this. It was all Zhu Hao's intent. As Hao Xiaoming uttered these words, she cautiously glanced at Zhang Xinyue, for Zhu Hao was indeed Zhang Xinyue's boyfriend, and it felt rather inappropriate to mention him directly in her presence. At that moment, Zhang Xinyue stepped forward and said, Wu Zi, do not blame Lao Zhu. He has been quite conflicted for a long time. Eventually, he concluded that since you have withdrawn from the team, you could no longer be considered one of us. While this was his decision, we all actually agree with it. Oh, is that so? Upon hearing this, Wu Zi lifted her gaze to Zhang Xinyue and Hao Xiaoming, inquiring, You both consented to my exclusion from registration, did you? Very well. Do you both recall who initially introduced you to Honor of Kings? Do you remember who gifted you each new skin? Xinyue, who provided you with your Doomsday Mecha? Xiaoming, who bestowed upon you the Hunter of Shadows for Lanling Wang? Have you forgotten the promises we made during our late-night dormitory chats about forming a team and striving for the championship? At Wu Zi's words, both Hao Xiaoming and Zhang Xinyue hung their heads, particularly Hao Xiaoming, who felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. nearly moved to tears. Wuzi, I am sorry. I actually oppose this in my heart. I believe this is wrong. However, Zhang Xinyue tugged at Hao Xiaoming's arm. Xiaoming, you did not express that sentiment earlier. Why have you changed your tune now? Wuzi scoffed and addressed Zhang Xinyue. Xinyue, you should understand Zhu Hao's mindset, should you not? Is it not true that he harbors resentment due to being bested by my friend? This is merely his way of seeking revenge. He is petty and small-minded. And you ought not to be with him. Enough. Zhang Xinyue retorted angrily. My relationship with Zhu Hao is none of your concern. In any case, we have already completed the registration, and your name is not among the team. You were not welcome in our team before, and you are not welcome now. With that, Zhang Xinyue turned and walked away. Hao Xiaoming looked up at Zhang Xinyue, then cast a helpless glance at Wuzi. Wuzi? She murmured softly. Wuzi shook her head. You should go as well. I do not wish to converse with you at this moment. Understanding Wuzi's agitation, Hao Xiaoming nodded and subsequently turned to leave. Until they both disappeared down the distant path, Wuzi remained silent. Throughout this ordeal, Suja had stood quietly beside Wuzi, fully aware of her emotional turmoil, understanding the sting of betrayal. The treachery of her roommate, the betrayal of a once close friend, it pierced the heart like a dagger. It was akin to the anguish Suja experienced when he was betrayed by Chen Feier, a pain that reached to the very marrow of his bones. Wuzi, Suja softly called her name, gently placing a hand on her shoulder. At that moment, Wuzi slowly turned, tears streaming down her radiant face. We had clearly agreed to participate in the sports competition together. Why did they leave me all alone? Observing the tear-stained eyes of Wuzi, Suja gently embraced her. They have betrayed you, which signifies that they are unworthy of your friendship. Suja whispered softly into Wuzi's ear. But I truly long to partake in this competition. I have prepared for it for an extensive period, and if I miss this opportunity, I shall have to wait until next year for another. Wuzi murmured. Then, are there any requirements for registering for this competition? Suja inquired with curiosity. For instance, is there a stipulated number of team members? Must all members be students of a normal university? Wuzi shook her head. The requirements are not particularly stringent. The team must consist of between 5 to 10 members. Moreover, it suffices for only the team captain to be a student of a normal university. Not all members need to be. Given that, I could assist you in forming a team. There are 4 of us in our dormitory, and with you, we would have exactly 5. Let us create a new team to participate in this esports tournament. What do you think? Suja proposed with a smile. Upon hearing this, Wuzi immediately brightened, wiping away her tears. Yes, how could I not have thought of that? With your assistance, I can still participate in this competition. Chapter 26. Forming the team. Upon hearing that Suja was willing to assist her in forming a team, a radiant smile illuminated Wuzi's face. What do Zhu Hao, Zhang Xinyue, and Hao Xiaoming amount to? Their combined skills hardly rival a single finger of Suja. No, it would be more accurate to say they can't even compare to a mere digit of his prowess. Suja, are you truly willing to help me build a team? Wuzi asked, her disbelief evident. Suja nodded with a smile. You've done so much for me. Helping you realize your dream is the least I can do. Ecstatic, Wuzi clung to Suja's arm and shook it joyfully. Suja, my dear Zhizha, you are simply the best. I adore you to bits. The endearing nickname sent shivers down Suja's spine. I beg you, please don't call me that. It sounds utterly dreadful, truly. Wuzi laughed heartily, undeterred. What is wrong with it? I find it quite charming. Zhizha has such a warm ring to it. From now on, that shall be your name in private. My little Zhizha. Suja felt utterly exasperated by Wuzi, yet he couldn't help but feel a surge of happiness seeing her lift her spirits. Let us first discuss the matter of forming the team. What is the format of your academy's esports tournament? He sought to divert the conversation away from the dreaded nickname. Oh, it's like this. The registration for the esports competition lasts a week. Afterward, the number of registered teams determines the knockout rounds. Each knockout match is a single elimination, from which the top 8 will advance to the finals. Ultimately, it narrows down to 4, then 2, culminating in the championship match to crown the victor. Wuzi explained eagerly. Suja nodded. I see. The format seems relatively straightforward. However, your dream must merely be to participate, rather than to secure a rank, correct? Wouldn't it suffice for us to gather enough participants for a single match to gain some experience? Upon hearing this, Wuzi quickly grasped Suja's arm, exclaiming, Of course not. Who enters a competition without aiming for the championship? Suja, I can't believe you. A master of honor of kings lack ambition. Since we have such a formidable expert on our side, shouldn't we strive wholeheartedly for the title? Suja replied with calm composure. In life, the most essential thing is to find joy, and the same holds true for gaming. Titles and ranks are, in my view, mere illusions. Wuzi coughed. But the champion receives a prize of 50,000 yuan. As the leader of our team, I could directly allocate 1/5 to you. Well, since we are entering the competition, achieving a rank would indeed be ideal. Suja swiftly changed his tone. Wuzi sighed in resignation. You've got to be kidding. So you are also swayed by money. Suja chuckled heartily. We are all mere mortals, nourished by the grains of the earth. Who would turn their back on wealth? Having reached this point in their discussion, Suja inquired, by the way, what is the overall level of your academy? Surely there must be many skilled players? The realm of collegiate esports is profound and intricate. Even if we give our utmost, we might not secure a rank. Wuzi nodded, acknowledging the situation. It is possible that the members of our normal university team will participate in this competition. Each of them possesses a rank above 10 stars, and several have even achieved 50 stars, making them the illustrious champions of their respective service areas. That poses quite a challenge, Suja commented gravely. Players who reach the rank of champion and above, especially those who attain it solo, exhibit an operational prowess and awareness that starkly contrasts with players of lower ranks. Thus, there is a common adage in the gaming community that states that the champion tier is an entirely different realm from other ranks. Although Suja himself reached 100-star champion status in the previous season, leading a team of 4 against 5 champions would still prove to be quite strenuous. The higher the rank, the more the game demands teamwork. Any single point of vulnerability within the team could lead the opposition to seize a decisive advantage. Not to mention having multiple points of weakness. Noticing the furrow in Suja's brow, Wuzi promptly inquired, "What's wrong? Is there no hope for placing?" Suja shook his head. It's not that there is no hope, but our current configuration is lacking. I play in the top lane, and if I perform well, I can effectively restrict the opponent's marksman and support, thereby locking down 2 of their players. However, the enemy's jungler, mid laner, and top laner lack sufficient counterlay, which could lead to our bot lane collapsing. Indeed, that is the case. Aside from you, the rest of our team consists of players at the gold and platinum levels. Not only would we struggle against our university team, but even facing skilled diamond players would be quite taxing, Wuzi conceded. Suja continued, therefore, our team requires at least 1 more member, preferably someone of champion caliber. This way, we can balance the responsibilities between the top and bot lanes, thereby increasing our chances of victory. Are you suggesting that we recruit a champion-level marksman? Wuzi queried. Suja shook his head. No. We must recruit a jungler. The marksman cannot establish tempo in the early game, so we need a more agile position to drive the team's rhythm. Wuzi's expression brightened with understanding. I see. However, a problem soon arose. Most of my friends are of the same rank as I am, and time is of the essence. Where shall we find a jungler of champion rank? She asked, frowning. Suja, however, smiled reassuringly. You need not worry about that. I will assist in recruiting. Just be ready to sign up. Previously, while playing under the username Changgu, Suja had met numerous skilled players, including several professional junglers, some of whom had even won provincial gold medals. Among them was a jungler ranked in the top 5 in Yin City, with whom Suja had played duo matches and had even exchanged contact information. If he could secure this expert's assistance, Suja's chances in the normal university sports tournament would significantly improve. After finalizing the plans for forming the team, Suja bid farewell and returned to his dormitory, where he shared the news with his roommates. The roommates had just indulged in McDonald's courtesy of Wuzi and naturally felt compelled to assist him, especially with a tempting cash reward of 50,000 yuan at stake, which ignited a fervor among them. Lucy eagerly exclaimed, I have long desired to participate in such an esports competition, but regrettably, no one at our academy has organized one. Chen Tianai enviously remarked, the life at the academy is indeed splendid. They even have a League of Legends tournament. However, Ma Hailong pondered carefully and shook his head, stating, Zhishun, can our current lineup truly suffice? Upon reflection, we are lacking a jungler. Suja smiled and replied, you are correct. Our composition does indeed require enhancement. Yet I already have an appropriate candidate in mind. I shall make a visit tomorrow. Is that so? Who does Zhishun intend to invite? They inquired. The prospect of Suja personally seeking out a top-tier jungler sparked their excitement. Surely the individual must be at least of the star rank. I can hardly contain my anticipation. With the news of Suja's intention to recruit a legendary jungler, everyone was exhilarated. Meanwhile, Suja quietly returned to his bed and retrieved his phone to send a message to the esteemed jungler. Are you there? I would like to ask for your assistance. Thank you. He quickly typed, the recipient's name appearing as Yuxia Meng. Before long, a response arrived. Changgu? Where have you been lately? Is there something amiss? Are you in the eastern part of the city? I will come to see you tomorrow for a discussion. I am here. Let us meet at 7 p.m. tomorrow. Suja replied, I will send you the address. The following evening at 7 p.m., Suja arrived at a tea house in the Eastern District. Yuxia Meng instructed him to turn right upon entering and to find the second seat by the window. Following her directions, Suja approached to find a girl engrossed in her workbook at the second window seat. She was adorned in the academy's attire, her figure alluring and slender, with a short hairstyle and delicate glasses perched on her prominent nose. Suja was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yuxia Meng was a fellow student. And moreover, a girl. You are Yuxia Meng? He inquired, incredulity evident in his voice. The attractive girl looked up and scrutinized him, a subtle smile gracing her lips. You are Changgu, the strongest top laner in Region 1? Yes, that is me. Suja nodded, feeling somewhat awkward. The girl gestured with her chin towards the seat in front of her. Please, take a seat. How may I assist you? After sitting down, Suja explained. I have a friend who wishes to join an upcoming League of Legends tournament organized by the Normal University, but our team is lacking a suitable jungler, and I thought. He laid out his intentions candidly. Yuxia Meng listened intently before smiling and responding, with you as the strongest top laner carrying the team. Is there truly any fear of not securing the championship? Suja chuckled wryly. How could that be possible? The level of electronic sports in universities today is remarkably high. When faced with a cohesive team, how could one person suffice? Moonlight Dreamer smiled and inquired, so, you intend to seek my assistance? Suja nodded, indeed. Among those I know, you are the most reliable jungler. If you are willing to help us, I would have the confidence to secure the championship. Moonlight Dreamer pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. I wouldn't mind assisting, but what isn't it for me? The championship prize is 50,000, which we can split among the team members, Suja proposed. My primary aim is to help a friend fulfill a wish. If you agree to assist me, I would gladly offer you my share of the prize. Oh, you would forego your prize for the sake of a friend? This statement illuminated Moonlight Dreamer's eyes. That must mean this friend is quite significant to you. One could say that, Suja replied with a gentle smile, the visage of Wu Zi surfacing in his mind. So, I earnestly implore you to assist me. Thank you. Chapter 27. Dream Pursuit Under the Moon. Han Meng squinted her eyes as she observed the young man seated across the table, his words stirring something within her. I am merely seeking to assist a friend in fulfilling a wish. If you are willing to help me, I would gladly share my prize with you. A sum of 50,000 is no trifling matter. Even when divided among team members, it would yield at least 8,000 each. To relinquish such an amount for the sake of a friend's dream is a sentiment not commonly found among individuals. Han Meng, whose gaming ID is Dream Pursuit Under the Moon, met Changgu during the summer break, both striving to ascend to the pinnacle of the 100-star king. Their synergy in the game was remarkable, leading them to exchange friend requests after a ranked match. At that time, Han Meng's knowledge of Changgu was limited to his prowess as an exceptional top laner. Beyond that, she knew little of him. However, it now appeared that this Changgu was also a man of deep loyalty and affection. Allow me to introduce myself. My gaming ID is Dream Pursuit Under the Moon, and my real name is Han Meng, she said, extending her delicate, fair hand towards Suja with a smile. Suja nodded eagerly and took her hand. I am Suja, with Zhe meaning philosophy. Suja, such an elegant name, Han Meng replied with a smile. In light of your loyalty to your friend, I am willing to assist you. Really? Suja exclaimed, surprised. To enlist the help of a player of Han Meng's caliber would undoubtedly bolster the team's strength. Yet, Han Meng smiled gently and added, however, I do have a condition. What condition? Suja inquired. Han Meng pulled out her phone, stating, the new season has just commenced, and after a demotion, I have recently reached the Supreme Star Glory rank. I am currently in the promotion matches. One more victory will elevate me to the King rank. The ranking system of Season 9 is notoriously stringent, with players above 50 stars in the King rank facing demotion to the Star Glory 3. Thus, despite having achieved the 100-star King rank last season, Han Meng began this season from Star Glory 3. Remarkably, She was on the verge of ascending to king rank shortly after the season's initiation, a feat that is truly impressive. The match required to advance from Star Glory I with 5 stars to king rank is notoriously challenging, as the system often pairs players against exceptionally strong opponents. Particularly at the season's onset, many former 100-star Glory Kings have also found themselves relegated to the same rank, making promotion increasingly difficult. Even someone as formidable as Dream Pursuit Under the Moon does not dare to be complacent when facing promotion matches. She had been waiting for the right moment to play this match, and now, with Suju's assistance, the opportunity had presented itself. Han Meng shook her phone and said, "If you help me ascend to king rank, I will join your team and assist you with this endeavor. What do you say?" "Absolutely," Suju replied without hesitation. However, as soon as the words left his lips, he realized a pressing issue. His main account, Changgu, had been sealed, and his secondary account remained anonymous. Languishing at only the gold rank, he found himself without a suitable account to duo with Han Meng. Suju said somewhat awkwardly. "I currently don't have an account. The one I had for Changgu encountered some issues, and I can't log in." Han Meng, however, shook her head lightly. "That's not a problem. I can lend you an account. As long as you are willing to help me with the promotion matches, I can handle the other matters." Suju immediately nodded. "All right, I have no objections." Thus, Han Meng made a phone call and soon procured an account at the Starry Glory rank. Upon logging in with the provided credentials, Suju discovered that the game ID was surprisingly named Cute Bunny. Cute Bunny. Suju nearly choked in disbelief. What was the purpose of such a feminine name? Han Meng smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry, but most of my friends are girls. And there are even fewer with high ranks, so this is the only account I could borrow." Suju shook his head. "It's fine. That doesn't affect anything. As long as the heroes and runes are complete, I'm good." Afterward, he checked the heroes available on Cute Bunny's account. Guan Yu, Hua Mulan, Yang Jian, Cao Cao, Lao Fuzi. All the powerful top lane champions were present, sufficient for a promotion match. Next, he examined the runes, finding a complete set of armor-piercing runes, the most commonly used by top lane warriors, which perfectly aligned with Suju's requirements. "This account is quite impressive. It has everything I need," he remarked. Han Meng smiled. "Not bad, right? My friend is a collector, so she has almost all the heroes and runes, and her skins are complete as well." "Is that so?" Upon hearing this, Suju quickly opened Guan Yu's profile. His favorite skin was the commemorative edition for the first anniversary of Arena of Valor, the Icebound Warlord skin. Considered one of the rarest, with unparalleled effects and impact. Unfortunately, Suju did not possess this skin. He had always used Guan Yu's Spring Festival exclusive skin. After opening Cute Bunny's Guan Yu, he indeed found that the skin equipped was the stunning Icebound Warlord. Salute to that defiant monarch. The deep, echoing sound effect of the Icebound Warlord instantly surged through Suju, igniting his passion. "How exhilarating! If I could accompany you in a promotion match using the Icebound Warlord, today would be perfect," Suju exclaimed. However, Han Meng regretfully shook her head. "Don't get your hopes up. How could Guan Yu be available in ranked matches at our tier? I know your Guan Yu is exceedingly powerful, but in high-tier matches, you might not get the chance to use him at all. Even Milan could be restricted." Suju nodded helplessly. Although each version typically featured heroes with significant advantages, Guan Yu always remained confined to the shadows in high-tier play. "It seems I am destined to be separated from the Icebound Warlord. And this limited-time reissue event doesn't include him either." Han Meng gently nodded. After all, Guan Yu demands exceptional skill and is not considered a popular hero. It is quite reasonable that his skin was not included in the reissue. After a moment, Han Meng inquired, "Are you prepared? Can we start?" Suju cast a lingering glance at the Frozen War god before nodding and declaring, "I am prepared. We can commence at any moment." Han Meng responded, "Time is of the essence. Let us begin." "Very well, you may extend the invitation." Han Meng, under the moonlight, promptly created a room for their match. And Suju's adorable rabbit character immediately joined. The two began their matchmaking process, officially initiating the trial phase of their challenge. However, given the early stage of the season, it was exceedingly rare for players to reach the Starry Glory rank, resulting in an extended waiting period of over a minute before their devices vibrated, signaling a successful match. As they entered the band pick interface, Suju and Han Meng found themselves positioned as the 4th and 5th players, respectively. Upon observing this arrangement, both shared a knowing smile. In the draft mode, the bans are executed independently by the 4th and 5th players. which meant that the power to dictate bans lay in the hands of both Han Ming and Su Jia. This development provided Su Jia with the opportunity to potentially release Guan Yu, a hero he had not played in high-tier matches for quite some time, his illustrious long blade eager for action. Excellent, we can compel the opposing team to ban certain heroes, Han Ming whispered. The concept of forcing the opponent to ban certain characters involves intentionally leaving a few overpowered heroes unbanned, thereby applying pressure on the opposition to eliminate those choices, which in turn occupies their ban slots. Once these slots are filled, it becomes increasingly difficult for the opposing team to ban Su Jia's Guan Yu, allowing him to emerge from the shadows of obscurity. The ban phase commenced. Han Ming, occupying the 4th position, initiated the first ban, granting Su Jia the privilege of prioritizing his picks. Should they release a formidable hero, Su Jia's advantage would significantly increase. Aware of the underlying strategy, Han Ming pondered briefly before opting to ban Zhang Zia. This decision sent the room into a frenzy. As a flurry of question marks erupted on screen, no one comprehended the rationale behind banning Zhang Zia. Logically, in the S9 season, several heroes were deemed overwhelmingly strong. Yet Zhang Zia was conspicuously absent from that list. Honor of Kings is a game characterized by its lack of balance, with a stark disparity between powerful and weaker heroes. Players of equivalent skill levels can achieve vastly different results when utilizing heroes of varying strengths. Based on their inherent capabilities, heroes are categorized into tiers T0, T1, T2, and T3, with T0 representing the most dominant heroes, who are typically essential bans. In the S9 season, the foremost T0 heroes included Bai Li Shouyu and Ne Zha. Bai Li Shouyu's ability to place vision wards is nearly a divine skill. During battles, it not only safeguards his own life but also effectively protects his teammates. Although the range and dismantling time of this skill have been slightly nerfed, such adjustments have proven to be inconsequential for Bai Li Shouyu. Moreover, with an innate capacity for prodigious physical damage and a short cooldown on his escape mechanism, Bai Li Shouyu emerges as one of the most resilient marksmen within the canyon. Such attributes have rendered this marksman a frequent resident of the proverbial Black Room, where his ban rate in high-tier matches approaches an astonishing 100%. As for Ne Zha, the enhancements bestowed upon him towards the end of the last season significantly elevated his presence in matches, particularly reflected in his victory rate, which has consistently secured the top rank for an entire month. With the commencement of Season 9, Ne Zha's standard equipment, the Red Lotus Cloak, received further augmentation, transforming its fixed burn damage into a percentage of health, effectively bolstering Ne Zha in a roundabout manner. This dual enhancement of personal attributes and equipment has similarly positioned Ne Zha as a hero that is indispensable in the current meta, as no one wishes to encounter such a formidable character on the battlefield. Consequently, the mere retention of these two heroes necessitates their ban by the opposing team, thereby allowing Su Jia's Guan Yu to be released into play. Indeed, after Han Ming banned Zhang Zia, the first hero the opposing team chose to ban was none other than Bai Li Shouyu. Given that Han Ming and Su Jia had priority in selecting, the opposing team was compelled to eliminate the most dominant heroes. Following a shift in ban dynamics, the responsibility returned to Su Jia, who, with a slight smile, promptly banned the second hero, Liu Bang, a move laden with intrigue. Chapter 28. The Trial of Transcendence in High-Tier Ranked Matches. The battle commences as soon as the ban and pick phase begins. Successfully restricting the opponent's favored heroes virtually guarantees victory. Su Jia was already well acquainted with this rhythm. His forte lay in psychological warfare. By banning Liu Bang, he deliberately crafted an illusion. Ne Zha, in this version, was immensely powerful, so formidable that he seemed to have no natural enemies. However, there existed one formidable foe, Liu Bang, who possessed full-screen abilities akin to Ne Zha's. Once Ne Zha locked onto an enemy with his ultimate, Liu Bang could immediately activate his own ultimate to follow suit. Whoever Ne Zha targeted, Liu Bang would shield. And a seasoned Liu Bang could effectively neutralize Ne Zha's impact, making him Ne Zha's sole nemesis. By intentionally banning Liu Bang, Su Jia created a deceptive atmosphere, leading the opposing team to believe he aimed to secure Ne Zha. As the ban phase cycled back to the opposition, the fifth player indeed banned Ne Zha. Yes, a smile spread across Su Jia's face, pleasantly surprised that Guan Yu had truly been released from the shadows. Han Ming shared in the excitement, beaming as she remarked, "At last, I can witness the strongest top laner in Zone 1, Guan Yu." Su Jia nodded with a smile. "Let us pay tribute to that defiant princess. The Icebound Warlord is eager for action." The selection phase commenced. When it was time for the first pick, Suja activated the new season's assistance feature, selecting Guan Yu and promptly clicking to secure him. The first player was reasonable enough to yield the priority pick upon seeing Suja's intent to claim such a formidable hero. The icon flickered, and the assistance feature took effect. Suja's position shifted to the first pick, and with Guan Yu successfully selected, he brimmed with confidence, eagerly anticipating the feel of the Icebound Warlord's prowess. Next, the opposing team made their selections. The first two players, upon seeing Guan Yu, strategically opted for the powerful mage tank Dong Huang Tai Yi and the dominating top laner Lao Fuzi. Both Dong Huang Tai Yi and Lao Fuzi possessed ultimates capable of forcibly controlling Guan Yu, imposing a certain degree of pressure on him. However, Suja remained unperturbed. A truly exceptional Guan Yu would never fear these two. As the remaining teammates began their selections, it was Han Meng's turn, and she decisively picked Luna. With an astonishing win rate of 85 over 2,000 matches, Han Meng's Luna dazzled the audience. Such a remarkable win percentage elicited a wave of admiration. The second player excitedly typed, "I'm already lying down." The third player exuberantly chimed in the trial of transcendence, we've encountered divine teammates. Our luck is splendid." The fifth player, who had swapped positions with Suja, cheerfully added, "Please, Luna Goddess, lead us." Suja smiled and remarked, "I recall that when we first began playing, your Luna boasted an impressive win rate of 85. Now, after several hundred matches, you have managed to sustain that same win rate. Quite remarkable. The more frequently a hero is played, the more challenging it becomes to maintain a high win rate. This is not solely due to the frustrating matchmaking system, which tends to enforce a 50 win rate for all players, but also because advancing in rank leads to encounters with increasingly formidable opponents. However, Han Meng's Luna has astonishingly retained an 85 win rate even after 2,000 matches, which speaks volumes about her prowess. A gold-tier Luna, renowned as a top jungler in Yanqing, truly lives up to her reputation. Moonlight Dreamer is the name Han Meng registered specifically for this hero, as Luna's Moonlit Infinite combos are a nightmare for many. Soon after, the selection phase concluded, and the game transitioned to the loading screen. Suja noticed that two players on their team had profile frames adorned with golden edges and embedded rubies, indicating that they were both at the pinnacle of the rank, the strongest kings. Although, theoretically, a player ranked in the Starry Ascension I tier should not match with the strongest kings. If a player in Starry Ascension I experiences a continuous winning streak, the system will automatically elevate their rank to king, matching them with opponents of the king tier. Clearly, Han Meng had been on a winning streak prior to this pivotal match, and with the nature of this match, encountering opponents of king rank was entirely reasonable. At that moment, Han Meng suddenly noticed that the ID of the enemy jungler Zhao Yun was displayed as Wolf Brother. A sense of dread washed over her. They had encountered a formidable opponent. Han Meng murmured, her brow furrowing slightly, "This matchmaking system is truly frustrating. The opponents in this pivotal match are indeed divine." "What do you mean by divine opponents?" Suju inquired, intrigued. Knowing Han Meng's skill with Luna, if she deemed them divine, they must possess remarkable backgrounds. Han Meng replied softly, "Look at their Zhao Yun." Suja glanced over and saw that a supreme emblem accompanied the name of the opposing Zhao Yun, indicating that this player was ranked among the top 10 in the national leaderboard. Such intensity, a national server Zhao Yun? Suja chuckled. It seems we truly are facing a divine opponent. Han Meng sighed with a wry smile and continued, "It's not just that. Observe his ID." Suja focused intently and recognized the player's ID as Wolf Brother. Wolf Brother? That name sounds somewhat familiar, he pondered. Han Meng shook her head. He is a streamer. The Zhao Yun with thousands of matches, currently attempting to achieve 100 consecutive victories in the new season. I happened to catch a glimpse of his stream yesterday. I believe he was already on a 47-game winning streak. I wonder how many consecutive wins this match will bring him. It must be approaching 50. Is it possible that we have encountered a streamer in this pivotal match? Does that mean we will be under the watchful eyes of viewers? Suja joked. Han Meng glanced at Suja. I truly admire your ability to smile in such a tense moment. With Wolf Brothers Zhao Yun being nationally ranked and possessing unparalleled mastery with over 10,000 matches, we are indeed facing a do-or-die situation. Suja chuckled softly. What is there to fear? With your Luna and my Guan Yu, can we truly fear alone Zhao Yun? Han Meng chuckled helplessly, expressing a wish that it would be so, yet we both understand the formidable challenges posed by the trial. All we can do is exert our utmost effort and leave the rest to fate. Meanwhile, in a live stream titled 10,000 Zhao Yun Challenges, 100 Consecutive Victories in the New Season, the host, Wolf Brother, leisurely extinguished a cigarette while observing the matchmaking screen on his mobile device. The opposing lineup featuring Luna and Guan Yu seemed rather formidable, particularly with the gold-tier Luna, suggesting this match would not be easily won. However, the Guan Yu on the opposing side sported the frozen war god skin. Yet his proficiency was merely at the green tier, indicating he might just be a facade with little skill to speak of. As he narrated the proceedings, Wolf Brother adeptly maneuvered Zhao Yun into the jungle. This marked the 50th match. Securing a victory here would bring him halfway to his goal of 100 consecutive wins. As the battle commenced, Han Ming's Luna charged directly into the enemy jungle, anticipating an invasion due to the presence of Dong Huang Tai on the opposing team. Han Ming prepared for the inevitable, with Dong Huang Tai's passive ability generating dark energy, orbs that could siphon health. He could harass without taking damage early on. A competent Dong Huang Tai would likely invade the enemy jungle at level 1, potentially assisting teammates in securing first blood if fortune favored them. Simultaneously, Su Zhe's Guan Yu dashed towards the mid lane, opting to start in the middle. Guan Yu could monitor the battlefield and respond swiftly to either the top or bottom lanes as needed. His exceptional mobility made him one of the most formidable supporters in the entire King's Canyon. Armed with 100 penetration runes, Guan Yu's early game damage was astoundingly high, capable of slicing through most heroes with ease. Upon reaching the mid lane, Guan Yu delivered a swift strike to the minion wave, leaving it in a precarious state. He then retreated, having effectively assisted the mid lane mage in weakening the wave, allowing the mage to quickly clear it upon arrival and reach level 2. This advancement would enable the mage to join the jungle skirmishes earlier, thus gaining an advantage in tempo, though seemingly minor. Such details often hold the power to sway the outcome of the entire match. In high-level play, the dynamics of the battlefield are ever-shifting, and every minute detail can dictate victory or defeat. With Su Zhe's Guan Yu's support, the mid-lane mage Zhuge Liang indeed reached level 2 ahead of the opposing mage Gao Jianli. At that moment, several large dark orbs appeared in the river, indicating Dong Huang Tai had ventured into their jungle to invade. The passive orbs surrounding Dong Huang Tai were quite conspicuous. They could not be hidden in the brush. Inexperienced with his abilities, Dong Huang Tai often attempted to conceal himself in the bushes, blissfully unaware that the floating orbs had already betrayed his location. However, this time, Dong Huang Tai was alone in his jungle incursion. Su Zhe noted the absence of any teammate support. With a moment of contemplation, he began to grasp the strategy at play from the opposing team. Luna, exercise caution. There is but a solitary adversary, Dong Huang Tai, lurking in the jungle. They may very well be lying in ambush within the blue zone, so do not fall prey to their trap. Han Ming nodded gently, yet she proceeded cautiously towards the enemy's blue area. Su Zhe, beset by unease, decided to turn his steed and hasten back towards Luna. As Guan Yu's horse faced the blue zone, the steed of the frost god immediately emanated a brilliant blue light. There were foes concealed within the thicket. Luna, take heed. This represents a formidable passive ability of Guan Yu, capable of discerning the presence of enemies hidden in the brush. When Guan Yu charges forward, should adversaries lie ahead, he receives a 20 increase in speed, while a luminous effect manifests upon his steed. Thus, even if enemies remain hidden in the thicket, they cannot evade the reaction of Guan Yu's passive skill. This technique, known as horse headgrass detection, is one of Guan Yu's lesser-known tricks. A proficient Guan Yu will never fall victim to an ambush. He can perceive all before approaching the enemy's encirclement. Coupled with Guan Yu's explosive damage output, unparalleled survivability, and astonishing mobility, a saying has long circulated within the realm of the game. Guan Yu is the mightiest hero in Honor of Kings, bar none. Chapter 29, Luna, as the battle commenced. The streamer Wolf Brother S. Zhao Yun swiftly headed towards the blue zone, his profound understanding of strategies allowing him to anticipate the enemy's intentions. The Eastern Emperor Tai could manage the jungle alone, for he was an early-game hero capable of chasing down 3 opponents single-handedly. The true threat, however, lay with Luna. The disparity between a Luna with blue and one without was monumental. Since the Eastern Emperor ventured into the jungle, Luna would avoid a direct confrontation, leading her to counter-jungle as well. With this realization, Wolf Brother S. Zhao Yun stealthily concealed himself in the bushes of the blue zone, preparing to surprise Luna alongside the top lane S. Lousy. Yet, Before he could encounter Luna, an ominous sound of galloping hooves pierced the air. Clop, clop, clop. Clop, years of experience and King of Glory, informed Wolf Brother that something was amiss. The sound resembled the death knell of a Grim Reaper. Sure enough, before he could react, a blinding flash of cold light sliced through the bushes, followed by a flurry of icy blades descending. Fight for immortality and eternity. The chilling voice of the icebound war god echoed from behind the enemies. As Wolf Brother S, Zhao Yun, and Laozi were struck out of the bushes by Guan Yu's blade, endowed with a full set of penetration runes. Guan Yu's early game damage was catastrophic. Even the resilient Zhao Yun and Laozi struggled to withstand it. Meanwhile, Han Meng's Luna had already dashed to the blue monster. Beginning her jungle farming, the importance of the first blue for Luna was self-evident. Despite being pushed aside by Guan Yu, Zhao Yun and Laozi did not falter. Concurrently, the mid-lane mage, Gao Jianli, was hastening towards them. However, in his eagerness to provide support, Gao Jianli lagged slightly in experience, while the mage Zhuge Liang, having benefited from Suja's timely assistance, had already reached level 2. Although the level difference was merely 1, it bore significant implications for the early skirmishes. The battles fought while junglers were level 1 were termed level 1 fights, and now Zhuge Liang's ascension to level 2 granted him a decisive advantage. Han Meng glanced at the mini-map, anxiety creeping into her voice. Gao Jianli is on his way. Do we still have a chance? Suja nodded reassuringly. Focus on your game. I'll protect you. With the formidable presence of the icebound war god patrolling the jungle, no one dared to advance recklessly. Drawing on his vast experience, Wolf Brother assessed the situation and decisively called for a retreat. Guan Yu's first strike had already granted him and Laozi the upper hand. And with the mid-lane mage Gao Jianli being outpaced to level 2 by the opposing mage Zhuge Liang, their disadvantage became even more apparent. A forced team fight could lead to catastrophic failure. Retreat. The situation is unfavorable, Zhao Yun communicated once more, subsequently transitioning to his jungle to secure the red buff. Meanwhile, in Suja's jungle, the blue buff had been claimed by the opposing marksman's son Shangxiang and the Eastern Emperor Tai, resulting in neither side gaining a clear advantage. Though it appeared that no heads were present and a team fight had yet to ignite, a thrilling contest of wits had commenced merely 40 seconds into the match. Following the clearance of the enemy's upper jungle, Luna returned to her side to farm the red buff, graciously leaving the initial red for the jungler. Meanwhile, Suja, leveraging his formidable mobility, made his way back to the top lane, where the minion wave had been driven to the tower under the pressure from the young lady and Dong Huangtai. The anticipated level 1 skirmish did not materialize, often leading to a delayed second confrontation. At this juncture, the paramount objective was development, for only a fully evolved Guan Yu would possess real intimidation. Many novice players favor roaming in the early game due to Guan Yu's explosive output and enforced mobility. However, the essence of his early game lies in accruing resources. A Guan Yu devoid of economic foundation risks becoming a mere source of gold for the opposition. Therefore, roaming is ill-suited for him. His true position remains in the solo lane, where his agility combined with the exceptional attack range and damage of his first skill allows him to easily dominate in one-on-two situations. In casual matches, Guan Yu's most potent burst phase occurs after acquiring the Boots of Resilience, Wings of the Redeemed, and the Shadow Blade. In Adept Guan Yu can assemble these 3 items within the first 6 minutes, while managing to do so by the 8th minute is merely acceptable. During this period, the opposing marksman has yet to amass defensive items, and no marksman would venture forth without protective gear, while mages and fighters lack the funds for countermeasures. This window represents a golden opportunity for Guan Yu to shine. Suja's Guan Yu maintained a stable last-hitting pace, with nearly every minion falling victim to his long blade. The opposing young lady and Dong Huangtai found themselves at a loss beneath Guan Yu's iron hooves. Merely 2 minutes into the match, Guan Yu's sister-in-law, Sun Shangxiang, was already on the brink of defeat due to the relentless pressure from her younger brother. Meanwhile, Han Meng's Luna, having secured the first blue buff, was also progressing well, nearing level 4. The initial gank at this level is crucial, in the absence of an explosive level 1 skirmish. The jungler's first gank will significantly influence the match's trajectory. After clearing the jungle, Luna advanced towards the top lane. A level 4 assassin's decision to gank the marksman lane serves as a fundamental indicator of their skill. However, as Luna approached the river, a sudden figure flashed in the lower lane. It was the streamer, Wolf Brother, piloting Zhao Yun, who had astonishingly reached level 4 to initiate a gank on the lane. So swift, A flicker of anxiety crossed Han Meng's face as she hesitated, deliberating her next move. Should she continue to the top lane to ambush the enemy marksman alongside Guan Yu, or rush to the lower lane to support and flank Zhao Yun? In that fleeting moment of indecision, Wolf Brother-S Zhao Yun had already engaged, his ultimate skill locking onto the marksman, Genghis Khan. Following up with his second skill, he unleashed devastating damage, and before Genghis Khan could even turn to flee, he executed the fatal strike with ice punishment. First blood. In the grand arena of battles, Zhao Yun, a master of the game, effortlessly claimed the first blood during the challenging trial. Yet, he showed no inclination to relent as he initiated an assault on the support hero, Lian Pa. With the assistance of the skilled solo laner, Lao Fuzi, with a swift dash from his first skill, followed by a devastating strike from his second, Lao Fuzi promptly joined the fray, unleashing his ultimate to ensnare Lian Po within the confines of the illuminating beacon. Despite Lian Po's formidable resilience as one of the most robust heroes in the realm of Honor of Kings, he could not withstand the relentless onslaught from the duo of Zhao Yun and Lao Fuzi. Mere moments later, the towering steel warrior, Lian Po, let out a cry of despair as he succumbed to the second blood. Double kill. The streamer, Wolf Brother, commenced the match with a double kill, seamlessly maneuvering through the terrain to escape the tower's grasp. This gank unfolded with such fluidity that the live chat erupted in praise. Zhao Yun darted into the jungle, intent on clearing the enemy's minions, but before he could steady himself, a silvery radiance enveloped him. It was the moonlight, the celestial presence of Luna. Startled, Wolf Brother quickly regained his focus, only to realize that a crescent moon mark had appeared above Zhao Yun's head, a signature of the enchanting Luna. Suddenly, a figure glided gracefully from the obscured brush, passing effortlessly by Zhao Yun before positioning itself behind him. It was Luna. The dream-chasing Luna had arrived just in time. A smirk crept across Wolf Brother's lips. Luna, are you here to grant me a triple kill? At that moment, Zhao Yun was empowered with both red and blue buffs, while Luna equally possessed her dual enhancements. However, with the vast experience garnered from countless matches, Wolf Brother was confident that he would not falter against a mere passerby Luna. Before Luna could make her move, Zhao Yun unleashed his ultimate ability with fervor. Yet, in a split second as he initiated the attack, Luna executed a counterstrike, swiftly positioning herself behind Zhao Yun. The relentless chain of attacks beneath the moonlight allowed her ultimate to refresh upon striking the mark of the moon. Han Meng's Luna demonstrated astonishing agility, evading Wolf Brother's Zhao Yun's ultimate, rendering it ineffective. Despite Zhao Yun's ultimate having a lengthy wind-up and a restricted area of effect, often leading to it being dubbed the Zhao Ground, Wolf Brother had never faltered in his execution. This time, however, Luna's deft evasion of his grand strike took him by surprise, and his gaze narrowed with intrigue as he observed Luna on his screen. Quite nimble, are we? Let us play, he mused. Before his words could fully escape his lips, Zhao Yun charged towards Luna, but Han Meng's Luna swiftly unleashed her second skill, drawing Zhao Yun closer. With a basic attack, she marked him once more, darting around him like lightning, before elegantly tracing a beautiful arc and landing 3 additional strikes. With 3 marks established, Luna danced away before Wolf Brother's Zhao Yun could react. Beneath the mark of the moon, the cooldown of the ultimate ability refreshes once more. Luna swiftly glides past Zhao Yun, executing a basic attack before unleashing her first skill to apply the mark. A splendid combination of moves leaves Wolf Brother's Zhao Yun utterly defenseless. In the live stream, the barrage of comments erupts with fervor. What an impressive display from this Luna. Wolf Brother has encountered a formidable opponent. A reversal seems imminent. Luna's prowess is undeniable. Surely, she is at least a gold-tier Luna, isn't she? Wolf Brother is bound to face a harsh defeat today. However, at that moment, Old Master has rushed over from the side lane, clutching his teaching stick in an effort to provide support. Although he is yet to reach his ultimate ability, his first skill's forced pull could very well interrupt Luna's ultimate. Observing Old Master's approach, Han Meng maintains an air of composure. Her fingers dance across the screen with remarkable speed, and Luna's combination of skills shows no sign of abating. Mark. Activate ultimate. Basic attack. Mark. Activate ultimate. Cast skill. Mark. Luna continuously weaves around Zhao Yun, and his health diminishes at a visibly alarming rate. Before Old Master can arrive on the scene, Wolf Brother's Zhao Yun can no longer endure. Curse it. Wolf Brother lets out a desperate howl as Zhao Yun succumbs to Luna's relentless onslaught, collapsing to the ground. in less than 2 minutes since the start. He has surrendered a kill, a rare occurrence in the annals of Wolf Brothers streaming history. Chapter 30. The Frozen War God. In the streaming room of the renowned King of Glory broadcaster, Wolf Brother, the barrage of comments had erupted into chaos. Luna 666. Wolf Brother has been defeated. A mishap. A mishap. Even the seasoned player faltered. Not even 100 consecutive victories, barely reaching 50. The broadcaster, Wolf Brother, gazed at the countdown timer on the screen, his expression dark and foreboding. Meanwhile, the battle raged on in the game. Luna, under the moonlight, effortlessly dispatched Zhao Yun, now confronted by the approaching Laozi. However, having previously expended his ultimate ability to vanquish Lianpa, and with his teammate Zhao Yun now out of the fight, Laozi quickly turned and fled back towards the lane. He had witnessed firsthand how Luna had mercilessly dominated Zhao Yun, and he had no desire to become the second casualty. Yet, Han Ming had no intention of letting him escape, a faint smile playing at her lips. Thinking of running? Too late. No sooner had she spoken than Han Ming's Luna surged forward in pursuit of Laozi. In the jungle, Luna found it challenging to unleash her full potential. The minion waves were her preferred launchpad. Upon reaching the lane, Luna marked the minion wave with her first skill, then unleashed her ultimate, darting through the minions with the agility of a drifting race car, veering left and right. Though Laozi's movement speed was considerable, he could not outpace the drifting Luna. Before he could reach the safety of the tower, the desperate Laozi found himself ensnared by Han Ming's Luna with her second skill. Following this, a dazzling display of maneuvers ensued, and Laozi's health plummeted at a visible rate. Lacking any mobility skills, Laozi's ability to resist was inferior even to that of Zhao Yun moments ago. Under Luna's relentless onslaught, he could only helplessly surrender. The Laozi on the screen had ceased all movement, clearly indicating that the player had given up control. Han Ming chuckled lightly. Giving up so thoroughly? That attitude is quite unbecoming. Double kill. After Wolf Brothers Zhao Yun secured a double kill, Luna, the dream chaser under the moonlight, retaliated in kind, achieving a double kill of her own. The tally of kills was now evenly matched. However, Han Ming felt a twinge of guilt for not having ganked the top lane as an assassin at level 4. She glanced at Suja, saying, "Suja, my apologies, but I can only gank the top lane a bit later." The responsibility to withstand pressure in the top lane was significant, as one faced the onslaught of 2 opponents alone. The failure of the assassin to promptly gank the top lane was indeed irresponsible, but as Han Ming spoke, she noticed that the top lane had become deserted. Suja's Guan Yu had inexplicably made his way to the mid lane, where he was leisurely preparing to strike the opposing mage, Gao Jianli. This revelation took Han Ming by surprise. Suja's actions seemed utterly senseless. His brazen advance into the mid lane not only failed to secure a gank against Gao Jianli, but also pushed the minion wave to their own tower in the top lane. Such a blunder was typically characteristic of novice players. How could the formidable top laner, Suja, possibly commit such an error? "Suja, what are you doing?" Han Ming, perplexed, inquired. Suja chuckled. "I'm just going to the mid lane to secure a kill and become familiar with Gao Jianli." Han Ming looked at Suja, speechless. "Are you serious? After such a trivial strike, what exactly are you trying to achieve?" However, Han Ming soon grasped Suja's intentions and found herself in awe of him. After striking in the mid lane, Suja did not pursue further, but instead stealthily concealed himself in a bush where the enemy lacked vision, circling back to the top lane. Meanwhile, the opposing marksman, Sun Shangxiang, and the Eastern Emperor Tai, upon spotting Guan Yu in the mid lane on the mini-map, rushed to the tower with their minions, fervently pushing. Yet, they overlooked Guan Yu's exceptional mobility. As they assaulted the tower, Suja's Guan Yu had silently maneuvered into the river bush. And while Sun Shangxiang and Eastern Emperor Tai were still at level 3, Suja's Guan Yu had already reached level 4. The sound of the hooves of the frozen war god echoed, sending a jolt of fear through Sun Shangxiang and Eastern Emperor Tai. They finally realized that everything was a trap laid by Guan Yu, and they had already fallen into the snare. In a burst of speed, Guan Yu charged from the bush, unleashing his ultimate from a 45-degree angle. Guan Yu's ultimate, the Blade of Iron Cavalry, forcibly propelled the enemies forward, inflicting substantial damage. And Sun Shangxiang and Eastern Emperor Tai were instantly pushed beneath the tower. Hats off to the defiant princess. The frozen war god, having driven the enemies under the tower, swiftly turned his steed and activated his ultimate, almost instantly re-entering a charging state. He turned back and delivered a decisive strike, eliminating the fragile Sun Shangxiang. The unfortunate lady collapsed to the ground, leaving behind a pitiful corpse. Meanwhile, the robust Eastern Emperor Tai fared little better. He merely endured a few additional strikes. Guan Yu relentlessly entered a charging state, continuously assaulting Eastern Emperor Tai with basic attacks. After 3 charges, under the combined onslaught of Guan Yu's damage and the tower's fire, the tanky Eastern Emperor Tai met his demise. Double kill. Another double kill. Guan Yu secured 2 kills, with both lanes flourishing simultaneously, a rare spectacle indeed. Top lane, a flawless performance. Playing as a king is akin to tormenting the bronze tier. I had heard tales of your extraordinary prowess with Guan Yu, but witnessing it firsthand truly reveals your might, Han Meng remarked earnestly, genuinely impressed by Su Zhe's recent maneuvers. Su Zhe, in a modest demeanor, replied, "It's nothing remarkable, just a matter of experience. Yet, your Luna is indeed captivating. Even professional streamers falter under your skill." Han Meng smiled softly. "This match isn't over yet. It's too early to say such things." In the live stream of the broadcaster, Lang Ge, the chat erupted once more. 666. This time the flip is certain. Top lane Guan Yu, a flawless performance? It's been ages since I've seen such a masterful Guan Yu. Wow, in a King S match. How did this Guan Yu achieve a rhythm akin to the bronze tier? The streamer advised a cautious approach, suggesting a 6-point investment, as the current match was fraught with formidable opponents. The expression on Wolf Brothers' face was far from pleasant. It had been quite some time since he had encountered such a challenging situation. However, being seasoned in the face of adversity, he remained unfazed by this minor setback. "Stay calm. Wolf Brother is here," he stated resolutely, directing Zhao Yun towards the enemy's jungle upon his resurrection. With the blue monster recently respawned, Luna was likely in the midst of farming blue. Devoid of the blue buff, she was akin to a bird with clipped wings, unable to unleash the full potential of her lunar prowess. In the interval between the respawns of the blue monsters, there existed a critical window that could significantly hinder Luna's capabilities. Seizing this opportunity to ambush her would yield a high chance of success. Understanding this, Wolf Brother hastened to the vicinity of the blue monsters and promptly signaled for an assembly, prompting the mid laner, Gao Jianli, to arrive without delay. As Wolf Brother surmised, Luna was indeed engaged in farming blue, and prior skirmishes had left her with scant mana, rendering her unable to execute a complete combo. At that moment, Wolf Brothers' Zhao Yun leapt forth, striking Luna, followed by a flurry of attacks that reduced her health to half. With Gao Jianli activating his ultimate ability, Luna's health plummeted at a visible rate. "Oh no, I'm ambushed," Han Meng murmured, hastily using her remaining mana to mark Zhao Yun and Gao Jianli with her first skill, then deploying her ultimate for a hasty escape. Unfortunately, despite having 2 mobility skills, Luna was pursued relentlessly by Zhao Yun, a hero also blessed with mobility and relatively short cooldowns. Nowhere to run, Wolf Brother sneered, applying frost punishment to slow her down before executing a skill to finish her off. Han Meng's purple fairy let out a despairing cry as she fell in the jungle. At last, vengeance had been served, and Wolf Brother's expression relaxed slightly, though Han Meng furrowed her brow in frustration, muttering, "Caught off guard. This streamer certainly has keen awareness." Just then, a voice echoed across the battlefield, "Killing spree. Guan Yu has slain Gao Jianli. 3 kills secured." Han Meng exclaimed in delight, "You've arrived?" "Indeed." Su Zhe replied nonchalantly, as Guan Yu charged toward Zhao Yun. Wolf Brother, hearing the thunderous hoofbeats, quickly activated his ultimate to escape through walls. Yet Guan Yu's second skill could also traverse walls during his charge, allowing him to leap forward and trample down. Under the iron hooves of the frozen war god, a scattering of ice crystals erupted, and Zhao Yun, caught beneath Guan Yu's onslaught, fell into a state of stun, rendered utterly helpless. To fight for immortality and eternal life, Su Zhe's frozen war god unhesitatingly unleashed his ultimate, leading to an unending series of charges from Guan Yu. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. In the face of Guan Yu's iron hooves, Zhao Yun, under the command of Wolf Brother, found himself utterly defenseless, having been thrust back 3 times before directly falling within the range of the defensive tower. Rampage. Guan Yu claimed Zhao Yun's life, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. Overwhelmed with frustration, Wolf Brother couldn't suppress an expletive, his face flushed with indignation. How could the system present such formidable opponents with merely 50 matches played? Within the live stream, fans inundated the chat with mockery. 666. Wolf Brother has been defeated again. You've crashed once more, streamer. This Guan Yu is clearly a seasoned player, pushing you relentlessly, with a Guan Yu and a Luna on the opposing side. This match deserves a mere 6 points. Observing the barrage of comments, Wolf Brother's expression grew grave. The opposing Guan Yu and Luna were indeed formidable, exhibiting strength beyond the ordinary, yet this was not sufficient to shatter his resolve. He had encountered far more challenging situations in the past and believed he could endure a little longer, as long as there remained a single vulnerability among the 5 adversaries. There existed a glimmer of hope for a comeback. If I cannot triumph over the 2 of you, can I not contend with the others? Wolf Brother mused silently, lighting a cigarette and contemplating his strategies, for he still possessed a wealth of tactics within. Chapter 31. 2 against 5 having claimed 4 kills. Guan Yu had crafted the Shadow War Axe 6 minutes prior, rendering him nearly unstoppable. After vanquishing Zhao Yun, he swiftly turned and raced toward the top lane, charging at the marksman Sun Shangxiang and the enigmatic Dong Huang Tai, who naively presumed that Guan Yu would be unable to return in time for assistance. Long night accompanies me. As the chilling voice of the icebound war god echoed, Sun Shangxiang and Dong Huang Tai grasped the impending doom. With a mighty roar, Suja's icebound war god unleashed his ultimate ability from a 45-degree angle in the river, propelling himself towards Sun Shangxiang and Dong Huang Tai. The duo, believing they could easily dismantle the defensive tower, found themselves thrust beneath it by Guan Yu's powerful strike. At that moment, both had reached level 4. In a state of panic, Dong Huang Tai unleashed his ultimate to ensnare Guan Yu. His ability, the most formidable control in the realm of Honor of Kings, could not be dispelled. Yet, in the very instant before it connected, Su Zhe, with lightning speed, activated the Redemption Wings, conjuring a shield capable of absorbing 800 plus 80 damage per hero level. As Dong Huang Tai grasped Guan Yu, the tower assailed him, inflicting shared damage. However, Guan Yu's harm was mitigated by the protective shield. Just as Dong Huang Tai was left with minimal health from the tower's onslaught, Guan Yu's shield shattered, allowing him to recover from the suppression state. The icebound war god then executed his first skill, swiftly claiming Dong Huang Tai. Unstoppable, the icebound war god was now an indomitable force. He charged toward the desperate marksman with the ferocity of a wild stallion. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. The fragile Sun Shangxiang could not withstand Guan Yu's onslaught, as 3 forceful impacts sent her reeling back home. Double kill. The top lane fell into utter chaos, as Su Zhe's icebound war god proved utterly relentless. Weaklings turned to dust. Perched upon a unicorn forged from ice, the war god brandished his gleaming blade, radiating a chilling light. At that moment, the opposing marksman could no longer contain her frustration and typed in the public chat, "Second brother, I am your sister-in-law. What do you mean by constantly knocking me? Aren't you afraid of your elder brother's wrath? Please, cease your attacks on me and target someone else." With a gentle smile, Su Zhe directed his icebound war god to farm minions. However, just then, an urgent alert emerged from the bottom lane. The marksman Husky signaled for assistance, followed by the grim news of Husky's demise. Ambushed? Su Zhe furrowed his brow, realizing that Wolf Brothers Zhao Yun had returned to the lower lane. Despite having fallen twice, Zhao Yun's economy remained unaffected, buoyed by 3 kills that fostered his development. After collaborating with the duelist King Old Master to eliminate Husky, the support Lien Pa also succumbed to the fate of being double-killed. Double kill. The cunning wolf effortlessly secured a double kill, subsequently toppling the bottom turret. Su Zhe, I may need your assistance in restraining Zhao Yun. I failed to acquire blue buff, and my current state is inadequate. Han Meng furrowed her brow. For the blue buff was Luna's lifeblood, and Zhao Yun's prior theft of it had significantly impacted her. Only by claiming the next blue could Luna regain her flamboyant edge. Su Zhe nodded in agreement. You should level up in the top lane while I focus on restricting Zhao Yun. The icebound war god then roamed towards the mid lane. Following his double kill in the bottom lane, Zhao Yun had 2 potential paths, either to gank the mid lane or seize the dragon. Meanwhile, the crafty wolf was typing commands to his teammates. Head to the top lane for a team fight. I shall sneak the dragon. Once revived, the young lady promptly led her protector, Eastern Emperor Tai, in the mid lane's gouge gently towards the top lane, while the top lane's Lao Fuzi prepared to demolish the second turret. Are they truly pushing again? They are becoming increasingly audacious, Han Meng remarked. However, with the Husky and Lien Pa both deceased in the bottom lane, it was indeed the enemy's golden opportunity to push the turret. Noticing that the opposing team had gathered 4 members, Suja swiftly redirected his course towards the bottom lane. A symbol for a team fight. Suja signaled for a skirmish. Thus, Guan Yu, Luna, and Zhuge Liang converged at the bottom lane, facing off against Lao Fuzi, Gao Jianli, Sun Shangxiang, and Eastern Emperor Tai, who, fortified by the defensive tower, found it challenging to advance. The opposing team showed no inclination to force a fight. The 4 hovered around the minion wave, seemingly stalling rather than pushing. This is problematic. These 4 are merely stalling, while Zhao Yun is sneaking the dragon. Upon realizing this, Suja suddenly understood. Shall we ambush Zhao Yun now? Han Ming inquired. Suja shook his head. It's too late. Just as he uttered these words, the screen displayed that the tyrant had been defeated. The enemy immediately reaped a substantial bounty of experience and gold from the tyrant, with the once suppressed marksman Sun Shangxiang even leveling up as a result. In the early game, the benefits of the tyrant were markedly evident. The gains from a single tyrant often surpassed those from the first defensive tower. Thus, the seasoned players preferred to sacrifice the tower rather than relinquish a tyrant. The streamer Wolf clearly understood this principle. Fortunately, the tyrant merely provided experience and gold without granting the enemy any buff enhancement. Only the evolved Dark Tyrant in the later stages would bestow formidable buff bonuses, rendering enemies nearly 1 to 2 times stronger after its defeat. Hence, the opposition merely stalled and did not pursue the second turret after Zhao Yun claimed the tyrant, and the 4 promptly chose to retreat. Indeed, a veteran player, quite cunning. Han Ming remarked. Suja smiled. It seems Zhao Yun is preparing to exploit a breach through our bottom lane, targeting our vulnerable marksmen and support. Humph. I shall not let him succeed. I just need to secure the next blue buff, Han Ming declared resolutely. Rest assured, I shall safeguard the next blue buff for you, Suja remarked with a smile as the icebound war god ventured toward the mid lane. Having discerned the tactics of Wolf Brother, Suja's Guan Yu adeptly roamed between the mid and bottom lanes, while Han Ming's Luna, lacking the blue buff, retreated to the top lane for steady farming. Observing Guan Yu's absence from the lane, Wolf Brother adopted a more cautious approach, having witnessed the icebound war god's effortless prowess. Naturally, he dared not provoke the formidable blade of Guan Yu. This match is proving to be exceedingly arduous, Wolf Brother muttered as he extinguished his cigarette, feeling exasperated. The mere presence of Luna was already a headache, compounded by the terror that was the war god Guan Yu. As the blue buff respawned, Luna departed from her lane to farm the jungle. Wolf Brother, having accurately predicted the timing of the blue monster's resurgence, lay in wait within the brush along the river for an ambush. However, just then, the thunderous sound of galloping hooves echoed from a distance. Surely it cannot be. Is it necessary for so many to come for just 1 blue buff? Upon hearing the sound of the icebound war goddess steed, Wolf Brother's brow furrowed tightly. After a moment of hesitation, he chose to retreat from the river. One cannot provoke such might, nor can one evade it, with Guan Yu providing protection. Zhao Yun dared not act recklessly either. Nevertheless, Luna successfully secured the blue buff, placing tremendous pressure on Wolf Brother. After all, he had just experienced Luna's skill firsthand. A blue-buffed Luna combined with a Guan Yu who had claimed 6 kills would create an unstoppable force, leading to a potential collapse of the game. Group up, now. Wolf Brother typed urgently, rallying his teammates. Only by uniting could they hope to avoid being picked off by Luna and Guan Yu, whose ganking capabilities were formidable. His teammates had already recognized Zhao Yun as a true master, thus they complied with his call and assembled in the mid lane, forming a tightly knit defensive formation. Han Ming's Luna, having finally acquired the blue buff, prepared to initiate a gank but was taken aback upon seeing the enemy team grouped in the mid lane. How shameless. They begin to group now? A seasoned streamer with thousands of matches under his belt should not resort to such fearfulness, should he? Suja chuckled lightly. What is this? You wish to claim some heads? Han Ming nodded. Of course, I seek vengeance for Zhao Yun's earlier arrow that felled me. Then I shall breach their formation in the mid lane while you take on 5 opponents? Han Ming glanced at the economic standings of both teams, a charming smile gracing her lips. That is not out of the question. Thus, the two reached an accord and set forth toward the mid lane. Let it be known, engaging in such reckless abandon is hardly the demeanor befitting a trial of ascendance. Should we fail to take on 5 opponents, we risk our high ground being breached. Suja reminded with a smile. I am aware, but I detest dilly-dallying. Han Ming replied solemnly, the sword of the purple fairy brimming with murderous intent. Meanwhile, Wolf Brother was leading the opposing team of 5 in a tight formation in the mid lane. Before Wolf Brother could nearly deploy his strategy, a sudden sound of urgent hoofbeats surged from the flank. The rhythmic clatter echoed. Tap, 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 tap. He swiftly glanced at the mini-map, and indeed, the figure of Guan Yu had vanished from sight. Had he gone mad? Did he dare to charge into the midst of 5 men alone? Just as the thought crossed his mind, the celestial maiden Zixiao approached with her sword drawn, confronting them head-on. 2 against 5? Such audacity was an affront. Prepare for a team battle, Wolf Brother announced, quickly maneuvering towards the center of the formation. He was acutely aware of Guan Yu's devastating strike and had no desire to be the first human target. The characters Dong Huang Tai and Lao Fuzi exhibited commendable awareness, positioning themselves at the forefront to absorb the damage. At that moment, the frozen war god galloped in with fervor. Fight for immortality and eternal life. The frozen war god unleashed his ultimate ability, Blade of Iron Cavalry, mercilessly cleaving the opposing formation in 2. The damage dealt by Guan Yu, bolstered by superior equipment, was staggering. Both Sun Shangxiang and Gao Jinli lost a third of their health from the devastating strike, as the enemy was momentarily staggered by Guan Yu's assault. Suji's Guan Yu swiftly pivoted towards Dong Huang Tai and Lao Fuzi. You two, let us step aside for a private discussion. With a fierce charge, Guan Yu brutally hurled both men out of the riverbank. Chapter 32. For glory after being pushed aside by Suji's icebound war god. The venerable Confucius and Dong Huang Tai found themselves in a fleeting state of disorientation. However, they quickly regained their composure and retaliated without hesitation. Confucius unleashed his ultimate move, the Might of the Sage, ensnaring Guan Yu upon the illuminated altar. This formidable ability possessed immense control, confining the hero within a circular radius, rendering him incapable of escape. For a less experienced Guan Yu, this would spell disaster, akin to the red hair being tethered by an adversary. Yet, the true master that Guan Yu was, he remained unperturbed by this tactic. Even while bound by Confucius's might, he could still pivot in place to enter his charge state. Suji's Guan Yu was no ordinary warrior. He was the icebound war god. In his ultimate state, Guan Yu swiftly transitioned into a charging frenzy, relentlessly assaulting within Confucius's circular domain, pushing both Confucius and Dong Huang Tai back, making the once potent control utterly ineffectual. Dong Huang Tai initially intended to unleash his own ultimate after Confucius's skill subsided to avoid overlapping abilities and wasting precious time. However, seeing that Confucius's move had little effect on Guan Yu, he reluctantly activated his own ultimate, the Fallen God's Contract. Realizing Dong Huang Tai's intentions, Suji promptly activated the Redemption Wings, donning a defensive shield capable of absorbing considerable damage from both adversaries. At that moment, Luna, the dream chaser under the moonlight, arrived with great speed, marking Sun Shangxiang, Zhao Yun, and Gao Jianli with her first skill. She then executed her ultimate, gliding horizontally past Sun Shangxiang and into the heart of the enemy ranks. Her second skill emitted a radiant moonlight, drawing the 3 adversaries closer, before she elegantly maneuvered with her ultimate, drifting beside Sun Shangxiang. Basic attack. Basic attack. Another basic attack. With an impressive 32 attack speed runes, Luna's strikes were swift, quickly reducing Sun Shangxiang to a mere sliver of health. After marking her target with the moon's emblem, Luna once again utilized her ultimate. Whoosh! A flash of silver light, and the celestial fairy, Zixiao, whisked away the young lady. Simultaneously, Gao Jinli unleashed his ultimate, sending forth a powerful sound wave imbued with magical damage towards Luna. Han Meng smiled subtly as Zixiao executed her ultimate, gliding horizontally past Zhao Yun to evade the reach of Gao Jinli's attack. Witnessing the demise of their ADC at the hands of Luna ignited a furious rage within the streamer, Wolf Brother. How dare she flaunt her skills against me? Zhao Yun activated his ultimate and charged towards Luna, his spear gleaming with a chilling light. Whoosh! Before Zhao Yun could land a hit, Luna once again glided into the fray, this time targeting Gao Jianli, who had already expended his ultimate. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. The moon's emblem was activated. Whoosh! In another brilliant display of agility, Luna evaded Zhao Yun and slipped past Gao Jianli, instantly repositioning herself to the opposite end of the battlefield. With her first skill's cooldown refreshed, she unleashed another blade of light. After inflicting damage, a swift ultimate maneuver follows. Double kill. Gao Jinli did not even catch a glimpse of the face of the fairy of purple mist before she fell to the ground with a scream. At this moment, Brother Wolf was thrown into disarray as Zhao Yun initiated a dash towards Luna. Han Meng smiled gently, activating her passive skill to draw herself closer to Zhao Yun. Utilizing her second skill, she summoned a shield that mitigated the substantial damage of Zhao Yun's second skill. The Mark of the Moon appeared, and yet another ultimate maneuver ensued. In a flash, the Fairy of Purple Mist stealthily positioned herself to the left of Zhao Yun, unleashing a rapid succession of 3 basic attacks. In an instant, she teleported to Zhao Yun's right side, deploying her first skill once more. In another swift motion, her ultimate allowed the Fairy of Purple Mist to reappear on Zhao Yun's left, showcasing Luna with the blue buff against the powerless adversaries. Zhao Yun's health plummeted at an alarming rate, yet he found himself utterly helpless. After a relentless series of 5 maneuvers, Brother Wolf's Zhao Yun was finally sent back to the fountain. Triple kill. The Moonlit Dreamer secured a triple kill. At that moment, Su Zhi's Guan Yu narrowly escaped the grasp of Dong Huang Taiyi's ultimate. Though he had already been reduced to a sliver of health by the combined efforts of Dong Huang Tai-yi and Lao Fuzi. However, Guan Yu's role in this battle was merely to absorb damage through unwavering control, successfully accomplishing his mission. Here, accept this pentakill, Su Zhi remarked with a smile. As the ice-bound war god charged forward, forcefully pushing Dong Huang Tai-yi and Lao Fuzi towards Luna. Then I shall not hold back, Han Meng replied, a smirk gracing her lips. The Fairy of Purple Mist, fresh from her triple kill, surged forward with lunar radiance toward Lao Fuzi and Dong Huang Tai-yi. She unleashed her first skill, marking both opponents, and activated her ultimate, gliding seamlessly between the two. With their ultimates already expended, Lao Fuzi and Dong Huang Tai-yi found themselves powerless before Luna, allowing the Fairy of Purple Mist to dance unchecked across the battlefield. With beams of moonlight appearing and vanishing above their heads, their health rapidly depleting as if drained away. In Brother Wolf's livestream, the comments erupted with fervor. Is this a pentakill in the making? This Luna is unstoppable. The Fairy of Purple Mist is here for vengeance. Brother Wolf's collapse is imminent. The Icebound War God's ultimate is astonishing, forcing a team wipe. A pentakill. Guan Yu and Luna, 2 against 5. The stream has flipped. Watching the barrage of comments on the screen, Brother Wolf simply set down his phone. There was no need for further maneuvering. The tide of this battle had turned against him. Quadra kill. Luna eliminated Lao Fuzi, achieving a 4-kill streak. Pentakill. Luna took down Dong Huang Tai-yi, claiming a pentakill. The entire livestream was in shock. The comments mercilessly mocked the once mighty Zhao Yun of Brother Wolf. This Zhao Yun is lacking. 1,000 games with Zhao Yun? Not even comparable to an ordinary Luna. Achieving a mere 50 consecutive victories seems a distant dream. Yet one dares to aspire for 100? Perhaps the streamer should retreat to hone his skills further. Amidst the derisive jeers of netizens, the streamer, Wolf Brother, found his composure shattered. It was indeed a formidable challenge, facing opponents like Guan Yu and Luna, whose prowess was sufficient to claim the championship in the national server. Wolf Brother lit a cigarette and clicked on the game options in the upper right corner of the screen, initiating a surrender vote. In quick succession, the surrender poll appeared at the top of the screen, with 1 vote in favor, then 2 and 3, ultimately achieving unanimous consent. The game concluded. Wolf Brother, feeling utterly despondent, exited the live streaming interface without uttering a word, this defeat weighing heavily upon him. Meanwhile, on the screens of Su Zhi and Han Meng, a notification appeared, indicating the enemy's concession. The battle had ended, and a momentous match in the King's Promotion series concluded with the adversary surrendering. Setting down her phone, Han Meng became one of the earliest to achieve the rank of King in Season S9, a satisfied smile gracing her face, finally alleviating a lingering concern. How was that? Was it a satisfying match? Su Zhi inquired softly, taking a sip of tea as he set down his device. Han Meng nodded affirmatively and replied, Thank you for securing the pentakill for me. The strongest top laner in Zone 1 truly lives up to the reputation. Witnessing your brilliance firsthand is far more significant than merely attaining the rank of King. Upon hearing her praise, Su Zhi felt a flicker of bashfulness. He gently touched his nose with his slender fingers and inquired with a smile, So, about joining my team? Han Meng smiled and responded, Of course. There is no problem. I, Han Meng, am a woman of my word, and it is a fortunate opportunity to fight alongside you. With that, Han Meng extended her fair hand towards Su Zhi. For glory. Unable to resist, Su Zhi beamed as he leaned forward to grasp her hand. For glory. Later that evening, Suja returned to the dormitory from the east side of the city. Upon entering, he noticed his roommates gathered in animated discussion, seemingly captivated by some sensational news. What has captured your attention so? Suja inquired with a smile as he approached them. Jushin, come quickly. My favorite streamer has been utterly defeated today. It was a complete slaughter. Lu Xiyu exclaimed, beckoning frantically towards Suja. Really? Suja's mind raced as he began to piece together the scenario. This Guan Yu is simply outrageous. It appears to be a stellar rank 1 match. Can such a match truly be so one-sided? It feels akin to tormenting a bronze player. Chen Tianai declared loudly, fixated on the video. Incredible. This Luna is astonishing. Her speed is terrifying. Ma Hailong added, equally astonished. Suja leaned in to catch a glimpse, realizing that his roommates were indeed watching the very ranked match that Wolf Brother had just streamed. Now approaching the pivotal moment where the streamer faced utter collapse and called for surrender, all within the 11th minute of the match. At that moment, Lu Xiyu anxiously asked, wait, what is this Guan Yu planning to do? Among the 5 opponents that gathered in the mid lane, and he intends to take on all 5? Ma Hailong shook his head and remarked, it's not a 1 against 5. It's a 2 against 5. Look, Luna is on the move as well. These two are heading towards the mid lane. 2 against 5? Is that even feasible? Chen Tianai frowned and responded, after all, this is a game with 5 players. Just then, the video displayed the Icebound War God launching an assault. My goodness! Lu Xiyu, Ma Hailong, and Chen Tianai widened their eyes, all exclaiming in unison. No way. The ensuing series of maneuvers left the 3 of them in constant astonishment. No way. No way. No way. No way. Luna is in. No way. No way. No way. Suja, standing nearby, counted. The 3 of them collectively exclaimed no way at least 33 times. After the exclamations, Luna in the video had already secured a pinnacle. Who is this dream chaser under the moon? Truly a deity among deities. This person's Luna has surely reached the pinnacle of the national server. Otherwise, it would be impossible to be this formidable. To be able to dominate Wolf Brother like this. They must be a professional player's Smurf account. This Guan Yu is also remarkably skilled. Their team fighting techniques and awareness are simply invincible. Indeed. If it weren't for Guan Yu's 2 early game suppressions of the opposing marksman and support, Luna would not have achieved such an effortless pentakill. However, Guan Yu's ID is rather amusing, named Cute Bunny. Haha, could it be that Guan Yu is a girl? Unlikely. Could a girl play this adeptly? Who are this Cute Bunny and Dream Chaser under the moon? I bet they are undoubtedly Smurf accounts of professional players. Chapter 33. The video went viral while everyone fervently discussed the video. Suja stood silently by, smiling without uttering a word. Ma Hailong, noticing his quiet demeanor, curiously inquired, Jushin, why are you so silent? Please share your professional insights on how we might learn their techniques. With a smile, Suja replied, there is little to learn. With enough practice, skills and awareness will naturally improve. It is an organic process that cannot be forced. Ma Hailong found Suja's words somewhat puzzling, yet despite his contemplation, he could not discern what was odd about them. He merely nodded in a half-understanding manner and turned to Lu Xiyu, saying, Xiyu, please replay that. Luna's maneuvers were so swift that I couldn't quite grasp them. Chen Tianai eagerly chimed in, yes, yes, replay it. How did Guan Yu manage to counter Lao Fuzi's ultimate? How did he turn the tables and leave Lao Fuzi in such a weakened state? Lu Xiyu promptly rewound the video, and the group watched intently, as if cherishing a treasure, eager to memorize every detail. After watching it 3 times, they reluctantly closed the video. Lu Xiyu remarked with a grin, I never expected that even the legendary Zhao Yun would stumble at times. Ma Hailong, lost in thought, mused, when will I ever reach such a level of skill? The Luna pursuing dreams under the moonlight and the adorable Guan Yu. Surely, they are on the brink of becoming renowned. Chen Tianai patted Ma Hailong on the shoulder, my friend. Forgive my candor, but do you truly believe you can attain such prowess? I reckon only Jushin among us possesses that potential. Ma Hailong nodded without protest, indeed. I fall short. Jushin seems to have hope. Suja merely smiled at this remark, not intending to acknowledge his identity. His dormitory brothers were only aware of the formidable Icebound warrior, yet they remained oblivious to the fact that behind the adorable persona was Suja himself. When will Jushin showcase his Guan Yu or Luna for us? Lu Xiyu inquired playfully. Certainly, I will when the opportunity arises, Suja responded with a smile. Though in truth, they had just witnessed his Guan Yu's prowess. At that moment, Chen Tianai, filled with curiosity, asked, "By the way, Zhishun, didn't you mention seeking assistance? Were you successful?" "Indeed, I was successful. You can rest assured," Suja replied with a smile. "Now, we have a jungler in our lineup, and I believe achieving a commendable ranking in the sports competition at the normal university will not be a challenge." "Really? Is this jungler truly that formidable?" Chen Tianai asked excitedly. The esports standards at normal university consistently rank among the best in the nation, and their esports team features numerous masters at the level of dozens of Star Kings. Most of our team members. At this point, Chen Tianai pointed to himself. Then to Ma Hailong and Lu Xiyu, continuing, "Most of us are merely at the gold tier. Can we truly compete for a ranking against such experts?" Suja nodded with a smile and remarked, "Of course, but it will require some basic training. It's getting late today, tomorrow. I will recommend several formidable heroes from the S9 version. Once you master these heroes, your rank in both ranked matches and esports competitions can rise by at least 1 or 2 tiers." "Really? Is Zhishun going to guide us step by step to rank up?" Chen Tianai exclaimed with excitement. "Why wait until tomorrow? We might as well start today," Ma Hailong said impatiently. Suja chuckled and shook his head. "It's too late. It's time to sleep." The others could only sigh in resignation. "Sigh, fine. Let's watch Wolf Brothers' humiliating videos 2 more times. Then we'll wash up and go to bed." In the deep of night, within the girls' dormitory of the Teacher Training Academy, Wu Zi lay quietly on her bed, listening to music. Due to the esports competition registration, she had not spoken to her roommates, Hao Xiaoming and Zhang Xinyue, for 2 days, creating an insurmountable rift among the three, which cast a heavy pall over the atmosphere of the dormitory. Just then, Zhang Xinyue and Hao Xiaoming excitedly called out, "Guan Yu is going to engage in battle. Luna is joining in too. Is it really 2 against 5? Incredible teamwork. What beautiful maneuvers. Luna has started her endless combo. Luna has achieved a triple kill. Luna has secured a pentakill. Wolf Brother has been utterly defeated." Without a doubt, the two were watching the video of Suja and Han Ming's spectacular annihilation of Zhao Yun, which had been promoted by a popular Honor of Kings service account that day. With nearly 10 million followers, the account encompassed around 70 to 80% of Honor of Kings enthusiasts. This promotion instantly elevated the characters of Ming Tutu's Guan Yu and Yue Xia's Luna to legendary status. Wu Zi, of course, also caught sight of this video, as Guan Yu's skillful play and Luna's breathtaking maneuvers left a lasting impression on her. Hearing her roommate's ecstatic screams, she could not resist opening the video herself. "The long night accompanies me." Guan Yu's voice, imbued with a deep and solemn male timbre, sent shivers down Wu Zi's spine. In the upper lane, everything is flawless. Guan Yu's performance is impeccable. Forcing the mid-lane engagement, he clears the way for Luna's pentakill. The more Wu Zi watched, the more exhilarated she became. Unable to contain herself, she clicked to share the video with Suja. "Xiaozhe, have you seen this video?" The already drowsy Suja was roused by the vibration of his phone, and upon checking, he discovered a message from Wu Zi. Opening the video, he saw himself, donned in the guise of Ming Tutu's Guan Yu, alongside Han Ming's Luna, once again featuring that infamous match against Zhao Yun. "Damn, why is this video everywhere? I might just be sick of it." Suja silently lamented, quickly replying, "I saw it. Luna performed exceptionally well." Wu Zi smiled and typed a response. "I believe Guan Yu's performance is more remarkable. Do you think the adorable bunny god might be a girl?" "No. That seems rather improbable, doesn't it?" Suja felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. After all, Bunny was his own alter ego. "Pa, how could it be impossible? Do you look down upon us girls? Do you think we could never be gods?" Wu Zi immediately questioned with a hint of pride. Suja quickly clarified, No. There are many female deities too. For instance, Luna from Moonlit Dream is a girl." How do you know that?" Wu Zi asked, astonished. Suja was taken aback, realizing he had inadvertently let something slip. However, it was too late to retract his statement, so he forced himself to explain. I guessed. You could deduce that?" Wu Zi did not press further, but shifted the topic. "By the way, how is the search for our team's jungler going?" "It's all settled. You need not worry," he assured. "What's their skill level? Can they guarantee our team a spot in the finals?" Wu Zi inquired with a smile, still eager to achieve accolades on the esports stage. Suja replied with unwavering confidence, "Rest assured, their skill is truly that of a champion." "How impressive. Now I can relax. However, it would be splendid if we could recruit a jungler as formidable as Luna from the videos. We would undoubtedly claim the championship," Wu Zi said, half jokingly. aware that she was indulging in daydreams. But in the next moment, Suja sent another message. You can trust me. The jungler I recruited is as strong as the Luna in the videos. Really? You mustn't be jesting with me, Wu Zi replied with a smile. Never. Suja chuckled softly. How could I joke with you? The jungler I secured is indeed as powerful as the Luna in the videos. In fact, they are the very same person. I can only imagine the reaction of our teammates when they see the ID Moonlit Dream appear in our roster. With this thought, a grin spread across Suja's face. He was eagerly anticipating the moment when Han Ming would report to the team. I can't reveal it just yet. I want to surprise them. The following day, Suja began to focus on training the 3 newcomers in the dormitory, Ma Hailong, Chen Tianai, and Lu Xiyu. Their understanding and experience of the game were quite limited, rendering them ill-equipped for the high-stakes world of esports. The balance in the game Honor of Kings is notably lacking. In other words, the strength of the heroes within the game varies significantly in any given version. Some heroes are exceedingly powerful, while others are quite weak. To rapidly enhance one's prowess, one must only choose the stronger heroes. Suja spoke eloquently while the others listened intently. The heroes you frequently employ lack sufficient strength. Hence, I recommend selecting more formidable champions. In the S9 season, several heroes have received enhancements, allowing them to excel in various aspects among their peers. They serve as invaluable tools for climbing the ranks this season and are often referred to as children of the meta. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianai furrowed his brow and inquired, Zhishun, does this mean I can no longer use Little Luban? Suja nodded, expressing, regrettably. You may need to bid farewell to Luban 7 for the time being. While this hero boasts high burst damage and is relatively easy to master, his short range, lack of mobility, and subpar crowd control render him vulnerable to assassins. But I just purchased the skin for the arcade character, costing a hefty 288 coins. Chen Tianai lamented, nearly in tears. Suja, with a smile, countered, do you wish to showcase your skin or ascend the ranks? I want to climb. Chen Tianai replied after a moment of contemplation. Suja affirmed, if you aspire to rank up, it's advisable to switch to another hero. It is not that Luban 7 cannot achieve high ranks. Rather, investing the same effort with alternative marksmen will yield better results than with Luban 7. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiyu, feeling apprehensive, asked, what about my Arthur and Zhuangzhou? Suja responded, Arthur is a well-rounded hero with a considerable following, yet as a top laner. His burst and poke capabilities are somewhat lacking, thus he cannot be deemed a strong top laner. As a support tank, Arthur's crowd control is inadequate, and he is heavily reliant on items, which disqualifies him as a competent support tank. Zhuangzhou shares a similar fate, unless the opposing team has ample control, allowing Zhuangzhou to dispel crowd control, or he plays a pivotal role in a 4-protect-1 composition. He often appears out of place when selected alone. Lu Xiyu listened intently to Suja's analysis and then asked, so, Zhishun, who exactly are the children of the meta in the S9 season? Chapter 34. Team S6 in the S9 season. There are numerous champions to consider, with Neza undoubtedly being the foremost choice. His innate advantages, coupled with the enhancements from the Scarlet Lotus Cloak, enable him to single-handedly reduce the opposing team to near ruin during skirmishes. Furthermore, the learning curve for Neza is relatively gentle. However, executing his ultimate requires keen timing and judgment. With ample practice, I am confident you will master his technique swiftly. Suja patiently explained. Aside from Neza, what other champions are noteworthy? Lu Xiyu inquired further. The newly introduced hero, Fat Bunny Mingqi, is also remarkably powerful. His survival capabilities are exceptional, and he possesses high burst damage. His only drawbacks are his short legs and a lack of late-game potency. Yet, these flaws are minor in comparison to his strengths. He is indeed a potent tool for climbing ranks. As for Baili Shoyu, I shall not elaborate further. This champion is seldom left in obscurity. While undeniably formidable, excessive strength can lead to the awkward predicament of never being selected for play. Nonetheless, due to the changes made to the Master S power item, both the esteemed shooter and the husky Genghis Khan have received indirect buffs, particularly the former, whose effectiveness is quite impressive. Among mages, aside from the recently revamped Zhou Yu from the previous season, this season's Wu Zetian and Bian Ke are the heroes to watch. Both champions have undergone significant enhancements, resulting in a transformative quality. Wu Zetian's prowess is already sufficient, and I encourage you to try Bian Ke. As long as he ensures his survival, he is nearly invincible in the current meta. The overall strengthening of tanks this season has led it to be affectionately dubbed the glory of tank season. Among the many tanks, Bai Qi stands out as the most effective. Though his popularity may not be high, those who utilize him understand his impact. After a lengthy discourse, Suja paused to catch his breath. Ma Hailong, Lu Siyu, and Qin Tianai listened with a mix of confusion and overwhelm. Zhishin, with so much information, it's hard for us to retain it all. Why not join us for a match? Qin Tianai suggested. Ma Hailong immediately concurred. Yes, yes. First, help us ascend to the platinum tier. Suja chuckled. Indeed, no amount of talk can compare to practical experience. While I cannot guarantee you will reach the rank of king, ascending to starry glory should be within your grasp. Upon hearing this, Lu Siyu's confidence surged. Then we shall diligently practice with the new heroes in the coming days, striving to make a remarkable impression in the esports tournament. A week swiftly passed. The registration for the esports tournament at the Normal University officially closed, with the opening day set for tomorrow. Up to this point, Suja's team had yet to convene in person, particularly the jungler Han Ming. Apart from Suja, the others had yet to witness the true prowess of this enigmatic player. Originally, Han Ming intended to arrive just before the competition. However, recognizing the importance of team synergy, Suja arranged for her to meet a day in advance. The meeting place for the team was chosen to be the Starbucks where Suja and Wu Zi first encountered one another, as it marked the inception of their journey. However, Ma Hailong harbored some grievances regarding the chosen meeting venue, for it was the very place where he had first encountered Wu Zi's formidable prowess. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Suja, accompanied by his roommates, arrived at Starbucks, where Wu Zi was already seated, savoring her coffee, clearly having arrived ahead of time. As they pushed the door open, Wu Zi greeted them with a warm smile and a wave. Comrades, I am here. Suja responded with a smile, while several of his roommates exhibited even greater enthusiasm than he did. Sister Zhe, long time no see. Sister Zhe, you look even more beautiful. Sister Zhe, I apologize for making you wait. Sister Zhe, will you treat us to coffee? Suja looked at his companions helplessly, wondering how they had all become so eloquent in Wu Zi's presence. Wu Zi, with a beaming smile, gazed at these lively characters and cheerfully replied, well, since you are all so obedient, how could I, as your sister-in-law, possibly neglect you? Thus, Wu Zi personally went to fetch coffee for everyone, serving it with care. Qin Tianai, with a mischievous grin, accepted his cup and remarked, Sister Zhe is truly virtuous. Suja is indeed fortunate. Wu Zi smiled sweetly and glanced back at Suja. I am so virtuous. Why hasn't little Zhe shown any appreciation? Cough, cough. Suja felt his cheeks flush at her words, lacking the eloquence of Qin Tianai. Thank you, he stammered, appearing somewhat fidgety. Lu Siyu, sitting nearby, could no longer bear to watch and nudged Su Zhe with his elbow, saying, Zhishun, how about rewarding Sister Zhe with a sweet kiss? A kiss? I'll give that to you instead, if you dare. Suja retorted, half amused, half annoyed. Lu Siyu quickly waved his hands, saying, No. I am not interested in men. I can only appreciate your good intentions. After some light banter, Wu Zi took a seat and inquired, By the way, little Zhe, where is the jungler you invited? Is she coming today? Suja nodded. I scheduled to meet her at 6. She should arrive shortly. Wu Zi seemed impatient. I am really looking forward to meeting her. Ma Hailong chimed in eagerly. I heard she is quite skilled. I wonder what rank she is. As if summoned by their conversation, just after the words left his lips, a short-haired beauty in the academy uniform entered through the door. This enchanting girl exuded confidence and purpose. Making a beeline for Suja, it was Han Ming, the dream chaser under the moon. Before Suja could utter a word, Han Ming waved her hand, calling out, Changgu. Changgu. Wu Zi was taken aback, whispering, Is this pretty short-haired girl here to find us? Upon hearing Han Ming call out his game name, Suja hurriedly made a face to mask his surprise, then stood up and said, Just call me Suja. With that, Suja turned to introduce her. Let me present to you all, this is the jungler I invited, Han Ming from Chendong Academy. Zhishin, impressive. You actually brought a beauty. Qin Tianai gazed at Han Ming, entranced. Hello, beautiful. May I ask what rank you are? What heroes do you excel with? Do you happen to be looking for a boyfriend? Lu Siyu inquired with a mischievous smile. Ma Hailong, somewhat bashful, responded, Hello, my name is Ma Hailong. The three boys expressed considerable interest in Han Ming, yet Wu Zi appeared less welcoming. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. With Wu Zi already serving as the team's beauty, there was no need for another. Clearing her throat with a serious demeanor, Wu Zi addressed Han Ming, "Greetings. I am Wu Zi, Suja's girlfriend. May I inquire about your relationship with Suja?" Both Han Ming and Suja were taken aback. Han Ming looked up at Wu Zi and chuckled. "You are Suja's girlfriend? Really? I can't believe he has such a stunning girlfriend." Wu Zi's face broke into a smile upon hearing this. Every woman relishes compliments, especially from fellow beauties. Being a simple and straightforward girl, Wu Zi's animosity towards Han Ming dissipated in an instant, replaced by a warm smile as she gently said, "Sister, welcome to our team. What beverage would you like? I'll get it for you." Han Ming replied with a smile, "A latte will be fine. Thank you, sister." Once Wu Zi turned to leave, Han Ming whispered in disbelief, "Suja, you're quite impressive. You managed to win over such a beautiful lady." Suja, bemused, rubbed his nose, realizing any explanation would be superfluous. At this point, all 6 members of the team had finally gathered, sitting together in harmonious camaraderie. After getting acquainted, Han Ming curiously asked, "By the way, does our team have a name?" Wu Zi nodded with a slight smile. "Of course we have a name. We are called the S6 team." "S6?" Han Ming asked, puzzled. "S6 stands for Super 6. Wu Zi explained. "The full name of our team is Super 6, which signifies 2 things. Firstly, that our team is exceptionally 6, invincible in battle. Secondly, that we have 6 members, each one a superhero, hence the name Super 6. "I see," Han Ming exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. "That's a great name. I really like it." Wu Zi proudly lifted her delicate chin. "Thank you. This is the first team I have joined, and I hope we can achieve glory together." Han Ming nodded earnestly, extending her hand. "For glory." Wu Zi immediately placed her hand atop Han Ming's. "For glory." Suja followed suit. "For glory." Next came Lu Xiu. "For glory." Chun Ti and I chimed in. "For glory." Ma Hailong concluded. "For glory." The 6 of them formed a star shape in Starbucks, their dreams of glory blossoming in that moment. For glory, they were poised to take flight. Chapter 35, The Battle of Glory. The following day, the highly anticipated esports tournament at the Normal University officially commenced. The matchups for the first day were to be announced 2 hours prior to the start of the competition, leaving participants in suspense regarding their opponents. Before the LED display in the academic hall, Suja and Wu Zi stood side by side, awaiting the unveiling of the matchups, only half a minute remaining. "I hope we don't draw the school team right away. May fortune favor us." Wu Zi's hands intertwined nervously, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. In contrast, Suja maintained a relaxed demeanor, unconcerned about who their adversaries might be. He believed that whatever challenges arose would be met with resolve, and he was merely there to support Wu Zi. Noticing her anxious expression, a smile crept onto Suja's lips. He found her adorably endearing when she was nervous. Just then, the LED display illuminated brightly, and the names of several teams swiftly appeared, marking the official announcement of the matchups. S6, S6, S6. Wu Zi murmured her team's name while scrutinizing the display. There it is. After a few moments, Wu Zi accurately pinpointed the location of Team S6. She reached out and lightly pointed, whispering, "Our opponent is." However, her voice suddenly trailed off, leaving Suja puzzled as he followed her gesture. Opposite Team S6 stood a team named Haoyue. "Haoyue? Is that truly our opponent?" Suja inquired quietly. At that moment, a realization struck him. Wait, could Haoyue be? Indeed, it was Zhu Hao, Xinu, and Xiao Meng's team. Wu Zi murmured, her expression revealing her discomfort. To encounter her old friends from the Haoyue team in the opening match was unexpected. Suja couldn't help but chuckle at the irony of fate. Wu Zi's emotions were tumultuous. While she yearned to confront Zhu Hao for past grievances, she also hesitated to oppose her roommates, Zhang Xinu and Hao Xiaomeng. Just then, a familiar voice resonated from behind Wu Zi. "Oh, what a coincidence to meet here." Turning around, they saw Zhu Hao striding confidently toward them, flanked by Zhang Xinu and Hao Xiaomeng, accompanied by 2 unfamiliar male figures. "Zhu Hao." Wu Zi seethed through gritted teeth, her face betraying her disdain. If it weren't for Zhu Hao's pettiness, she would not have found herself at odds with her close friends. "Haven't you been expelled from the team? What are you doing here?" "Oh, I see. You've come as a spectator, haven't you?" Zhu Hao scoffed, a triumphant glimmer in his eyes. Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed Suja standing beside Wu Zi. What brings him here? Don't the academy students need to attend remedial classes today?" Zhu Hao remarked with a cold sneer, his words dripping with mockery. Suja maintained a stoic expression. unwilling to engage in futile conversation with someone as despicable as Zhu Hao. However, Wu Zi chuckled derisively and said, "Of course, he is here to torment you." Coincidentally, Zhu Hao, your team, the Haoyue Battle Squad, is facing us in the first match. What? Upon hearing this news, Zhu Hao, Zhang Xinyue, and Hao Xiaoming were all taken aback. You signed up for the competition too? But you don't have a team? Zhang Xinyue asked with a frown. Who says I don't have a team? Wu Zi replied with a chilling smile, then waved at the members of S6 nearby. Team members, assemble. In an instant, Han Ming, Lu Siyu, Ma Hailong, and Chen Tianai hurried over. Sister Zhe, has the match schedule been released? Who are our opponents in the first round? My blade is eager for action. Zhang Xinyue noticed that all four were clad in academy uniforms, and with Su Zhe standing beside Wu Zi. She couldn't help but laugh. Ha! Wu Zi, you think you can compete in the collegiate esports tournament with just 5 academy students? Before Zhang Xinyue could finish her sentence, Zhu Hao and the 2 boys behind him burst into laughter. This is hilarious. Scouts, really? You managed to cobble together a team? Just don't say we are bullying children when the time comes. Zhu Hao laughed heartily, proudly pointing to the 2 boys behind him. Wu Zi, do you know these 2 fellows? Let me tell you, one is a player from a prestigious technological university's team, and the other is the illustrious Zhuge Liang from District 87. Only external aid of such caliber qualifies to join our team. As for your scouts, I won't bother saying more. Zhang Xinyue nodded in agreement. Indeed, Wu Zi, I know it's unfortunate that you couldn't participate in these sports competition, but you can't just play around like this. Your team stands no chance against us. The 2 players that Zhu invited are of the king level. Just forfeit, and let us avoid any unnecessary conflict. Hao Xiaoming, who had remained silent, approached and gently tugged at Wu Zi's hand. Wu Zi, I'm sorry I was wrong, but you shouldn't throw caution to the wind like this. Forfeit, let us not make a scene. Wu Zi, however, responded with a cold smile. Forfeit? You want a champion-level team to concede? What? Champion level? Zhu Hao immediately burst into laughter. You truly are trying to make me laugh to death. Wu Zi's expression darkened. What are you laughing at? Soon, you won't find anything amusing. Zhu Hao, hands on his hips, replied, All right then, I'll be waiting. We shall see who ends up in tears. Wu Zi's face flushed with anger, but Su Zhe reached out and held her back. There's no need to waste words on someone like him. Let us go. Wu Zi, obedient to Su Zhe, turned around and declared, Exactly, no more talking. We will show him what it means to be defeated in the arena. Zhu Hao watched Su Zhe's retreating figure, snorting coldly. Let us see how long you can maintain that arrogance. 2 hours later, within the academic auditorium, the teams for the opening match began to enter the arena. Su Zhe's S6 team and Zhu Hao's Haoyue team were assigned to the 3rd-tier classroom, where a considerable audience had gathered. The members of both teams occupied the front row of the auditorium, their battle scenes being broadcast live on the large screen at the front. The atmosphere was tense, charged with animosity as rivals faced off. The S6 team consisted of 6 members, with Lu Siyu temporarily seated on the bench for the first match. Among the remaining members were Su Zhe in the top lane, Han Ming as jungler, Wu Zi in the mid lane, Chen Tianai as the marksman, and Ma Hailong as support. Once the battle room was established, the members entered sequentially. The first to enter was Zhu Hao, ranked Diamond 3, followed by Zhang Xinyue, Diamond 4, and Hao Xiaoming, Platinum I. When the remaining 2 members of the Haoyue team joined, a small commotion erupted among the audience. Team member He Bao entered the room with the rank of Supreme Starry 3, while fellow member Jima's swordsman followed closely with a rank of Supreme Starry 2. It is noteworthy that the S9 season had only just commenced, and players were still experiencing a demotion from their previous ranks at the season start. Last season's top kings and glory champions had all fallen back to the next tier, Supreme Starry, or even Eternal Diamond. To reach the Supreme Starry rank so early in the season indicates either last season's champions or exceptionally skilled players. Although the 2 members of the Haoyue team were currently ranked Supreme Starry, it was evident they possessed at least the strength of a king. The audience erupted in astonishment, clearly captivated by the ranks of these 2 players. Zhu Hao, the captain of the Haoyue team, expressed his pride, stating with a smile, These 2 players were the strongest kings in Season S8. At this moment, the members of Su Zhe's S6 team began to enter the room as well. First was Chen Tianai, ranked Glory Gold 3. Next was Ma Hailong, also Glory Gold 3, followed by Wu Zi, Noble Platinum 4, and finally, Su Zhe himself, ranked Glory Gold 3. A chorus of boos resonated through the auditorium as 4 players entered the room. The audacity of presenting such ranks to compete in an esports match was perceived as laughable. Glory Gold was clearly a rank where novices congregated, and no one wished to witness a match at this level, deeming it utterly pathetic. S6 team, are you here to amuse us? What a joke. Glory Gold is entering the competition. Is that platinum-ranked girl expecting to carry 4 others? This must be a Smurf account. Even my Smurf is ranked higher. Listening to the audience's derision, Woozi felt a slight flush on her face. However, Suja maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the taunts. In contrast, Zhu Hao unabashedly expressed his disdain, saying, "Forfeit. Winning against you would feel undeserved." The other 2 starry-ranked players, of king caliber, merely scoffed, regarding the S6 team with utter contempt. Yet, in an instant, the venue fell into an unexpected silence. The previous jeers, mockery, and even vitriol vanished entirely. Not only the audience, but even the members of the Hao Yue team fell silent. Zhu Hao, Zhang Xinyue, and Hao Xiaoming, along with the 2 stellar-ranked players, gazed intently at the grand screen. For at this moment, the 5th member of the S6 team entered the room. Rank, Supreme Champion. The Supreme Champion of the S9 season. Achieved in merely a week since the commencement. What astonished everyone further was her gaming ID, Moonlit Dream Chaser. A striking combination of 4 characters. An ID that had recently soared to prominence across the entire gaming community. Chapter 36, Ban Luna, Moonlit Dream Chase. When this ID appeared in the room, the audience was left in utter astonishment. Enthusiasts of Honor of Kings recognized this ID instantly, as a video featuring Moonlit Dream Chase had recently gone viral across the internet. In a dramatic showdown, Luna achieved a quintuple kill, overwhelmingly defeating the seasoned streamer, Wolf Brother, who had been renowned for his prowess with Zhao Yun. Many newcomers to the game found themselves entranced by Luna, and even those unfamiliar with Honor of Kings downloaded the game after watching that video. This is Moonlit Dream Chase, who, in the blink of an eye, became an internet sensation. As the glaring ID illuminated the big screen, the classroom erupted into chaos after a moment of silence. Moonlit Dream Chase? Is it truly the same Moonlit Dream Chase? The one who humiliated Wolf Brother? She actually came to our teacher training institute for an esports competition? No way, perhaps it's just a coincidence with a similar ID. Impossible, this is definitely the same ID. Not a single character or symbol is amiss. And her rank is indeed the highest, a Grandmaster. This cannot be. How can Moonlit Dream Chase be merely a student? Or a girl? It must be a hoax. Just a coincidence with the ID. Meanwhile, the members of the Hao Yue team were equally engulfed in panic. Zhang Xinyue furrowed her brow and quietly inquired, "Is this Moonlit Dream Chase the one from the video? The Luna who achieved 5 kills?" Hao Xiaoming shook her head, responding, "No way. I feel that Luna's skill level must belong to a professional player. How could she possibly be just a student?" Beside them, Black Panther insisted, "Impossible. How could a bunch of students possess such high skill levels? I bet this Moonlit Dream Chase is just a counterfeit." Yet, the lonely swordsman squinted thoughtfully, saying, "But her rank is indeed Grandmaster. One cannot fabricate a rank. Perhaps she hired a booster," Black Panther retorted with a sneer. "Who knows if this child is just succumbing to vanity and hired someone." The team members continued their chatter, yet Zhu Hao absorbed none of it. His mind involuntarily conjured images of that video, where Moonlit Dream Chase's Luna wreaked havoc across the battlefield. The ethereal figure of the purple fairy darted through the crowd with grace, as if traversing a realm devoid of opposition, leaving only corpses in her wake beneath the moonlight. The dread of such domination is an experience no Honor player wishes to endure. He could not take that risk. No. Regardless of whether this Moonlit Dream Chase is a counterfeit, we must ban Luna. There's no room for risk. If the Moonlit Dream Chase on the opposing side is genuine, we are doomed. Zhu Hao exclaimed nervously. Zhang Xinyue nodded gently. Yes, old Zhu is right. Better safe than sorry. Ban her. I have no objections, the lonely swordsman replied, nonchalantly shrugging his shoulders. The Black Panther wore a mocking expression, remarking on how a mere student from the academy had managed to instill such fear in them, commenting on their lack of progress. Meanwhile, upon Han Ming's entrance into the room, the eyes of Wu Zi, Chen Tianai, Ma Hailong, and Lu Xiyu widened in astonishment. Moonlight Dream Chaser? The strongest champion? Wu Zi exclaimed, seizing Han Ming's slender arm in excitement. Are you the Moonlight Dream Chaser who defeated the streamer Wolf Brother? Han Ming nodded gently, affirming, Yes, that's me. Why? Woozi took a deep breath and turned to Suja, exclaiming, Xiaoxia. Why didn't you tell us your jungler was the Moonlight Dream Chaser? With a smile, Suja replied, Didn't I hint at it? I mentioned that my jungler is as strong as the Moonlight Dream Chaser. Goodness, that is what you meant. You truly had me fooled. Woozi exclaimed, both surprised and delighted, unable to believe that such a remarkable player was part of their team. Not only Woozi, but the others were equally ecstatic. Moonlight Dream Chaser. You are truly the Moonlight Dream Chaser. Ma Hailong stammered. Can I see you play Luna just once? Certainly, if the opportunity arises, Han Meng smiled. How can it be that you, Moonlight Dream Chaser, are also a student from the academy and from the same city as us? How can there be such a disparity? Chen Ti and I chuckled. Han Meng, what did you eat growing up? It must have been skill itself. Lu Xiyu straightforwardly interjected, Moonlight Dream Chaser. Please sign something for me when you have the chance. Feeling somewhat bashful from the adoration, Han Meng quickly shifted the topic, saying, Let us not just talk about me. Don't you all know that the Guan Yu in the video is Su? Just as she began to reveal Suja's identity, he quickly coughed, interrupting, Ahem. Let us start banning heroes. He wished to keep his identity concealed. His modest nature and the overly flamboyant ID from the previous Guan Yu incident made him cautious. Cute Bunny. What a ridiculous name. After some casual banter, the hero banning phase officially commenced. The Haoyue team had randomly been granted the first opportunity to ban heroes. At that moment, the audience erupted in unison. Their gaze fixed on Han Meng as they chanted loudly, Ban Luna, Ban Luna, Ban Luna, Ban Luna. It was clear that everyone was eager to witness the Moonlight Dream Chaser's legendary Luna in action, as Wolf Brothers' live stream had only offered a brief glimpse of her prowess. However, the Haoyue team was certainly not foolish enough to dig their own graves. Even amidst the fervent calls from the audience, they remained resolute. Zhu Hao was the first to select Luna from the mage category, then decisively clicked to ban her. As anticipated, Luna was the first ban, a move that both Su Zhe and Han Meng had foreseen. The audience was taken aback as the Haoyue team audaciously banned Luna, unleashing a chorus of derisive boos. Cowards. Spineless. Can't you muster any courage? Hushed whispers filled the air. Under the weight of public scrutiny, Zhu Hao took a sip of water, resolute in his choice. He would rather endure the scorn than be mercilessly defeated by Luna, the dream chaser of the moonlight. On the other side, Su Zhe observed Han Meng's wry smile. The fame that comes with notoriety is a double-edged sword, having merely gone viral with a single video. He found himself the target of scrutiny. Su Zhe chuckled, What can you do? It's unfortunate that you ran into a streamer during your trials. Now that Luna is banned, who do you intend to use? Han Meng shrugged with indifference. Whoever I pick will be subjected to the same fate. Does it truly matter? Indeed, Su Zhe conceded. Han Meng's pool of heroes was vast and deep, leaving no room for concern on his part. The ban phase continued with the inevitable exclusion of the three favored champions, Bali Shoyue, Ne Zha, and Ming Qi, all sent to the proverbial black room. Following the bans, it was time for selections, with the Haoyue team retaining the priority. Pick the lady, urged team member Heibao. With unwavering determination, Zhang Xinyue seized the opportunity to select the lady, a role in which she excelled. As the turn shifted to Su Zhe, Wu Zi and Ma Hailong were next in line. Do you need help securing a pick? Ma Hailong inquired softly. Su Zhe gently shook his head. Select your champions. Without hesitation, Wu Zi locked in Wu Zetian, while Ma Hailong pondered briefly before opting for the tanky support by Qi. The turn passed to the opposing side, with Zhu Hao claiming the top lane hero Yang Jian, while his companion, the solitary swordsman, took the popular jungler, Aku. The turn then returned to Su Zhe, where Chen Ti and I and Han Meng were to make their choices. With a look of consternation, Chen Ti and I confessed, I haven't team mastered the Husky enough. I fear it might not perform well. Su Zhe, may I revert to using my Lu Ban 7? Su Zhe turned to Han Meng with a grin. What do you think? After a moment of contemplation, Han Meng replied, If you want to use Lu Ban, then go ahead. Just give him some support, after all. Lu Ban can deal explosive damage, which will surely trouble the opposing team. Relieved as if granted a royal pardon, Chen Ti and I, joyfully, selected Lu Ban 7. Thank you, esteemed ones, for your mercy. As it came time for the Moonlight Dream Chaser to choose, the audience held their breath in anticipation, curious to see which hero the jungler would unveil after Luna's ban. Would it be the ferocious three-hit combo of Sun Wukong, the ethereal grace of Li Bai, or perhaps the swift and skillful Han Xian? testing the limits of hand speed? Just as the crowd awaited the revelation with bated breath, Han Ming silently made his selection. The spotlight was on him. Sporting a rather flamboyant hairstyle and wielding two peculiar scythes, Han Ming chose the audacious assassin, Bai Li Xuanci. Chapter 37. This Guan Yu seems familiar, a standout performer. As the voice of Bai Li Xuanci resonated throughout the arena, the audience's reactions varied. Novices like Wu Zi and Qin Tianyu were unfamiliar with this newly joined assassin, merely hearing the voice. They could not discern his identity. However, Su Zhi fully grasped Bai Li Xuanci's formidable prowess, recognizing that this assassin was even more lethal than his brother, Bai Li Shouyu, who frequently found himself confined in a darkroom. In the previous season, after reaching the coveted rank of 50 stars in the King tier, the most common assassins encountered were merely two, Luna and Bai Li Xuanci. The skilled Bai Li Xuanci maneuvered through the battlefield with an elusive presence. His deadly scythe, once it struck, would unhesitatingly claim the life of his foes. You have chosen Bai Li Xuanci. It seems you are quite serious. Su Zhi remarked with a smile. Han Ming chuckled softly in response. After all, it is the opening match. We cannot afford to take it lightly. Especially with two starry tier players on the opposing team. This battle may prove challenging. Yet Su Zhi saw through Han Ming's intentions. Are you planning to secure a pentakill? Bai Li Xuanci's passive skill, Frenzied Prelude, was exceptionally potent, granting a significant increase in both movement speed and attack speed for a duration after each kill or assist. This passive enabled Bai Li Xuanci to become increasingly ferocious in combat, often leading to a chain reaction of securing more kills following just one. Thus, he was dubbed a pentakill instrument in high-level matches for this very reason, particularly in situations where he faced lesser opponents. His remarkable mobility and explosive damage rendered him virtually invincible. Han Ming's choice of Bai Li Xuanci was largely influenced by this fact. An assassin who does not aspire for a pentakill is not a true assassin, Han Ming admitted with a smile. Su Zhi, with a gentle smile, appeared confident of victory in this match. Meanwhile, the members of the Hao Yue team expressed varied reactions upon witnessing Yu Xiaochue Ming select Bai Li Xuanci. Bai Li Xuanci? Is this hero truly formidable? Zhang Xianyu inquired, lacking knowledge about Bai Li Xuanci. Indeed, he is quite formidable, the Hao Yue team's jungler. The solitary swordsman responded with a grave expression. He was increasingly convinced that the Yu Xiaochue Ming before him was the very same as the one depicted in the videos. Only two types of players dared to select Bai Li Xuanci, those who were blissfully unaware of their limitations and true masters of skill. Since their opponent had reached the King tier, she could not possibly belong to the former category. Thus, she must be the genuine deity who had once annihilated Wolf Brother using Luna. Nevertheless, this battle could not be evaded. The Hao Yue team had already banned Luna, but they could not eliminate all potent assassins. At this juncture, the selection rights returned to the Hao Yue team, where He Bao secured the powerful mage Zhuge Liang, while the original jungler, Xiao Ming, assumed the role of support, opting for the versatile assistance of Zhuang Zhou. Thus, the character selection for the Hao Yue team was complete, leaving only Su Zhi from the S6 team without a selection. Zhu Hao squinted, fixated on the screen. I am eager to see whom this young man will choose this time. Upon scrutinizing the roster, Zhu Hao noticed a vacancy in the top lane for the S6 team. Is he planning to take on the top lane? Zhu Hao furrowed his brow. The audience would inevitably draw comparisons between Su Zhi and himself in this showdown between top laners. As the selection power returned to S6, all eyes were keenly fixed on Su Zhi's champion pick. Xiao Zhizhe, which hero do you intend to utilize? Zhu Hao has secured your proficient Yang Jian. Do you possess any other champions at your disposal? Wu Zi inquired curiously. Yang Jian? Su Zhi gently shook his head. I never intended to use him. Among the top lane heroes, Guan Yu and Hua Mulan are the most formidable. Since the opposing team has not banned them, I shall not hold back. At this juncture, Su Zhi had completed his champion selection. To wholeheartedly strive to vanquish the opposition is the fundamental courtesy of war. Guan Yu, a steed of unmatched speed and a blade of unparalleled might. Su Zhi once again summoned the fearsome and earth-shattering martial saint, Guan Yu. Guan Yu. The members of the Hao Yue team collectively gasped in astonishment upon witnessing Su Zhi's choice. The recent viral video featuring Wolf Brother had allowed all Honor of Kings players to grasp the terror of Guan Yu. Exceptional mobility, explosive damage, superior crowd control, unparalleled impact in team fights, and remarkable survivability. Guan Yu is truly an invincible presence. Why wasn't Guan Yu banned? The lonely swordsman lamented. How did we allow Guan Yu to slip through our fingers? We focused solely on banning Luna. There was no room to consider Guan Yu. Zhu Hao frowned. Wait a moment. At that instant, Zhang Xinyue's expression shifted, and she whispered, Moonlit Dream. Guan Yu. Do you think the Guan Yu from that video, affiliated with Moonlit Dream, could possibly be Suja? What kind of joke is that? That was a ranked match. Suja is only at Glory Gold, mind you. Besides, the Guan Yu in the video had the ID Meng Tu too, clearly a female. Zhu Hao dismissed the notion. Oh, perhaps I was overthinking it. Zhang Xinyue nodded gently, yet a chill ran down her spine, driven by a woman's intuition. Meanwhile, on Suja's side, everyone began to sense the subtle hints. Suja was a friend of Moonlit Dream, proficient in the top lane. Moreover, the video of Wolf Brothers' demise had circulated just as Suja was visiting Han Meng. Zhishun. Lu Xiyu tilted her head and asked Suja, You wouldn't be Meng Tu too, would you? You are the one who is Meng Tu too. Your entire family is Meng Tu too. Suja desperately tried to mask his embarrassment. How could a manly person like me possibly use such an ID? Wu Zi smiled and gazed at Suja. Xiaozhuzhe, if you have the courage to create an alternate identity to dominate Wolf Brother, why lack the courage to confess? Under the pressure of their inquiries, Suja found himself at a loss and hastily shifted the topic. Ahem, the battle is about to commence. Everyone, please adjust your summoner's spells and runes. Fortunately, the battle began at that moment. Otherwise, the identity of Meng Tu Tu would surely have been unveiled. Suja took a deep breath, equipping his artifacts as he prepared for battle. Welcome to Honor of Kings. The clarion call echoed through the canyon, signaling the commencement of the conflict. Should we counter or lay in wait? Han Meng inquired, as the decision to ambush or counter jungle would determine whether the initial skirmish would erupt and where it would unfold. Let us counter. We shall adopt a more aggressive approach early on. Besides, you're not using Luna, so losing blue doesn't matter much. Suja replied with a smile. Hey, blue is also crucial for Bai Li Xiansu, you know? Han Meng retorted, visibly displeased. With a gentle smile, Suja reassured her, Fear not. Would I let you lose blue? Upon saying this, he signaled on the map. Attention. Wu Zi whispered, Are we all heading over? Suja replied softly, You can first gather some experience in the mid lane, but make sure to come to support in time. Wu Zi nodded, understood. Meanwhile, the 5 members of the Haoyue team were deliberating their strategy. How shall we proceed? Should we go straight online, or? Zhang Xinyue queried softly. Let us ambush in the blue jungle. They will undoubtedly attempt to counter jungle, the lonesome swordsman suggested quietly. His extensive experience informed him that with a formidable hero like Guan Yu on the opposing side, they would not remain passive. Thus, the safest approach was to lie in wait in the bushes, hoping to catch them off guard. Consequently, the initial skirmish was set to erupt in the blue jungle area of the Haoyue team, as Zhu Hao and his teammates concealed themselves in the brush. At that moment, members of the S6 team were stealthily approaching the jungle, and the tension between the two teams was palpable, ready for battle. The audience held their breath. The first skirmish was always the most exhilarating. As the minions advanced, the sound of Guan Yu's horse was the first to resonate. The rhythmic thudding of the steed's hooves unnerved the Haoyue team. No one wished to be struck by the legendary blade of Guan Er. Just then, shadows flickered in the river, revealing the members of the S6 team. Unexpectedly, the first to charge forth was not Suju's Guan Yu, but rather Ma Hailong's tank, Bai Qi. Following closely were the marksman Liu Bin Qi Hao and the assassin Bai Li Xiansu. Be cautious of Yu Xiaochui Ming. We must focus our fire on her, Zhu Hao commanded. Recognizing that Yu Xiaochui Ming was the most formidable presence within the enemy formation. Regardless of whether S6's Yu Xiaochui Ming was the one who had decimated Langgu, Zhu Hao would not permit her survival in this skirmish. Thus, the entire Haoyue team fixated their gazes on Bai Li Xiansu, awaiting the moment she positioned herself forward to strike. However, Bai Li Xiansu was not one to recklessly charge ahead. Her essence lay in her elusive maneuvering. Bai Qi, scout the bushes, Suja murmured. As Ma Hailong's Bai Qi promptly hurled a hook into the underbrush. Come out. With a single hook, the bounty was considerable, leaving the members of the Haoyue team with no choice but to reveal themselves. Chapter 38. A mind full of daring maneuvers, although Bai Qi's hook had a considerable delay. Allowing individuals to evade it with relative ease, it possessed the formidable ability to force positional changes, compelling opponents to dodge. The confines of the nearby bushes were limited, leaving the members of the Hao Yue team with no choice but to emerge to avoid the hook. Initiate the engagement. Charge forward, Zhu Hao commanded in a low voice. In an instant, all 5 members of the Hao Yue team materialized in the jungle, quickly establishing a 5-on-3 scenario near the blue monster. Ma Hailong, positioned at the forefront, appeared somewhat flustered and quietly inquired, "Should we retreat? What are you afraid of?" "Engage them," Han Meng directed. With everyone looking to Han Meng's by Li Xiansu for guidance in the absence of Su Zhi's Guan Yu. At that moment, Wu Zetian, who had just gained some experience on the lane, hurried toward the jungle, reaching the battlefield in mere seconds. Upon noticing that there were only 3 adversaries, Zhu Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. "We have the advantage in a 5-on-3. Let us rush in and eliminate one." Before he could finish, the lonely swordsman interjected. "Focus on taking down by Li Xiansu first. We cannot allow him to survive." Thus, the 5 members of the Hao Yue team targeted by Li Xiansu, intent on swiftly dispatching him. However, Han Meng, despite being besieged, remained unruffled, skillfully maneuvering to evade behind Bai Qi. Zhang Xinyue's son Shangxiang executed a forward roll and, without hesitation, unleashed a cannon shot. A perfect shot. Yet, at the moment Sun Shangxiang landed, Bai Li Xiansu artfully dodged with a graceful serpentine movement, resulting in the cannon shot not hitting its mark, but instead striking Ma Hailong's Bai Qi instead. "Is her early damage output this high?" Ma Hailong exclaimed in astonishment. Su Zhi chuckled ruefully. "This young lady should not be underestimated. She is a formidable asset among marksmen." Just as those words left his lips, Bai Li Xiansu suddenly advanced with rapid movements. What is he up to? The members of the Hao Yue team were momentarily taken aback as they witnessed Yue Zhueming not retreating, but instead pressing forward. In that instant, Bai Li Xiansu swung his hook scythe with great fervor, executing a lassoing motion. It was Bai Li Xiansu's second skill, Nightmare Hook. The lonely swordsman gasped in alarm. "This is bad. Young lady, quickly take cover." Unfortunately, it was too late for such a warning. As Bai Li Xiansu cast his hook scythe, ensnaring the advancing Sun Shangxiang, and then lunged toward her with a passive ability. Sun Shangxiang, struck by Bai Li Xiansu, experienced a sudden decrease in mobility, rendering the situation exceedingly precarious. "Let the show begin," Bai Li Xiansu's audacious voice echoed, as his hook scythe lashed out relentlessly at Sun Shangxiang. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. On the 3rd hit, a critical strike was dealt, leaving Sun Shangxiang with merely half of her health remaining. The Hao Yue team was thrown into disarray. "We must not allow our ADC to fall first." The lonely swordsman was thrown into a state of panic. Why did Bai Li Xiansu upgrade his second skill first? What unconventional strategy was he employing? Typically, the initial skill to be upgraded for Bai Li Xiansu should be the first skill, a mobility skill. However, Han Meng's Bai Li Xiansu opted for the second skill first, precisely catching Sun Shangxiang, who had misstepped in her positioning, delivering a fatal blow. This was not due to Han Meng's foresight in predicting Sun Shangxiang's reckless advance. No matter how formidable she was, she could not foresee such distant events. Rather, it was because her Bai Li Xiansu had not learned any skills prior to departure, and she upgraded her skills based on the immediate needs of the level 1 team fight. Such a quick reaction and speed of execution truly deserved the title of a master. As Sun Shangxiang found herself on the brink of death, Bai Li Xiansu swiftly closed the distance, activating the second segment of his second skill. The ensnared Sun Shangxiang was instantly hurled behind Bai Li Xiansu, directly into the encirclement of Team S6. At that moment, the waiting Lu Banqi Hao and the recently arrived Wu Zetian collided with her, unleashing a full barrage of skills upon her. First blood. Poor Zhang Xinyue, oblivious to the unfolding situation, surrendered the first kill on the battlefield. With Sun Shangxiang's demise, Bai Li Xiansu's passive skill activated, significantly enhancing his attack and movement speed. He no longer moved stealthily but charged forth like a warrior. Coupled with Wu Zetian's timely arrival, the scene transformed into a 4 versus 4, erasing the advantage that Hao Yue team had once enjoyed in a 5 versus 3 scenario, causing morale to plummet dramatically. "We can't fight, retreat," the lonely swordsman, perceiving the dire situation, urgently commanded. Yet, at that moment, Zhu Hao's Yang Jian, Hao Xiaoming's Zhuang Zhou, and Heibao's Zhuge Liang were all entangled with the enemy, making retreat anything but easy. Not wanting to abandon his teammates, the lonely swordsman steeled himself and charged forward. However, With Bai Li Xiance's activated passive skill, his attack speed was astonishing, compounded by his inherent critical strike runes, cutting through the opposition like a hot knife through butter. Within mere moments, the four members of Hao Yue team were on the verge of collapse. Retreat, retreat. Even Zhu Hao, typically brimming with bravado, was struck with fear upon witnessing this scene. He hastily directed everyone to withdraw, for they could not afford to lose any more lives. Unfortunately, at that moment, the ominous sound of galloping hooves echoed from a distance. Clop, 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 clop. It was the sound of Guan Yu's steed, heralding the arrival of a harbinger of doom. Zhu Hao suddenly realized that Su Zhe's Guan Yu had yet to appear, with only the faint sound of hooves circling around them. This audible yet unseen sensation heightened his anxiety, for he knew not when Guan Yu's unstoppable blade would descend upon him. At that moment, Zhu Hao's Yang Jian was already severely wounded. He could not withstand a single strike from Guan Yu. Retreat. Fall back to the lane, Zhu Hao commanded, guiding everyone to act in unison. Thus, Hao Xiaoming Zhuangzhou and Heibao's Zhuge Liang hastily followed Yang Jian, skirting along the rocky edges of the jungle. Fearful of being dispatched back to the fountain by the ghostly Guan Er's blade, as the trio huddled close to the rocks, a sudden flash of golden light sliced through the stone with a dazzling blade. This luminous strike descended as if a divine light had manifested, cleaving through the air with unstoppable force. Triple kill. A resounding contralto echoed through the canyon as the severely weakened Yang Jian, Zhuangzhou, and Zhuge Liang were simultaneously vanquished. With a weapon imbued with the power of 100 inscriptions, Guan Yu's initial strike dealt extraordinary damage, effortlessly claiming the lives of the three nearly defeated adversaries. What was even more astonishing was Guan Yu's method of execution. He executed his strike from a position where the enemy had no visibility. Originally, Su Zhe's Guan Yu was absorbing experience in the mid lane, and it was only after seizing the remaining minion wave from Wu Zetian that he turned towards the jungle. At that moment, the members of the Hao Yue team were already fleeing in desperation, and unless Su Zhe's Guan Yu could breach the wall, it would be challenging to engage the foes. Yet, leveraging the extensive range of Guan Yu's first skill, Su Zhe struck directly through the wall. With a powerful slash from beyond the barrier, he executed a decisive harvest. Zhu Hao and the other teammates were left bewildered, not even comprehending how they had met their demise. The audience erupted in awe, clearly captivated by Su Zhe's remarkable display. A strike through the wall. Utterly unforeseen, who would not fear such a Guan Yu? With a subtle smile, Han Meng deftly maneuvered Bai Li Xiance back towards their jungle. Ma Hailong curiously inquired, "What about Akali? Aren't you going to pursue? With Su Zhe's old Guan Yu on our side, why create further chaos? Disperse, disperse. Akali is already as good as dead." Meanwhile, the lonely swordsman was left in a daze. How could he not even glimpse Guan Yu's shadow before his teammates were all cleaved down? His own Akali was left with only half health. A single strike from Guan Yu would surely spell her end. Even Zhuangzhou, with his tough exterior, could not withstand the might of the second Master Guan, let alone a fragile assassin. Upon hearing the sound of Guan Yu's galloping hooves from the bushes, the lonely swordsman felt his heart leap into his throat. It was terrifying. This was akin to a death knell. Having witnessed Su Zhe's strike through the wall, Akali dared not approach the wall or the brush, obediently retreating towards high ground in the jungle, fearful of being caught by Guan Yu. Unfortunately, Guan Yu's mobility was far beyond what Akali could match, and the ominous sound of galloping grew ever closer. The sound echoed. Thud, thud. The lonely swordsman felt cold sweat bead on his forehead as he anxiously glanced behind him at the screen, only to see Su Zhe's Guan Yu finally break through the vision blind spot, racing towards him at an alarming speed. In a panic, Akali fled towards high ground without looking back, narrowly reaching the tower just before Guan Yu could catch up. Phew, safe at last, just a step away. The lonely swordsman finally exhaled, even managing to crack a joke. No need to chase. I'm home. Yet, at that moment, Su Zhe's Guan Yu unexpectedly unleashed his first skill from 2 body lengths away. With a roar of the blade, everyone was momentarily stunned. What was Guan Yu up to? With 2 body lengths still separating him from Akali, even with an extended range, how could he possibly strike her? Unexpectedly, at that moment, Su Zhe's Guan Yu suddenly darted forward. The range of his first skill, naturally, increased by that advance, and astonishingly struck the low-health Aku perched atop the high ground. Quadra-kill. Guan Yu achieves a 4-kill streak. He executed the weakened Aku beneath the tower. Everyone was left astounded. What just transpired? How did Guan Yu suddenly shift forward after unleashing his skill? At this moment, Han Ming smiled, shaking her head and remarked, I am truly impressed by you. Your mind is brimming with extraordinary maneuvers. How could you play Guan Yu without purification, opting instead for Flash as your summoner spell? Chapter 39. The Flash of Guan Yu. After Han Ming's insightful observation, the group began to unravel the intricacies of the situation. Indeed, when Guan Yu executed his first skill, he was at a considerable distance from Aku. However, with a swift use of Flash, he lunged forward just enough for his skill to connect with Aku. The speed at which he combined the skill with the Flash was nothing short of astonishing. The audience, now enlightened to Guan Yu's strategy, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Typically, Guan Yu would rely on Purification as his summoner spell, for he is notably vulnerable to crowd control. Thus, Purification and Tenacity Boots are standard fare. A more confident Guan Yu might opt for Execution as his summoner spell, allowing him to follow a charge with a decisive finishing blow, showcasing remarkable prowess. Alternatively, an unconventional Guan Yu might choose the sprint skill, enabling him to enter a charging state more rapidly, yet such choices often invite ridicule, as nonconformity rarely earns respect. As for a Guan Yu utilizing Flash, such a sight was utterly unprecedented. Meanwhile, the atmosphere within the Hao Yuid team plummeted to an icy silence following their complete annihilation. The last warrior to fall to Guan Yu's blade, the Lonely Swordsman, muttered in frustration. What on earth is this Guan Yu? Flash? Is he out of his mind? I've never encountered such a deranged Guan Yu, striking through walls. Black Panther furrowed his brow, his complexion pale. Zhu Hao, does the opponent's concealed identity truly reflect a rank of merely gold? Is this a smuff account? The Lonely Swordsman inquired solemnly. Having been utterly defeated, Zhu Hao's face had turned ashen. He replied softly, I don't know, perhaps. At that moment, Gao Xiaoming recalled Su Zhi's earlier words and interjected, I remember the opponent's Guan Yu claimed to be a Glory King. Glory King? Upon hearing those words, both the Lonely Swordsman and Black Panther shuddered. The highest rank in the game, a testament to unparalleled skill. Zhu Hao shook his head. Don't listen to his nonsense. I refuse to believe he possesses the caliber of a Glory King. Yet, before Zhu Hao could finish, the Lonely Swordsman bitterly smiled and shook his head. A level 1 team fight resulting in a quadruple kill. We couldn't even touch his shadow, and we were utterly crushed. You still doubt his Glory King status? Meanwhile, on the S6 Team's side, the God of Philosophy is formidable. A quadruple kill right out of the gate. The opponent could concede at 6 points. Aku is utterly devoid of any retort. The crowd erupted in cheers. Wu Zi's face radiated with joy. For this match was her vengeance against Zhu Hao. Su Zhi smiled gently, directing his teammates. Now is the time to clear the enemy's jungle, maintain our momentum, and leave no opportunity for a comeback. Following their triumphant team fight, if the minion waves were favorable, they would press forward to push the tower. If not, they would harvest resources from the enemy's jungle. By controlling the jungle and minion waves to gradually suppress the enemy, they were employing the strategy known as snowballing. In competitive matches, the outcome of the early skirmish often dictates the course of the game. If a team triumphs in the initial clash and continues to build momentum steadily, the result of the match is likely predetermined. After securing 4 kills, Su Zhi's economic advantage is already substantial, while Han Ming's by Li Xian swiftly clears the jungle, gaining a significant economic edge as well. The members of the Hao Yue team quickly revive and log back in, but several of them are on the brink of despair. What should we do next? Zhang Xinyue inquired, puzzled. Zhu Hao, furrowing his brow, replied, for now, let's avoid engaging in team fights and focus on farming. The most awkward situation, however, was for Hao Yue's assassin, Aku, whose jungle had been entirely cleared, leaving him with no opportunity to accumulate gold. Zhu Hao, I'll head to the top lane to farm some experience. I'm struggling to develop here. Although Zhu Hao was reluctant to have Aku drag down their economy, he had no other options available. All right, you can go. Thus, Aku proceeded to the top lane, joining Zhu Hao's Yang Jian to face off against S6 Lu Ban and Bai Qi. Shortly after their arrival in the lane, the solitary swordsmen discerned that their opponents were lacking in skill. The movements of Bai Qi and Lu Ban are so naive. They truly resemble players of the gold rank. Zhu Hao smirked. It seems there are quite a few soft targets on the opposing side. If we can find an opening, a comeback is possible. The solitary swordsman nodded, then checked the economic status of the two. Despite having wiped us out in the early skirmish, their economy is still on par with ours. Zhu Hao, once you reach level 4, let us charge in for a strong kill. I believe we can secure a double kill. No problem, Zhu Hao replied with a cold smile. He had already reached level 3, and with one more wave of minions, he would attain level 4. The duo of Yang Jian and Aku possessed exceptional burst potential, more than capable of eliminating the immobile Lu Banqi. While Bai Qi was merely awaiting his demise, they lurked, eyes fixed on Lu Ban and Bai Qi, anticipating a misstep that would gift them an opportunity. As a wave of minions was gradually consumed by the turret, Zhu Hao's Yang Jian ascended to level 4 with a flash of light. Meanwhile, the solitary swordsman S.A. lay hidden in the brush, biding his time for this very moment. Now, Zhu Hao commanded, unleashing his Hound of Heaven to latch onto Lu Banqi. Qin Ti and I, witnessing Zhu Hao's Hound assault, immediately turned to flee. Retreat. We can't win this. In a panic, Ma Hailong's Bai Qi hurled a hook, inadvertently pulling a Ku from the brush. Thank you for the assist. I was worried I wouldn't catch up to you. The solitary swordsman remarked with a cold chuckle, then leaped toward Lu Ban. The two Hybers players, Yang Jian and Aku, were now exuding lethal intent. With Lu Banqi and Bai Qi positioned far from the turret, escape was futile. Bang! Yang Jian activated his first skill's second segment, leaping directly at Lu Banqi, followed swiftly by his second skill, stunning both Lu Banqi and Bai Qi. Akali swiftly followed, delivering a critical strike that left Lu Ban 7 at death's door. It was disastrous. Qin Tian's heart was heavy with guilt, for it was he who insisted on selecting the short-legged Lu Ban. Akali's attacks from behind were guaranteed to be critical, which meant that just 2 more strikes would lead to Lu Ban's merciless demise. At this critical juncture, a formidable figure suddenly emerged from the river. A wise individual knows to maintain a safe distance from my great blade. It was Su Zhe's Guan Yu, rushing forth to provide protection in this moment of peril. However, Su Zhe was still a considerable distance from the battlefield, while Qin Tian's Lu Ban was on the brink of being eliminated. Damn it, even if I must perish, I shall take Lu Ban down with me. The lonely swordsman understood that his fate was sealed with Guan Yu's arrival, yet he was unwilling to let the already weakened Lu Ban escape to death. Akali hurled her dagger towards the innocent head of the gaming boy. Just then, Guan Yu, having just rounded the bend from the river, unleashed his ultimate ability, Bloodbath. Countless golden figures of knights appeared beside Guan Yu, a formidable line of warriors charging ahead. In the instant the ultimate was activated, Su Zhe simultaneously used his blink, allowing Guan Yu, who had initially been at a distance from Akali and Yang Jian, to descend upon them in an instant. Blink. Guan Yu's ultimate was unleashed. In that moment, the entire screen was filled with Guan Yu's blade and cavalry, a brilliant army sweeping across the battlefield, rendering Akali and Yang Jian utterly defenseless as they were pushed back to the tower. What followed was a complete display of Guan Yu's prowess. After activating his ultimate, the flames of war ignited beneath his hoofs. A reverse charge, a swift turn, knocking down 2 foes. A reverse charge, a swift turn, knocking down 2 foes. Akali was far too fragile, and Yang Jian fared little better. With the tower's assistance, a single ultimate followed by 2 charges resulted in Guan Yu dispatching these oblivious enemies. Double kill. Magnificent. Truly magnificent. Qin Tian was left in awe, having believed his Lu Ban 7 was doomed. Thank you, Zhe, for saving my life. Su Zhe turned with a smile. How could I allow you to perish so easily after investing in such an expensive skin? Qin Tian laughed heartily. Indeed, I cannot waste such a splendid skin. Meanwhile, on the side of Haoyue, Zhu Hao and the lonely swordsman trembled in fear after being forcibly dispatched by Guan Yu. It was utterly terrifying. The feeling of being utterly dominated was beyond chilling. If Luna, the dream chaser beneath the moon, was akin to a frog slowly boiled in water, striking down enemies with each graceful maneuver, then Su Zhe's Guan Yu was like a pot of scalding water poured indiscriminately, ruthless and merciless. A single ultimate combined with a charge annihilated everything in its path. The sensation was simply unbearable. It is utterly tormenting, casting doubt upon one's existence. Zhu Hao gripped his phone tightly, unwilling to concede defeat so easily. Glancing at the map, he grit his teeth and declared, Xinyue, Guan Yu is in the top lane, and there is no one in the bottom lane. You and Staoming must swiftly push the tower. If we secure a defensive structure, we may yet find a glimmer of hope. Chapter 40. A lone warrior Guan Yu embarked on a long-distance raid towards the enemy's upper lane, liberating Sun Shangxiang and Zhuang Zhou in the lower lane. At that moment, the two had just cleared a wave of minions and were poised to push their minion wave to the tower. However, having watched previous videos by Wolf Brother, Zhang Xinyue and Hao Xiaoming were plagued by trepidation regarding Guan Yu, wondering if this was merely a trap. What if Guan Yu charged outright when they were halfway through pushing? Old Zhu, I'm scared, Zhang Xinyue whispered, recalling how Guan Yu had once rendered her sister-in-law, Sun Shangxiang, helpless in a previous video. Hao Xiaoming hesitated, voicing her concern. What if he appears in the lower lane now that he has gone missing? Zhu Hao, exasperated, retorted, that's impossible. Guan Yu is still far off. Hurry and push. Don't waste this wave of minions. The lonely swordsman nearby offered his advice. You too, stay alert and listen closely. Before Guan Yu arrives, you'll hear the sound of hooves. If you hear them, just run. Zhang Xinyue and Hao Xiaoming nodded reluctantly and steeled themselves as they charged towards the tower. They pushed forward while attentively listening for the ominous sound of hooves, ready to flee at the slightest indication of Guan Yu's approach. Seeing their anxiety, Hao Xiaoming's hands trembled slightly as she operated her phone. Zhu Hao frowned, questioning their fear. Is it really necessary to be this scared? Xiaoming, you're Zhuangzhou. When you activate your ultimate, Guan Yu can't push you. Is that so? Hao Xiaoming asked quietly. So if I see Guan Yu charging, I can just activate my ultimate, right? Zhu Hao nodded affirmatively. Exactly. Guan Yu's ultimate is a force displacement, which is a form of control. And Zhuangzhou's ultimate counters all forms of control. Just as he spoke, the ominous sound of hooves suddenly echoed through the river. It was Guan Yu, the god of war, stealthily weaving back through the brush along the riverbank. Run! Zhang Xinyue exclaimed in panic, as Sun Shangxiang swiftly activated her first skill to perform a backward roll and escape. Hao Xiaoming, playing Zhuangzhou, hurriedly retreated, fearful of being caught by Guan Yu's ultimate. With unwavering resolve, Guan Yu emerged, wielding his green dragon crescent blade, and swiftly closed the distance on Sun Shangxiang and Zhuangzhou. In her anxiety, Hao Xiaoming immediately unleashed her ultimate, determined to prevent Guan Yu from catching either of them. Observing the waves of effect surrounding Zhuangzhou, Su Zhe was perplexed. What is wrong with her? Why activate the ultimate upon first sight? Beside him, Han Ming chuckled softly. Perhaps she fears you will use your ultimate against her. I just used mine in the lower lane. The cooldown isn't that quick. However, with her ultimate deployed, these two are unlikely to escape. As Su Zhe's Guan Yu awaited the conclusion of Zhuangzhou's ultimate, he launched his second skill, leaping into action. Show no mercy. The red hair descended from the heavens, successfully striking the marksman Sun Shangxiang. The unfortunate sister-in-law was knocked back by Guan Yu's second skill, entering a brief state of dizziness. Xinyue. At this moment, Hao Xiaoming's Zhuangzhou swiftly escaped the battlefield thanks to his passive skill, but upon witnessing Sun Shangxiang being intercepted, he had no choice but to turn back. Don't worry about me. Just run. Zhang Xinyue exclaimed, having foreseen her imminent demise. Run? No one can escape. A cold voice resonated beside Su Zhe, and then Han Ming's Bai Li Xian made a dazzling entrance. The entire scene was electrified. The nightmarish hook scythe emerged from the river's thicket, hauntingly ensnaring Sun Shangxiang, followed closely by the swift scythe flash, teleporting directly behind her. 3 critical strikes followed, and Bai Li Xian executed a second phase of his skill, reaping Sun Shangxiang's life. Bang! Sun Shangxiang was forcefully slammed to the ground, and with a cry of anguish, her fate was sealed. After slaying Sun Shangxiang, Han Ming's Bai Li Xian experienced a significant boost in attack and movement speed, immediately setting off to pursue Zhuangzhou. Hao Xiaoming, in a state of panic, caused Zhuangzhou on the battlefield to hesitate momentarily. In that fleeting moment of indecision, Su Zhe's Guan Yu had already flanked her from behind. With a single-edged roar, the first skill cleaved forward, forcing Hao Xiaoming's Zhuangzhou ahead. At that instant, Bai Li Xian's hook side was unleashed, striking Zhuangzhou's massive form. Being ensnared by Bai Li Xian's hook scythe was akin to the arrival of the Grim Reaper. 3 basic attacks, followed by an ultimate move. Continuing with basic attacks, then the first skill, 3 more basic attacks, and the second phase of his skill unleashed. Han Ming's speed was astonishing, as the hook scythe in his hands danced like a dragon. Double kill. Hao Xiaoming's Zhuangzhou was utterly defenseless, with no hope of escaping the onslaught of the two. And in the blink of an eye, the great fish had transformed into a lifeless corpse. Within a mere 3 minutes of the match's commencement, Team S6 had already claimed 9 kills. The score stood at 9-0, an overwhelming domination in this match. The members of Team Haoyue were already engulfed in despair. In the mid lane, Zhuge Liang, known as Black Panther, wore a face of sorrow and indignation. Is this even playable? The lonesome swordsman shook his head helplessly. Let us surrender at 6 minutes. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xinyue's eyes grew red with tears. I have prepared for this esports competition for so long, putting in so much effort. Are we really going to end our only match here with a surrender? Hao Xiaoming nodded in agreement. Exactly. We cannot surrender even in the face of adversity. Seeing his girlfriend's tears, Zhu Hao gritted his teeth. Brothers, let's show some spirit. The crystal is still standing. We will not surrender. Black Panther and the lonesome swordsman, having come to assist, felt reluctant to insist on surrendering, so they nodded in agreement, steeling themselves to continue the fight. The next team battle erupted at the Dragon Pit, where Hao Yue's Aku was caught red-handed while attempting to steal the dragon. Witnessing their teammate in trouble, Team Hao Yue quickly rushed to provide support, and in the blink of an eye, all 5 members gathered at the Dragon Pit, forming a counter-encirclement against S6 by Li Xiansu and the mid-lane Wu Zetian who had come to encircle them. In the heat of battle, the formidable Zhuang Zhou stood resolutely at the forefront, while Yang Jian and Aku maneuvered along the periphery, with Sun Shangxiang stealthily positioned in the rear, ready to unleash her firepower. Zhuge Liang remained poised, ever prepared to reap the rewards of the ensuing chaos. The Hao Yue team found themselves in a desperate situation, yet paradoxically, this dire strait forged an unprecedented unity among them. Wu Zi and Han Meng were ensnared by these 5 adversaries within the Dragon Pit, and the atmosphere grew palpably tense. This is bad. We are being counter-encircled. Wu Zi exclaimed, her voice tinged with anxiety. Han Meng, can we strike back? Han Meng surveyed the battlefield, her expression contemplative. It's uncertain. It depends on whether our opponents make a mistake. What shall we do then? Wu Zi had naively believed that Han Meng could easily secure a quintuple kill, but even someone as skilled as Han Meng could not single-handedly confront 5 foes in the Dragon Pit. However, Han Meng maintained her composure, speaking with an air of tranquility. It hinges on how swiftly Su Zhi can provide support. If he arrives quickly, we can retaliate and perhaps even annihilate the enemy. If he is delayed, then we shall simply offer ourselves as sacrifices, granting them 2 kills. Upon hearing this, Wu Zi urgently called out, Su Zhi, please hurry to our aid. At that moment, Guan Yu had just emerged from the fountain, rejuvenated, yet still faced the daunting distance of a jungle and a river that separated him from the Dragon Pit. A timely arrival seemed nearly impossible. I will exert every effort, Su Zhi declared, his voice resolute. Hold them off as best as you can. I shall be there shortly. Yet time was of the essence. Seizing the opportunity of a 5-2 advantage, the Hao Yue team launched a fierce assault. Zhuang Zhou unleashed a flurry of butterflies, charging forth with determination. Initiate the engagement. Without hesitation, Zhu Hao's Yang Jian ensnared Wu Zetian, activating his skills to surge forward. My apologies, Wu Zi. Zhang Xinyue's eyes glinted with a cold light as Sun Shangxiang's cannon fired relentlessly. Under the frenzied onslaught of the Hao Yue team, the health of Wu Zetian and Bai Li Xuanzi plummeted at an alarming rate. Despite Han Meng's dazzling display of skill, severely wounding Zhu Hao's Yang Jian, the situation was grim. Without support, both Wu Zetian and Bai Li Xuanzi were doomed. Perish. Zhu Hao's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. The Hao Yue team was finally about to claim victory. However, at that moment, the thunderous sound of hooves echoed ominously. It was Guan Yu. Wu Zi's spirits lifted as she glanced at the mini-map, realizing that Guan Yu had to circumvent the river to reach the Dragon Pit, making a swift arrival seemingly impossible. Yet, upon closer inspection, she realized that Su Zhi's Guan Yu was not taking the long route. He had charged directly through the jungle, arriving at the rear of the Dragon Pit. A wall separated him from the pit, obstructing his rescue efforts. Coming from the jungle? Is Guan Yu truly prepared to leap over the wall into certain death? The lonely swordsman scoffed, for a Guan Yu who scaled the wall would lose his charged state, rendering him an easy target. Alas, he had overlooked a crucial detail. Su Zhi's Guan Yu possessed the flicker ability, 1 against 1,000. Guan Yu unleashed his ultimate ability in the jungle, then activated his flicker to burst through the wall, charging into the Dragon Pit like a divine warrior descending from the heavens. Half of the screen is filled with the overwhelming ultimate move of Guan Yu after his flash. The Hao Yue team is relentlessly assaulting Wu Zi, and Han Meng's squad is instantly reduced to dust beneath the iron hooves of Guan Yu. Chapter 41. You are the adorable bunny in a display of unparalleled prowess. Su Zhi's Guan Yu truly embodies the spirit of a formidable warrior. Standing alone against a legion. Descending from the Dragon Pit, Guan Yu forcefully disrupted the formation, sending the 5 heroes of the Hao Yue team staggering back a position. What a relief. We are saved, Wu Zi exclaimed with elation, having nearly resigned herself to defeat moments prior. Annihilate them. Han Meng sneered, as by Li Xian's sickle yearned for action. Meanwhile, Yang Jian, who was on the verge of dispatching Wu Zetian, was abruptly thwarted by Guan Yu's intervention. This left Zhu Hao irate, as his opportunity to secure the first kill of the match evaporated beneath Guan Yu's relentless charge. Xiaoming, what are you doing? Did I not say that Zhuang Zhou would unleash his ultimate upon seeing Guan Yu? Zhu Hao vented his frustrations on Hao Xiaoming, unleashing a torrent of reprimands. Hao Xiaoming, already dejected from the relentless onslaught, could not hold back her tears in the face of Zhu Hao's fury. He was just above the dragon pit. Who could have anticipated he would charge down so recklessly? She stammered, her heart heavy with guilt over her miscalculation. Are you foolish? Have you forgotten that Suju's Guan Yu possesses flash? He is the Flash Guan Yu, Zhu Hao shouted in exasperation, completely venting his anger on Hao Xiaoming. Zhang Xinyue, unable to bear the scene any longer, interjected with a frown. Enough, Zhu. This is not solely Xiaoming's fault. Do not take it out on her. At this point, Hao Xiaoming had completely broken down, her tears blinding her from the screen. Meanwhile, Suju's Guan Yu continued his relentless assault. With a roar of his blade, he executed his first skill, slicing through the weakened Yang Jian and the fragile Aku with lightning speed. Double kill. Having secured a double kill, Guan Yu showed no signs of halting, charging toward Sun Shangxiang after a swift retreat. In a panic, Zhang Xinyue activated her first skill to escape, simultaneously employing her second skill in an attempt to slow Guan Yu down. However, Guan Yu expertly evaded the second skill with his agile movements, charging fiercely toward the young lady. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. The young lady stood powerless, utterly succumbing to the onslaught beneath his steed. Guan Yu unceremoniously pushed her back into the dragon pit, forcing his steed against the dragon, which was left without health. Triple kill. At this moment, Bai Li Xiansu had ensnared Zhuge Liang with his sickle, leaving the beleaguered Zhuge Liang with no escape. Here, I offer you the chance for a pentakill, Han Meng cheerfully remarked. Suju wasted no time, swiftly executing another single blade strike. The battle raged on. Guan Yu's long blade radiated with a dazzling light, cleaving through Zhuge Liang and reducing him to half health. Quadra kill. For kills. With the sheer dominance of his equipment and the perfect timing of his entry, Suju's Guan Yu surged forth like a tidal wave. In the blink of an eye, the Hao Yue team was left with only Hao Xiaoming's Zhuang Zhou, who remained motionless at the edge of the dragon pit, a mere target for the enemy's concentrated fire. Xiaoming, you must run. You must run, Zhang Xinyue exclaimed anxiously, as Hao Xiaoming stood as the sole survivor. Although Zhuang Zhou's resilience had markedly diminished after several weakenings, his passive skills still enabled him to evade the battlefield with ease. Yet, at that moment, Zhuang Zhou remained motionless, seemingly resigned to his fate. In contrast, Hao Xiaoming was already in tears, each word spoken by Zhu Hao piercing her heart like daggers, rendering her utterly devastated. The S6 team remained oblivious, with Suju mistakenly believing that Hao Xiaoming had voluntarily surrendered. Show no mercy, Guan Yu declared, unleashing his final maneuver, the single blade meeting. With the cooldown reduction from the Shadow Battle Axe, Guan Eri could unleash his skills with remarkable frequency. Pentakill. 5 kills. Suju's Guan Yu achieved a magnificent 5 kills. Gasps erupted from the audience. Aced. Total annihilation. The Hao Yue team faced their second total defeat at the hands of the S6 team, with a staggering kill ratio of 14-0. Ironically, the clock struck 6 minutes precisely. Silence enveloped the Hao Yue team's seating area, save for the soft sobs of Hao Xiaoming. Zhu Hao's expression was one of utmost distress, his forehead creased in turmoil. At that moment, someone initiated a surrender vote, the glaring prompt appearing on the screen like a mocking grin directed at the Hao Yue team. Who called for the surrender? Did I not say? The crystal remains. We shall not yield, Zhu Hao shouted, nearly losing his composure. Yet, at that moment, Zhang Xinyue sighed softly. Let it be. I initiated the surrender. As her words fell, a wave of relief washed over the other members of the Hao Yue team. He Bao and the lonely swordsman eagerly clicked the surrender button, having reached their limit. Hao Xiaoming wiped her tears and, without hesitation, clicked to concede. What left her most despondent was not Suju's formidable Guan Yu, but Zhu Hao's treatment of her. Shouldn't comrades stand shoulder to shoulder? supporting one another? Why was she the target of his frustrations? She could not comprehend how the situation had spiraled so out of control. Was it her lack of skill, or was Zhu Hao being unreasonable? Thus, as the battle reached the 6th minute, the Hao Yue team officially surrendered. The battle is over. The S6 team has effortlessly secured their first victory. Cheers erupted, and smiles adorned the faces of the participants, especially Wu Zi. Han Ming and Su Zhi remained composed, having anticipated the outcome long before. Meanwhile, the audience erupted into fervent discussions. That moonlit dream chaser must be the one from the video, right? That anonymous Guan Yu. Doesn't he seem strikingly familiar? Is it Meng Tutu, the icebound warlord from the video? The similarities in skill and awareness are uncanny. Today, however, Guan Yu merely donned an additional flash of brilliance. He must certainly be the adorable bunny, a companion of dreams beneath the moonlight. Goodness, I never anticipated that the charming bunny was, in fact, a male. The discerning eyes of the crowd swiftly deduced Su Zhi's true identity. Not only the audience present, but also Wu Zi and the brothers in the dormitory were nearly certain that Su Zhi was indeed Bunny. Zhishun, you are Bunny, aren't you? Ma Hailong inquired with a smile. Wu Zi seized Su Zhi's arm, exclaiming, Little Zhi, how did you come to possess such a feminine ID? Pray, do you harbor some psychological affliction? Fear not, I shall assist you in overcoming it. Do not be shy, speak boldly. Su Zhi found himself engulfed in embarrassment. Ahem. What are you all saying? I cannot comprehend. At that moment, Han Ming approached with a grin, revealing, admitted, you are Bunny. Everyone has seen through your disguise. Resigned. Su Zhi offered a reluctant smile. All right, I confess, but let me clarify. That account is borrowed. I would never choose a name like Bunny. Is that truly the case? Are you certain there isn't a little girl residing within your heart? Wu Zi teased, gently poking Su Zhi's chest. Su Zhi sank into utter despair. I knew you would say that, which is precisely why I hesitated to admit it. Han Ming, you are the root of this calamity. Why did you lend me such a name? Han Ming shrugged innocently. I refused to take the blame. You were the one who did not reject my request. Just then, an audience member shouted towards Su Zhi, you are Bunny, right? With that, the rest of the crowd joined in unison. Bunny, 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 Bunny. Su Zhi nearly choked on his own disbelief, staring despondently at the enthusiastic crowd before him. Heavens, does this mean that my main account is not Long Gu, nor a hidden identity, but rather Bunny? No, this is utterly disillusioning. Thus, Su Zhi promptly turned to flee. Retreat, retreat. This place is no longer safe. His comrades from S6 chuckled as they followed him out of the lecture hall. Meanwhile, the chants from the audience continued unabated, rising in fervor. Bunny, 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 Bunny. It seems that as long as the esports tournament persists, the moniker Bunny shall remain forever entwined with Su Zhi. Chapter 42. Teammates. After the victory, the members of Team S6 were brimming with joy. In half an hour, the next match would commence. And it was crucial for everyone to adjust their mindset beforehand. Noticing the fatigue on their faces, Wu Zi kindly inquired, Are you thirsty? I can go buy you some drinks. The team had grown accustomed to Zhi's gentle attentiveness, and they each began to place their orders without hesitation. Thank you, Zhi. I'd like a cola. Lu Xiyu said with a smile. Zhi, I want coffee. Any kind will do. Qin Ti and I chimed in eagerly. Ma Hailong, slightly more reserved, murmured. I'll just have a bottle of mineral water, please. Han Ming thought for a moment and said, is there unsweetened oolong tea? Or any other sugar-free beverage? Wu Zi carefully noted their requests and replied, All right, I'll be right back. Su Zhi quickly interjected. How can you carry so many drinks by yourself? I'll accompany you. Wu Zi smiled at his words, gently replying, My little Zhi knows how to care for others. The group erupted into playful teasing. Meng Tutu, you're so considerate. Meng Tutu truly is a model boyfriend. Meng Tutu is quite perceptive. No wonder he could win over such a beautiful girl like Zhi. Su Zhi shot them an annoyed glance. Shut it, you guys. I'm not Meng Tutu. This infuriating ID was driving the esteemed Zhi to the brink of mental exhaustion. As they exited the auditorium, Wu Zi and Su Zhi walked side by side through the academy. Uncertain of the skill level of their next opponent, Wu Zi felt a tinge of anxiety. With her hands playfully clasped behind her back, she skipped along, saying, There's no need to be nervous. Just perform normally and leave no regrets. Suddenly, Su Zhi noticed a girl squatting beneath a nearby street lamp. With short hair and a slender frame, she looked somewhat familiar. Wait, ISNT, that Su Zhi murmured. recognizing Wu Zi's roommate, Hao Xiaoming. At that moment, Hao Xiaoming sat silently under the streetlight, her head buried in her knees, her silhouette radiating profound loneliness, resembling a homeless child. Upon listening closely, it seemed that faint sobs escaped her lips. "Why is Xiaoming crying?" Wu Zi asked softly, a pang of sympathy stirring in her heart. Although they hadn't spoken in a while due to registration issues, they were still roommates. And seeing Xiaoming's desolate demeanor distressed Wu Zi. "Why isn't she with Zhu Hao and Zhang Xinyue? Did they have a falling out?" Su Zhe, perceptive as ever, quickly deduced the situation. The last match had seen the Haoyue team suffer a crushing defeat. Given Zhu Hao's petty nature, he was undoubtedly furious. Among the team, aside from Zhu Hao's girlfriend Zhang Xinyue, the other two members possessed higher rankings than Zhu Hao. If he was in a foul mood, it was likely he would take it out on Hao Xiaoming. She's probably become his punching bag, Su Zhe remarked with a hint of resignation. Upon hearing this, anger immediately flushed Wu Zi's face. How could Zhu Hao behave in such a manner? Having said that, she strode purposefully towards Gao Xiaoming. Gao Xiaoming seemed to awaken from a dream, lifting her gaze to meet Wu Zi's. Wu Zi. Gao Xiaoming's eyes were swollen from weeping, tears streaming down her cheeks like delicate pear blossoms. Trembling, she looked at Wu Zi, biting her lip, and said, "I'm sorry. It's my fault for having kicked you out of the team together with Zhu Hao and Xinyue. I truly apologize. I'm so sorry." Upon hearing Gao Xiaoming's heartfelt confession, Wu Zi quickly knelt down and enveloped her in a warm embrace. "Silly girl, how long has it been? Why do you still dwell on that matter? It's all right, I forgive you. Look, I've formed a new team, haven't I? Please don't feel guilty anymore." Wu Zi spoke gently. Then cupping Gao Xiaoming's face, she inquired, "Xiaoming, why are you hiding here alone and crying? Did Zhu Hao say something to you again?" Gao Xiaoming nodded softly and whispered, "Wu Zi, I absolutely detest this game. I should never have participated in the sports competition. I regret signing up. I will never play Glory again. I am not suited for this game." Hearing these words, Wu Zi felt a pang of sorrow. The joyful moments shared with their dormitory friends during those three-player matches seemed a distant memory, yet now Gao Xiaoming only harbored resentment towards the game. "You must have hardly played your Zhuangzhou, right? I reckon not more than 10 matches. At that moment, Su Zhe, who had been standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. Gao Xiaoming was taken aback by the question, then nodded. "Yes, I've only used it 3 times. "No wonder," Su Zhe chuckled. "Xiaoming, your forte lies in the jungle role, and your performance with Lanling Wang is exceptional. I still remember the last time we competed in a team match. Your timing in stealing the Baron with Lanling Wang was impeccable. Your awareness and execution can be considered to have reached the standard of the diamond rank." "Really? Is that true?" Gao Xiaoming looked up at Su Zhe, incredulous. If such words had come from someone else, they would not have held much weight. But coming from Su Zhe, a King of Glory player with godlike skills, they were indeed significant to Gao Xiaoming. It was akin to an amateur singer receiving praise from Jay Chou. Such recognition was beyond ordinary. Su Zhe nodded earnestly. "Of course it's true. Why would I deceive you?" Those words rekindled a glimmer of hope in Gao Xiaoming's eyes. Her intense dislike for the game was directly tied to the traumatic experience of being mercilessly defeated in the opening match. Su Zhe continued his analysis. "Your strength lies in the jungle role, yet you were forcibly assigned to the support position by Zhu Hao, using Zhuangzhou, a hero with which you are not familiar. This is the direct reason for your underwhelming performance in this match. Do you think the support role is simple? Do you believe Zhuangzhou is an easy hero to master? It is not. The support role often requires a keen sense of the overall situation and exceptional teamwork skills. It is impossible to become a competent support without thousands of matches of practice. Zhuangzhou, the hero, is indeed easy to learn yet difficult to master. Are you capable of adeptly timing each activation of his passive ability? Can you inflict the utmost damage in the briefest of moments by skillfully combining both active and passive skills with the second ability? Undoubtedly not, for you have only played Zhuangzhou thrice." Upon hearing this, Hao Xiaoming experienced a moment of clarity. It was not that she was ill-suited for this game, but rather that she had underestimated both the support role and the hero Zhuangzhou. Thus, the version of herself she presented today was not her true self, but a mere victim of compromise to Zhu Hao. The genuine self was Lanling Wang, a jungler, not Zhuangzhou, not a support. Su Zhe earnestly remarked, "Moreover, you have committed another error." "What error?" Hao Xiaoming inquired, looking up at him. You chose the wrong teammates, Suja replied gravely. True teammates do not abandon their comrades. Genuine companions do not shift the blame for failure onto others. Teammates should be brothers and sisters who fight side by side, sharing both life and death. Not cowards who swell with pride upon victory and lash out at others after defeat. Upon hearing these words, tears welled up in House Xiaoming's eyes. Suja's words struck a profound chord within her. Each phrase resonated deeply in her heart. At that moment, Wu Zi gently embraced House Xiaoming and softly reassured her, There, silly girl, don't cry. It's merely one lost match. From now on, let my little Zhe guide you to greatness. House Xiaoming wiped her tears and nodded lightly. Thank you, Wu Zi. I will always cheer for you and the S6 team. Wu Zi smiled sweetly. That's the spirit. Then, House Xiaoming turned to Suja, speaking earnestly. Thank you. Your character and skills are equally admirable. Suja, slightly embarrassed by her praise, waved his hand dismissively. I merely speak the truth. Just then, House Xiaoming uttered a remark that made Suja nearly choke. No, I truly appreciate you, Lord Cute Bunny. Lord Cute Bunny? Suja's sympathy for her evaporated instantaneously, wishing to strike this mischievous child. What do you mean, Lord Cute Bunny? I am not called that. Cough. Ahem. We should go buy some drinks, Wu Zi promptly interjected. Suja could only nod, and then the three parted ways. We will go buy drinks first. See you in the second match. All right. Go S6. House Xiaoming nodded gently, raising her fist in encouragement. Chapter 43. The disdained Lu Bin after purchasing beverages. Suja and Wu Zi returned to the lecture hall, conversing cheerfully. The second match was to take place in the same venue, where Team S6 was set to confront a team known as the Sunset Empire. However, upon entering the classroom, Suja immediately sensed an oppressive atmosphere. The team, which should have been buoyant after a recent victory, appeared somber and silent, as if burdened by some unfortunate occurrence. Exchanging glances with Wu Zi, both felt that something was amiss. Just as they were about to inquire, a cacophony of chatter erupted from the audience. Team S6 was a typical 2-carry, 3-support setup, heavily reliant on the contributions of their top laner, Guan Yu, and the jungler, by Li Xiansu. The remaining positions were filled with players of mediocre skill, barely reaching the gold tier. Indeed, it was particularly absurd that their ADC had chosen to play Lu Ban, a choice that elicited laughter. How could someone of a certain age still resort to using Lu Ban? Not only did he select Lu Ban, but he also purchased the skin of the gaming boy. It was utterly ridiculous. Someone actually spent money on Lu Ban's skin, especially such an expensive one. Look at that player using Lu Ban. He seems to be a student, dressed in a school uniform. No wonder he resorts to such a low-tier hero. These spectators clearly held a disdainful view of Qin Tianye's Lu Ban, mercilessly critiquing him. This scornful attitude was commonplace in the realm of Honor of Kings, where the short-legged Lu Ban often faced derision. In the diamond tier, should anyone dare to play the Grand Lu Ban, teammates would undoubtedly unleash their wrath without hesitation. This character lacks mobility and self-protection skills. His control abilities are almost negligible, and his ultimate is slow with limited damage. What use is he? Consequently, Lu Ban often becomes the favored target of assassins, who grow overly excited at the sight of him on the opposing team. Many players who specialize in assassins proudly declare their fondness for the little Lu Ban. Suja alone had encountered no fewer than 7 or 8 such players. Thus, the audience's sharp-tongued remarks regarding Qin Tianye's Lu Ban did not surprise Suja. However, his lack of surprise did not equate to agreement. Lu Ban has his own merits, and moreover, Qin Tianyi was a valued member of the team. The glory of victory was shared by him as well. Hearing the spectators mock Qin Tianyi so scornfully, Suja could not help but frown. He glanced at Qin Tianyi, who was evidently disheartened by the audience's comments. Initially, the atmosphere had been one of joy following their victory, but now Qin Tianyi sat quietly, his head bowed in silence. Suja recognized that despite Qin Tianyi's fiery and passionate demeanor, he harbored a strong sense of pride. The hurtful words must have stung deeply. Here, your coffee, Suja said softly as he approached, extending the cup in his hand. Qin Tianyi looked up at Suja and, in a subdued tone, confessed, Jushin, I was wrong. I know I held the team back last match. I promise I'll listen to you next time and play Sun Shangxiang or Di Renjia. I can no longer rely on Lu Ban Qihao. Upon hearing Qin Tianyi's words, Suja felt a twinge of guilt. What is the matter with Lu Ban? He is quite formidable, indeed. Suja patted Qin Tianyi on the shoulder, asserting that as long as one stands firm, No one can withstand the chaotic barrage from the great Liu Ban. However, Chen Tianai furrowed his brow and replied, "But didn't you say that Liu Ban's self-preservation ability is rather poor, making him susceptible to being easily eliminated?" In the previous match, this was indeed the case. Had it not been for you and Meng Shun's assistance, my Liu Ban would have certainly been obliterated by the opposing Aku and Yang Jian. Su Zhi chuckled. While that may be true, Liu Ban possesses his own advantages, his extended reach and unparalleled passive skill. As long as he does not falter in the early game, Liu Ban remains a terrifying source of damage. Moreover, considering the effort you've invested in mastering Liu Ban and the extravagant skin you purchased, it would be profoundly unfair to abandon him now. Zhi Shun, you need not be so considerate of my feelings. I am merely content as long as I do not hinder the team, Chen Tianai remarked with a wry smile, genuinely apprehensive of the audience's critical remarks. Yet, Su Zhi firmly patted Chen Tianai's shoulder. Enough of this chatter. Continue using Liu Ban, and in the next match, I shall help you regain your confidence. Do you hear me? With that, Su Zhi turned to the other team members. In the next match, we shall adopt a 4-protect-1 strategy to safeguard Tianai's Liu Ban Qihao. Everyone understood Su Zhi's intentions and was determined not to let Chen Tianai become the butt of the audience's jokes. After all, the S6 team comprises 6 members, and each should fulfill their role. I have no objections. The core jungler Han Meng was the first to express his support. I concur, Wu Zi nodded in agreement. I certainly agree as well, Ma Hailong added. Lu Xiyu emphatically nodded. I support Zhi Shin's proposal. Thus, the unanimous vote passed, endorsing the 4-protect-1 strategy for Chen Tianai's Liu Ban. As he gazed down at the game interface, displaying Liu Ban Qihao, Chen Tianai felt an indescribable sense of gratitude. At that moment, the S6 team's next opponents, the Sunset Empire, had quietly entered the venue. After settling in the previous position of the Haoyue team, the members of Sunset Empire immediately began watching the replay of the last match. I heard that S6 features the 5-kill Luna, who previously decimated Wolf Brother, remarked the captain of Sunset Empire, known as Xiao Hu. Indeed. And I have just heard that the Frost God, Ming Tutu, is also part of the S6 team. However, he is currently using a different game ID. Concealing his identity, said Nan Shang, the mid laner of the team. Is it really that formidable? Can we still win? It's hard to say. Banning Guan Yu and Luna should help somewhat. As they spoke, the members of Sunset Empire continued to observe the previous match. When Su Zhi's Guan Yu executed a flash to secure 4 kills in the first team fight, everyone was left in stunned silence. No, this Guan Yu is far too powerful. We absolutely cannot allow him to be unleashed. The operations of Bai Li Xiansu were remarkably adept, and at this level, he indeed deserved to be confined to the proverbial black room. Furthermore, we must not overlook Luna. After all, it is the Moonlit Dream Master who plays her. As the tension escalated among the group, their anxiety became palpable, almost as if they were succumbing to defeat before the battle had even commenced. Perhaps we should forfeit. Just to the jungler, a self-proclaimed expert in the art of farming in the wild. Yet, at that moment, Captain Hu Shujing's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. No, we still have a chance. Look at Team S6. Their members exhibit a considerable disparity in skill levels. Aside from Yinxing Maiming and Moonlit Dream, the remaining 3 possess only a gold-tier understanding of the game. He gestured towards the marksman on the opposing team. Observe their Liu Ban Qihao. After returning to lane, he has been frequently overextending, moving to the front lines 3 times within half a minute, and on 2 occasions. He advanced into the river S-brush without any vision. Moreover, as a marksman, his basic hiding skills are quite lacking. In several team fights, he has often struggled to keep pace with the damage output, and his timing for using flash has not been particularly adept. With such a marksman on the opposing side, do we not still have a chance? The members of the Sunset Empire, who were predominantly of Diamond and Star tier caliber, grasped the captain's insights after his explanation. Captain, you mean for us to exploit a breakthrough from their bottom lane to seize control of the rhythm, correct? Precisely. Everyone understands the concept of the weak link effect. Once Liu Ban is caught off guard, Moonlit Dream and Yinxing Maiming will be rendered powerless. Hu Shujing declared, confidence radiating from his demeanor. Half an hour later, the second battle commenced. A victory in this round would propel Team S6 directly into the top 8. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the match officially began. During the ban and pick phase, Sunset Empire secured the first pick and promptly banned Guan Yu. Indeed, Guan Yu is banned. It seems you want to have the opportunity to use him again, Han Ming remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Just like my Luna. It's the fate of the standout to be targeted. When the turn came to Su Jia, he swiftly banned Ne Zha. The threat posed by his all-map aggression towards Liu Ban was formidable, not only Liu Ban. But even other mobile marksmen would find it difficult to evade Ne Zha's two-stage mobility. Following this, during their second ban, Sunset Empire chose to eliminate Moonlit Dream's Luna. Given her formidable prowess showcased in previous footage, none dared to allow her access to such a fearsome hero capable of single-handedly turning the tide of battle. The choice then returned to Su Jia, who banned Bai Li Xiaoyu, a standard ban devoid of any particular significance. Then came the selection phase, Sunset Empire. Having the first pick, confidently secured the powerful mid-laner Zhuge Liang. When it was S6's turn, Chen Tianai decisively chose Liu Ban Qihao. The gaming prodigy made a dazzling entrance. The streamer went live, embarking on the adventure ahead. The playful voice of the gaming prodigy echoed mischievously. Upon witnessing Chen Tianai's choice of Liu Ban 7, the members of the Sunset Empire could not suppress their smiles. To them, it seemed that the gaming prodigy was doomed. Chapter 44. The Invincible Me. As Chen Tianai from Team S6 secured the character Liu Ban Qihao, the audience erupted with derisive jeers. How could such a low-tier hero be brought to the sports arena? It was absurd. The other positions of Team S6 were commendable, yet this marksman was a liability. It was truly disheartening to see him dare to use Liu Ban Qihao. He was merely relying on the prowess of the hidden talents. Ming and Yu Xia chasing dreams, while in the previous match, he had wandered aimlessly, proving less effective than a super minion. The distance between the audience and the competition area was a mere 5 meters, allowing every word to reach Chen Tianai's ears. The sting of harsh words pierced his heart. However, he refused to display weakness before those who looked down upon him. With unwavering determination, he focused on his mobile device. Lowering his gaze at the diminutive figure of Liu Ban Qihao, he silently implored, "Little short legs, you must make me proud. Do you hear me? Everyone is sneering at you." Simultaneously selecting a character was the support player Ma Hailong, who confidently chose the exceptional guardian, Zhang Fei. Following recent adjustments, although Zhang Fei's ultimate became more challenging to unleash, the enhancement in his first skill's damage allowed him to provide formidable protection while inflicting significant harm, keeping his win rate within the top ranks among tanks. As the selection rights exchanged hands, the opposing team's jungler, a specialist in farming the wild, decisively picked the assassin Lan Ling Wang. Among all assassins, Lan Ling Wang was the most reliable at early-game ganks, capable of eliminating marksmen with ease, especially targeting the vulnerable Liu Ban. The marksman chosen by the Sunset Empire mirrored that of the Haoyue team, opting for the distinguished Sun Shangxiang, whose performance in the current version was commendable. As the selection rights cycled again, it was Wu Zi and Han Ming's turn to choose. Wu Zi's choice remained unequivocally Wu Zetian. When it came time for Han Ming to select, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. Although her favorite character, Luna, had been banned, Bai Li Xiansu was still available. In the previous match, the rhythm had been dictated by Su Jia's Guan Yu, leaving Han Ming with limited opportunities to showcase Bai Li Xiansu. Thus, everyone was eager to see if she would employ Bai Li Xiansu once more. However, when it was Han Ming's turn to select, she made a choice that took everyone by surprise. The screen flickered, revealing a gallant figure. Zhao Zilong at your service. Zhao Yun. Han Ming had chosen the assassin Zhao Yun. This decision left the audience astonished, as Zhao Yun's style seemed incongruous with Han Ming's usual approach. Han Ming has always been perceived as a master of high-skill heroes such as Luna, Bai Li Xiansu, Li Bai, and Han Xian, characters that challenged the limits of dexterity. However, Zhao Yun, despite his plethora of mobility skills, does not exhibit the same level of operational intricacy as the aforementioned heroes. Furthermore, Zhao Yun's attributes are remarkably balanced. While one might praise him as a flawless hero, one could also argue that he lacks distinctive features. The elegant and carefree Moonlit Dream. Why would he willingly choose such a hero? No one knows Han Ming's thoughts except for his teammates in the S6 team. Su Jia understands that Han Ming's selection of Zhao Yun signifies his intention to protect Liu Ban Qihao with a 4-protect-1 strategy. Zhao Yun, being the most resilient and control-oriented assassin, can both eliminate enemies in the backline and defend his allies, making him the unparalleled choice for the assassin role in a 4-protect-1 composition, unless the team opts to forego an assassin in favor of another type of jungler. No other assassin rivals Zhao Yun for this strategy. The opposing team from the Sunset Empire failed to discern the S6 team's intentions and could not grasp the profound meaning behind Moonlit Dream's choice of Zhao Yun. Subsequently, they secured a formidable support in Sun Bin and a dominant top laner in Cao Cao. The objective of this composition was apparent: to counter Lu Ban Chi Hao and avoid direct confrontation with skilled players like Su Zhe and Han Ming. As the selection phase drew to a close, the final pick was entrusted to Su Zhe of the S6 team. The top-tier warrior Guan Yu had already been confined to the proverbial black room, leaving Su Zhe with no choice but to select a new hero. Should we consider Yang Jian? Let the dogs bite them to death, Wu Zi suggested in a hushed voice. Zhishin, what other heroes do you excel with? Let's see what you've got, Ma Hailong remarked with a smile. After a moment of contemplation, Su Zhe swiftly made his decision. The unrivaled under heaven. With the flash of a blade, the spirited voice of Miyamoto Musashi resounded as Su Zhe chose the Sword Saint, Miyamoto Musashi. Miyamoto? Has he truly emerged from obscurity? At this juncture, he dares to use Miyamoto? Is he still relevant? Wasn't he reduced to a mere super minion? The audience erupted into a lively discussion following Su Zhe's selection. After all, the hero he chose, Miyamoto Musashi, has been a subject of much debate, having been nerfed countless times. When Miyamoto first appeared in Honor of Kings, his prowess was nearly unmatched, capable of taking down all 5 opponents with a single ultimate ability, easily achieving a 1 versus 5 scenario in just 12 seconds. However, with each subsequent update, Miyamoto faced various degrees of nerfing, giving rise to the adage that each version brings forth a new god, while each iteration diminishes Miyamoto. From the initial version to the current S9, Miyamoto has undergone numerous adjustments, transforming from a once mighty monster capable of defeating 5 enemies to a mere shadow of his former self. Now stripped of speed enhancements after unleashing his ultimate. Who is that little minion wielding dual blades? In the present version, players may question the relevance of Miyamoto Musashi. Yet as long as his mechanics remain intact, this hero continues to wield considerable strength. The choice of Miyamoto by Su Zhe surprised the members of the Sunset Empire, as it had been quite a while since they last encountered him. Was he nerfed in the recent game update? It seems not. The focus has shifted to nerfing Hua Mulan instead. While Miyamoto is still competent, he pales in comparison to Guan Yu. With Guan Yu banned in this match, the opposing team, shrouded in anonymity, lacks other formidable skills. The players of the Sunset Empire believed that Su Zhe had resorted to selecting the easily manageable and well-rounded Miyamoto Musashi out of necessity after Guan Yu's ban. However, Han Ming saw through Su Zhe's intentions, playfully inquiring, "Are you determined to play the supporting role this time?" Su Zhe chuckled, "Well, since I proposed the 4 Protect 1 strategy, I must set an example." Han Ming smiled gently. "It's been ages since I've seen a support Miyamoto. It's about time the opposition recognized my invincibility, proving that I excel even in a supporting role." And thus, the second battle commenced. The S6 team faced off against the Sunset Empire. Following the start, Chen Tianai and Ma Hailong from the bottom lane inquired about Su Zhe's strategy. "Philosopher, how shall we proceed?" Su Zhe signaled towards the enemy's blue buff area, whispering, "Let us invade the jungle and clear the enemy's camp." Consequently, Lu Ban Chi, Zhang Fei, Zhao Yun, and Su Zhe's Miyamoto Musashi marched valiantly into the jungle, a formidable force brimming with intent. Having reviewed the previous match footage of the S6 team, the Sunset Empire was well aware of their opening strategies. Captain Xiaohu murmured, "With the guidance of 2 master players, the S6 team exhibits great aggression. They will certainly attempt to invade our blue buff early. However, their mid-lane mage prefers to secure a wave of minions in the middle lane before joining. So we could set an ambush with all 5 of us in the blue area." As Su Zhe led his team into the jungle, the 5 members of the Sunset Empire were already lying in wait, ready for an imminent level 1 skirmish, causing the audience to hold their breath in anticipation. At that moment, Su Zhe caught a glimpse of the opposing mid-lane mage Zhuge Liang, who had not yet revealed himself on the lane. Only the minions appeared before him. He immediately grasped the enemy's intentions. "There are 5 of them in the jungle," Su Zhe warned softly. "Should we still engage?" Chen Tianai asked nervously. "Of course we engage. Why not?" Su Zhe replied with a slight smile. "We will secure the blue buff and then take the side camps, swiftly exiting after claiming those 2 monsters." Chapter 45. Defensive Miyamoto. As the first level team fight loomed, Su Zhe refrained from rushing in. "Tianai, have your Luban fire 4 basic attacks without hesitation." The passive skill activates on the 5th hit, triggering a barrage. We must aim to unleash this at the onset of the skirmish to maximize our damage. Suju instructed in a hushed tone. Understood. Although Qin Tianai was inexperienced, he grasped this tactic and immediately commenced firing, his shots echoing in rapid succession. By the time Lu Ban activated his passive, the S6 team had already made their entrance into the jungle, with Ma Hailong as Zhang Fei leading the charge. Boldly venturing into the brush. Let the battle commence, Ma Hailong declared with enthusiasm, as Zhang Fei unleashed his first skill, momentarily launching 5 foes into the air with his spear, revealing their presence in the jungle. I'm on my way. Observing the 5 opponents gathered in their jungle, Wu Zi hastily abandoned the mid lane to join the fray. Fortunately, the distance from mid lane to jungle was short, allowing Wu Zetian to arrive swiftly. At this moment, the members of the Sunset Empire made their appearance, immediately counterattacking in the jungle. No need to rush for the blue buff. Let us eliminate their Lu Ban first, commanded Captain Xiao Hu with composure. Once we secure the ADC's head, losing the blue buff will be inconsequential. No sooner had he spoken than Cao Cao, the top laner for Sunset Empire, initiated his movement toward Lu Ban. However, before Cao Cao could approach, Qin Tianai's Lu Ban triggered his passive and began to unleash a flurry of attacks. Great faith. The sound effect of the gaming character resonated. As Lu Ban unleashed a chaotic barrage, despite Cao Cao's robust physique, he found himself overwhelmed by Lu Ban's relentless assault. Witnessing Cao Cao's failed advance, the other members of Sunset Empire rushed to provide support. Support hero Sun Bin cast his first skill, Temporal Bomb, while assassin Lan Ling Wang activated his second skill, Shadow Eclipse. Both skills were targeted abilities, with their sights set squarely on Qin Tianai's gaming character. The Sunset Empire had identified Qin Tianai as the weakest link due to his perceived lack of skill and awareness, coupled with Lu Ban's inherent fragility. Thus, they directed their initial fire solely at him. At that moment, however, Qin Tianai's character was indeed positioned too far forward to evade their targeted attacks. Just as Sun Bin and Lan Ling Wang's skills were about to connect with the gaming character, a robust and commanding figure intervened. Those who wish to challenge, form a line and come one by one. Miyamoto Musashi appeared in an instant, promptly unleashing his first skill, Void Slash. A brilliant wave of sword energy surged forward, effortlessly deflecting both Sun Bin's and Lan Ling Wang's abilities. Witnessing this turn of events, the members of Sunset Empire felt a wave of discouragement wash over them. Suju's timing with Miyamoto Musashi was impeccable, successfully safeguarding the vulnerable Lu Ban. Those who play Miyamoto are well aware that his first skill, the Kami Slash, stands as the most formidable defensive ability within the entire canyon, unparalleled by any other, while the skill's damage and slowing effect render its offensive attribute significant. Its true essence lies in its defensive prowess. Miyamoto Musashi's Kami Slash possesses the remarkable capability to intercept all projectiles. The term all is to be taken literally. It encompasses not just Sun Bin's first skill or Lan Ling Wang's second skill, but every skill with a visual effect that travels through the air, as well as basic attacks that are accompanied by a passive effect. All are thwarted by Miyamoto Musashi's Kami Slash. For instance, the sniper shot of Baili Shoyu or the magical effect-laden basic attacks of Yuji would be effectively halted. The reason Miyamoto Musashi dares to proclaim himself as invincible largely stems from this terrifying first skill, with Suju's Miyamoto Musashi providing steadfast protection. Qin Tianai's Lu Ban Qihao will find his survival greatly enhanced. Lu Ban, fire away. Suju commanded as he successfully blocked the enemy's attack with Miyamoto Musashi, immediately turning to Lu Ban. The gaming prodigy unleashed his second skill, the Invincible Shark Cannon, triggering the passive effect instantaneously after the skill was released. The relentless barrage commenced, mercilessly pummeling Sun Bin and Lan Ling Wang, leaving them in disarray. At that moment, Wu Zetian arrived, transforming the 5-on-4 scenario into a balanced battlefield. Following an intense skirmish, both sides began to show signs of wear. The marksman Sun Shangxiang from the Sunset Empire, witnessing her teammates unable to breach Lu Ban's defenses, bravely executed a forward roll into the fray. After her roll, the shot fired was longer in range and greater in damage. If she had equipped the double crit runes, that shot could potentially deplete 2/3 of a squishy opponent's health. Upon landing, the young lady unleashed her basic attack, aimed squarely at Qin Tianai's gaming prodigy. Yet at that critical juncture, Miyamoto Musashi, standing protectively in front of the gaming prodigy, deployed the K-slash once again. Though the K-slash is executed slowly, it steadfastly blocked the critical damage that Sun Shangxiang was poised to inflict. No way, it can block that? Sun Shangxiang of the Sunset Empire found herself questioning her very existence, wondering if her forward roll had been in vain. To her dismay, after rolling forward, there was no retreat. In her panic, she was inadvertently grazed by Miyamoto Musashi's K-slash. Struck by the slash, Sun Shangxiang was immediately subjected to a slowing effect, allowing Chun Tianai's Lu Banqi to bounce forward and capitalize on the opportunity. Universal cheat code. Up, down, left, right, Alibaba. The gaming prodigy rambled on, continuing his onslaught. Sun Shangxiang, already fragile, found herself bereft of any means of survival under Lu Ban's relentless fire. First blood. In a turn of events that astonished all present, Chun Tianai's Lu Banqi secured the first kill. Oh yeah, the so-called weak link of the S6 team, Lu Banqi unexpectedly claimed the first blood, leaving everyone in disbelief. Lu Banqi managed to achieve first blood? Could this underdog truly make a comeback? The individuals from the Sunset Empire expressed their utter disbelief, descending into a state of profound frustration. It was one thing to have failed to eliminate Lu Ban, but allowing him to secure first blood was simply unacceptable. Sun Shangxiang, how did you manage to roll like that? How could you be so careless? Meanwhile, Chun Tianai, who had claimed first blood, was elated. The pre-battle gloom dissipated entirely. Without an ADC, the Sunset Empire hesitated to engage further, retreating swiftly from the jungle. After clearing their jungle, they promptly withdrew. Suja murmured, Tianai, go for attack speed boots straight away, with your first item being the Apocalypse. Attack speed boots and Apocalypse? Chun Tianai felt bewildered, as he had never built his items this way before. His usual choice for Lu Ban was armor boots, specifically the Shadow Ninja shoes, which boasted a passive skill that reduced normal attack damage by 15, safeguarding the short-legged hero from assassin's lethal strikes. Won't this build be too aggressive? Wouldn't it compromise my survivability? Survivability? Suja chuckled wryly. When it comes to Lu Ban, we needn't discuss self-preservation. No matter what boots you choose, your survivability won't significantly improve. Do you believe that the 15 damage reduction from Shadow Ninja shoes will prevent assassins from eliminating you? Chun Tianai nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in his words. Suja smiled reassuringly. Don't panic. We are employing a 4-protect-1 strategy. Regardless of what items you build, we will ensure your survival, so proceed confidently with your gear. In this version, attack speed boots paired with Apocalypse are standard. The effect of increased attack speed is well known, and combined with Apocalypse's formidable passive skill. Once you acquire these two items, you will be nearly unstoppable. Chun Tianai obediently nodded. Understood, Xia. The initial skirmish concluded swiftly, with S6 not establishing a significant advantage. The Sunset Empire's strategy was remarkably steady, preventing a repeat of the disastrous level 1 team fight experienced by the Haoyue team in the previous match. After clearing the jungle, Chen Chenye's Lu Ban returned to the lane to farm, while Ma Hailong's Zhang Fei concealed himself in the brush near the river on the enemy's side, serving as a living ward without consuming Lu Ban's resources. After the level 1 skirmish, Han Meng's Zhao Yun did not venture into their own bottom jungle. Instead, he cleared the wild boars near the mid lane and promptly instructed Lu Ban, once you finish with the minions, head to the jungle to collect the red buff. The entirety of the lower jungle is yours. Such treatment was unprecedented for Chun Tianai. To monopolize the minion wave was one thing, but claiming the entire bottom jungle was an exhilarating experience. Thank you, Meng. Chun Tianai exclaimed excitedly, having just cleared a wave of minions. And he bounded joyfully towards the jungle. Don't forget to give me a thumbs up. The skin of the electric boy made Lu Ban appear like a carefree child. And at that moment, Chun Tianai felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, merely securing first blood did little to change the audience's perception. Many still regarded his accomplishment as mere luck. Who would have thought that the least skilled player of S6 would be the one to claim first blood? I perceive that granting him first blood is nothing short of a squander. How could the pursuit of dreams under the moon allow him to claim the jungle entirely? Is this not a misallocation of resources? Indeed, resources ought to be bestowed upon those capable of fostering momentum. Chun Tianai clearly heard these remarks. He understood that proving his worth could not rely solely on achieving first blood. Chapter 46. Liu Ban has lost his mind. The skepticism of the audience ignited Chen Tianya's fighting spirit. He felt compelled to prove himself before them. I recall the philosopher stating that personally delivering the final blow to minions could yield additional economic benefits. Chen Tian and I focused intently on the minions in the lane, diligently last-hitting. Meanwhile, the enemy's Zhang Fei, played by Ma Hailong, stood as a human shield, providing a conducive environment for Liu Ban Kehao's development. With a kill, a lane, in the entirety of the jungle's economic rewards, Liu Ban Kehao quickly matured into a formidable presence. Philosopher. I have already acquired the attack speed boots and the apocalypse. What should my next item be? Well done. Your progress is commendable. Suja, who was engaged in a duel against Sun Shangxiang and Sun Bin in the top lane, replied with a smile, for your third item. You can directly opt for the Infinity Blade. With your attack speed established, this will significantly enhance your damage output and critical strike potential. Understood. Chen Ti and I nodded, determined not to be the weak link as he had been in the S6 team. Meanwhile, the members of the Sunset Empire were scheming. The enigmatic Miyamoto had been immobile in the bottom lane, while Zhao Yun, pursuing dreams beneath the moonlight, had an average economic standing. Now seemed an opportune moment for a gank. It was time to strike the top lane. Captain Hu Shuzing whispered, "Let us move. Assemble for an ambush." The jungler, Lanling Wang, was already poised for action, nodding in agreement. "Let us go, set up the ambush." Meanwhile, Cao Cao in the top lane stood ready, prepared to engage at a moment's notice. Thus, Cao Cao, Lanling Wang, and Zhuge Liang, who had come from the mid lane, converged on Liu Ban Kehao's position. Although the Sunset Empire's gank was executed with caution, it ultimately could not evade the keen eyes of Su Zhe and Han Meng. Upon noticing Zhuge Liang's disappearance from the mid lane, the duo swiftly realized what was unfolding. Be cautious in the bottom lane. The enemy is attempting a gank. Liu Ban, stay safe under the tower. Zhang Fei, retreat into the jungle from the river, Su Zhe commanded calmly, ensuring to keep Sun Shangxiang and Sun Bin engaged as well. Meanwhile, Han Meng Zhao Yun had already roamed through the jungle, deducing that the enemy's gank consisted of 3 players. Thus, she knew she must support the bottom lane to prevent the opposition from gaining a numerical advantage. At that moment, Chen Ti and I.'s Liu Ban Kehao and Ma Hailong's Zhang Fei, following Su Zhe's instructions, had taken their positions and hidden effectively. The opposing Lanling Wang, cloaked in stealth, ventured from the jungle, only to encounter Liu Ban standing beneath the tower. Ma Hailong's Zhang Fei, concealed in the bushes, narrowly evaded Lanling Wang's line of sight. What should we do with Liu Ban sheltering under the tower? Lanling Wang frowned, surprised by Liu Ban Kehao's swift reaction. This is unexpected. How could Liu Ban be so aware? Did a teammate warn him? Or did we become visible as we approached? Zhuge Liang in the mid lane felt astonished, recalling how Liu Ban had exposed vulnerabilities in the previous match. Cao Cao pondered for a moment, unwilling to let their efforts go to waste. Let us attack the tower aggressively. I will take the lead. Once I unleash my ultimate ability, I can absorb the damage. The illustrious Lanling Wang and the sagacious Zhuge Liang found merit in the proposal, and the trio synchronized their intentions to take action. Meanwhile, the spectators in the arena deemed Liu Ban's demise an inevitability. Surrounded by 3 adversaries, each a hero capable of swift advancement, Liu Ban, with his short stature and lack of self-protection, seemed destined for doom. It was widely believed that Liu Ban was fated to be another casualty, a mere pawn for the opposing team. Frankly speaking, Liu Ban resembled a walking ATM, rarely utilized in high-stakes matches, as he proved exceedingly vulnerable with no means to resist. At that critical moment, Cao Cao began to maneuver swiftly forward. Su Zhe adeptly switched his focus to the bottom lane, calmly directing, Liu Ban, throw a thunderbolt at your feet. Chen Ti and I immediately comprehended the strategy, and Liu Ban's first skill, the pufferfish grenade, was deftly deployed at his own feet. Almost simultaneously, as Liu Ban executed his move, Cao Cao leapt into action, causing the grenade to strike him squarely, resulting in his stunning at the tower. This was dire. Observing his ally Cao Cao incapacitated beneath the turret, Lanling Wang rushed towards Liu Ban, followed closely by Zhuge Liang, who was equally determined to advance. Hailong, Zhang Fei, unleash your ultimate ability and ensure you direct it towards the wall, Su Zhe instructed solemnly. In response, Ma Hailong emerged from the brush of the jungle. Zhang Fei, shedding his seal, transformed and roared fiercely, summoning a tempest towards the enemy. Following Su Zhe's guidance, Zhang Fei aimed his ultimate at the wall. Mindful that the three foes were within the turret's range, he feared that activating his ultimate could inadvertently push them beyond the turret's attack zone. The advance of Zhuge Liang and Lanling Wang, initially intended to eliminate Liu Ban, unexpectedly fell victim to Zhang Fei's ultimate, leaving the trio severely weakened under the combined assault of the turret and Zhang Fei's power. Meanwhile, Liu Ban, having activated his passive skill after throwing the pufferfish grenade, unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, filling the air with a kaleidoscope of vibrant effects from his skills, causing the health of the three heroes from the Sunsetting Empire to plummet alarmingly. Witnessing this scene, the trio could hardly fathom the astonishing turn of events. How is the damage so immense? How did I lose half my health in the blink of an eye? Even the spectators were astounded by the explosive output of Liu Ban. This was not entirely surprising, as Liu Ban's formidable damage emanated primarily from his high attack speed and the passive effect of Apocalypse. The synergy of a rapid attack rate and Liu Ban's passive ability allowed him to unleash devastating bursts of damage, while the passive from Apocalypse granted additional damage to his basic attacks, enabling him to inflict monumental amounts of harm effortlessly. In a mere instant, Lanling Wang, Cao Cao, and Zhuge Liang found themselves grievously wounded. Yet, as they recovered from their stunned state, they retaliated beneath the turret. Cao Cao, pushing the limits of his ultimate, leveraged his remarkable lifesteal to create a semblance of survivability. Instead of retreating, he pressed onward towards Liu Ban. One sword, two swords. After the clash of two swords, the defenseless Liu Ban had already lost a third of his health, while the lifeblood of Cao Cao was restored, barely enabling him to survive beneath the tower. Determined to perish in this encounter, yet take Liu Ban down with him, a silver flash appeared at a critical moment. Zhao Yun, the dream chaser under the moonlight, arrived just in time, unleashing a powerful skill that jolted the ground beneath Cao Cao's feet. Cao Cao was once again countered, unable to inflict damage. Meanwhile, Liu Ban continued to unleash his relentless assault. Baiubiubiu, Baiubiubiu. As Cao Cao's health dwindled, he ultimately succumbed to the dual onslaught of the tower and Liu Ban. Falling lifeless to the ground, Liu Ban 7 claimed the life of Cao Cao. Simultaneously, Zhang Fei, transformed by Ma Hailong, was in hot pursuit of Zhuge Liang and Lanling Wang. With Cao Cao defeated, the two were left with no choice but to flee in disarray. Liu Ban, pursue them, Han Ming commanded. Zhao Yun then surged forward with a movement skill, casting Ice Punishment to slow down Lanling Wang. Qin Tian's Liu Ban 7 was filled with exhilaration, hurling his second skill, the Invincible Shark Cannon, at the already weakened Lanling Wang. "Oh, I am the ultimate boss," exclaimed the gaming enthusiast as the skill struck Lanling Wang for a swift execution. Double kill. Liu Ban 7 eliminated Lanling Wang. What? How can the damage of that second skill be so high? Ma Hailong gasped in surprise, inquiring curiously. Qin Tianai chuckled, because I prioritized leveling that skill. It's particularly effective for securing kills, a tip I received from Zhishun. Ma Hailong enlightened. Now it makes sense. Han Ming glanced at Su Zhe with a smile. Ridiculous. Imparting such dubious techniques. Su Zhe laughed heartily. What is dubious about it? This is the essence of the wisdom of the working class. Just as he finished speaking, Zhao Yun's ultimate skill was off cooldown, charging forward once more, anticipating and stunning Zhuge Liang, who was preparing to escape. What? This can be predicted? Zhuge Liang had believed that utilizing his movement skill would ensure his escape, only to find himself outsmarted by Zhao Yun, who sent him flying with his ultimate. Completely surrendering resistance, Zhuge Liang was at the mercy of Liu Ban 7, who ruthlessly unleashed another barrage. Triple kill. Zhuge Liang, ensnared and defenseless, became yet another trophy on Liu Ban 7's Medal of Honor. A magnificent triple kill. Liu Ban 7 had made a triumphant comeback. The audience erupted in a frenzy. No one could fathom why Liu Ban 7 was performing so explosively in this match. Heavens, has Liu Ban gone mad? Exclaimed a spectator from the third row in astonishment. Chapter 47. The first output of the canyon. If the initial bloodshed of the previous level team was merely a stroke of luck or a matter of seizing a kill, then the recent triple kill was undoubtedly a testament to skill. Qin Tian's Liu Ban Chi Hao executed a counterattack beneath the tower, sending all those who sought to assassinate him to their graves. This was not mere fortune, nor was it a matter of stealing kills. If the Empire of Sunset were granted another opportunity, those three who dared to underestimate the short-legged hero would meet the same fate once more. They had failed to notice that as they assembled for the gank, Liu Ban had already equipped his boots of attack speed, the Doomsday, and half an endless blade, leading them by a staggering 1,500 gold and economic advantage. With such a disparity, coupled with the full support of Zhang Fei and Zhao Yun, how could they possibly succeed in their gang? The resurgence of the short-legged hero was a culmination of collective effort. The support from Zhang Fei had allowed for a line of economic advantage, while the jungler Zhao Yun had relinquished half of his jungle to provide Liu Ban Chi Hao with ample room to develop. Each member had made sacrifices to varying degrees. So how could such a Liu Ban not instill fear? After claiming 3 kills, Qin Qinye's joy was uncontainable. I'm rich. I'm rich. Jishin. I have completed the endless blade. What should I build next? Should I get the electric knife? Suja chuckled and remarked, well done. The short-legged hero has made a comeback. For your next item, do not choose the electric knife. Instead, opt for the red cross. The red cross? Qin Tianai was taken aback once more. You mean the shadow blade? Suja nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the shadow blade. The revised attributes it provides are perfectly suited for Liu Ban, making it an indispensable piece for a violent Liu Ban. Opting for the shadow blade is undoubtedly the right choice. Qin Tianai, fully trusting Suja's advice, promptly replied, all right, I shall acquire the shadow blade immediately. Following Liu Ban's impressive triple kill, the morale of Team S6 soared. Suja, seizing the opportunity presented by the opponent's Sun Xiangxiang's misstep, executed a complete combo with Miyamoto Musashi. He swiftly rolled beside Sun Xiangxiang with his second skill, and his ultimate, Two Heavens Flow, directly locked her in place. Even with her flash, Sun Xiangxiang could not escape the radius of Two Heavens Flow and could only succumb to the airborne effect from Suja's Miyamoto Musashi. As she was sent flying, he unleashed his first skill, Empty Bright Slash, the blade's brilliance not only inflicting substantial damage upon Sun Xiangxiang but also applying a slowing effect. Following the slow, 2 swift basic attacks followed, as Miyamoto Musashi's signature item, the Frost Grip, further hindered her movement. Yet, a slow is not the same as a stun. Sun Xiangxiang hastily performed a forward roll in an attempt to escape, desperate to survive with her low health. At that moment, the cooldown of Miyamoto Musashi's second skill had refreshed, and he swiftly pursued her, unleashing his summoner spell, Execution, leading to her tragic demise. With both the top and bottom lanes flourishing, the Empire of Sunset was left disoriented. In despair, the marksman Sun Xiangxiang implored, Captain, didn't you say that Liu Ban Chi Hao was a shortcoming? Didn't you say that as long as we focused on Liu Ban Chi Hao, there was hope for victory? Bah, you deceived us. The expression on the captain of the Empire of Sunset, Hu Shuzing, was grave. Is it true that Liu Ban Chi Hao has not been replaced? After both the top and bottom lanes secured their kills, Suja and Qin Tianai each demolished the opposing first tower. Observing that Liu Ban's red cross was completed, Suja promptly declared, let us pressure the mid lane. Leaving no room for the opponent to breathe, Wu Zi offered a gentle smile. Come, everyone gather, let us conclude this swiftly and annihilate the adversary. Thus, the 5 united in the mid lane, advancing directly toward the enemy tower. Liu Ban Chi Hao initiated the assault, with his ultimate skill illuminating the sky in a dazzling display. Ultimate Summon Beast, engage. The excited Jiao Wanshao cried out, followed by a flurry of attacks. Under Liu Ban Chi Hao's relentless tower-pushing prowess, the enemy's mid-lane first tower was obliterated in an instant, and with the minion wave well preserved, the team continued their advance. Meanwhile, the members of the Sunsetting Empire were in a state of panic. Captain, what should we do? The mid lane is about to collapse. Should we defend or not? Should we engage in a team fight or not? The captain, Hu Shuzing, furrowed his brow, contemplating the dilemma. Should we engage? Liu Ban's firepower is overwhelming. It may not be winnable, but if we refrain from fighting, once they breach the high ground tower and unleash super minions, we will have no opportunity left to contend. Lanling Wang, do you have confidence in eliminating the opposing Liu Ban? Lanling Wang smiled wryly, to speak frankly. I have no assurance. Hu Shuzing pondered for a moment, gritting his teeth. Let us attempt it. We shall focus all our efforts on taking down Liu Ban Chi Hao. If we succeed, we shall win the team fight. If we fail, we might as well concede. With that, Hu Shuzing commanded, Sunbin, unleash your ultimate. Sunbin's ultimate, Time Flow, is a treasure in positional warfare. No enemy dares to engage while under its effects. Once deployed, foes within its radius are silenced, slowed, and subjected to considerable magical damage. Who could withstand such an assault? Hu Shujing intended for Sun Bin to strike first to buy some time. However, at the very moment Sun Bin launched his ultimate, Suju's Miyamoto Musashi executed a forward roll, positioning himself at the forefront of the formation. Rising, he immediately unleashed his first skill, Aoki Slash. The blue sword light advanced steadily and, astonishingly, severed Sun Bin's yet-to-land ultimate, as Sun Bin initiated his attack. Yet the circle of his ultimate failed to appear. Captain Hu Shujing grew anxious and shouted, "Sun Bin, where is your ultimate? Where is it?" The player portraying Sun Bin, in a state of despair, responded, "It was cut. Cut by Miyamoto Musashi." How could this be cut? Hu Shujing was utterly exasperated. Is there no justice left for this Miyamoto Musashi? No wonder he has been nerfed in every iteration. He could be further diminished. One Aoki Slash severed Sun Bin's ultimate, significantly enhancing the survival capability of Team S6. Han Meng nodded in admiration. Your reflexes are unparalleled. It seems the opposing Sun Bin is utterly disheartened by your decisive strike. Suju smiled gently and declared, "Let Liu Ban take charge of the offense while I handle the defense. You all just need to protect Liu Ban, and we can push straight to destroy the crystal." Beside him, Ma Hailong, who was controlling Zhang Fei, timidly questioned, "Shouldn't defense be my responsibility?" Before he could finish, exclamation marks suddenly appeared above everyone's heads. Lanling Wang had arrived. They needed to safeguard the rear. Indeed, as Suju's words fell, Lanling Wang activated his ultimate ability, dashing toward Liu Ban. The critical strike from his ultimate significantly depleted Liu Ban's health. Just as Lanling Wang prepared to continue his combo, Han Meng's Zhao Yun charged forward. With a mighty attack, he sent Lanling Wang flying, and Han Meng intoned solemnly, "Hailong, unleash your ultimate." Ma Hailong's Zhang Fei roared, immediately knocking both Lanling Wang and a half-advancing Cao Cao into the air. At this moment, Chen Tianai also reacted swiftly, and Liu Ban hurled a pufferfish grenade at the enemy. After the throw, Liu Ban's passive activated, and he commenced a frenzied barrage. Lanling Wang and Cao Cao found themselves on the brink of defeat, their aggressive advance now fraught with peril. However, as they recovered from their stunned state, both retaliated instantly, just as the mid-lane mage Zhuge Liang rushed in. In an instant, Lanling Wang's second skill, Cao Cao's second skill, and Zhuge Liang's ultimate energy bomb all converged on Liu Ban, eager to obliterate him. At that moment, an arrogant voice suddenly rang out. "The loneliness of the world is unparalleled when one is invincible." Suju's Miyamoto Musashi had arrived. With blinding speed, he rolled in front of Liu Ban and unleashed his first skill, Kei Slash. In that instant, all was repelled. Lanling Wang's second skill, Cao Cao's second skill, and Zhuge Liang's energy bomb were rendered ineffective, all struck down by Musashi's blade. Damn it, is this even fair? Another block? This Miyamoto Musashi is utterly infuriating. I'm going to leave a message on the official blog tomorrow to nerf him. The despair of Lanling Wang, Cao Cao, and Zhuge Liang from the Sunsetting Empire was palpable as they harbored deep-seated resentment towards Musashi. With the trio's skills thwarted, Liu Ban's counterattack commenced in earnest. "Oh dear, I am the ultimate boss," the playful arcade kid exclaimed, almost frantically unleashing a barrage upon the foes. By UBUBU, by UBUBU. Under the terrifying output of Liu Ban's passive skill, the opposition stood no chance. Lanling Wang fell. Cao Cao fell. Zhuge Liang fell. The arcade kid continued his relentless assault. At this moment, Chen Tianai gripped his phone tightly, trembling with excitement. "Who said my little short legs were useless? I'm the #1 damage dealer in the canyon." Chapter 48. No regrets, triple kill, quadra kill, pentakill. Under the almost terrifying firepower of Liu Ban Keheo, the video game prodigy achieved an astounding pentakill in the high ground team battle. The fearsome combination of attack speed boots, Apocalypse, Infinity Blade, and the Red Cross unleashed pure brutality, with crimson numbers continuously appearing above the short-legged hero's head, each critical strike leaving the opponents questioning their very existence. Unable to withstand the onslaught, surrender was the only option. As the surrender option flickered on the screen, the S6 team, under the leadership of Liu Ban Keheo, had already decimated the high ground crystal. Boom. The sound of an explosion reverberated throughout the venue, and soon after, the screen of the Sunset Empire team displayed the ominous word, defeat. The match concluded with the S6 team, led by Chen Tianai's Liu Ban Keheo, achieving a resounding victory. Chen Tianai, overwhelmed with excitement, set down his phone and exclaimed, "Pentakill. I got a pentakill. This is the first time in my life." The audience was equally astonished. After witnessing the terrifying output of Liu Ban-Kaheo, everyone regarded this short-legged hero with newfound respect. With the activation of his passive ability, Liu Ban-Kaheo could instantaneously eliminate any enemy hero, and even the destruction of the crystal felt effortless. Who knew that Liu Ban-Kaheo was this formidable? The combination of Infinity Blade and Red Cross, which I thought was merely a staple for Huang Zhong, proved to be even more terrifying in Liu Ban's hands. It was utterly mindless strength. Even the opponents attempting to flank could not approach. Could it be true that Liu Ban-Kaheo is indeed the premier damage dealer of the Rift? Amidst the spectators' discussions, Chen Tianai proudly lifted his head. In this match, he had finally proven himself. He was no longer a liability to the team. With the support of his teammates, even those in the Glory Gold tier could find their moment to shine. Suja set down his phone and smiled, patting Chen Tianai on the shoulder. "Tianai, you played exceptionally well. You are undoubtedly our S6 team's premier ADC." Han Meng added with a grin, "You performed wonderfully. I was genuinely concerned you might falter in the 4-Protect-1 strategy, but you did not disappoint us." Han Meng's words were quite objective. The 4-Protect-1 formation was not infallible. Even with the support of 4 teammates, it was no simple feat for an ADC to thrive. Chen Tiany's achievement of legendary status with Liu Ban was a testament to his hard work. After the victory, Chen Tianai couldn't contain his joy, boasting, "Rest assured. From now on, my Liu Ban will take you all to new heights." Wu Zi smiled and said, "Fantastic. We secured 2 consecutive victories on our first day and have officially advanced to the top 8. Ma Hailong inquired, "Je saw, when is our next match?" "Tomorrow," came the reply. Wu Zidao announced, "Tomorrow evening is the quarterfinals, followed by the semifinals next Saturday, and the finals on Sunday." Upon hearing this, Han Meng suddenly spoke softly. "I apologize, everyone, but I have a tutoring class tomorrow night. If the match is scheduled for then, I may not be able to participate." "What?" Upon hearing this, everyone immediately became anxious. "Dream God, what will we do without you?" Chen Tianai furrowed his brow and said, "If it weren't for your Zhao Yun protecting me today, I wouldn't have progressed at all. Dream God, we simply cannot do without you." Ma Hailong hurriedly urged. Wu Zi, aware of Han Meng's impending absence, felt a pang of regret. However, knowing that Han Meng is in her final year of high school and soon facing the college entrance exams, she would not allow her esports aspirations to hinder Han Meng's studies. "It's all right, Han Meng, you should go to your tutoring class. I am already grateful that you could help me today. Thank you." Suja added with a smile, "Yes, focus on your studies and come join us for the finals next week. We will handle the rest." After 2 matches, Han Meng had developed a bond with a few members of S6. Suja's calm demeanor, Chen Tianai's rebellious spirit, Ma Hailong's diligent nature, Wu Zi's thoughtful consideration, and Lu Siyu's quiet support from the sidelines all deeply touched her. Nodding gently, Han Meng smiled and said, "All right. I will definitely participate next week. You all must not lose in the quarterfinals tomorrow." Wu Zi smiled and pulled Suja closer, saying, "Don't worry. Although we will be short 1 player, we still have the formidable Meng Tutu on our side." Suja, with a look of resignation bordering on despair, nodded in agreement. Yes, you still have Meng Tutu." Meng Tutu. The mere mention of Suja's Meng Tutu nickname elicited laughter from everyone. Lu Siyu even suggested, "Why don't we make Meng Tutu our S6 team mascot?" The others immediately concurred. "Great, it's settled then." After the 2 matches concluded, Wu Zi smiled and said, "Thank you all for your hard work today. How about I treat everyone to barbecue? There's a fantastic barbecue place outside the south gate of the Normal University. Shall we go together?" "Of course. Sister Zhe is so good to us." Chen Tianai exclaimed eagerly, "Sister Zhe, give me the address, and I'll go ahead and secure a spot for everyone." Wu Zi smiled and sent Chen Tianai the address of the barbecue restaurant, prompting him to rush ahead to reserve a table. The remaining few leisurely exited the academic hall. And before leaving, Suja and Han Meng exchanged some gaming tips with a few players from the Sunset Empire. As they passed by the entrance, Suja spotted a familiar figure in the last row of the audience. It was Hao Xiaoming, who had coincidentally returned to watch S6's second match. "Wu Zi, congratulations. I am truly happy for you all," Hao Xiaoming said softly as she approached, a trace of tears glistening on her face. Wu Zi smiled and nodded. "Thank you. Xiaoming. Hao Xiaoming smiled slightly, and then inquired, "Isn't your strategy of for protecting one a bit reckless? After all, that Lu Ban Kaheo is merely a player of the gold rank. Have you considered what would happen if he falters?" "Well," Wuzi shook her head. "I truly hadn't thought of that. It was Suja who determined the strategy. I am merely responsible for executing it." At that moment, Suja interjected, "If he cannot hold his ground, then so be it. If for protect one truly cannot support Lu Ban Kaheo, then it simply indicates that Shun Tianai and Lu Ban Kaheo are ill-suited for each other. It would be wise for him to switch to a different hero sooner rather than later. However, if we do not afford Tianai an opportunity to prove himself, he will carry regret on his future esports journey." "Regret?" Hao Xiaoming softly echoed, then asked, "But are you not afraid of losing?" "Losing?" Suja nodded. "Of course, I fear losing. Who does not wish to win in a game? Yet, I have faith in my teammates. I believe you will not let us down." Having said this, Suja departed with the S6 team from the academic hall. "Xiaoming, we are going for barbecue. Would you care to join us?" Wuzi smiled as she was leaving. "Me? I think I shall pass." Hao Xiaoming shook her head softly. She suddenly realized that the impressive performance of the S6 team did not solely stem from the prowess of the esteemed Suja or the dreams pursued beneath the moonlight. Their undefeated streak was a testament to the power of camaraderie, mutual trust, and care. How could such a team not be formidable? Regrettably, Hao Xiaoming, upon introspection, understood that she did not deserve such teammates. "After all, I am not one of them." With a bittersweet smile, Hao Xiaoming turned and walked back to her dormitory. After enjoying the barbecue, the members of S6 disbanded. Suja first escorted Wuzi back to the girls' dormitory before heading home himself. The autumn night was somewhat chilly, and the cold wind made one shiver. By the time he returned home, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Upon opening the door, a cacophony of voices resonated from the living room. Hearing this commotion, Suja realized that guests were present at his home. Is Xiaozha back?" A middle-aged woman's voice called out. Suja immediately recognized it as his aunt's voice. "Aunt, it's me," Suja replied softly, then proceeded toward the living room. "Returning so late, where have you been running around?" His father remarked with a stern expression and an unfriendly tone. "You should hurry up. Your aunt's family has been here for quite some time." Upon entering the living room, he saw 3 individuals seated on the sofa: his aunt, her husband, and his cousin Chinchong, who was currently attending a prestigious academy. "Aunt, uncle, cousin." Suja mechanically greeted the 3 of them. His aunt wore a facade of forced smiles and adopted a serious demeanor as she said, "Xiaozha, now that you are in school, you should refrain from being so wild. Returning home at 9 o'clock, doesn't that seem a bit improper?" Chapter 49. Cousin Suja harbored a long-standing disdain for his aunt, who was notoriously hypocritical and treated him poorly. He vividly recalled a period during his elementary school years when he had to stay at his aunt's house. Every weekend, she would take his cousin to the cinema, yet she was too stingy to purchase an additional ticket for Suja, leaving him stationed at the ticket counter. Even the charming young lady at the counter discreetly inquired after his aunt's departure, asking if the woman was his stepmother. Moreover, his aunt delighted in flaunting her son before Suja's family, consistently pitting him against Suja in comparisons. His cousin, Chinchong, had always excelled academically, gaining admission to prestigious schools during his middle school entrance exams, which his aunt wielded as a badge of pride, endlessly elaborating on his accomplishments. Upon seeing Suja return late one night, his aunt resumed her critical observations. Suja chose not to engage with her remarks and instead walked indifferently toward his room. "How can this child be so disrespectful? Did you not hear your elder speaking to you?" Suja's father murmured, his tone laced with a mix of reproach and helplessness. "Oh, he's just been out with his classmates," Suja replied dismissively, eager to escape the living room. Yet, his aunt was determined to keep him engaged, cheerfully probing. "Little Jia, how is school? Is the workload challenging? If you ever find yourself struggling, your cousin would be more than willing to assist you." True to form, the conversation quickly reverted to her son's achievements, as she sought every opportunity to showcase his academic prowess. Suja merely smiled faintly, well aware that his aunt's inquiries were not born from genuine concern for his studies. Observing Suja's indifference, his mother promptly intervened to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. "Oh, little Jia's grades have always been rather average, neither outstanding nor dismal. However, he has recently become infatuated with that game, Honor of Kings, spending all his time cooped up in his room playing it and strategizing. He speaks of achieving the rank of King of Glory as if he were possessed. Before the school year commenced, his father and I had to intervene and restrict his gaming. Otherwise, who knows how consumed he would have become. Hearken to this game. Chen Chong's eyes lit up at the mention of it. Little Zhe plays that too. He aims to reach the rank of king? Indeed. He claims he aspires to attain some glory, but frankly, his father and I do not comprehend the significance. Su Zhe's mother lamented with a wry smile. King of glory? No offense, but auntie, you jest. Achieving that rank is no trivial feat. Little Zhe lacks the proficiency for it. I reckon reaching platinum or diamond would already be quite an accomplishment for him. Chen Chong retorted with a chuckle. Before Chen Chong could finish, his aunt interjected. Oh, sister-in-law. I am aware of that game you mentioned. It seems to be all the rage. Our little Chong frequently plays it at school and is even a member of the academy's esports team. What? There's a school team for this game? Your academy organizes competitions for you to play it? Su Zhe's mother stared in disbelief, her understanding of the situation challenged. Chen Chong nodded and explained, indeed. This is known as electronic sports, which has evolved into a competitive discipline, much like traditional athletic events. Electronic sports now boasts professional tournaments and players. Our esteemed institution has formed a team for Honor of Kings since the beginning of the year, and I am one of its members. It dawned on Su Zhe's mother that Honor of Kings was not merely an ordinary game. Chen Chong's academy had established a dedicated team for it. So, if someone excels at this game, can it lead to admission into a prestigious academy? She pondered. Arj's academic performance might not secure a place at a top-tier institution. But if this game could help, her thoughts were consumed with the idea of securing a bright future for Su Zhe, immediately associating Honor of Kings with academic success. However, Chen Chong chuckled and shook his head, saying, Aunt, you should not indulge in fanciful thinking. Excelling in Honor of Kings is no less challenging than gaining admission to a prestigious academy. It equally requires talent, diligence, and a stroke of luck. Su Zhe should aim for an institution that matches his capabilities, rather than coveting unattainable prospects. Chen Chong, a prodigy from a young age, consistently ranked at the top of his class and achieved an impressive score of 620 in the college entrance examination to gain admission to a technological academy. This success instilled in him an air of superiority. He held a certain disdain for his cousin Su Zhe, and today's remarks were a clear indication of his belief that Su Zhe would not secure a place in a reputable academy, urging Su Zhe's mother to abandon her hopes. Su Zhe's mother discerned the underlying message in Chen Chong's words, her expression darkening. Unfazed, Chen Chong turned to Su Zhe and asked, So, what rank have you achieved in Honor of Kings? Me? Su Zhe glanced at his cousin and replied nonchalantly, Glory King. Chen Chong burst into laughter. I'm speaking seriously, don't jest with me. I'm not joking, Su Zhe replied calmly. At this, Chen Chong's smile froze. Su Zhe, one may lack success, but one must not lack dignity. Respect is earned through ability, not through deceitful boasts. Do you understand? Chen Chong could not fathom that Su Zhe had indeed reached the rank of Glory King. After tirelessly practicing for 3 entire seasons, his highest rank was merely King at 9 stars. Given that his cousin had always performed poorly academically and was just a student, how could he possibly surpass Chen Chong in rank? Faced with his cousin's admonition, Su Zhe chose not to argue. The strong rely on their own strength, and explanations would avail nothing. Observing Su Zhe's silence, Chen Chong became increasingly convinced that his cousin was merely bragging. Only a liar would appear so uneasy when their falsehoods were exposed. Clearing his throat, Chen Chong assumed a condescending demeanor and said, coincidentally, I will be participating in an Honor of Kings esports competition at the Normal Academy tomorrow night. You should come and watch. I believe it will be greatly beneficial for you. Oh. Upon hearing this, Su Zhe's eyes finally sparkled with interest. He was taken aback to discover that his cousin had also entered the esports tournament at the Normal University. You are competing at the Normal University? Chen Chong nodded and replied, Yes, a friend from my university signed up for the Honor of Kings League. Although the collegiate esports matches may not rival professional levels, they still demand considerable skill and finesse. Since you enjoy this game, why not come and observe? It could greatly benefit your future endeavors. Chen Chong's invitation to Su Zhe to watch the competition stemmed primarily from his desire to showcase his own prowess before his cousin. If his sole intention was to help Su Zhe enhance his skills, watching the KPL at home would suffice. Their aunt, standing nearby, fanned the flames of enthusiasm, saying, Exactly. It's a perfect opportunity to learn from your cousin. Your cousin serves as a role model in both academics and gaming. You shouldn't miss this chance. Su Zhe remained silent, his mind preoccupied with calculating the odds of encountering his cousin in the quarterfinals. "What is the name of your team?" Suja inquired. "We are called the Dragon Clan." Chen Chong replied with palpable pride. "What do you think, Xiaojia? Will you come to watch the match tomorrow?" "No," Suja decisively shook his head. "Why not?" Chen Chong felt a twinge of irritation at his cousin's refusal. "No particular reason. I have plans with my classmates tomorrow," Suja candidly responded. Chen Chong cast a discontented glance at Suja, inwardly muttering about his cousin's lack of appreciation. Upon returning to his room, Suja requested the video of the top 8 matches from the daytime esports competition from Wuzi. Among the 8 teams, one was indeed named the Dragon Clan. "Wuzi, how much do you know about the Dragon Clan team?" Suja messaged. Wuzi quickly replied, "It's the team from the accounting college. And I believe they have 2 foreign players from the Technological Institute, both of whom are highly skilled." "Why do you ask?" "Oh, just curious," Suja succinctly responded. Before delving into an analysis of the Dragon Clan's 2 elimination matches from the day. As he clicked on the video, it immediately skipped past the ban and pick phase, starting with the teams deploying their champions. The Dragon Clan's lineup was notably professional, featuring high-skill heroes capable of mobility, with the exception of the support character Nyomo. Initially, the Dragon Clan employed a counter-jungle strategy, but instead of targeting their blue jungle, they aggressively invaded the enemy's red jungle. Such an audacious tactic. Was it reckless boldness or the confidence of skilled players? Suja pondered, continuing to scrutinize the Dragon Clan strategies with great attention. Chapter 50. Marco Polo in high-level matches and 5-man teams. The tactic of counter-jungling is quite prevalent, serving as an optimal means to suppress the opposition. Typically, players focus on invading the enemy's blue buff in the upper jungle, as the terrain of this area is more conducive to such incursions, presenting an easily assailable yet challenging position to defend. The opening of the blue buff pit faces the river, allowing for direct engagement upon invasion, whereas the red buff pit's opening is oriented away from the river, necessitating a more circuitous route to seize it. The deeper one ventures into the enemy jungle, the lower the likelihood of a successful counter-jungle, which elucidates the common preference for blue buff over red at the outset of the game. Dragon Clan's decision to initiate a counter-jungle at the red buff was decidedly unconventional. Suja squinted at the video, intrigued by Dragon Clan's strategy. After invading the jungle, the team did not cluster together. Instead, the mid-lane mage Zhuge Liang and the assassin Sun Wukong flanked from the right side of the red buff pit, while Marco Polo and the top laner Cao Cao approached from the left. As the clock struck 34 seconds, marking the typical time for jungle contests, Cao Cao advanced to secure vision, and Marco Polo suddenly unleashed his skill, Elegant Revolver, releasing a barrage of bullets towards the red jungle monster. The damage from Marco Polo's first skill was formidable. Should all bullets hit, the enemy would either perish or be severely weakened. However, Marco Polo's intent was not to claim a kill, but rather to secure the jungle. With remarkable precision, he executed his prediction, and the weakened red jungle monster was swiftly dispatched. Following this, Marco Polo, now imbued with the red buff, flashed forward, directing the remainder of his first skill at the enemy EDCD Rengia. First Blood, a successful steal of the red buff and a kill. Marco Polo showcased his prowess in the jungle. Witnessing this spectacle, even the seasoned Suja could not help but commend the execution. It was evident why Dragon Clan dared to attempt an early level 1 counter jungle. Marco Polo's skill was undeniably sharp. The subsequent state of the jungle was predictable, with the red buff. Marco Polo became exceptionally formidable, rendering the support unable to escape, as they were besieged by Dragon Clan's counter-jungle squad. Furthermore, the red-buffed Marco Polo cleared the enemy's jungle and severely injured the enemy assassin and mid-lane mage with his Elegant Revolver. Had the adversaries not fled swiftly, they likely would have met their demise at Marco Polo's hands. This Marco Polo is no ordinary player, Suja mused with a slight nod. Although Marco Polo had been struggling to survive in the shadow of other star marksmen since the onset of Season 9, with a win rate lingering at the bottom among marksmen, his high skill ceiling ensured that he remained one of the most dazzling sharpshooters. The flamboyant Marco Polo still possessed the capacity to turn the tides. Clearly, Dragon Clan's Marco Polo exemplified this, as his early-level counter-jungle and ensuing kill attested to his technical prowess. In the ensuing battle, Marco Polo exhibited remarkable steadiness, while Suju observed that Marco Polo's skill accuracy was at least 80. The efficacy of a Marco Polo player is primarily gauged by the hit rate of his first skill. If this rate is sufficiently impressive, he can effortlessly achieve over 30 contribution to the team's damage output in a match. Furthermore, the assassin Sun Wukong from the Dragon Clan also shone brightly. In the early skirmishes, Sun Wukong successfully eliminated the opposing AP before the team fight commenced, effectively determining the outcome of the battle prior to its initiation and ensuring a stable development environment for his team's ADC. Ultimately, the Dragon Clan concluded the match at the 12-minute mark, boasting a significant lead in kills. Marco Polo, with an impressive score of 13, was awarded the MVP title, marking a definitive rout. Upon watching the video, Suja was nearly certain that the two foreign players on the Tech Academy team were Marco Polo and Sun Wukong, with his cousin Qinchong undoubtedly being one of them. If they were to face the Dragon Clan tomorrow, the prospects for the S6 team appeared grim, especially with the absence of the rhythm-setting jungler Han Ming, leaving Suja to shoulder the burden alone. He gently massaged his forehead, feeling troubled by the current situation. The opposing marksman and assassin were exceptionally sharp, while he found himself overwhelmed if either the mid or bottom lane fell under the enemy's gaze. The S6 lineup would be at risk of collapse. In such circumstances, even Chun Tianya's usual hero, Lu Ban, would struggle. Not even the mobility of Sun Shangxiang would guarantee survival against the onslaught of Sun Wukong and Marco Polo. Must he concede defeat? Suja shook his head. Surrender had never been his style. Moreover, within the Dragon Clan was his cousin, whom he had admired since childhood. Xiaozhe, your cousin is a role model for you in both academics and gaming. You must learn from him. His aunt's boastful voice echoed in his mind, and his cousin's arrogant demeanor flickered before him. Whether you are Marco Polo or Sun Wukong, we shall meet on the battlefield tomorrow. A cold smile crept across Suja's lips as he gently set down his phone. A perfect strategy began to take shape in his mind. The following day, in the afternoon, Suja set off for the normal university. He met with Wu Zi at the school gate, and the two proceeded to a nearby tea house. What prompted you to inquire about the Dragon Clan yesterday? Is this team particularly formidable? Wu Zi asked curiously, surprised by Suja's sudden interest in the Dragon Clan. Indeed, their strength is quite impressive. If we are matched against them today, it might prove challenging, Suja nodded. Really? Wu Zi grew anxious at Suja's words. With Han Ming absent today, will we? That won't happen, he reassured her. Suja comprehended Wu Zi's intention and promptly refuted. I analyzed the strategies of the Dragon Clan team yesterday and now possess a fundamental understanding of them. As long as we methodically counter their lineup, we shall not falter in this match. That's reassuring, Wu Zi sighed in relief. Suja's assurance granted her peace of mind. At 5 o'clock, the draw results for the quarterfinals were officially announced, confirming Suja's premonition. S6 adversary was indeed the Dragon Clan. The brothers from the dormitory, who arrived later, had already reviewed the footage of the Dragon Clan's match from the previous day under Suja's guidance. The performances of Marco Polo and the assassin monkey left everyone feeling apprehensive. I cannot risk using Lu Ban Shihao in this match. I fear the monkey would strike me down, Qin Tianyi nervously remarked, emphasizing the notorious reputation of the Monkey King. The Marco Polo on the opposing team is exceedingly formidable. Especially after securing the red buff, his aggression is unreasonable. Lu Xiu frowned and asserted, we must impose limitations on him. Suja nodded gently, indeed. The focus of this match lies on their Marco Polo and Sun Wukong. Successfully restraining them would ensure we have won half the battle. At that moment, Ma Hailong hesitantly inquired, Zhishun, must we truly employ the strategy you just mentioned? With a smile, Suja affirmed, why? Are you hesitant? Ma Hailong quickly shook his head. Of course not. What is there to fear? At 6 o'clock, the S6 team and the Dragon Clan entered the arena simultaneously. The quarterfinals were about to commence, and the audience had swelled to more than double that of the opening match the previous day. This surge was attributed to the heightened tension of today's competition, as well as the rising fame of S6's two prodigies, Moonlit Dream Chaser and Cute Bunny. As both teams took to the stage, Suja was unsurprised to spot a familiar figure amidst the Dragon Clan. His cousin, Qinchong, a member of the Academy's tech team, stood there with a serious demeanor, casting a disdainful glance over the arena, as if deeming everything beneath him, akin to a sovereign surveying his realm. Only upon noticing Suja within S6's ranks did Qinchong's haughty expression transform into one of astonishment. What? Is it you? Chen Chong strode toward Suja, disbelief etched across his features. The members of the Dragon Clan were also taken aback by Chen Chong's approach. What do you intend to do, student? Wu Zi queried anxiously. Chen Chong waved his hand dismissively. Step aside. I seek my brother. He then called out loudly, Xiaozhe, what are you doing here? I've come to compete, Suja replied calmly, just like you. You're here to compete? You're a member of the S6 team? Chen Chong was utterly astonished, having never considered such a possibility. What is your ID? Hidden identity, Suja replied with a faint smile, uttering those 4 words. What? Upon hearing this name, Chen Chong was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 51. An unusual lineup last night, Chen Chong had the opportunity to watch the initial matches of S6, leaving him particularly impressed by Guan Yu and Miyamoto Musashi. In the opening match, Guan Yu wreaked havoc across the battlefield, dispatching foes with ease, while seamlessly navigating in and out of skirmishes as if traversing an unguarded realm. In the subsequent match, Miyamoto Musashi demonstrated a perfect balance of offense and defense, capable of vanquishing formidable opponents while also safeguarding his allies. Although he did not shine as brightly as Liu Ban, his impact was undeniably significant. The player utilizing these 2 heroes bore the ID hidden name. Furthermore, insiders divulged that the true identity of this hidden name from the S6 team was none other than the enigmatic figure, Meng Tutu, who had recently gained notoriety across the internet for a chilling video titled Slaughtering the Wolf God. Thus, upon hearing that his cousin was hidden name, Chen Chong was filled with disbelief. How could his once inept cousin, whom he had always overshadowed, possibly be a master of honor of kings? Don't be ridiculous. How could you be hidden name? Chen Chong scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. Suja, unfazed by the skepticism, calmly replied, if I'm not hidden name, you'll find out during the match. This caught Chen Chong off guard. Never had he expected his cousin to speak with such confidence. Could it be that this cousin, who had always been lackluster, was indeed a gaming prodigy? So what if you are hidden name? I doubt this bunch of academy students can amount to anything, Chen Chong mused silently before addressing Suja. Fine, but let me make this clear. I won't ease up on you just because you're my cousin. That's exactly how it should be. Suja replied nonchalantly. A fair competition is what gives the match its significance. With that, Chen Chong turned and rejoined the Dragon Clan team. Once Chen Chong had distanced himself, Wu Zi quietly inquired, Suja, is he your brother? Yes, he is my cousin. Suja nodded in acknowledgement. And he happens to be our opponent in this match. What position does he play? Is he the Marco Polo from the video? Wu Zi asked curiously. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure. I'm not very familiar with him, Suja replied, shaking his head. I see. Wu Zi gently nodded. It was apparent that Suja and his cousin did not share a close relationship. Initially, Wu Zi had been concerned about potential sibling rivalry creating an awkward atmosphere. But it seemed there was no need for such apprehension. 10 minutes later, the battle commenced. Both teams entered the room to begin the banning and selection phase. The priority randomly fell to the Dragon Clan, granting them the first opportunity to ban heroes. Which hero should they ban first? Luna or Guan Yu? Having reviewed the previous day's S6 match footage, the members of the Dragon Clan had developed a certain understanding of the heroes favored by S6. At this moment, Chen Chong glanced at the opposing lineup and stated solemnly, ban Guan Yu. There's no need to ban Luna. Did you not notice that the ace jungler, Moonlight Dream, from the previous 2 S6 matches is absent today? As soon as the words were uttered, the members of the Dragon Clan team swiftly glanced at the opponent's game ID. Sure enough, the sole player of the S6 team boasting the highest rank of King was conspicuously absent, replaced instead by a golden rank player with the game ID Dead Fish. The absence of Moonlight Dream Chaser signified a reduction in the S6 team's strength by at least 40%. Without a jungler capable of setting the pace, what could they possibly achieve? The newly arrived player appeared to be merely a novice, a humble golden rank, one might assume. However, Chen Chong did not underestimate the opponent. Instead, he cautiously advised, do not underestimate them. It is prudent to remain steady. Thus, after some deliberation among the team members, the first ban was indeed the hero Guan Yu, a character well known for its overpowering capabilities. From both the perspective of hero mechanics and targeted strategies, no one dared to let Guan Yu, a bug-level top laner, slip through. Following this, it was Suja's turn to ban heroes. Wu Zi quietly suggested, should we ban the Monkey and Marco Polo, which they are proficient with? Suja shook his head in response. There's no need. Since these two players are members of the Technology Academy school team, they surely possess skills with more than just one hero. If we ban Marco Polo and the monkey, they will simply resort to other heroes they excel with. It would be more advantageous to allow them to use Marco Polo and the monkey, as we have a greater understanding of their playstyles with these characters. The Dragon Clan strategies for Marco Polo and the monkey were quite established, and through the videos of their two matches from the previous day, Suja had gleaned their tactics. Forcing the opponents to change their playstyle could leave Suja at a disadvantage. Moreover, possessing the priority pick meant they had to ban powerful heroes of the current version. Allowing any strong hero to be picked would mean it would be snatched up by the opposition. Therefore, without hesitation, Suja banned Neza, the first meat grinder of the S9 season, who simply could not be allowed to remain. When the ban privilege returned to the Dragon Clan team, Chinchong swiftly banned the hero Wu Zetian. After her enhancement, Wu Zetian's win rate skyrocketed, rendering her a hero that could be deemed mindlessly strong. Exceptional awareness alone could yield immense damage without requiring advanced skills. In particular, in recent weeks, her win rate had approached an astonishing 70. And given that Wu Zi's signature hero was Wu Zetian, Chinchong felt compelled to impose this ban. Upon witnessing Chinchong's ban of Wu Zetian, Wu Zi's face flushed with indignation. How unfair. I can only play this one hero, and now it's banned, she exclaimed. Suja chuckled softly. It's all right. Have you forgotten the strategy we just discussed? Besides, you weren't planning to use Wu Zetian in this match anyway, so let it be. Wu Zi, still fuming, retorted, fine. But I will definitely show the Dragon Clan a thing or two. As it came time for S6 to ban another hero, Suja chose to ban the marksman by Li Xiaoyu. The selection phase commenced. The Dragon Clan team, after much discussion, opted for their first hero pick, settling on the assassin Sun Wukong. Indeed, it is a monkey, just as we anticipated, Chun Tianai remarked with narrowed eyes. This creature is exceedingly violent. Slicing through its defenses is merely a matter of 2 or 3 strikes. Subsequently, the selection rights shifted to Team S6, where the first 2 picks were the graceful dancer Qinsheng Wuzi and the substitute Lu Xiu, known as Dead Fish. Without Wu Zetian, Wuzi was compelled to select a new hero, and in accordance with the strategy devised by Suja prior to the match, she confidently chose the mage tank Zhuangzhou. Zhuangzhou. The audience was taken aback to see Qinsheng Wuzi opting for Zhuangzhou. After all, the mid laner of S6 had chosen a support character. Was she planning to play on the side lane? Following this, the newly introduced Lu Xiu selected the new hero Mengqi from the S9 season, a rotund rabbit whose appearance elicited a chorus of excitement, as he was notably a formidable champion in this version. However, what was even more astonishing was that Team S6 commenced by selecting 2 tank heroes. Zhuangzhou and Mengqi overlapped in their roles to some extent, even if Mengqi took a position on the front line and Zhuangzhou occupied the support role. The absence of hard crowd control among these tank heroes rendered S6 composition somewhat disjointed. What was S6 intending? Why choose 2 tanks right off the bat? Was this peculiar strategy a response to the enemy monkey's high burst damage? Even Chinchong from the Dragon Clan was left perplexed. What a nonsensical composition. Starting with 2 tanks. Despite the surprise, it did not impede the Dragon Clan's subsequent selections. The mid-lane mage position was filled with the mobile mage Zhuge Liang, while the marksman position was secured by Chinchong, who chose Marco Polo. Indeed, he is Marco Polo, Suja muttered to himself. Your Marco Polo is undoubtedly powerful, but in this match, I shall build such resilience that you will question your very existence. The selection rights rotated once more, and Suja along with Ma Hailong began their picks. Ma Hailong took the initiative, selecting the tank hero Bai Qi. This marked the 3rd tank for Team S6, and the bizarre composition had the audience in astonishment. When Suja completed his selection, the arena erupted with excitement. For Suja had chosen yet another tank, Sulai, the epitome of resilience among the Great Wall Guardians. For tanks, Team S6 had assembled a peculiar lineup of 4 tanks. Goodness, what are they planning? To outlast us? Members of the Dragon Clan were left in a state of confusion. For tanks, are these individuals planning to play like timid turtles? Chinchong frowned, as he too was thrown off balance by such a composition. Team S6 lineup was absurdly unconventional. Clearly, they were taking a bold approach. However, with the Dragon Clan selections nearly complete, adapting their strategy on the fly was no longer feasible. Thus, the Dragon Clan had no choice but to continue with their standard picks, and the final 5th position for Team S6 was claimed by Chen Tianai, who selected the jungle and marksman hero Li Yuanfang. Ultimately, the roster of Team S6 has been firmly established, featuring the formidable combination of 4 tank heroes, Zhuang Zhou, Meng Qi, Bai Qi, and Su Lai, alongside the agile marksman and jungler, Li Yuanfang. This unprecedented lineup is poised to overwhelm the opposition with its sheer resilience. Chapter 52, Rough Skin and Thick Flesh. The selection of personnel is officially complete. The Dragon Clan team found themselves utterly bewildered. They had never encountered such an eccentric style of play. Chen Chong, equally disoriented by the S6 lineup, feigned composure and asserted, "Remain calm, armed with a broken armor bow. We can still contend with them." Indeed, given the opponent's resilience, without the broken armor bow and the void wand, they would struggle to inflict any damage. The jungle monkey of the team Riley remarked, "I believe they are simply intimidated by us, which is why they resorted to selecting tanks for defense." The monkey's analysis was not without merit. It was indeed one of Suju's considerations. With Hanming absent, Suju was the only player of king-tier caliber on the S6 team, but ultimately, this game is one played by 5. And even Suju's exceptional skills could not single-handedly turn the tide against overwhelming odds. The Dragon Clan's offense was remarkably fierce, and the assassin monkey possessed exceptional awareness. Even if Suju managed to suppress the opposing marksmen and support, there remained a perilous chance of the mid and bottom lanes being overwhelmed by the enemy. In such circumstances, employing heroes with a high margin for error was the wisest course of action. Among the various professions in honor of kings, tanks evidently boasted the highest margin for error. No matter how fiercely the monkey or Marco Polo played, as long as they could not secure a takedown in one engagement, there would always be opportunities to escape. Moreover, a longer survival time afforded Suju the chance to provide support, preventing him from being instantly eliminated as a fragile target, leaving him no opportunity to save his teammates. Additionally, it is worth noting that in Season 9, tanks received comprehensive enhancements. Their 5-second health regeneration and the improvements to several defensive items heralded a true renaissance for tanks. Given the officials' generous treatment of tanks, Suju was more than willing to adopt a tank-oriented lineup. The battle commenced. Based on yesterday's video, Suju surmised that the Dragon Clan team would most certainly start their counter-jungle from their red zone. Although his lineup excelled in early skirmishes, lacking Hanming's support, Suju was not inclined to engage in an early fight against the Dragon Clan, which boasted 2 members from the elite team. "Philosopher, how shall we proceed?" Lu Xiyu, feeling the butterflies of his first battlefield experience, inquired nervously. "Let's flank the river and counter their red jungle." "What? The red jungle?" Lu Xiyu gasped in astonishment. "Isn't that too aggressive?" Suju chuckled and shook his head. "Have no fear, it is not. Their team is busy counter-jungling in our territory, so their jungle must be unguarded." Suju's judgment proved correct. The Dragon Clan team indeed gathered in a 5-man formation to counter the red in the jungle. Once again, Zhuge Liang and top laner Cao Cao ventured ahead to scout for vision, followed by Chun Chong's Marco Polo, who unhesitatingly unleashed his skill, the luxurious revolver. A barrage of gleaming bullets was fired, yet none found their mark. It was only when the Dragon Clan team stormed into the jungle that they discovered S6 territory was completely deserted. "What is happening?" Chen Chong furrowed his brow and questioned. The monkey swiftly realized the situation and spoke in a low voice. "Alas, our strategy must have been discerned by the opponents. They have no intention of claiming their own red. They are likely aiming to invade ours. The tactic of counter-invading red has formidable suppression capabilities, as seizing the enemy's red jungle significantly weakens them. However, if both sides engage in counter-invading simultaneously, it merely results in a mutual exchange of jungle territories, rendering any form of suppression ineffective. Team S6 successfully avoided an early skirmish, skillfully preventing the enemy's early pressure. "To think we have been seen through." Chen Chong felt a wave of frustration rise within him, alongside a flicker of anger. "This cannot go unchallenged. Let us push their first tower." After clearing the lower half of Team S6 jungle, Chen Chong immediately led his teammates towards the bottom tower. Knowing that all members of S6 were occupied in the enemy jungle and could not return to defend. Yet, the circumstances for both teams were entirely symmetrical. The Dragon Clan was attacking S6 bottom tower while S6 could likewise assault the Dragon Clan's bottom tower. "They wish to trade towers with us. Very well. Let us see whose tower destruction speed prevails. Suja smiled gently and promptly commanded, push the tower. This scenario had been anticipated by Suja long before the match, which was precisely why he had urged Qin Tianai to select Li Yuanfang. In addition to Li Yuanfang's first skill being an exceptional tool for demolishing towers, Su Lai and the chubby rabbit Meng Qi, both bearing the weight of a large battery, were also tower-ravaging fiends. Notably, Meng Qi's attributes were extraordinarily formidable. In a state of devouring nightmares at level 1, his physical attack neared 300, while Li Yuanfang, as a marksman, had only 161, and Marco Polo trailed with a mere 175. It is no exaggeration to say that a corpulent Meng Qi could output damage equivalent to that of 1.5 marksmen. Thus, both sides engaged in a fervent frenzy of tower destruction, employing an aggressive strategy of exchanging towers, with no one prepared to retreat for assistance. All were diligently focused on their assault. Push that tower. I refuse to believe that the 4 tanks on the opposing side can outpace us, Qin Chong declared earnestly, as Marco Polo relentlessly struck the defensive tower. Yet, at that moment, news arrived of the upper tower's collapse. Simultaneously, S6 tower had merely lost 2/3 of its health. How is this possible? Qin Chong's face reflected disbelief. How could 4 tanks destroy a tower so swiftly? Their tower destruction capabilities should not be underestimated. The monkey cautioned quietly, having recognized the terrifying push potential of the opposing composition. After claiming the first tower, Team S6 showed no signs of stopping, pressing forward towards the second tower. Damn it, they intend to push the second tower as well? Qin Chong seethed with frustration. Yet the tower exchange strategy seemed futile against Team S6. We must return to aid. Monkey, go intercept their minion wave. Qin Chong is not at a loss regarding the strategy against S6. By severing the minion waves, he can effectively thwart the opponent's offensive. Meanwhile, the S6 team is joyfully dismantling towers. Zheshun, does this chubby rabbit have such high attack power? It's simply monstrous, Lu Xiyu exclaimed, skillfully commanding Ming Qi to deal significant damage to the tower. Indeed, that's why he's called the child of this version, Suja replied with a smile, only to quickly notice the changes on the mini-map indicating that the dragon team had vanished from sight. They must be regrouping to flank us. Retreat immediately and do not push further. Although they were on the verge of demolishing the second tower, Suja wisely chose to withdraw, recognizing that the current S6 team was still inferior in team fighting capability compared to Dragon, and their 4-tank composition required time to develop its potential. Under Suja's guidance, the team methodically retreated from the lanes. As they passed through the river, the enemy, led by Marco Polo with a red buff, indeed emerged to ambush them. His first skill, a dazzling revolver shot, accurately struck the positioning Meng Qi, yet Meng Qi activated his first skill, Dream Envelop, generating a shield that allowed him to retain a substantial amount of health despite Marco Polo's full assault. As they traversed the river's brush, the dragon team's assassin, Sun Wukong, leapt forth to deliver a devastating blow to Bai Qi, dealing a critical hit that merely tickled the resilient warrior. Retreat. Do not chase after these meat shields, the monkey lamented, turning back towards the top lane to assist. Frustrated, Qin Chong vented, what is this? Is this what one calls fair competition? Bringing 4 tanky champions to a match is nothing short of bullying. At that moment, Suja discreetly observed his cousin from a distance. Noticing the expression on Qin Chong's face, he discerned his current state of mind. Do not fret. This is merely the beginning. The upcoming moments will be even more thrilling. Suja thought to himself, then addressed the team. Focus on farming. Thus, Suja took the lead with Su Lai in the top lane, Wuzi Zhuangzhou in the mid lane, Lu Xiyu's Mingqi and Ma Hailong's Bai Qi in the bottom lane, and Qin Qinyes Li Yuanfang in the jungle. Zhishin, how should we build our items? Lu Xiyu, unfamiliar with Mingqi, sought Suja's guidance. In truth, Mingqi's build options are quite versatile. His inherent attributes are already formidable, resilient, and robust, with a short cooldown on his shield skill, allowing him to maintain good survivability even without tank items. Additionally, the attack bonuses from gaining weight enable Mingqi to deal significant damage without the need for offensive items. However, for novice and less skilled players, a tanky build for Mingqi is the most practical choice. Apart from Yuanfang, everyone opted for a tanky build: Shadow Ninja Boots, Red Lotus Cloak, Dominance Ice, Thorned Armor, and Frost Storm. Once fully equipped with these items, the opponents would have no choice but to cry out for mercy, Suja remarked with a smile. Chapter 53, Blood and the Little Dragon. Once the game commenced, both teams adopted a more measured pace. With only a single turret exchange occurring amidst the absence of further skirmishes, the Dragon Clan's assassin, the Monkey King, attempted a gank in the bottom lane upon reaching level 4. However, faced with the formidable duo of Bai Qi and Ming Qi, both robust tanks, he found himself unable to secure a kill after landing a couple of strikes, ultimately retreating to the jungle to farm. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Suja's Su Lai and Qin Chang's Marco Polo clashed head-on, each brother unwilling to yield, eager to claim the other's life. At the 3-minute mark, Marco Polo, having just acquired the red buff, ambushed Su Lai from the river's brush, unleashing a stunningly executed fancy revolver that struck Su Lai mercilessly. The impact caused Su Lai's health to plummet, prompting him to swiftly use his flicker to evade Marco Polo's remarkably accurate shots. However, rather than retreating towards the safety of the tower, Suja opted for an audacious maneuver, flickering directly behind Marco Polo. With his proximity established, Su Lai unleashed his first skill, Smoke Break, bolstered by empowered basic attacks directed at Marco Polo. Qin Chong was taken aback by Suja's aggressive approach, having already expended his second skill, Roaming Spear, upon emerging from the brush. Each of Su Lai's enhanced basic attacks delivered devastating damage, and the third strike sent Marco Polo hurtling into the air. Observing Marco Polo in peril, the support hero, Nyo Mo, rushed to his aid. Nyo Mo's crowd control abilities were formidable, making it challenging for Su Lai to continue his assault. Yet, Suja showed no signs of hesitation. He meticulously calculated the duration of Nyo Mo's control. As soon as Nyo Mo's abilities concluded, Su Lai activated his second skill, Unyielding Charge. This skill required a brief charging period before activation, a window short enough for a perceptive adversary to evade. Qin Chong, clearly astute and seasoned, recognized Suja's intent and deftly dodged Su Lai's second skill. However, Nyo Mo, in his attempt to shield Marco Polo, miscalculated his positioning. His cumbersome form found it impossible to escape Su Lai's relentless push, and a cloud of dust erupted as Su Lai forcefully shoved Nyo Mo beneath the turret. Rout the enemy forces. Su Lai's commanding voice resonated, restraining Nyo Mo firmly within the turret's range. The final impact slammed Nyo Mo against the wall, causing an additional stun effect upon contact with the terrain's edge. Yet, Suja was not finished. He promptly initiated Su Lai's third skill, Grand Charge. This third skill required a charging release, and once activated, entered a charging state where the damage and range increased with prolonged accumulation. However, should it be interrupted, Su Lai's ultimate would be thwarted. Thus, before Nyo Mo could recover from his stunned state, Su Lai's skill had to be executed. As the brief stun dissipated, Nyo Mo regained his ability to act, with his own skill, Dominance, having refreshed and ready to potentially disrupt Su Lai's charging effort. Almost at the instant when Nyo Mo commenced his actions, Su Lai unleashed his ultimate skill, Halya Wanjun. His primary objective was the knock-up effect of his ultimate, while the damage dealt was of secondary importance. Consequently, Nyo Mo's colossal form was propelled into the air, and simultaneously, Su Lai executed his first skill, enhancing his subsequent 3 basic attacks. As Nyo Mo descended, Su Lai charged forward, delivering a normal strike that, augmented with additional damage, swiftly dispatched the already battered Nyo Mo, securing first blood. With this initial victory, Su Lai adeptly separated the opposing marksman and support in the top lane, ultimately forcing the support, Nyo Mo, beneath the tower for a kill. Meanwhile, Marco Polo, who had anticipated securing a kill on Su Lai with the help of the red buff, could only stand at a distance, helplessly witnessing his ally's demise. The loss of first blood evidently dampened the morale of the Dragon Clan team. The mid laner, Zhuge Liang, expressed his dissatisfaction with a complaint. What is going on? How could a tank claim first blood? To which Nyo Mo, feeling indignant, retorted, who said Su Lai is a tank? Just look at his item build. Upon examining the status bar, Zhuge Liang finally noticed that the top laner, Su Lai, had equipped a pair of attack speed boots along with 2 attack speed daggers. The combination of these 3 items provided a remarkable 35 increase in attack speed, enabling Su Lai to execute his enhanced basic attacks with astonishing rapidity. It was no wonder that Nyo Mo succumbed so effortlessly under Su Lai's relentless assault, having no opportunity for escape. Qin Chong stepped forward, asserting, Su Lai's offensive attributes are exceptionally high, particularly when his first skill triggers. as it adds a 100 physical damage bonus to his basic attacks. Furthermore, I was impulsive earlier, which granted Su Lai the opportunity. Nyoemo was pushed under the tower in an attempt to shield me. Had it not been for Chen Chong's reckless engagement, Nyoemo would not have fallen victim to first blood. Nonetheless, Nyoemo maintained a surprisingly optimistic demeanor despite the setback, remarking, "It's all right." Their top laner isn't the renowned master in Xingmei. It's only natural for him to secure first blood. Fortunately, the other players in S6 are rather inexperienced. We can easily pick on the weaker ones. However, Chen Chong found himself irritated by this comment. A master? He asked nothing of the sort. Ever since he learned that Inqing Meiming was Suja, Chen Chong harbored a deep-seated frustration. He could not allow his cousin, who had always been beneath him, to shine. He was determined to outshine Suja in the realm of honor of kings. In truth, with Chen Chong's experience as Marco Polo, such a fundamental blunder should never have occurred. His capture by Su Lai in the river was largely due to his impatience in seeking revenge on Suja. After reflecting on his misstep, Chen Chong resolved to remain composed. He understood that achieving victory required a stable mindset. He must collect his emotions and proceed with caution. At that moment, the monkey in the bottom lane signaled for a gathering, leaving the unable to gank assassin with no choice but to seize the opportunity to ambush the dragon. Marco Polo hurriedly brought Nyoemo to the dragon pit for support. In the early game, the experience and gold from a single dragon were sufficient to satiate the entire team. When Suja noticed that Marco Polo had suddenly vanished from the lane, not due to the red buff respawn, he immediately surmised that the enemy was attempting to steal the dragon and swiftly signaled his teammates. "See you, Hai Long, gather at the dragon pit," Suja murmured as he made his way there. Ma Hailong and Lu Xiyu had been cautiously developing in the bottom lane, and now they had amassed the precursor to the Red Lotus Cloak, the Molten Heart. Upon hearing Suja's call, they hastily set off. Meanwhile, Suja had already arrived above the dragon pit, where he observed that the dragon's health was already below half. "Prepare for a team fight at the dragon pit," Suja instructed quietly. "Bai Qi, you initiate with your ultimate and taunt them. Meng Qi will follow closely, using his ultimate to dive into the fray and deal damage. Remember to stay close to them during the fight. Avoid being kite by their marksmen. If the enemy retreats, do not chase. After securing the dragon, turn and flee. Understood?" "Received." Zhishun understood. Suja nodded. "All right, charge in and initiate." No sooner had he finished speaking than Ma Hailong's Bai Qi leapt into the dragon pit, executing a taunt. The revamped taunt skill granted Bai Qi enhanced capabilities along with a natural displacement, and following the taunt, the damage he received was mitigated, significantly bolstering his survivability. The Dragon Clan team, caught in Bai Qi's ultimate, could only surround the resilient tank while also enduring the damage inflicted by the enraged dragon. Just then, a nightmarish circle appeared in the dragon pit. Meng Qi unleashed his third skill, Dream Vortex, descending from the heavens. Upon landing in the dragon pit, Meng Qi unleashed his prowess, swinging his rotund claws with abandon. The corpulent rabbit's attack range was immense in this state, and with each strike, the health of Marco Polo and Sun Wukong plummeted. Furthermore, the molten hearts worn by Meng Qi and Bai Qi continuously inflicted magical burn damage on the three members of the Dragon Clan. In mere seconds, Marco Polo and Sun Wukong's health had dwindled to a mere whisper. "This is untenable. Meng Qi's damage is too high. We must retreat from the dragon pit," Chen Chong decisively commanded, swiftly using a displacement ability to escape the pit as Bai Qi's taunt concluded. However, Sun Wukong and Nyoemo did not synchronize with Marco Polo's rhythm and remained adamant about securing the dragon, especially as its health teetered on the brink of extinction. They were unwilling to relinquish the hard-fought prize. Meanwhile, Suja's Su Lai was concealed above the dragon pit, charging his ultimate. Once fully charged, he would immediately flash into the pit to catch the enemy off guard. As the dragon's health dwindled, Su Lai's charge approached completion. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Just as the dragon was about to be slain, the Dragon Clan Sun Wukong leaped high, poised to deliver the final blow. Almost simultaneously, Su Lai unleashed his ultimate skill, the fierce charge of 10,000 armies. At the very moment the shockwave was released, Suja, with astonishing speed, executed a blink, descending dramatically into the dragon pit. Bang! Su Lai's colossal staff struck the ground, sending the enemy bull demon and monkey soaring into the air. Meanwhile, Lu Xiyu's dream demon swung its claws, striking down upon the young dragon, securing it before the monkey could intervene. Dream demon has slain the tyrant. The entire team reaped the rewards of experience and gold. Chapter 54. The tug of war as the coveted dragon slipped from their grasp. Snatched away by Su Lai from the heavens, the Dragon Clan team found themselves in a state of utter disarray. Sun Wukong, almost bereft of reason, lunged at Su Lai, striking his head with a fierce blow that ignited red letters in the air. Qin Chong, witnessing his teammates' loss of composure, hastily urged, "Retreat. Everyone's condition is deteriorating." Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, having plunged into the fray, was visibly losing health at an alarming rate. The dual effects of Bai Qi and Meng Qi's melted heart continued to inflict magical burns upon him, while their regular attacks dealt substantial damage. After enduring 2 punishing blows from Sun Wukong, Suja let out a cold chuckle. "Since you've come, you might as well stay." Su Lai unleashed his first skill, Smoke Signal, breaking through with enhanced basic attacks, striking thrice. By the second hit, Sun Wukong's shield had already shattered, and with the third, he was launched into the air, rendered a mere toothpick against Su Lai's formidable weapon. Simultaneously, Lu Ciu's Meng Qi descended with a hefty paw, the seemingly innocuous and adorable rabbit proving to be a fearsome weapon. With a single swipe, Sun Wukong's health was utterly depleted. Meng Qi claimed Sun Wukong's life. Following Suja's first blood, Lu Ciu's Meng Qi also secured a kill. "Excellent," Lu Ciu exclaimed, exhilarated by the unexpected prowess of Meng Qi's output. To deal such damage while fully armored, this hero is outrageously powerful. Yet, before Lu Ciu could revel in his triumph, a cry of despair echoed from the lower jungle. The adversary's Cao Cao had invaded the area, eliminating Li Yuanfang, who was busy farming. "Damn it!" Caught off guard, Chen Tianai frowned, his expression rife with regret. Suja gently shook his head. Cao Cao has 3 mobility skills. His ability to pick off targets is indeed unmatched. "This is not your fault." Just as Suja finished speaking, Wu Zi suddenly gasped and let out a shriek. Moments later, news of a kill echoed from the mid lane. Wu Zi's Zhuangzhou had been forcibly slain by the enemy's Zhuge Liang under the tower. How could Zhuge Liang deal such high damage? Even with my tankiness, he could take me down? Wu Zi expressed disbelief, confident in Zhuangzhou's resilience. Zhuangzhou's early-game durability was primarily effective against physical attackers, boasting the highest basic physical defense of 150 among all tanks. Many perceived Zhuangzhou as nearly invulnerable. However, his magical defense stood at a mere 50, identical to that of other heroes, meaning magical skills would still inflict considerable pain. Without magical defense items, Zhuangzhou had to tread carefully before mages. Suja patiently elucidated. Moreover, when Zhuge Liang's skills hit an enemy, he generates passive orbs. Once 5 are accumulated, they unleash devastating damage. This passive orb mechanic is a killer technique in the early game. Even Zhuangzhou cannot withstand it. "Ah, I see now." Wu Zi suddenly realized. "I thought those 5 swirling energy orbs around him during his aggressive dive were part of his skills. They are not skills. Yet they inflict considerable damage. When you see Zhuge Liang surrounded by magical spheres, it's best to avoid direct confrontation and play cautiously under the tower," Suja advised. Both teams exchanged a kill in the jungle and mid lane, bringing the kill count back to parity at 2-2, with the match having progressed for a full 6 minutes. "This match is proving to be quite arduous," Wu Zi lamented, as the absence of the rhythm-setting Han Meng and the fact that the enemy team was a notch above the amateur teams from yesterday made the situation for Team S6 increasingly precarious. "Don't panic. Our objective this round is to stay alive and build our items," Suja whispered to steady everyone's nerves. "Remember, we are tanks, and our survivability is robust." However, before he could finish, Li Yuanfang, who had just respawned and slipped into the jungle, encountered the enemy once more. Qin Chong's Marco Polo appeared like a phantom from the river, closely followed by the enemy assassin, the monkey. The golden staff struck down fiercely, and Marco Polo's pellets were unleashed. Chun Tianya's Li Yuanfang was utterly defenseless and was sent back to the fountain once again. "Damn it, caught again. These people are shameless, fixated on me," Chen Tianai grumbled. The members of the Dragon Clan team were not oblivious. They understood that Li Yuanfang was the most vulnerable in Team S6's composition. Li Yuanfang's second skill was originally a miraculous escape technique, offering both mobility and a slowing effect, but alas, Chen Tianya's reactions and speed were too slow, and he could never deploy his second skill in time before being controlled by the monkey. After eliminating Chen Tianai twice, it seemed the Dragon Clan team had discovered the key to victory. This Li Yuanfang is truly pathetic. Let us just focus on him. Yes. He dies without even using his mobility skill. The assassin monkey confidently declared, I can handle this level of ADC on my own. You all should focus on the lanes while I take care of the jungle. Seeing that Shen Tianai had already given away 2 kills, Suja knew he couldn't sit idly by. See you, go to the top lane to farm. I'll head to the jungle to serve as a bodyguard for Tianai for a while. Lu Xiyu nodded eagerly. Then the plump rabbit Meng Qi bounced off towards the top lane. Su Lai turned and slipped into the jungle, hiding in the brush beneath the blue buff pit. After killing Li Yuanfang, the enemy's assassin monkey would undoubtedly clear the jungle, and once he finished the lower jungle, he would likely invade the upper blue jungle. Sure enough, moments later, the monkey's figure appeared in the river, as he indeed came to clear the jungle and hunt. Upon seeing the monkey approach, Suja activated his ultimate skill, War Cry of the Mighty. A gaseous effect enveloped Su Lai, expanding the area of his ultimate. Just as the unsuspecting monkey leaped in to attack the blue buff, Su Lai unleashed his ultimate. Bang! The colossal staff struck the ground, propelling the frail monkey into the air. Without hesitation, Suja activated his second skill and forcefully thrust the monkey against the rocks in the blue area. Upon making contact with the terrain's edge, the monkey succumbed to a state of dizziness. Suja then unleashed his enhanced basic attack, striking the monkey once, twice, thrice. The third blow sent the monkey flying, leaving its slender form barely clinging to life. However, as the monkey descended, it promptly activated its protective spell, showcasing impressive reflexes and speed. This protective incantation could thwart a single enemy skill attack within a second. If successful, the monkey would instantly enter a state of invincibility, generating a shield for the subsequent 4 seconds. Suja was well aware of this tactic, thus preemptively unleashed all of his skills before the monkey could cast its spell. While the monkey could indeed repel all skills, it remained vulnerable to basic attacks. More crucially, without the skill being countered, the monkey's 4 seconds of invincibility would not trigger, rendering it utterly fragile and unable to survive. With no mercy, Su Lai wielded his colossal staff, mercilessly striking the monkey's slight frame again and again. Desperate, the monkey attempted to escape using its second skill. Yet, with no enemy units nearby as a springboard, the distance it could traverse was pitifully short. As soon as the monkey used its displacement ability, Su Lai swiftly followed up with a flash and delivered a devastating blow to the monkey. Boom! The great sage, equal to heaven, cried out in agony as he fell to the ground, the once hunting son Wukong now defeated, leveling the scoreboard once more. Damn! The assassin monkey was slain by Suja, the monkey lamented, feeling both frustrated and disheartened. It was often said that the monkey wielded 3 strikes. Yet it was Su Lai who truly embodied the essence of 3 strikes, sending foes to their demise with staggering damage that the fragile could hardly endure. Little did they anticipate Su Lai's formidable killing prowess. This was not a foe to be underestimated. Chen Chong shook his head in resignation, acknowledging, after all, he is a current popular hero, with flashy passives, skills, and base attributes. Not only does he excel in single combat, but his impact in team fights is monumental. If he can unleash his ultimate in battle and hit the enemies, it could indeed turn the tide. The assassin monkey nodded helplessly, indeed, but how do we proceed? The situation is so precarious, we can't seem to gain the upper hand. Chen Chong glanced at the mini-map and quietly stated, the 2 tanks on their bottom lane have been separated. No matter how strong Su Lai is, he can only protect one person. Let us regroup and gank the top lane. After taking the tower by force, we can claim it. Chapter 55. The Art of Deception. In an effort to safeguard the fragile Li Yuanfang in the jungle, Suja was compelled to withdraw from the lane. At the moment Suja eliminated the monkey, Chen Chong began to mobilize his teammates towards the top lane. The lower tower had been destroyed, yet the upper tower remained steadfast, previously under the vigilant guard of Suja Su Lai, who had left no openings. However, with Lu Xiyu now controlling the Mingqi, vulnerabilities began to emerge. Both the Bull Demon and Marco Polo advanced towards the defensive tower, evidently preparing for an aggressive dive. Yet Lu Xiyu erroneously underestimated the enemy's offensive capabilities, believing that their composition would deter them from approaching the tower. Concurrently, the mid-lane mage Zhuge Liang flanked from the jungle, maneuvering to ambush Mingqi from behind the upper tower. The 3 of them formed a pincer, making escape exceedingly difficult for Mingqi. Noticing the enemy's 3 icons on the mini-map, Suja quickly alerted, Mengqi in the top lane is forced to use his ultimate to flee. We must abandon the tower. As the trio advanced with a wave of minions, Mengqi's clearing speed was insufficient to withstand the onslaught, and losing the tower posed the risk of also losing a life. Despite Mengqi's innate prowess and high durability, Lu Xiyu, being a novice, could not fully harness the hero's potential. In a state of panic, Lu Xiyu desperately prepared to unleash his ultimate for a last-ditch escape, but was abruptly interrupted as the bull demon charged in to control him. After being knocked up, Mengqi's casting was disrupted, preventing a successful teleportation, and the loss of his internal nightmares caused his form to begin to wither. With his diminished stature, Mengqi's resilience significantly declined, leaving him to barely withstand the assault with his first skill shield. Meanwhile, Chen Chang's Marco Polo utilized a mobility skill, the roaming shot, to dive beneath the defensive tower, swiftly following up with a dazzling revolver that dealt maximum damage to Mengqi. The synergy of the combo allowed Marco Polo's damage to reach its zenith, with every bullet from the revolver striking Mengqi. Simultaneously, Zhuge Liang, emerging from the jungle, executed his second skill, Time Warp, traversing through Mengqi and arriving at the tower, subsequently unleashing his ultimate, Energy Ball, which activated his passive spell. Under the relentless assault of the three, Mengqi's shield was shattered before he could conjure a second defensive barrier, and Zhuge Liang's ultimate struck with ferocity. A cry of despair echoed as the unfortunate rabbit soared into the air like a deflating balloon. Lu Xiyu's Mengqi succumbed to the pressure of the top lane, surrendering both a life and a defensive tower. I apologize, it was my misjudgment. Lu Xiyu quickly acknowledged his error, realizing he should not have lingered beneath the tower. Suja gently shook his head. It's all right. It's merely a single life. Upon respawning, focus on farming, for the team fight is imminent. On the side of the Dragon Clan team, having secured both the upper tower and a life, their morale surged significantly. A cold smirk spread across Chen Chang's face. Indeed, the disparity in skill levels of the S6 team is vast. Aside from the hidden talents in the Dream Chaser, the rest are barely at the Platinum standard. Any one of them could serve as a breach. We can confidently pick them off one by one. The jungler, with a grin, nodded in agreement. Indeed, as long as we steer clear of the elusive Su Lai, the rest of the S6 team is merely a source of easy gains. It is unfortunate that they are utilizing tank champions. Had they employed a conventional lineup, this motley crew of novices would have been utterly annihilated by now. The mid-lane mage, Zhuge Liang, had just secured a kill on Mengqi, radiating a sense of triumph. The support, Neo Mo, nodded mockingly, declaring, if they weren't running a tank composition, they would have surrendered within 6 minutes. Haraha. A cacophony of laughter erupted from the Dragon Clan team, irritating the members of S6. Philosopher, these brutes are mocking us. Chen Tianai frowned, noting his current record of 0 kills, 2 deaths, and 0 assists, a rather dismal KDA. What's the big deal about securing a single kill? Wu Zi huffed indignantly. Her performance as Zhuang Zhou also less than stellar. Suja glanced at the clock, marking the game's 13th minute. A phase that could be considered mid to late game, where everyone's equipment should be well developed. Opening the status bar, he confirmed that indeed, the necessary items had been acquired. Apart from Li Yuanfang, each of the tank players boasted a Red Lotus cloak, while Bai Qi and Mengqi had forged a Frost Storm, with the exceptionally resilient Bai Qi even crafting a Thorned Armor. Wu Zi's Zhuang Zhou, having been taken down once by Zhuge Liang in the mid lane, prioritized a Mage's cloak, knowing that against such a high-burst mage, a tank must possess magic resistance to withstand his ultimate, the Vitality Blast. Examining the economic standings, the disparity was minimal. Although Dragon Clan held an advantage in both kills and tower takedowns, S6 had secured a dragon, thus the gap was not overly pronounced. Let us engage in a team fight, Suja commanded, rallying everyone to converge. The S6 players, simmering with frustration from their opponent's taunts, surged forward upon hearing Suja's call. They invaded the enemy jungle, charging at anyone they encountered. Suja spoke solemnly. Our composition is most formidable during this phase. Once the enemy acquires full penetration and critical strike items, our advantage will diminish significantly. To eliminate tanks, we must employ a dual approach. First, equip ourselves with physical and magical penetration items to breach their defenses, and second, leverage critical damage to whittle down the tank's substantial health pools. However, during the mid-game, our output heroes either possess critical strikes without penetration or vice versa, rendering this period a golden opportunity for tanks, allowing them to roam the battlefield almost invulnerably. The essence of Suja's strategy lies in forcefully engaging in team fights during the mid-game. The power of 4 tanks in battle is something the opposing team cannot withstand. At that moment, as they invaded the jungle, they fortuitously encountered Marco Polo, who was halfway through securing his red buff when he noticed several imposing figures charging towards him. What on earth is happening? Marco Polo was momentarily taken aback and swiftly unleashed his dazzling skill, the elegant revolver. Meanwhile, Ma Hailong, who was in the lead, charged forward without a second thought, promptly casting his second skill, the Scythe of Death. Do not be afraid. Let him strike. Charge in and allow him to hit. The more, the merrier. Suja calmly directed, urging Ma Hailong's Bai Qi to engage in a feigned confrontation. Wuzi Zhuangzhou was not idle. He followed closely behind, encircling from the rear even before Marco Polo could retreat. Qin Sheng found himself caught between the 2 tanks, feeling a mix of tension and absurdity. Come. The opposing team of novices has invaded our jungle. Let us encircle them. Send them back to their fountain. At Qin Sheng's rallying call, the support character Neo Mo and the assassin Sun Wukong arrived in succession, charging directly at Bai Qi and Zhuangzhou with fierce intent, especially since they were in their own jungle. However, Bai Qi and Zhuangzhou were determined to absorb the damage. The essence of tanks is to bear the brunt. After enduring the hits, Bai Qi's equipment, the Frost Storm, triggered its passive ability. The passive skill, Ice Impact, inflicted magical damage on surrounding enemies, while simultaneously reducing their attack and movement speeds by 30. The members of the Dragon Clan rushed in and were immediately ensnared by Ice Impact, their bodies numbed and rendered immobile. Concurrently, Wuzi Zhuangzhou activated his first skill, Transform into a Butterfly, which not only dealt magical damage but also diminished the enemy's movement speed. The slowing effects of Transform into a Butterfly stacked with Ice Impact, rendering the Dragon Clan members utterly unable to move. The dual equipment, the Crimson Lotus Cloak, worn by Zhuangzhou and Bai Qi, served as the main source of their damage output. The Crimson Lotus Cloak inflicted magical damage equal to 2 of the user's maximum health on enemies, meaning it dealt 2 of Bai Qi and Zhuangzhou's maximum health as magical damage to the opposing Sun Wukong and Marco Polo. It is worth noting that both Zhuangzhou and Bai Qi were robust tanks, with their maximum health nearly double that of the Monkey and Marco Polo. Hence, 2 of their maximum health was nearly equivalent to 4 of the maximum health of the enemy's fragile characters. The stacking of 2 Crimson Lotus Cloaks resulted in a loss of 8 of maximum health per second. Furthermore, at this moment, Suja's Su Lai and Lu Xiyu's Meng Qi had yet to enter the fray. Once these 2 joined, the damage from the 4 Crimson Lotus Cloaks would double again. Marco Polo and the Monkey, with their slight frames, would barely survive more than 6 seconds against these fire-armored behemoths, although his teammates were hastening to the scene. Qin Sheng had already sensed something amiss. Wait, why is our health depleting so rapidly? We only triggered Frost Storm once, and the additional damage from Zhuangzhou shouldn't be this high. It was then that the Monkey realized the dreadful truth. Oh no, it's the fire armor. They must all have it equipped. Qin Sheng finally grasped the situation. Quick, we cannot allow these 2 tanks to close in. We must retreat and maintain our distance. However, it was too late to realize, as Ma Hailong's Bai Qi was already poised to intercept their escape. Hailong, unleash your ultimate. At Suja's command, Ma Hailong's Bai Qi executed the formidable skill of Arrogant Taunt. The enemies struck by this taunt were compelled to focus their attacks solely on Bai Qi for a duration, exemplifying Bai Qi's pivotal role as a provocateur. Whether they wished to engage or not, they had no choice but to confront him. His intention was clear, to absorb the punishment, rendering any thoughts of retreat utterly futile. Bai Qi's taunt ensnared not only Marco Polo and the Monkey King, but also ensnared the arriving support heroes, Neo Mo and Zhuge Liang, effectively taunting 4 adversaries at once, a remarkable feat of efficiency. While Bai Qi held the foes in thrall, Wuzi Zhuangzhou incessantly stacked damage around them. The synergy of Zhuangzhou's second skill with the fiery armor proved devastating, rapidly diminishing the enemy's health. At that moment, Meng Qi followed suit, casting his ultimate into the throng, transmitting energy, and then displacing himself amidst the crowd. With 3 items of the Red Lotus Cloak, he inflicted triple magical burn. Suja Su Lai, not one to be outdone, completed his charge just as Bai Qi's taunt concluded. He unleashed his ultimate, flashing into the midst of the melee, shaking the ground and sending all opponents soaring into the air. With 4 items of the Red Lotus Cloak, he unleashed quadruple magical burn. The members of the Dragon Clan team were astounded to witness the sheer ferocity of the output from the opposing all-tank formation in this team skirmish. Chapter 56. The Glory of Tanks. If the dual Red Lotus Cloaks of Bai Qi and Zhuang Zhou had already pushed the Dragon Clan team to the brink of despair, then the entrance of Su Lai and Meng Qi plunged them into utter hopelessness. The sight of these 4 tanks storming into the fray was enough to cause the enemy considerable distress. To engage them, they were clad in either Frost Storm or Reflective Thorn armor, inflicting mutual destruction with every strike. Moreover, the adversaries were resilient tanks, impervious to damage. Yet, to ignore them, they relentlessly pursued like a relentless pest, their fiery armor searing those unfortunate enough to cross their path. Furthermore, retreating would inevitably lead to the clearing of the jungle and the loss of their defensive towers. After a mere 3 seconds of stalemate, Chen Chong swiftly made a decision. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Do not engage them in battle. However, at that moment, Su Lai had already ensnared the Monkey King on the field. And with 3 swift basic attacks from his first skill, the monkey was left severely wounded. Combined with Zhuang Zhou's first skill, which applied a slowing effect, the bull demon, charging into the jungle, was left with no escape. We can't escape. You all retreat. The Monkey King despaired, as he and the bull demon fell victim to the brutal onslaught of the 4 tanks, succumbing to the near unbeatable tactics of the S6 team. Following their victory in the team fight, Suja promptly led his team to clear the opposing jungle, seizing the opportunity to capture the mid-lane tower. Damn it! This is truly infuriating, Chen Chong exclaimed, visibly agitated after the loss of the tower. His performance as Marco Polo had been flawless, and the Dragon Clan team had maintained an advantage throughout the match. Yet, how could that advantage evaporate so suddenly during the team fight? Aside from Suja, the opposing team consisted of mere gold and platinum players, wielding heroes that required little skill. Yet these meat shields fought with an almost mindless strength, their coordination impeccable. Sighing in resignation, the assassin Monkey King admitted, I must concede that the S6 team's strategy is quite cerebral. Although Moonlit Dream is no longer present, they have adeptly capitalized on the strengths of the current tank meta, and by effectively utilizing the Red Lotus Cloak, they have elevated their overall performance to a remarkable level. The support character, Bull Demon, nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, this composition is virtually flawless, possessing both survivability and damage output, with top-tier abilities for clearing minions and pushing lanes. Chen Chong understood the formidable nature of the S6 composition. Tanks in this version were undoubtedly the most dominant class. Yet, he was unwilling to accept the humiliation of being bested by his cousin and a group of gold and platinum players. Let us refrain from engaging them head-on. I, along with Zhuge Liang, will utilize our range to wear them down first. Once we have sufficiently depleted their resources, the rest of you can move in for the kill. Chen Chong whispered, recognizing this as their only viable strategy. However, the Monkey King remained skeptical of Chen Chong's proposal. Wear down tanks. Do not forget that the healing capabilities of tanks in this version have seen a significant boost. Wearing them down may not be as simple as it seems. Chen Chong furrowed his brow and remarked, however, there appears to be no alternative at this juncture. We can only bide our time. Once we have penetrated their defenses later on, the battle should become significantly more manageable. The monkey nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is a valid point. We have no choice but to delay for now. Meanwhile, on the S6 side, Suja was determined not to allow the battle to drag into the late game. His strategy was to capitalize on their mid-game advantage and swiftly assault the crystal. After securing 2 kills and demolishing a turret, Suja unhesitatingly led his teammates to attack the Shadow Lord, unconcerned about whether the monkey and bull demon were on the verge of revival. Given the disparity in their team compositions, he was confident in his ability to retaliate even if they were ambushed during the dragon fight. At this critical juncture, Qinchin as Li Yuanfang finally played a pivotal role in the assault on the Shadow Lord, utilizing his rapid dragon-slaying capabilities to enable the S6 team to claim the dragon in a mere 8 seconds. With the S6 team's economic standing surging once more, Suja promptly directed everyone to procure the Dominator's armor. They intended to utilize the Lord's Vanguard to breach the opponent's high ground, fully aware that the opposing team would employ ranged abilities to wear them down. However, with the Dominator's armor in their possession, their sustainability would be assured. The revamped Dominator's armor now restored 2 of maximum health every 2 seconds while in combat, and an impressive 6 every 2 seconds when out of combat. Such restorative effects rendered it akin to a mobile fountain for tanks. Even after enduring enemy harassment and retreating momentarily, they would soon regain their vigor. Moreover, the price of the Dominator's armor had plummeted from the previous version's 2370 to 2070, significantly enhancing its cost-effectiveness. Following victories in team battles, turret demolitions. In the defeat of the Shadow Lord, the 4 tanks of the S6 team had amassed sufficient resources to acquire this legendary equipment. Thus, by the 17th minute of the match, the 5 members of the S6 team gathered in the middle lane, accompanied by the Lord's vanguard. Upon witnessing his cousin leading a formidable force of tanks, Qin immediately advanced to engage. Let us exchange blows with them. But under no circumstances should we engage in a full-scale team fight. Once we have sufficiently depleted their resources, they will undoubtedly retreat, Qin advised in a low voice. Yet, while aspirations were grand, reality proved starkly different. Qin marksman, Marco Polo, unleashed a barrage of bullets that reduced Bai Qi's health by a third. However, after a brief withdrawal from combat, Bai Qi astonishingly returned to full health. What? This is absurd. Qin was on the verge of expletives, utterly baffled by Bai Qi's rapid recovery. At that moment, as Qin stood in disbelief, the shielded rabbit hero, Meng Qi, bounced forward, bravely absorbing turret damage to ensure the safety of the Lord's vanguard, for it was only with the vanguard present that they could effectively push the tower. This fool dares to tank the turret? Mage Zhuge Liang swiftly maneuvered forward, unleashing a combination of skills that shattered Meng Qi's shield. Bereft of protection, Meng Qi found himself under simultaneous assault from Zhuge Liang and the turret, prompting a hasty retreat from the range of the tower's fire. The plump rabbit scurried behind the soldier line, frolicking with an air of innocent mischief. In the blink of an eye, 5 seconds later, it approached once more, its health inexplicably restored to full. What on earth is this nonsense? The mage Zhuge Liang was on the verge of despair, realizing that his previous combination of skills had been rendered futile. Upon opening the status bar, he uncovered the secret. The opposing tanks were utterly shameless, all equipped with the new Dominance armor. What? Upon learning this news, Qin was equally astonished. The revamped Dominance armor restores health at such an astonishing rate. As an ADC main, Qin was not well versed in tank equipment. You'll see for yourself, Nioemo lamented. This thing is essentially a mobile fountain. Consequently, Qin perused the equipment section to examine the new version of Dominance armor, and upon finishing, he was left in despair. Goodness, is this game still playable? Restoring 6 of maximum health every 2 seconds. Can tanks even be killed? Nioemo sighed in resignation and added, but that's not the worst part. The most terrifying aspect is that Dominance armor grants an additional 2,000 health points, amplifying the damage from their Scarlet Cloak. If they charge in to engage us now, then before he could finish, Suja had already issued the command to attack. Charge in and initiate the fight. Thus, Ma Hailong's Bai Qi leaped directly under the tower. Upon activating his ultimate, he taunted and ensnared 4 enemies. Amidst the onslaught, the Frigid Storm triggered its passive ability, slowing the attack and movement speeds of the Dragon Clan team. Lu Siyu's Meng Qi seamlessly followed up with his ultimate, launching the enemy team into the air. Immediately after, Suja's Su Lai also activated his ultimate, sending the Dragon Clan's 5 members soaring once more. Meanwhile, Chun Tianya's Li Yuanfang had already breached the high ground. He needed not target the enemy heroes, as 4 Scarlet Cloaks had rendered them nearly incapacitated. Consequently, under a barrage of ultimates and crowd control, the health of the Dragon Clan team diminished steadily. The somewhat agile Marco Polo and Cao Cao managed to retreat to the fountain, while the remaining Nioemo, Zhuge Liang, and Monkey King fell on the spot. Although the S6 tanks were reduced to low health in the attrition battle, the Dominance armor allowed them to recover rapidly. They then pushed forward without hesitation, and with a resounding explosion, the high ground crystal was shattered. As the battle concluded, the S6 team, with their unconventional 4-tank composition, made a remarkable comeback, securing victory in the 19th minute of the match. The entire arena erupted in astonishment at this outcome. Chapter 57. The normal school team in the absence of the Moonlight Dream team, the S6 squad executed a remarkable turnaround, triumphing with an unconventional lineup of 4 tanks. This battle was nothing short of a strategic victory. As the crystal shattered, The players erupted in jubilant cheers. Everyone had anticipated a grueling contest that evening. Yet they were taken aback by the smooth flow of late-game team fights. This composition is extraordinarily powerful. Our team fights are virtually unassailable. Perhaps we should adopt this strategy moving forward? Exclaimed Ma Hailong, brimming with excitement. However, Suja shook his head, stating, that is not feasible. This tactic thrives on its element of surprise and is easily countered. The opposing Dragon Clan did not deliberately target our picks during the selection phase, which allowed us to dominate throughout the match. Nevertheless, should they decide to counter us with heroes like Lu Bu, Dian Wei, or BNK, known tank assassins, our team would inevitably become mere targets. I see, Ma Hailong said, scratching the back of his head in realization. It seems we cannot rely on a single trick forever. Suja sighed, nodding in agreement. Indeed, for in this game, no strategy is invincible. If such a strategy existed, the game would ultimately reach its conclusion. Chen Ti and I chuckled. No matter. I am content with having gained an advantage this once. I never expected that with your guidance. We four, mere gold and platinum players, could overcome the formidable lineup of the Technological Academy team. Wu Zi quickly interjected, hold on. Ti and I have no objections to your self-deprecation, but don't drag me into it. I certainly do not consider myself a novice. Lu Xiyu joined in the playful banter. Exactly. I refuse to acknowledge myself as a novice. Chen Ti and I, feigning exasperation, replied, all right, you are all masters. I shall be the only novice here. But honestly, when I was caught by Cao Cao today, I genuinely worried I would hinder our progress. After all, I had just achieved a glorious 5-kill streak as the short-legged Lu Ban. How could I fall back to being a mere novice after just one match? Suja smiled, suggesting, to restore your honor, the best remedy is diligent practice. Ti and I, your reflexes and awareness require training. If utilized correctly, Yuan Fong can be a formidable weapon, and at the very least, a reliable means of self-preservation. While the S6 team enjoyed their banter, the Dragon Clan team was shrouded in gloom. At that moment, Wu Zi gently nudged Su Zhe with her elbow, whispering, Xiao Zhe, your cousin is watching you. Turning around, Su Zhe noticed Qin Chong standing a short distance away. His gaze fixed upon him, filled with resentment and a hint of unwillingness. With a cold smile, Su Zhe approached him. Do you require something? Qin Chong sneered. I never imagined you would resort to such shameless tactics. Shameless? Su Zhe scoffed. I neither exploited cheats nor exploited bugs. Can this be deemed as shameless? Assembling 4 tanks is hardly a remarkable feat. If you have the guts, challenge me with a conventional lineup. Qin Chong, visibly indignant, retorted, a conventional lineup? What do you even mean by that? A composition with warriors, tanks, marksmen, assassins, and mages all present is what you call a conventional lineup? Do not be naive. The essence of competitive games lies in their variability and adaptability. As long as the principles of fair play are not violated, any formation can be deemed conventional. The 4-tank setup is merely one of many strategies. The fault lies in your inability to counter it. Qin Chong found himself speechless in the face of Suja's arguments. Yet he stubbornly retorted, spare me your wordplay. This season is undoubtedly a tank-dominant version. You only managed to defeat me by leveraging this version's advantages with your 4 tanks. If you dare, tell me how to counter a 4-tank formation? There is simply no way. Even 5 bronze-ranked players could win with such a lineup. Such victories possess no technical merit whatsoever. Really? Suja replied with a cold smirk. Then let me ask you, do you comprehend the concept of true damage? True damage? Qin Chong hesitated, suddenly realizing he had overlooked this aspect. When we selected Bai Qi and Meng Qi, why did you still opt for Cao Cao in the top lane? Were you unaware that under the true damage inflicted by Lu Bu and Dian Wei, a tank's shield becomes utterly insignificant? Not to mention in the late game, as soon as Lu Bu activates his first skill with the Broken Army effect, he can eliminate a low-health tank instantly. True damage disregards any shields, let alone the damage reduction of the tanks. Suja continued calmly, furthermore, why did you choose Zhuge Liang as your mid-lane mage? Are you not aware of BNK's presence? His 5-layer poison can crush Zhou Zhuang in the early game. And in the late game, BNK's formidable healing is immune to the burning effects of the Red Lotus Cloak. Once we select BNK, our 4 Red Lotus Cloaks become futile. Must I teach you this as well? Under Suja's incisive analysis, Qin Chong fell utterly silent. He finally recognized that Suja's understanding of the game far surpassed his own, and his configuration of the lineup was impeccable. The tank formation of S6 was by no means invincible. It merely countered the Dragon Clan's setup effectively. Chen Chong had placed excessive faith in his hero, Marco Polo, and overly relied on his teammates, Cao Cao, Monkey King, and Zhuge Liang, which ultimately led to his defeat. He had brought this upon himself. Now, do you comprehend that your loss was deserved? Su Zhu inquired mockingly, observing Chen Chong. Though Chen Chong acknowledged his own culpability, he could not swallow his pride. Do not revel too much in your victory. Winning and losing are commonplace in warfare. What does it matter if you triumphed in this match? I refuse to believe you can maintain this winning streak. He forced a disdainful smile, shaking his head. How ridiculous, here I am. A proud player of the King S rank, reduced to discussing the game with you bronze and platinum rank amateurs. What a disgrace. With that, Chen Chong turned and made his way back to his team. Su Zhu, do not let me encounter you again, should we meet once more. I will not show you the same mercy as today. Su Zhu watched Chen Chong's comical retreat, shaking his head with a smile. The pride of the vanquished merely serves to mask their own inadequacies. Returning to his teammates, Wu Zi was already plotting the victory banquet. Chen Tianai, brimming with excitement, chimed in. I relish this rhythm of feasting and merriment. Seeing everyone in high spirits, Su Zhu also felt a genuine sense of joy. After a brief discussion, the group decided to indulge in hot pot at a nearby establishment adjacent to the academy. On this chilly autumn night, the warmth of hot pot was just what they needed to combat the biting cold. Upon exiting the academic hall, they made their way directly to the hot pot restaurant, eagerly ordering a pot of spicy broth to feast upon. Midway through their meal, a boisterous group of students from the teacher's college entered, their laughter and chatter suggesting they were celebrating a recent victory in an esports competition. Xiao Feng's ADC skills were truly commendable, effortlessly evading attacks while the opposing top laner fell victim twice within the first 3 minutes, clearly at a loss. Of course, the title of the best Sun Shangxiang in the West City is well-deserved. Someone remarked. Yet, Xiao Feng, why haven't you utilized Sun Shangxiang? I was eager to witness your remarkable rolling skills and those impressive half-health shots. At this juncture, a cool, haughty voice interjected. These novices in the quarterfinals are hardly worthy of my Sun Shangxiang. I could dominate them even with Lu Ban. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiu couldn't help but murmur. Who are these individuals? Quite arrogant, aren't they? Tianai, your Lu Ban has been disdained once more. Wu Zi glanced upward and whispered. They are from our teacher's college's school team. Do you see that boy with the gold-rimmed glasses? His name is Ling Feng, a junior. It's said that last season he reached the ranking of 100-star Glory King and is a key ADC for our team. The best young lady in West City? Su Zhu inquired. Wu Zi nodded. Indeed. His son Shangxiang boasts a combat power of 6,900, ranking first in the West City district. Goodness. 6,900 combat power? That must require thousands of matches. Chen Tianai exclaimed, astonished. Yes, such a high combat power is indeed impressive. Upon learning that the opponent was the top Sun Shangxiang in West City, Su Zhu couldn't help but steal a few more glances at him. At this moment, the newcomers settled into their seats, continuing their discussion about the esports competition. Xiao Feng, who do you think our opponent will be in next Thursday's quarterfinals? Ling Feng shook his head. It's hard to say, but I hope it's S6. S6. The team that recently defeated those unfortunate souls from the Technology Institute with a 4-tank composition? Exactly, Ling Feng affirmed with a nod. Why them? Ling Feng smiled lightly. Why? Because they are weak. I've reviewed videos of all the quarterfinal teams and found S6 to be the most inept among them, and their shortcomings are glaring. Chapter 58. The first young lady of the West Side. Ling Feng was oblivious to the fact that the S6 team sat beside him, engaged in boastful chatter. I have watched several of their more significant matches, and it is evident that the S6 team's overall prowess is the weakest among all. Only the top laner, known as Hidden Name, and the jungler, Moonlit Dream, can barely be considered competent. However, I suspect their skill level does not exceed that of a mere 20 stars in the king rank. Xiao Feng, have you seen the video of those two annihilating the gaming streamer in the Calamity match? Brother Wolf, who has played thousands of matches with Zhao Yun, was utterly defeated by them. Surely their skill must surpass 20 stars in the king rank, right? A teammate inquired. Ah, that match. I certainly saw it. The maneuvers of Guan Yu and Luna were quite standard, but nothing extraordinary. In my opinion, the primary reason the streamer lost was due to underestimating his opponents, rather than any exceptional prowess on their part. Ling Feng replied with a cold smile, disdain evident in his voice. In summary, the S6 team's abilities are hardly commendable. Their continued success is largely attributable to luck. They exhibit no sense of teamwork whatsoever, merely a bunch of amateurs. Upon hearing this, Wuzi abruptly stood up. Although she always presented a gentle and considerate demeanor in front of Suja and the others, her temper was notoriously fiery. "Hey, what are you saying?" Wuzi exclaimed, pointing at Ling Feng. It was only then that Ling Feng and his team members noticed the S6 team seated nearby, creating an awkward atmosphere. "Oh, isn't that Wuzi, the junior? Junior, are you here for hot pot as well?" Wuzi was regarded as the belle of the normal university. And during her initial days on campus, she caught the attention of numerous seniors, with Ling Feng being one of them. He had attempted to ask her out privately on 2 occasions, both of which were unsuccessful. Unfazed by Ling Feng's playful demeanor, Wuzi retorted, "Who is your junior? What did you just say? Repeat that." Ling Feng was well aware that the S6 team was organized by Wuzi, which further fueled his contempt for them. In his view, females should not engage with a game like King of Glory. They ought to indulge in less demanding games like Warm Warm or On Myoji. However, he recognized Wuzi's fiery temperament and her status as a Taekwondo black belt. If matters escalated, it would likely be he who ended up suffering the consequences. "Ahem, Junior. Please don't be so hot-tempered. I was merely jesting," Ling Feng said with a grin. "In fact, I was just offering some advice to your S6 team. Listening to my suggestions could be beneficial for your improvement." After Ling Feng spoke, a curly-haired teammate chimed in, "Exactly. Others would be eager to hear the advice of the varsity players and might not even have the opportunity." Wuzi coldly smiled, her voice steady. "Who cares for your worthless advice? Stop pretending to be the good guy. Don't you look down on our S6 team? You'll witness our true strength next weekend." "Oh dear, I am so frightened." Ling Feng feigned an exaggerated demeanor, saying, "I beg for a gentle defeat, dear lady." Wuzi was infuriated by Ling Feng's arrogant demeanor. She grabbed the nearby Su Jia and declared, "Ling Feng, do not assume that your marksman is particularly impressive. I assure you, with my little Zhezhou in the top lane, you will undoubtedly question your very existence." Su Jia, taken aback by Wuzi's sudden action, felt a wave of embarrassment. However, he could not let Wuzi lose face and thus adopted a stoic expression, glaring at Ling Feng. Ling Feng merely cast a glance at Su Jia, grinning mischievously as he asked, "Are you the one in hiding?" "I am indeed the one in hiding, the one you refer to as merely a rank of 20 stars at most," Su Jia replied. His expression impassive yet laced with an undercurrent of menace. "Aw, the young one is quite skilled. With some diligent practice, you have promising potential." Ling Feng chuckled lightly, his words revealing a dismissive attitude towards Su Jia, as if appraising a mere junior. Su Jia, uninterested in engaging in verbal sparring, calmly replied, "If we meet next weekend, I suggest you best bring out Sun Xiangxiang." "Oh, you wish to see me play Sun Xiangxiang?" Ling Feng inquired, still maintaining his nonchalant demeanor. Su Jia smiled faintly. "Because if you do, perhaps your defeat will not be quite so humiliating." "What?" At this remark, Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, he and his teammates erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha, that was a perfect act. This kid is genuinely amusing. I'm dying of laughter. How dare he provoke Ling Feng? Is he foolish? Utterly foolish. Does he not realize that before Ling Feng, all top laners are like mere dogs?" Despite the derision from the teaching academy team, Su Jia remained composed, disinterested in futile arguments, for he knew that debate was never a means to resolve disputes. "Let us sit and enjoy our meal," he urged Wuzi quietly. Wuzi huffed, pointing at Ling Feng, "Do not underestimate others. I wonder if you will still be laughing next week." After a raucous exchange, Ling Feng and his crew finally quieted down, while the S6 team held their breath, itching to create a room and demonstrate their prowess against the academy squad. Wuzi managed to calm herself after consuming 3 slices of beef, and she leaned towards Su Jia, asking softly, "Little Zhezhou, we will surely dominate this group of arrogant fools next weekend, right?" Su Jia, perplexed, asked as he picked up a piece of beef tripe. "Who said that? Did you not say so yourself?" "Unless Ling Feng brings forth his most adept Sun Xiangxiang, they will face a devastating defeat," Wuzi insisted anxiously. "Oh, is that what you meant?" Su Jia chuckled, and after swallowing the tripe, he continued leisurely, "Earlier, we were merely bantering with them. I was just putting on a show to intimidate them. I have never witnessed Ling Feng's Sun Xiangxiang. How could I be certain of defeating him?" "You." Wuzi was left speechless, her expressions a mix of disbelief and exasperation. Not only Wuzi, But even Qin Tianai and Ma Hailong were on the verge of collapsing from laughter. Did you just say that casually? Wu Zi asked with a hint of anxiety. What if we cannot defeat them? They are the team from the teacher training college, constantly practicing for competitions. While we are merely amateurs, it would be entirely normal if we couldn't match their skill. Suja maintained his composure, reaching for the hot pot once more. Eat, eat. You still have the appetite for food. Wu Zi interjected. No, we absolutely must triumph over them. Otherwise, I cannot bear this humiliation. She snatched the chopsticks from Suja's hands and whispered, I will go find the competition videos of the school team right now. We will strategize immediately. Do you hear me? Is it necessary to rush? Suja lamented, gazing longingly at the bubbling red oil hot pot. The shrimp I just placed in is almost ready, and there are plenty of fatty beef slices yet to be fished out. Can we not finish eating first? If Suja had any obsession in life, it would be twofold, one being the game Honor of Kings, and the other, food. Witnessing such a feast before him yet being unable to partake was a cruel fate indeed. Shrimp? Fatty beef? Once we defeat the school team, I shall treat you to 3 days and nights of unending feasting. Wu Zi wiped her mouth and slammed her hand on the table with thunderous resolve. Waiter, the bill. Beside them, Lu Xiu quietly remarked, Sister Zhe, the 3 of us are just noobs. We won't be of much help against the school team. How about we stay behind and finish the hot pot? Wu Zi's brows furrowed in disapproval as she retorted sharply, Fine, I'll see who dares to stay. Whoever remains will have this pot of red oil dumped on them. At her words, Lu Xiu immediately conceded. Eating hot pot was secondary. The priority was winning the competition. I support Sister Zhe. Let us head out immediately. Qin Tianai and Ma Hailong, equally intimidated, hastily dropped their chopsticks and grabbed their belongings. Though reluctant, Suja recognized that Wu Zi's orders were not to be disobeyed. He cast one final longing glance at the hot pot, murmuring, Farewell, my beauty. Upon exiting the hot pot restaurant, Wu Zi promptly copied the videos of previous matches from the competition. Subsequently, they gathered in the library to analyze Ling Feng's marksmen. The school team from the teacher training college had split into 2 squads for the esports competition, one of which was named Lightning Storm. In the first round of elimination, Ling Feng employed the marksman Hui. This hero is seldom used in high-tier matches, but proves to be a formidable tool for dominating lower tiers. Right from the start, Hui secured the red buff in the jungle, then flanked the river to ambush the enemy's overextended top hero, Miyamoto Musashi. With the red buff, Hui slowed down Musashi with basic attacks before unleashing his second skill, the Rain of Arrows. The slowing effect rendered the level 1 Musashi, who had not yet acquired any mobility skills, completely unable to escape. Following this, Hui activated his first skill, Blazing Wind, to increase his attack speed. Launching a barrage of arrows that resulted in first blood, a swift and flawless series of maneuvers that left the opposing top laner without a chance to defend himself. Chapter 59. The quirky marksman Ling Feng's Hui displayed a commendable level of skill, employing a strategy commonly utilized by seasoned players. The marksman secured the red buff in the jungle, leveling up to level 2. It is crucial to prevent the support from gaining experience, as this would hinder their ability to reach level 2, and stealthily maneuvered through the river to ambush the enemy's overextended top laner, capitalizing on the advantage of levels with a series of well-executed combos, ultimately eliminating the top laner. However, this tactic tends to falter in high-tier matches, as players above Diamond 2 are unlikely to overextend at level 1. Instead, they prefer to play conservatively, safeguarding their tower until the marksman reveals themselves. Thus, when Ling Feng's Hui secured first blood, Suja was not overly astonished. It was merely a standard maneuver. What truly astonished Suja was Hui's subsequent itemization. Following his initial kill, Hui promptly crafted a pair of boots, yet these were none other than the Shadow Ninja Tabi. This footwear is primarily favored by tanks due to its passive effect, which mitigates 15 of incoming basic attack damage. Yet, Hui is evidently an output-oriented champion. What purpose does acquiring a damage-reducing item serve? Even more surprising was Hui's next choice of equipment, as his first item was a defensive piece, the Frozen Grip. Commonly referred to as the Ice Pulse, this item is typically cherished by warriors, with champions like Zhao Yun and Miyamoto frequently opting for it. Even the more conservative Lanling Wang sometimes indulges in this gear. The Frozen Grip offers 800 maximum health, 200 physical defense, 10 cooldown reduction, and 500 maximum mana. Additionally, Its passive effect allows the next basic attack to reduce the enemy's attack and movement speed following the use of a skill. Given that the effect of the frozen grip is diminished by 1/3 when used by ranged heroes, it is exceedingly rare for marksmen to equip this item. Witnessing Ling Feng's Hou-Yi with a frozen grip left Suja shaking his head in disbelief. Absurd, utterly absurd. Yet, the absurdity did not end there. After claiming a second red buff, Hou-Yi nestled himself within the bushes of the lower river, remaining motionless. What on earth was he doing? Hiding in the brush? Chen Tianai inquired curiously. Suja, however, swiftly discerned Ling Feng's intentions. Indeed, he was lying in wait, but not for a marksman. He was poised to ambush an assassin. What? Suja's proclamation left everyone in stunned silence. Throughout history, there have been numerous instances of assassins lying in wait for marksmen. But a marksman lying in wait for an assassin was unprecedented. Remarkably, Ling Feng's strategy bore fruit in a matter of seconds. As a figure emerged, a Kha'Zix making his way towards the lower lane, intending to ambush Hou-Yi, entirely unaware that Hou-Yi lay in wait within the brush. As Kha'Zix burst into the bushes, Hou-Yi unleashed his ultimate ability, the Raging Inferno Arrow, sending forth a blazing firebird that collided with Kha'Zix, momentarily stunning him. Without hesitation, Hou-Yi activated his first skill, the Scorching Gale, delivering a rapid succession of 3 attacks that drastically diminished Kha'Zix's health. However, the duration of the stun brought about by Hou-Yi's ultimate skill is contingent upon the flight distance of the Phoenix. Releasing the skill at close range does not incapacitate a coup for an extended period. Nevertheless, after casting the skill, Hou-Yi triggered the passive effect of Iceborne Gauntlet, which, following a series of attacks, diminished a coup's movement and attack speed. When a coup awakened from the stunned state, Hou-Yi swiftly unleashed his second skill, Raining Arrows. The slowing effect of this skill, combined with the passive effect of Iceborne Gauntlet, significantly hampered a coup's mobility. However, a coup still managed to leap towards Hou-Yi, attempting to eliminate him from behind. After landing 2 strikes, a coup was astonished to discover that this Hou-Yi could not be easily dispatched. Other fragile marksmen would have perished after just 2 hits, yet this Hou-Yi still retained 2/3 of his health. This revelation left a coup questioning her existence. Suja chuckled softly. It is the 15 damage reduction from Shadow Ninja Boots, coupled with the 800 health points provided by Iceborne Gauntlet. No wonder a coup cannot kill him. Wu Zi, Ma Hailong, and Shen Ti and I were all taken aback. Who knew Hou-Yi could play like this? He built semi-tank equipment to hide in the bushes, specifically lying in wait for assassins. What audacious maneuvering this was. With a coup unable to fell Hou-Yi, her fate was sealed, for with the 10 cooldown reduction from Iceborne Gauntlet, Hou-Yi would soon unleash Raining Arrows once more. The skill's damage, combined with Hou-Yi's exceptionally high output, led a coup to meet her demise in the thicket. Task complete. A coup's desolate voice echoed as she was sent back to the fountain by Hou-Yi. Yet, Ling Feng's Hou-Yi was not content to linger in solitude. After successfully ambushing a coup, he stealthily made his way to the middle lane's brush. The opposing mage, Wang Zhaojun, remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, naively collecting minions in the lane. Suddenly, a barrage of arrows erupted from the brush, followed by Hou-Yi charging in with a furious assault. The slowing effect of Iceborne Gauntlet made it exceedingly difficult for Wang Zhaojun to escape, forcing her to confront Hou-Yi head-on. She cast her first skill, Frost Crystal, striking Hou-Yi, yet it barely dented his health, for with Iceborne Gauntlet, Hou-Yi's vitality had surged, no longer resembling the fragile marksman of common perception. Moreover, the second skill, Binding Frost, was easily evaded by Hou-Yi, as its wind-up time was excessively long. In despair, Wang Zhaojun unleashed her ultimate, Winter has come. The flurry of ice and snow still packed sufficient damage. Unfortunately, Hou-Yi had already prepared for this move, promptly releasing his ultimate skill, Judgment Shot, stunning Wang Zhaojun and interrupting her casting. With her ultimate disrupted, Wang Zhaojun was left defenseless, meeting her in beneath Hou-Yi's bow. Impressive, truly impressive. Chen Ti and I remarked with genuine admiration. With Iceborne Gauntlet, Hou-Yi fought like an assassin, leading the rhythm of the entire match as a marksman. Indeed, he is worthy of the title of the best in the west of the city. Wu Zi, however, was dissatisfied and slapped Chen Ti and I. Do not inflate the enemy's morale at the expense of our own. Yet even Wu Zi could not deny that Ling Feng's Hou-Yi played with remarkable ingenuity. The outcome is self-evident. Ling Feng effortlessly secured victory in the battle. After turning off the video, Wu Zi inquired of Suja, "What do you think? How confident are you in your chances against Ling Feng?" Suja shook his head and replied candidly, "It's hard to say." "Why is that?" Wu Zi asked, somewhat perplexed. "It's because he was using Hou Yi, not Sun Shanxiang." Clearly, he approached the game with a playful attitude, employing an assassin's ambush strategy rather than the conventional ADC approach. Based solely on this, I can discern that his awareness and execution are commendable, and his grasp of equipment is profound. However, to genuinely assess his skill level, I need to see him play Sun Shanxiang, Suja elucidated. "I see." Wu Zi nodded. "So unless you witness him using Sun Shanxiang, you cannot accurately evaluate his true strength?" "Indeed," Suja affirmed. "Only when I see him play his signature hero will I feel assured." "Understood." Ling Feng has been rather ostentatious in these recent elimination matches, not once utilizing his most proficient hero, Sun Shanxiang. Currently, it's challenging for us to find relevant videos of him, but I can reach out to my friends for assistance, Wu Zi offered. "We have several seniors who are on good terms with Ling Feng and often play ranked matches together. I can ask them to record their games when they team up." "That would be ideal," Suja replied, nodding. After all, different marksmen employ different strategies, making it difficult to generalize. "If I truly wish to counter his Sun Shanxiang, I must analyze his gameplay with her." "Leave it to me," Wu Zi assured, patting her chest. "I will definitely obtain footage of Ling Feng using Sun Shanxiang within 3 days." Following a few more videos of Ling Feng dominating with other marksmen, everyone went their separate ways. Based on the footage reviewed, it was evident that Ling Feng's marksman skills were quite flamboyant. However, flamboyance aside, it did not truly reflect Ling Feng's real capabilities. Assessing the player solely based on the videos could lead to underestimating him. On Wednesday afternoon, Wu Zi sent Suja a new video freshly recorded from Ling Feng's recent ranked match, featuring him playing Sun Shanxiang, who holds the top ranking in the West City District. During evening study hours, Suja discreetly clicked on the video from his seat. Both teams consisted of players ranked at the highest tier, with 2 avatars on Ling Feng's side marked with the numbers 77 and 92, indicating their respective rankings as Glory Kings in their server. Evidently, this was a high-tier match, often referred to as a Grand Kings match. Chapter 60, The Kings Match. The emergence of a Glory King signifies the exceptional caliber of the competitors in this match. According to Wu Zi, Ling Feng's account has already achieved the rank of King at 17 stars. Ascending to such a rank so swiftly at the onset of Season 9 is a testament to Ling Feng's prowess. Suja fixated intently on the screen, meticulously analyzing Ling Feng's strategy. In this tier of ranked matches, the tempo is exceedingly rapid. Neither side ventures into the jungle, but instead erupts into an early skirmish in the central river. The players possess an abundance of tactical maneuvers, making ambushes and counter-ambushes a common occurrence. Support champions often dash to the mid lane to assist mages in securing level 2, while early-game powerhouses patrol the river. This plethora of strategies compels both teams' heroes to converge towards the mid lane, culminating in a first-blood confrontation in the river. Ling Feng opted for the formidable mage tank, Donghuang Taiyi, while the opposing team relied on Su Lai and the toxic healer, BNK, to bear the brunt of the early game. Following the initial skirmish, Ling Feng's mage, Ji Huowu, fell victim to a misstep, being launched away by Su Lai's third basic attack and subsequently succumbing to BNK's 5-layer poison. However, seizing the opportune moment, Ling Feng's marksman, Sun Shanxiang, charged into the river, unleashing a devastating shot that reduced the enemy assassin, Lan Ling Wang, to half health. From the catastrophic critical hit, Suja instantly deduced that Ling Feng had equipped Sun Shanxiang with the Wushuang insignia. Wushuang and Huiyuan are among the most favored insignias for critical damage heroes. While the monkey champion typically opts for Huiyuan, other critical damage heroes unequivocally prefer Wushuang. Wushuang emphasizes critical damage, favoring late-game performance, whereas Huiyuan enhances critical hit rate, benefiting early-game momentum. Assassins must dictate the pace in the early phase. Thus, the monkey is better suited for Huiyuan, while marksmen excel in late-game team fights with Wushuang. After severely wounding Lan Ling Wang, Sun Shanxiang skillfully dodged the counterattack with a roll, and Ling Feng's evasive maneuver was executed with precision, slipping into the nearby brush. In the frenetic pace of the match, no one pursued the concealed Sun Shanxiang, allowing Ling Feng to evade detection effortlessly. Following a basic attack, Sun Shanxiang's roll cooldown diminished, enabling her to continue rolling shortly thereafter. At this juncture, the skirmish had left the enemy marksman and assassin in a precarious state. Sun Shanxiang executed a flawless roll, launching a shot that resulted in a double kill. The piercing effect combined with critical damage allowed her to secure the takedown with a single shot, truly earning her the title of Queen of Cannoneers. Having claimed 2 kills, Ling Feng did not linger in battle. Instead, he elegantly maneuvered through the dragon pit and into the enemy jungle to seize their red buff. With both the enemy marksman and assassin eliminated, there was no one left to contest the red buff, granting Ling Feng the freedom to clear the opposing jungle without resistance. Impressive, Suja murmured, acknowledging Ling Feng's operations and strategic insights, which were nothing short of divine. The remarkable range of Sun Shanxiang's shot after rolling, combined with its precision in securing 2 kills, underscored the depth of Ling Feng's skill. After clearing the enemy's jungle, Sun Shanxiang, controlled by Ling Feng, became relentless. Upon returning to the lane, she began to exert overwhelming pressure on the opposing top laner, Su Lai. Originally, Su Lai was considered formidable due to his passive ability granting him 2 lives and exceptionally high damage output, yet under Ling Feng's relentless assault, Su Lai dared not approach the gold farm. Consequently, in the first 4 minutes, he earned no gold at all, possessing the lowest economic score in the match. Meanwhile, Ling Feng's Sun Shanxiang continued to roll and shoot. While suppressing Su Lai, she successfully destroyed the turret by the 4th minute, achieving the highest economic value in the game. After demolishing the turret, Sun Shanxiang constantly cleared the jungle and joined team fights, effortlessly inflicting substantial damage due to her equipment advantage. During this time, the opposing assassin attempted to ambush her several times, but each time, Ling Feng adeptly evaded capture, and on one occasion, even executed a remarkable counterkill. In stark contrast, Su Lai, mercilessly suppressed by Sun Shanxiang, became the most pitiable figure on the field. Devoid of economic resources, he was left with only 2 lives. Upon being slain, he could do little else but perish once more. The outcome of the match was beyond doubt, with Ling Feng's team securing an easy victory. The opposing top laner's inability to contain Sun Shanxiang had already sealed their fate. After watching the video, Suja wore a grave expression. The first-ranked Sun Shanxiang in the West City truly lived up to her reputation. After evening study sessions concluded, Wuzi specifically sought out Suja at the academy. They met at the milk tea shop near the school gate, where Wuzi wasted no time in asking, "Have you watched the video? What do you think of Ling Feng's Sun Shanxiang?" With a rueful smile, Suja replied, "Strong, exceedingly strong." Furrowing her brow, Wuzi inquired, "Is your top laner really incapable of suppressing her?" Shaking his head, Suja explained, "Sun Shanxiang is quite unique. She is exceptionally powerful before reaching level 4, and becomes nearly insurmountable in the late game. Her only vulnerable period lasts about 10 minutes after level 4, which is commonly referred to by Sun Shanxiang players as the Dark 10 minutes. Ironically, the ideal time for a top laner to suppress a marksman is precisely before level 4, thus granting her a natural advantage over top laners. What if it were Guan Yu? Wuzi asked, unwilling to yield. Your Guan Yu is formidable. Wouldn't he stand a chance against Sun Shanxiang? After all, Suja's Guan Yu had previously caused considerable havoc. Guan Yu certainly could, but do you think the opponent would allow him to be picked? Suja replied with a resigned smile. The small black room is a certainty. What about Hua Mulan? Isn't she also said to be excessively strong? Wuzi pressed. Interestingly, Hua Mulan is quite unique as well, having almost no weaknesses. Her only vulnerable period occurs before reaching level 4. Before level 4, Hua Mulan cannot switch between her dual sword forms and has very low survivability, which coincides with Sun Shanxiang's peak burst damage phase. Thus, if I were to use Hua Mulan, there's a high chance she would be overwhelmed by Sun Shanxiang before reaching level 4. Suja lamented with a wry smile. Hearing this, Wuzi was nearly in a state of panic. What shall we do? Are we truly destined to lose at the hands of this individual? Do not forget how he spoke of us in the hot pot restaurant. He holds us in utter disdain. Wuzi has long been intolerant of Ling Feng's arrogant demeanor. She cannot bear the thought of being ridiculed by such a person, and the mere recollection of Ling Feng's words at the hot pot restaurant fills her with indignation. Do not rush. Solutions are not scarce, but I need to gather my thoughts and carefully analyze Ling Feng's combat style, Suja said calmly. After all, we have a few days left, and I will prepare accordingly. Wuzi cast a glance at Suja, suddenly clearing her throat and stating solemnly, "Allow me to divulge a secret. When I first arrived at the academy, Ling Feng once pursued me. He even brought flowers to our dormitory and invited me to a concert. Su Zhe, bewildered, lifted his gaze to Wu Zi and inquired, "And then? What do you mean and then?" Wu Zi exclaimed in exasperation. "Su Zhe, do you not grasp my meaning? Ling Feng pursued me. He is your rival. Are you willing to concede to your rival? Will you allow yourself to be humiliated in front of him?" "Oh, I see. So we are rivals." Su Zhe realized, scratching his head. After all, he and Wu Zi had yet to establish a relationship. The notion of Sister Zhe was merely a playful jest among their peers. "Hey, can you not cherish me even a little? Do you not feel any sense of urgency knowing Ling Feng pursued me?" Wu Zi exclaimed, smacking Su Zhe playfully, her cheeks flushed with frustration. Only then did Su Zhe comprehend Wu Zi's intent. She aimed to galvanize his spirit through provocation. He nodded with a smile, assuring her, "Rest assured. I will give my all. I understand that the S6 team is your passion and dream. You will not allow anyone to underestimate us. In truth, the S6 team is also my aspiration and dream. I will stand by you to safeguard this team." At this juncture, Su Zhe gently took Wu Zi's hand. "Do not forget, prior to our competition, we vowed to fight for glory. With me here, this honor shall not be tarnished." Hearing Su Zhe's sincere promise, and feeling the warmth of his hand in hers, Wu Zi's cheeks flushed deeper, her breath quickening. "I believe in you. You will not let me down," she whispered. Su Zhe nodded softly, the image of Ling Feng's incessantly rolling Sun Shangxiang resurfacing in his mind. This time, he was determined to give his utmost effort. Chapter 61. Han Ming's return. As Friday arrived, Wu Zi took the initiative to gather the members of Team S6 to discuss the upcoming semifinals scheduled for the next day. The significance of securing a top 4 position was immense, distinctly different from the previous elimination rounds. While last week's eliminations featured a mix of varying strengths among the teams, this week's top 4 consisted solely of highly skilled contenders, showcasing an elite level of competitive prowess. Among the other 3 teams, 2 were composed of members from prestigious teacher training universities, and the third, although not a regular army, boasted a formidable lineup of players all at the king rank. Therefore, for S6 to emerge victorious in the semifinals would undoubtedly pose a considerable challenge. However, there was exhilarating news for Team S6. Their ace jungler, Yuexia Chasing Dreams, had made her return. In the evening, Han Ming arrived at the assembly venue for S6, and her presence instantly bolstered the spirits of the team. "I heard we've been looked down upon?" Han Ming inquired with a smile, having already heard from Su Zhe about the university team. Wu Zi, visibly angry, responded, "Indeed. During our celebration banquet after qualifying, we happened to encounter members of the university team, and they remarked that among the top 4, we, Team S6, were the weakest." "Huh. It seems these university players are rather arrogant. Do you have any footage of their matches? Please show me," Han Ming replied with a cold smile. Wu Zi promptly retrieved the videos of the previous matches against the Lightning Storm team and handed them to Han Ming for her thorough analysis. The opposing marksman, Ling Feng, was a glory king and the top-ranked Sun Shangxiang from the West City district. As Wu Zi played the video for Han Ming, she explained, "The top in West City? That indeed suggests some level of skill." Han Ming observed the footage intently, her brow slightly furrowing. "Su Zhe, should we face this university team, you will be directly matched against their top Sun Shangxiang. How confident are you in countering her?" Han Ming asked. Su Zhe chuckled. "What hero do you think would be suitable for me to suppress their Sun Shangxiang?" Han Ming pondered. Firstly, Sun Shangxiang possesses exceptional mobility, and her passive ability allows her to roll almost indefinitely. To match her, we certainly need a hero with mobility. Yang Jian, Cao Cao, and Hua Mulan should all be viable options. However, Han Ming paused, shaking her head. Yang Jian's mobility skills are somewhat unstable, and in high-tier matches, he can easily be countered. Additionally, his late-game potential is slightly lacking. If we cannot establish momentum early on, we risk being overturned in the later stages. Cao Cao is more balanced overall, with strong 3-stage mobility, but the downside is that his mobility skill has a long cooldown in the early game, and he lacks control skills. If he were to face Sun Shangxiang before reaching level 4, he would likely struggle. Su Zhe nodded in agreement. "Exactly. You might want to take a look at their Team S second elimination match video." Upon opening the video, Han Ming discovered that in this match, Ling Feng was directly pitted against Cao Cao. Remarkably, Ling Feng chose not to utilize Sun Shangxiang, instead opting for the agile marksman, Marco Polo, who effortlessly suppressed Cao Cao, leaving him in a dire state. The finesse exhibited in this landing technique was nothing short of terrifying. If even the formidable Cao Cao could not gain the upper hand, one can only imagine the plight of Hua Mulan, who was significantly disadvantaged before reaching level 4, while Sun Shangxiang was poised to capitalize on this very moment. With a wry smile, Han Ming remarked. Hearing the analysis from Han Ming and Su Zhe, Wu Zi felt an overwhelming sense of pessimism. Does this mean we cannot find anyone capable of countering Sun Shangxiang? Han Ming replied with resignation. There's little we can do. This version of Sun Shangxiang is indeed exceptionally gifted, and the enhancements from the Master's strength have rendered her dark 10 minutes less daunting. It is quite challenging to contain the young lady from the opposing team. Yet Wu Zi remained unwilling to concede and turned to Su Zhe, asking, Su Zhe, do you have any other heroes that could suppress her? After some contemplation, Su Zhe suddenly said, there is indeed one. But what? Wu Zi inquired eagerly. However, I do not possess this hero on my secondary account, Su Zhe replied with a shrug. That's a simple fix. I can help you recharge and directly purchase it with vouchers. Do you need any runes? I can assist you with that as well, Wu Zi stated confidently, asserting that any issue solvable with money was trivial for her. Nevertheless, Su Zhe could only smile ruefully. That 1T work. This hero cannot be bought with money. We must wait for an event. Upon hearing this, Han Ming chuckled. I see now. I have a good idea of who you intend to use against the renowned Sun Shangxiang of the West City. Wu Zi, however, was left in confusion and curiously asked, who is it? Which hero is so elusive that it cannot be purchased? Instead of answering directly, Su Zhe posed a question. By the way, Wu Zi, do you have all the heroes on your account? I do. I possess all the heroes from the current version, except for the previous Iron, Wu Zi replied. Su Zhe nodded. Then, when we compete, can players exchange game accounts? My account has too few heroes. I might require yours. That should be permissible. As long as the team members remain unchanged, account exchanges should be allowed, Wu Zi confirmed. Then that settles it, Su Zhe said with a smile. I almost forgot about that hero, considering I haven't used him in quite some time. Wu Zi, filled with curiosity, pressed, after all this, who is it? Please give me a hint. Su Zhe, maintaining an air of mystery, replied, I'll keep you in suspense. You'll find out during the match. The following day, the semifinals of the Teacher Training Institute Esports tournament commenced. As customary, the final matchups would only be revealed prior to the competition, leaving Team S6 uncertain whether they would face the lightning storm led by Ling Feng. In front of the LED screen in the academic hall, Wu Zi and Su Zhe stood side by side, awaiting the announcement of their opponents. Please, let us encounter the lightning storm. I shall not let that scoundrel Ling Feng escape my wrath. I intend to demonstrate our formidable prowess. Wu Zi murmured softly to herself, eyes closed and hands clasped at her chest. Su Zhe watched her with a smile, half-jokingly remarking, it seems one should never offend a woman. They bear grudges with remarkable persistence. Wu Zi shook her fist in indignation, retorting, of course. Have you not heard the saying that a woman's heart is the most venomous? If he dares speak ill of me behind my back, I shall ensure he pays dearly for it. She anxiously glanced at the display screen. I just wonder if we will face Ling Feng's team. It would be rather dull if they are eliminated by another team in the semifinals. Su Zhe reassured her with a grin. Rest assured, our S6 team has always been at odds with them, since we have encountered my cousin in the quarterfinals. We are bound to meet Ling Feng in the semifinals. Before Su Zhe could finish his thought, the LED screen illuminated, and the semifinal matchups were officially announced. To their surprise, they were pitted against Ling Feng's lightning storm. See, what did I tell you? Su Zhe pointed at the screen. Fate brings adversaries together, does it not? How delightful. Wu Zi, brimming with excitement, grasped Su Zhe's arm and declared, Xiao Zhe, you must be fully alert. Tonight, we must utterly vanquish them. We absolutely must. Su Zhe chuckled wryly. Please, let us temper that desire for vengeance. Such fervor can severely affect your mental well-being. Wu Zi pouted defiantly. I care not. I revel in slapping others in the face. The harder I strike, the happier I become. Humph. Su Zhe laughed heartily. Very well. I shall respect your sentiment. Come. Let us go and deliver a resounding blow to the face of the first Sun Shangxiang of Qingxi. The two turned towards the lecture hall, which was already teeming with spectators. Given that it was the semifinals of the esports tournament, the significance of this clash was indisputable. Among the four teams, two featured the elite lineups of the Normal University, naturally attracting a multitude of fans to witness the event. As the premier marksman of the Normal University, Ling Feng had garnered a substantial following. Upon entering the classroom, Suja spotted several female students in the audience holding customized signs emblazoned with Lingfeng, who can compete. Is this truly the age we live in? Such outdated personal adulation? Suja pinched the bridge of his nose. It appears Lingfeng wields considerable influence at the Normal University. Chapter 62. Battling on Foreign Grounds. It is abundantly clear that Lingfeng enjoys considerable popularity at the Normal University, after all. This venue is effectively the home ground for the school's team, and the allure of the varsity squad is indisputable. Even Wu Zi had to concede that the majority of the audience present were ardent supporters of the Lightning Storm team, while her own squad, S6, seemed to have but one solitary supporter, the distant figure of House Xiaoming nestled in a corner. At that moment, Ma Hailong, already seated, offered a wry smile and remarked, "Zhixin, you must come and experience the palpable pressure of the crowd. Their enthusiasm is overwhelming. I can hardly bear it." Just then, the Lightning Storm team made their entrance, and as Lingfeng stepped into the classroom, the audience erupted in thunderous cheers. "Lingfeng, who can rival him? Lingfeng, who can rival him?" Wu Zi looked on in exasperation at the cheering crowd, disdainfully commenting, "Goodness, I almost felt as though I had traveled back a decade to the days of Supergirl and Superboy. What era is this? Bet such outdated slogans still resonate?" Suja chuckled. "It seems your Normal University truly harbors a fervent passion for honor of kings." As he spoke, Lingfeng unexpectedly made his way towards S6. Upon seeing him approach, Wu Zi stood up alertly. This guy dares to come over. How audacious, she thought. Suja also rose to stand beside Wu Zi, eager to discern what this formidable opponent had to say. "You all arrived quite early, my rivals," Lingfeng remarked, a nonchalant grin adorning his face as he addressed Wu Zi. "Humph, I couldn't wait to humiliate you, so I came a bit earlier," Wu Zi retorted sharply. "It seems heaven has truly smiled upon us, placing us in the same group." Heaven smiled. Lingfeng laughed heartily. "Wu Zi, you are rather naive. Let me enlighten you. It was I who deliberately requested the organizers to place our two teams in the same group." "What?" Wu Zi was taken aback. "Are you implying that you engaged in underhanded dealings? And what of it?" Lingfeng arrogantly dug at his ear. "Do not forget. We are the varsity team of the Normal University, essentially half the organizers ourselves." At this juncture, Lingfeng leaned closer to Wu Zi and whispered, "Moreover, allow me to share a little secret. The finalists for this competition have already been predetermined. It will be a showdown between our two university teams, which is precisely why the organizers separated us for the semifinals. Your S6 can only vie for third place. My apologies, haha." With that, Lingfeng turned to Suja, saying, "Young one, do not blame your elder for being merciless in this match. After all, it is the school's wish to see our team advance to the finals, and I can only send you back home." With his taunts concluded, Lingfeng waved to the audience. Instantly, thunderous cheers erupted once more from the stands. "Lingfeng, who can rival him? Lingfeng, who can rival him?" Wu Zi, her fists clenched tightly, gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "How shameless. They dare to engage in such underhanded tactics openly. It is already an act of bullying for the school team to participate in this amateur competition, and yet the school authorities have predetermined their entry into the finals. Even if they are favored by the school, don't they still have to defeat us to reach the finals?" Suju inquired. While that statement holds validity, Wu Zi lamented. Given that this is a mandate from the school, they will undoubtedly exert their utmost effort. After all, they are the school team, while we are merely a hastily assembled squad. If they give their all, do we stand any chance of victory? Suja chuckled and, regarding Wu Zi, asked, "Did you not just assert that you would crush Lingfeng? How can you lose heart so quickly, regardless of whether the school has favored them? Are our opponents not still these same adversaries?" Wu Zi lowered her head and replied, "I initially thought that if they became arrogant and underestimated us, we might seize an opportunity. However, it now seems they will indeed spare no effort and will show us no mercy. I never intended to give them any leniency," Suja stated calmly. "In competitions, one must prepare for the worst while striving for the best outcome. Wu Zi, rest assured, no matter how formidable our opponents may be, I will not yield. As long as we give our all, even in defeat, there will be no regrets." "Yes, I will certainly give my all," Wu Zi vowed, gritting her teeth. "Even if they are the school team, I shall not relinquish hope." As both teams took their positions, the battle was about to commence. From the moment the teams entered the arena, the spectators behind them buzzed with chatter. "We get to witness Feng Xin dominate again. I wonder which champion he will choose this time. Did you see his semi-tank Ho Yi in the last match? That was a nightmare for assassins." "Indeed, I saw it. I have never witnessed a marksman ambush assassins from the bushes like that. Absolutely spectacular. And last weekend's Marco Polo. He dashed in and out during team fights like a breeze. What a thrill. The opposing S6 is surely in for a thrashing. Without a doubt. It seems we are in for another 6-point rhythm. Chen Tianai, growing impatient, turned around and glared at the spectators behind them, exclaiming, "Could you all be quiet for a moment? Are you the ones competing, or are we?" Nearby, a young woman immediately retorted, displeased, "This isn't a movie. Why should we be silenced during a match? You lot are chattering incessantly, disrupting my focus." Chen Tianai snapped, revealing he was no meek lamb. At that moment, another girl recognized Chen Tianai and mockingly remarked, "Oh, I remember you. You're the Li Yuanfang from the last match. Ha. I am truly impressed. With such strong survival skills. How did you manage to be caught and killed twice in the jungle?" Her words held merit, for Li Yuanfang's passive skill allows him to detect enemy movements, and his second skill is a miraculous escape ability. Chen Tianai, stung by her comments, erupted in anger. "What of it if I am inexperienced? What business is it of yours? Do you still have the audacity to argue? Truly, you lack any sense of shame. Just wait and see how our teacher training team's prowess will utterly crush you," the girl remarked with a cold smirk. As the tension escalated and it seemed a confrontation was imminent, Suja quickly intervened, grasping Chen Tianai's arm. "Let it go. There's no need to provoke the audience. Calm down, the match is about to commence." Chen Tianai, recognizing the significance of the semifinal, took a deep breath and said, "Amatba. I shall refrain from lowering myself to your level since you are a woman." Meanwhile, the two girls persisted unabated. "You should take a good look at our function ADC. Not just anyone can claim that title. Their marksman is truly formidable, while yours is nothing more than a floundering fish." Not only these two girls, but the rest of the audience also held little faith in the S6 team. One side was a professional school team, while the other was an amateur squad. The match appeared overwhelmingly one-sided. They awaited the school team to dominate. When the school team steps up, they are invincible. The spectators chattered incessantly, and the members of the S6 team felt the mounting pressure. Competing in an away game severely tests psychological fortitude. Players with even a hint of weakness may falter. Just then, the ban and pick phase commenced. The selection rights randomly fell to Lightning Storm, placing the S6 team on the defensive from the outset. After a brief discussion, Ling Feng promptly banned Suja's favorite hero, Guan Yu. They certainly did not let Guan Yu through. It seems Ling Feng intends to secure Sun Shanxiang. Han Ming calmly analyzed. "What should we do? Should we ban Sun Shanxiang?" Ma Hailong quietly suggested. "No, I would like to experience his Sun Shanxiang firsthand," Suja replied with a smile. Opting to ban the formidable top laner, Neza, Ling Feng, noticing that Suja had not banned Sun Shanxiang, smirked with a hint of malice. "Oh, this young lad is quite confident. Let us see how that plays out." Lightning Storm's second ban was Luna, especially since S6 ace jungler, Yuexia Chasing Dream, had returned. The ban rights returned to the S6 team, and Suja banned the Rhythm Maestro, Guguzi, although no one had previously utilized Guguzi in the matches. He was a bug-level hero frequently employed by professional teams. With the bans concluded, the picking phase officially began. Lightning Storm, having the first pick, saw Ling Feng unhesitatingly claim the marksman, Sun Shanxiang. The moment the young lady appeared on the screen, the crowd erupted in excitement. The renowned Sun Shanxiang from Qingxi was making her triumphant return. Chapter 63, The Divine Dream of a Single Blade as the ace marksman of the school team, Ling Feng, unveiled his most adept hero, Sun Shanxiang. The entire academic auditorium erupted with fervor. Ling Feng's influence at the Normal University is nothing short of extraordinary, and his Sun Shanxiang commands an immense following. Number 1 in the West District. 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 It is abundantly clear that everyone is aware of Ling Feng's status as the premier Sun Shanxiang in the West District. Not only is he the best in the district, but Ling Feng as Sun Shanxiang is undoubtedly the finest at the Normal University. The audience eagerly anticipated the opportunity to witness Ling Feng's Sun Shanxiang in action, transforming the significance of this match into a showcase for Ling Feng. At last, we can see Senior Ling Feng's Sun Shanxiang. It has been ages since he last wielded this hero. The last time was during the first half of the Collegiate League, when Ling Feng's Sun Shanxiang executed a remarkable 4-kill comeback, leading our Normal University to victory over the Polytechnic Institute. Indeed, thinking back on it still brings tears to my eyes. That match was simply spectacular. to be defeated by Ling Feng's Sun Shangxiang. I would say even the S6 team would not have been wronged if they had met their demise then. Amidst the thunderous discussions echoing throughout the venue, Suja could not help but feel an overwhelming pressure. Ma Hailong, drenched in cold sweat, whispered, "Zhishin, the allure of the school team is too potent. I feel as if we are but a fragile leaf adrift in a storm, utterly isolated." Even the usually fearless Chen Tianai could not suppress his frown, exclaiming, "Damn it, can someone silence these people? Their incessant chatter is driving me mad." Suja patted his comrades on the shoulders, offering quiet encouragement, "Stay calm. Pretend these people do not exist." Amidst the cacophony, Ma Hailong and Chen Tianai completed their hero selections, yet no one paid them any heed. All eyes remained fixated on Ling Feng. At this juncture, the selection authority returned to the Lightning Storm team, whose second and third positions chose Damo and the Tank Mianpa, respectively. Only then did the intensity of the audience's fervor begin to wane, allowing them to focus on the selections of other players. The third position of the S6 team, known as Hidden Name, surprisingly secured Wu Zetian, eliciting gasps from those familiar with S6 matches. In the collective memory, Hidden Name had always played the top lane, utilizing standard top lane warriors, while Wu Zetian was the signature hero of another S6 player, Graceful Dance. What many did not realize was that Hidden Name had exchanged gaming accounts with Graceful Dance for this match. In truth, Hidden Name was none other than Wu Zi, who, eager to employ her most proficient hero, Wu Zetian, had even recharged Suja's alternate account, Hidden Name, to directly secure Wu Zetian through the in-game lottery. There was no denying that with wealth comes the freedom to indulge, for the sake of a single match. It was but a mere flick of the wrist to spend thousands. In addition to concealing his identity, another standout player from S6 is the fourth position, Yuexia Zhuiming. After Luna was banned, Yuexia Zhuiming opted for the formidable jungler, Bali Xuanzi. Despite the strength of the hero chosen by Yuexia Zhuiming, the S6 team's acclaim remained muted, as their opponents boasted an exceptionally luxurious lineup. The normal school team is a source of pride for every teacher in training. Following the selection rites, the final two heroes acquired by the Lightning Storm were Gao Zhenli and Elbu. Thus, the last pick fell to S6 Qingqing Wuji. Yet behind this name stood not Wuji, but the strongest top laner, Suja. The audience could surmise the S6 team's last-minute positional switch, for upon seeing Wu Zetian, it became evident who was truly behind the alias. All eyes were fixed on Qingqing Wuji's selection interface, eager to discover which hero Suja would choose. After all, S6 top laner was set to face off against the marksman of Lightning Storm, the ace sharpshooter, Ling Feng. A direct confrontation. Who would be employed to suppress Sun Shangxiang? At that moment, Suja made his choice with a flick of his finger. A blade of light swept across the screen, revealing a dashing figure clad in blue and white. Shenming Yidao Jiu Yujing, one of the three legends of SNK, the unparalleled choice for a top laner. It was he. Upon seeing Suja select Jiu Yujing, Wuji suddenly understood. No wonder this hero cannot be purchased with points. The heroes of the SNK trio, Himiko, Nakoruru, and Jiu Yujing can only be obtained through special events and cannot be bought directly with points. Suja's alias is merely a secondary account, lacking access to this exclusive hero. However, due to Jiu Yujing's recent underperformance, his pick rate has diminished, leaving newcomers like Ma Hailong and Chen Tianai unfamiliar with this hero. What kind of hero is this? He looks quite handsome, but I haven't seen anyone use him. Is he strong? On the opposing side, upon witnessing Suja's choice of Jiu Yujing, Ling Feng couldn't help but pause momentarily. Shenming Yidao, Jiu Yujing? How intriguing. This young player possesses some ideas. Ling Feng remarked with a smirk. Jiu Yujing? It's been years since I last saw this classic top laner. In recent patches, he has been considerably weak, and the adjustments in the new season have done little to bolster him. Among the SNK trio, he stands as the weakest, and yet, the opposing team dares to field him in a match. What foolishness. Ling Feng's teammates nearby sneered derisively. The SNK trio features Himiko, undoubtedly the current queen of mages, while Nakoruru is a popular assassin capable of eliminating squishy targets in a single combo, regardless of the game's phase, with Jiu Yujing being the only one who remains lukewarm and fails to create significant waves. During the entirety of Season S8, the win rate of the hero Jiu Yujing ranked at the very bottom among all champions, a testament to the hero's failure, which has undoubtedly established him as the foremost among the new trifles of the game. Now, Suja has chosen to bring this obscure hero into play, particularly against the star player Ling Feng's son Shangxiang from the normal university team, which naturally caused a stir among the audience. Has this young man surrendered? Do you think that by using such a lackluster hero as Zhu Yujing and being defeated, we would refrain from calling you inexperienced? It seems he has completely given up hope. After all, no matter who plays, the wind god will prevail. Using Zhu Yujing merely allows one to shift the blame onto the hero. Honestly, what use is Zhu Yujing aside from his handsome appearance? In the face of the audience's derisive remarks, Su Zhi maintained a calm demeanor. Han Meng shook her head in resignation, noting that these spectators only rigidly relied on statistics, lacking any critical thinking. In fact, it was not just the audience. Even Ling Feng was momentarily unable to comprehend the significance of Su Zhi's choice of Zhu Yujing. When such a hero is brought forth, do not blame me for treating you like a pig in slaughter. A cold smile appeared on Ling Feng's face as he entered battle mode. The match officially commenced. The enemy forces would arrive on the battlefield in 5 seconds. Su Zhi, where shall we engage in the level 1 skirmish? Han Meng inquired at the outset. Trusting Su Zhi's instincts, let us ambush in the river mid lane. Damo and Lien Pu are bound to come for a counter jungle. Thus, the S6 team gathered en masse in the mid lane river. Just as they revealed their vision, they indeed encountered the opposing Damo and Lien Pu attempting a counter jungle. With lightning speed, Han Meng activated the second skill for by Li Xiansu and subsequently launched her hook towards Damo. However, Lien Pu deftly positioned himself to absorb the hook for Damo. Truly commendable teamwork from the university team, Han Meng thought, as she redirected her attacks onto Lien Pu. At that moment, Damo surged forward with a skill, striking the unwary Wu Zetian and lifting her effortlessly. Meanwhile, the remaining 3 opponents hastened their arrival, with Ling Feng's son Shangxiang launching an immediate assault. With a somersault, she fired a shot that struck Wu Zetian squarely, causing red damage to appear and reducing her health by half. That hurts. Wu Zetian was caught off guard and immediately panicked. Retreat. We shall not engage in the level 1 skirmish, Su Zhi advised, shaking his head, recognizing that continuing to fight in her current state would only lead to first blood. Just then, the opposing Cao Cao successfully penetrated the defenses to reach Chun Tianya's Lu Banshihao, executing a series of movements and finishing strikes that severely wounded Lu Banshihao. Quick to act, Ling Feng did not allow Lu Banshihao a moment's respite, rolling forward and unleashing another assault. First blood. Thus, Chun Tianya's Lu Ban legend came to a swift end, surrendering the first blood. The audience erupted in cheers, excitedly chanting Ling Feng's name. Chapter 64. Suppression with a fierce exclamation. Chen Tianyi pounded his thigh in frustration after being first blooded. Having learned from previous experiences, he had resolved not to employ the hero, Lu Banshihao, known for its poor survivability. However, due to the inexperience of his other marksmen, he reluctantly summoned the formidable Lu Ban once more for the semifinals. To his dismay, in the initial team fight, Lu Ban fell victim to the enemy, and the ensuing wave of humiliation swiftly eroded his composure. The victorious lightning storm showed no signs of relenting, continuing their aggressive incursion onto the lane. The battered Wu Zetian had retreated to her tower, yet the enemy's tank, Lien Pu, charged forward to engage. With a deft roll, Ling Feng's son Shangxiang unleashed a powerful shot from beneath the tower. The crimson numbers flashed, and Wu Zetian was swiftly dispatched. Double kill. Ling Feng's son Shangxiang seized the moment, claiming 2 kills in the opening skirmish. Spectacular. Brilliant. The crowd erupted in sustained applause, heralding the valiant champion who had brought glory to the institution, while Wu Zi, having been second-blooded, flushed with indignation, unwilling to accept her defeat at Ling Feng's hands. Damn it, this is infuriating. Wu Zi seethed, these players are utterly despicable. Observing the deteriorating morale of Chun Tianyi and Wu Zi, Su Zhi quickly interjected in a hushed tone, it's all right, just 2 kills. Their advantage isn't insurmountable, we still have a chance. In the wake of their triumph in the initial skirmish, Lightning Storm invaded the jungle, clearing the upper half of S6 territory entirely. Nevertheless, Han Meng did not falter. Despite being outmatched in the early fight, she cunningly traversed the river and infiltrated the enemy's jungle, securing a blue buff before the mid-lane mage and top-lane warrior could retreat. Ignoring the disparity in kills, Han Meng successfully diminished the pressure exerted upon her team. Yet, with Ling Feng's son Shangxiang having claimed 2 kills right off the bat, He boasted an economic advantage of 500 gold over Su Zhe in the top lane. This substantial lead was sufficient for Sun Shangxiang to acquire an early defensive item, granting Ling Feng a natural edge over Su Zhe, who was already proficient in skillful play. At this moment, Ling Feng was riding high, casting a derisive smile towards the hero, Zhou Yujing, who was quietly guarding under the tower. "Little one, what makes you think you can contend with me in lane?" Han Meng, acutely aware of the pressures faced by an economically disadvantaged top laner, suggested, "Su Zhe, perhaps you should play defensively under the tower for now. Sun Shangxiang has a significant economic lead. You might not be able to match her." However, Su Zhe shook his head resolutely. "I cannot afford to hide under the tower. If I do, what was the point of selecting Zhou Yujing?" In a bid to maximize Sun Shangxiang's economic potential, the supportive tank, Lian Pe, began roaming as soon as he entered the fray. With Ling Feng's Sun Shangxiang firmly established with a solid economic foundation, no one believed she was at risk of being eliminated. Thus, the top lane transformed into a one-on-one duel between Ling Feng's Sun Shangxiang and Su Zhe's Zhou Yujing, a true test of skill between the two players. At this moment, Ling Feng had successfully crafted the boots of attack speed. With these boots, the young lady became a force to be reckoned with. Observing that the opponent, Zhou Yujing, hesitated to advance, she began to roll and unleash long-range artillery fire to wear him down. However, Su Zhe's Zhou Yujing demonstrated remarkable agility, deftly weaving through the minions of his side. Ling Feng attempted several long-range snipes, yet each time, Zhou Yujing either evaded with a swift maneuver or the first high-crit shot was blocked by a minion. After clearing a wave of minions, Zhou Yujing remained firmly within the economic circle. Despite being constantly pressured by Sun Shangxiang's relentless barrage, he did not miss out on the experience and gold on the line. "This fellow possesses some skill. His movements are quite professional," Ling Feng mused with a cold smile. At this juncture, Sun Shangxiang not only had the economic advantage, but also wielded a level lead over Zhou Yujing. Having reached level 3 while Zhou Yujing had just attained level 2, it was time to send you back home. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Ling Feng's eyes as Sun Shangxiang executed a sudden forward roll towards Zhou Yujing's vicinity. With this forward assault, Su Zhe's Zhou Yujing found himself unable to evade the impending strike. Red text erupted. The effect of the dual runes caused Zhou Yujing's health to plummet by a third in an instant. Simultaneously, Ling Feng unleashed his second skill, the Red Lotus Explosive, with astonishing speed, prompting Zhou Yujing to hastily dodge. Although he successfully avoided the center of the Red Lotus Explosive, the extensive area of effect still slowed him down. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Feng relentlessly initiated basic attacks, with Sun Shangxiang's attack speed, bolstered by the swift boots, proving astonishingly rapid. Throughout the onslaught, Ling Feng meticulously controlled the distance between Sun Shangxiang and Zhou Yujing, ensuring he could employ his range to kite effectively. Despite the threat posed by Zhou Yujing's second skill, which could stun him, its narrow range gave Ling Feng confidence in his ability to evade. The audience, witnessing Ling Feng's audacious play, erupted in cheers. Believing Su Zhe's head was all but secured, Zhou Yujing's health steadily dwindled, from 2/3 to 1/3 remaining. Yet, Su Zhe showed no signs of retreat. Zhou Yujing's attack bizarrely paused for half a second. Though brief, this moment felt excessively prolonged in the heat of battle. Even Ling Feng felt a flicker of astonishment. Such a stuttered maneuver did not align with Su Zhe's caliber. Yet, as the half-second elapsed, Ling Feng suddenly comprehended Zhou Yujing's intent. The long blade at his waist ignited with a flash of lightning. Zhou Yujing's passive skill had triggered the powerful draw slash. Zhou Yujing's passive skill, Mystic Blade's Illusion, activated every 5 seconds, amplifying the range of his attacks and imposing a slowing effect on his targets. With a resonant clang, Zhou Yujing, who had been under constant assault, suddenly drew his blade. This strike unleashed a myriad of glimmering lights, instantly enveloping Ling Feng's Sun Shangxiang in a radiant blade's embrace. Ling Feng, with his quick reflexes, swiftly dodged backwards. However, he was helpless against the expansive reach of Zhou Yujing's blade draw, which still struck Sun Shangxiang, reducing her mobility. Evading further attacks from Zhou Yujing had become a daunting task. Yet, Ling Feng, seasoned in battle, remained unperturbed despite being hit. Sun Shangxiang's first skill, augmented by her basic attacks, had a cooldown of merely 3-5 seconds, and she was ready to unleash it once more. After executing a backward roll to evade Zhou Yujing's attack range, she raised her hand and fired a shot. "Goodbye," Ling Feng remarked with a smirk. confident that this shot would certainly send Zhu Yujing back to the fountain. At that moment, Zhu Yujing's body spun mid-air. A blue and white radiance sweeping across the screen as Shen Meng unleashed his first skill, Yin Return, closing the gap. The movement range of Yin Return exceeded that of Sun Shangxiang's roll, and Zhu Yujing's agile positioning allowed him to close in on her. Struck by Yin Return, Sun Shangxiang not only suffered damage, but also reduced Zhu Yujing's cooldown by 50. Originally, Yin Return had a cooldown of 7 seconds, which was instantly halved to 5 seconds upon hitting an enemy. Coincidentally, Sun Shangxiang's roll skill, with its passive stacking, also had a minimum cooldown of 5 seconds. Thus, Zhu Yujing was the only one among the melee warriors in the top lane capable of pursuing Sun Shangxiang without interruption. Zhu Yujing's maneuver not only evaded Sun Shangxiang's critical hit but also closed the distance between them. Without hesitation, he launched his second skill, Ayajutsu, inflicting substantial damage and stunning Sun Shangxiang. This realization struck Ling Feng late. He finally understood the significance of Su Zhi selecting Zhu Yujing. However, it was too late to act on this newfound awareness. Seizing the opportunity while Sun Shangxiang was stunned, Zhu Yujing approached with basic attacks, and after 3 hits, her health was critically low. Yet, Sun Shangxiang regained her senses and promptly activated her first skill to roll backward in retreat. Unfortunately, Zhu Yujing's mobility was equally swift, and he executed Yin Return once more, shadowing her closely. He landed another basic attack, leaving Sun Shangxiang with a mere sliver of health. In desperation, Ling Feng activated his flash, attempting to escape with a sliver of life before Zhu Yujing. Regrettably, at that very moment, a dazzling light shimmered from the hilt of Zhu Yujing's blade. Blade draw, the 5 seconds had elapsed. A cascade of silver light poured forth like moonlight, striking Sun Shangxiang from a distance. Cursed, in a chilling tone, the young lady fell, filled with resentment, as Ling Feng was slain beneath the tower. In a remarkable turn of events, Zhu Yujing executed a stylish counterkill against Sun Shangxiang, overcoming a 500 gold deficit. Chapter 65, The 4 Consecutive Victories, Jujutsu Kaisen defeats Sun Shangxiang. After Su Zhi successfully claimed the head of Sun Shangxiang, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. All present were left aghast, their eyes glued to the large screen, unable to fathom how Ling Feng, the revered warrior of the Normal University, had succumbed in a one-on-one duel. Moreover, Sun Shangxiang had surpassed Jujutsu Kaisen in both economy and level, rendering this encounter far from evenly matched. Yet, the undeniable reality lay before them. Su Zhi's Jujutsu Kaisen had triumphed, slaying the Wind God. A few moments later, a girl in the audience gasped in astonishment. Even now, she could not comprehend how the Wind God had fallen. The truth was simply too difficult to accept. Her exclamation rippled through the crowd like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring a tempest of excitement. The atmosphere exploded with fervor as spectators buzzed about Su Zhi's remarkable maneuver. Isn't Jujutsu Kaisen a melee hero? How could he possibly possess such a vast attack range? It was the orange passive skill that significantly extended his reach. How could Jujutsu Kaisen be so formidable? The damage from his second skill was astonishing. He hadn't even used his flash. It was nothing short of a massacre. Su Zhi's solo kill of Sun Shangxiang invigorated the morale of the S6 team. The philosopher was indeed invincible. Just look at how Ling Feng's arrogance had been deflated. Wu Zi felt a profound sense of vindication, joyfully exclaiming, "Little Zhi is magnificent." Su Zhi, maintaining his composure, encouraged his teammates. "Let us stay focused. We still have this match to win." Meanwhile, on the side of the Lightning Storm team, Ling Feng's smile finally faded as he was single-handedly defeated by Su Zhi, despite his economic and level advantage. "What happened, Xiaofeng? Did you make a mistake?" The jungler, Damo, inquired with furrowed brows. "No," Ling Feng replied, shaking his head lightly. "I underestimated Jujutsu Kaisen as a hero. I haven't encountered him since the new version adjustments, and thus misjudged the threat he posed to me. The cooldown reduction and increased damage of his basic attacks in the new version. These statistics I hadn't thoroughly examined, allowing the brat to exploit my oversight." I see. Damo nodded. "You must be cautious moving forward." Meanwhile, the support, Lianpe, asked, "Wind God, do you need my assistance to return?" "No need," Ling Feng responded, shaking his head. To call for help from the support would be tantamount to admitting inferiority to Su Zhi. Ling Feng's fury at Su Zhi's solo kill surged within him. He was determined to restore his honor. At that moment, having secured the kill in a wave of minions, Jujutsu Kaisen had reached level 4 ahead of Sun Shangxiang, who, upon respawning, also achieved level 4, thus maintaining parity in levels. Descending from the high ground, Ling Feng cautiously entered the jungle where the red camp had just respawned, deploying his second skill to scout for ambushes in the bushes. As the road ahead became deserted, the elusive figure of Yu Zhong vanished, likely lurking in the jungle, with the red monster's position serving as an optimal ambush site. The seasoned player, Ling Feng, could not afford to let his guard down. However, after casting his second skill, the silence from the bushes diminished his vigilance somewhat. He then deliberately drew the jungle monster closer to the brush near the minion lane for execution, ensuring that even if Yu Zhong lay in wait, he would have ample time to react. As the monster's health dwindled, Ling Feng remained ever watchful until the last moment. The shadows could still harbor a lurking Yu Zhong. When the monster's health reached its final sliver, Sun Shangxiang executed a swift roll to deliver a critical strike, thus averting any last-ditch effort from Yu Zhong to snatch the kill, for without critical hits or a smite skill, Yu Zhong would find it arduous to inflict such damage. With the red buff acquired, Ling Feng made his way joyfully towards the lane, knowing that the buff would significantly enhance Sun Shangxiang's combat prowess, rendering Yu Zhong no longer a formidable opponent. Yet, as Sun Shangxiang passed through the brush, a sudden flash of blades appeared before her. It was Yu Zhong's secret sword, the illusory blade. The powerful slash once again slowed her down. Damn it! Ling Feng couldn't help but curse, for Yu Zhong had indeed been lying in wait. If one were to compare the female counterparts of ambushes, Daji, Zhao Jun, and Angela, then Yu Zhong unquestionably embodies the male archetype of the ambush artist. His passive slash has an extensive range, making it nearly impossible for any hero passing through the brush to escape its grasp. Following this, his second skill, the blade technique, unleashed high damage along with prolonged stun, leaving no one with a chance to flee. Suja had long since disowned the psychology of high-tier players. They often presumed that assassins would lie in wait by the jungle monsters to seize the red buff, yet after successfully claiming it, there would be a fleeting moment of lowered vigilance, precisely the opportunity Suja sought. Upon landing the slash on Sun Shangxiang, Yu Zhong swiftly unleashed his blade technique from the brush, immobilizing her like a fish on a chopping block. Subsequently, with his third skill, Snowfall, he unleashed a torrent of blades and shadows. Having already procured the Shadow War Axe and the Daybreak, Yu Zhong triggered the equipment's passive, crippling and continuously reducing Sun Shangxiang's movement speed by 20. In the blink of an eye, Sun Shangxiang found herself gravely wounded. Once freed from the stun, she hurriedly attempted to roll back and retreat. However, Yu Zhong activated his first skill, the Swallow Return, pursuing her relentlessly, inflicting further damage as he passed through her once more, leaving her health hanging by a thread. After executing a flawless combo, Yu Zhong's passive slash activated once again. Faced with the dying Sun Shangxiang, he struck without hesitation. A kill. Once more, he sent Ling Feng back home. The audience erupted in astonishment at Yu Zhong's breathtaking sequence of slash, blade technique, snowfall, and swallow return. In the wake of such a combo, it seemed nearly impossible for any fragile hero to escape unscathed. Once again dispatched, Ling Feng wore a grim expression, having never endured such a flagrant humiliation. It was one thing to be taken down by an opponent of inferior rank and resources, but to be slain a second time right after respawning and reclaiming his red buff was nothing short of a profound disgrace. However, as a professional player, Ling Feng's composure prevented him from succumbing to despair. Taking a deep breath, he solemnly declared, "Lianpe, follow me to the bottom lane. Alone. I may not be a match for Zhu Yujing." Each word he uttered carried the weight of 1,000. His teammates had never witnessed Ling Feng concede, and today, they were taken aback by his admission of vulnerability. After successfully eliminating Sun Shangxiang for a second time, Suju's Zhu Yujing returned to the lane with a flourish. But the situation in the bottom lane was growing dire. A level 4 Daimo emerged from the brush, delivering a powerful kick that slammed Chen Tianai and Ma Hailong against the wall. Following up with a devastating second skill, he unleashed his ultimate, swiftly claiming the life of Liu Ban Keheo. Meanwhile, Cao Cao surged into the fray, collaborating with Daimo to overpower the tank by Qi under the tower, leading to a catastrophic collapse in the bottom lane and the loss of the first tower. At this moment, Lianpe, who had roamed the mid lane, executed a skillful advance to engage Wu Zetian, immobilizing her with a summoner spell. Gao Zhenli seized the opportunity to charge forward, unleashing his ultimate and effortlessly eliminating Wu Zi. Just as the bottom and mid lanes faced utter collapse, The timely arrival of Bai Li Xiansu, dream chaser under the moon, turned the tide. He ensnared Gao Jinli with his hook, triggering a second strike that hurled him beneath the tower, landing critical hits in conjunction with the tower's assault to secure the kill. After the takedown, Bai Li Xiansu's speed surged as he pursued Lianpa, but the latter, with his robust defenses and mobility, eluded capture after a brief chase. From the beginning until now, the disparity in kills between both teams was minimal, and no one anticipated that this amateur squad, S6, could contend so fiercely against the esteemed school team. Among the most astonishing developments was the performance of the marksman Ling Feng, who, after suffering 2 deaths at the hands of Zhu Yujing, saw his once commanding lead in economy plummet to near the bottom, with merely 300 gold separating him from the roaming support Lianpa. Simultaneously, Suja successfully acquired Zhu Yujing's first item, the Shadow Saber. With the cooldown reduction provided by this item, the already swift cooldowns of Zhu Yujing became even more formidable. Observing the state of the battlefield, Suja murmured, "Han Ming, let us roam together. The opposing team is gradually finding their rhythm. We must disrupt their tempo." Chapter 66. Dharma. The mere suppression of Sun Shangxiang by Suja on the top lane was insufficient to secure victory. Under the relentless assault of the school team, both the mid and bottom lanes of Team S6 crumbled. Although Han Ming's Bai Li Xiansu could shift the momentum, it could not safeguard the safety of the 2 lanes. As Ma Hailong, Qin Tianai, and Wu Zi fell one after another, returning to the fountain, Suja realized decisive action was imperative. To avoid being led by the enemy, the best strategy was to take the initiative in guiding the tempo. Fortunately, the hero Zhu Yujing possessed excellent lane suppression capabilities and was adept at dealing with assassins. After 2 successful kills on Sun Shangxiang, Zhu Yujing swiftly demolished the upper tower, liberating him from the lane. Dragon. After Cao Cao and Dharma destroyed the bottom tower, they vanished without a trace, their path coinciding with that of the tyrant. Han Ming immediately turned towards the dragon pit, suspecting the 2 were seizing the opportunity to assault the tyrant. Suja's Zhu Yujing raced down the river to provide support at the dragon pit. "Be cautious, there are 2 of them," Suja whispered, aware that Han Ming could easily be flanked alone. Han Ming nodded gently, carefully maneuvering around to the back of the dragon pit from their jungle, a position allowing him to observe the situation within the pit while the wall shielded him from enemy encirclement. However, when Bai Li Xiansu approached the dragon pit, Han Ming noticed that no one was attacking the tyrant. Cao Cao and Dharma, who had claimed the 2 kills in the bottom lane, had seemingly vanished into thin air. Something is amiss. At that moment, Han Ming suddenly recognized the issue. It was improbable for both to disappear simultaneously. One must have returned to the lane to farm. Since they were not engaged with the dragon, the only possibility was that they lay in ambush. Unfortunately, Han Ming's realization came too late. Above the dragon pit, from the brush behind the red jungle monsters, a foot suddenly emerged. The monk Dharma had been lying in wait, unleashing his ultimate ability, True Words, to firmly pin Han Ming's Bai Li Xiansu against the wall. With a resounding thud, Bai Li Xiansu succumbed to a prolonged stun. Dharma relentlessly followed up with a flurry of punches, while Cao Cao, having concealed himself in the brush, eagerly joined the assault on Bai Li Xiansu. Subsequently, Dharma activated his second stage of the ultimate, swiftly dispatching Bai Li Xiansu, leaving Han Ming ambushed at the dragon pit, surrendering a kill in the jungle. "What a cunning Dharma," Han Ming remarked solemnly. "The opposition truly is a school team, knowing precisely when and where to lay in wait." "Humph," Suja scoffed, as Zhu Yujing lay in ambush within the brush. This time, however, Suja was not targeting the young lady Sun Shangxiang, but rather the enemy's Dharma. After claiming Bai Li Xiansu, Dharma and Cao Cao split their paths. Cao Cao returned to the lane to farm, while Dharma seized the chance to clear Team S6 jungle. Yet, as Dharma approached the side jungle, a flurry of blades erupted from the brush. Suja's Zhu Yujing successfully ensnared Dharma once more, launching a rapid forehead attack. With a swift draw of the sword, the technique of Iajutsu, accompanied by the delicate flurry of snowflakes and the graceful maneuver of Yin return, the 4 consecutive strikes inflicted considerable damage upon Dharma, reducing his health by a significant half. Aware of the economic advantage that Orange Right had gained after dispatching 2 opponents and recognizing his precarious state, Dharma hastily activated his first skill to dash through the wall, seeking refuge in his jungle area. However, Suju's Orange Right swiftly followed with a blink, refreshing the cooldown of Yin return in a mere 3.5 seconds, positioning himself directly in front of Dharma. Attempt to escape? Not so easily. It is a well-known fact in the canyon that no one can evade the blade of Shinming. If Orange Right does not permit your departure, you are indeed bound to stay. With a successful refresh of the sword draw every 5 seconds, another wave of blade light slowed Dharma down. In a desperate bid, Dharma turned and unleashed a series of punches in retaliation. Yet, Suja was prepared, deftly avoiding the slowed Dharma's attacks with nimble movements. As the cooldown for his second skill, Iajutsu, expired, he executed it with finesse, stunning his opponent before delivering a series of basic attacks. Followed by another sweeping yin return that left Dharma severely weakened. Struggling was now futile. Dharma had become a proverbial fish in a barrel. With a flourish, Orange Right struck him down in the river. Killing spree. Orange Right was on a rampage. Witnessing this scene, the audience in the academic hall collectively gasped in disbelief. Those who had heard of Suja, those who had not, supporters of the S6 team, and skeptics alike were all taken aback. Astonished that a match they had presumed would conclude within 6 minutes was unfolding so evenly contested. They were even more surprised to see an amateur player clad in academic attire perform with such prowess. Not only eliminating the ace marksman Ling Feng twice in lane, but also demonstrating remarkable efficiency in roaming. Dharma, feeling the weight of defeat, muttered a curse under his breath. Ling Feng, frowning, inquired, "How did you fall victim to Orange Right alone?" Dharma replied, "I was careless. I thought he was heading to the mid lane to farm and didn't anticipate his direct approach to the jungle." Ling Feng nodded solemnly, stating, "This Orange Right plays with great cunning. Exercise caution. His solo combat capability is formidable, and being caught by him is almost a certain demise." Dharma acknowledged with a slight nod. With Dharma's defeat, the survival conditions for the marksman on the S6 side improved significantly, yet Shintianai, having once been bitten by a snake, was wary of crossing the river, fearing the sudden emergence of another Dharma from the brush. Meanwhile, Ling Feng, upon respawning, seized the opportunity to farm, rapidly catching up economically. After dispatching Dharma, Suju's Orange Right returned to the lane, plotting an ambush for Ling Feng alongside Han Ming. Han Ming felt stifled this match, primarily due to being targeted from the outset, with the failure of the level 1 team fight leading to the clearing of half their jungle, severely disrupting the rhythm of their jungler. The match had progressed for a mere 10 minutes, and Han Ming had managed to secure only 1 kill, taking down the mid lane's Gao Zhenli. Eager to carve an opening from the top lane, she realized that without such an opportunity, her assassin's role would be rendered futile. Observing Ling Feng slightly overextended in the top lane, with only Lian Pa nearby for protection, Han Ming and Suja shared a tacit understanding and stealthily advanced through the river's brush. Han Ming's by Li Xian executed a swift dash, launching his scythe to accurately ensnare Ling Feng's son Shanxiang. The sudden emergence of the scythe from the foliage was nearly impossible to evade. Even with Ling Feng's reflexes and speed, dodging was a formidable challenge. However, Lian Po's response was remarkably swift, immediately utilizing his skill to disrupt by Li Xian's advance. Following this, Lian Po unleashed a summoner spell to stun and combined it with his second skill, effectively immobilizing by Li Xiansu. Seizing the opportunity, Suja launched his first skill, Yin Fan, followed by his second skill, He, striking Sun Shangxiang. He then unleashed his ultimate, Fine Snow, culminating in a decisive blade strike that eliminated Sun Shangxiang. Just then, a formidable figure emerged from the enemy jungle. De Imo descended from above, crashing into Zhu Yujing with a powerful kick. Stunned, a prolonged incapacitation, Zhu Yujing found himself completely immobilized, but at that moment, Han Ming's by Li Xian broke free from control and swiftly aimed his scythe at De Imo. Unfortunately, De Mo's reflexes were exceptionally quick. He activated his ultimate to evade Han Ming's scythe. Simultaneously, Gao Zhenli, the mid-lane mage, arrived, unleashing his ultimate in conjunction with a flash, significantly damaging by Li Xiansu. A 3-on-2 scenario unfolded. The situation was dire. "Retreat. Do not worry about me," Suja commanded softly. Han Ming hesitated momentarily, but ultimately turned to flee into the jungle. This was not the time for camaraderie. Remaining would only mean death alongside Zhu Yujing, serving no purpose other than to grant the enemy additional resources. Meanwhile, Zhu Yujing, ensnared by De Imo, faced 3 opponents. Lian Pa, showing no mercy, leapt forward with his ultimate towards Zhu Yujing. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. The third blow sent Zhu Yujing soaring into the air. Gao Zhenli and De Imo struck simultaneously. Zhu Yujing's health plummeted at an alarming rate. Just then, Zhu Yujing broke free from control. Utilizing his flash skill, he dashed through the crowd, seeking refuge in the brush. The trio was determined not to allow Zhu Yujing an escape, pursuing him closely. Yet, Zhu Yujing vanished into the foliage, leaving behind only a faint silhouette. Domo, unwilling to relent, activated his first skill to scout the area. Just then, a flurry of blades erupted from the brush. It was Zhu Yujing's passive skill. Secret Sword, Misty Blade. The blade strike re-emerged. Chapter 67. Counterattack. As the audience gasped, they beheld the figure of Orange Yujing emerging from the thicket, executing a swift blade draw. Could he truly be attempting a counterattack? At that moment, Orange Yujing's health had dwindled to less than a third. Yet he faced a formidable trio of adversaries. Utilizing his blade draw to restrain his foes, the cooldown for his ultimate, Frosty Snow, had just concluded. With an impressively brief cooldown for his third skill, reduced further by the Shadow Battle Axe, it was now less than 8 seconds. This meant that every 8 seconds, Orange Yujing could unleash his third skill, Frosty Snow, at a terrifying frequency. In that instant, Orange Yujing struck, unleashing a deluge of frosty snow upon his enemies, simultaneously recovering nearly a quarter of his health. Following his ultimate, he executed a swift retreat, leaving Domo and the others momentarily stunned. Damn it, pursue him. Lian Pe, slightly incensed by Suja's taunts, activated his mobility skill without hesitation to give chase, while Domo and Gao Jianli were not far behind, flanking from 2 directions. After his evasive maneuver, Orange Yujing did not continue his flight but instead sought refuge in another thicket. 3, 2, 1. The blade's hilt shimmered with light, and the blade draw activated once more. In a flash, as the 3 approached the thicket, another wave of blades erupted, slowing all 3 adversaries. Following this, he executed another swift retreat, evading their encirclement. Upon landing, Orange Yujing did not hastily flee. Instead, he performed his second skill, Iato, striking Gao Jianli. Gao Jianli, already fragile, succumbed to the relentless barrage of 2 blade draws, 2 swift retreats, and the ultimate Frosty Snow now met his end at the Iato strike. His health instantly depleted to 0. Unstoppable, Orange Yujing was now a force that none could withstand. While the 3 pursued him, they found themselves outmaneuvered, with one of their own eliminated. Meanwhile, Domo and Lian Pe's health was also far from ideal, as they spun in circles, utterly bewildered. Where are your controls? Have you fed them to the dogs? Gao Jianli exclaimed, his face flushed with anger as he questioned Domo and Lian Pe. Our cooldowns are long. Do you think they're as short as Orange Yujing's? Lian Pe retorted defiantly. At that moment, Ling Feng, sitting nearby, spoke with a calm demeanor. Enough, enough. Don't pursue any further. We wouldn't want to inadvertently gift him a triple kill. Instead of wasting time, we should gank the other 3 novices, where our success rate would be higher. However, before Ling Feng's words had fully settled, an audacious voice rang out from a distance. Here comes the highlight. Han Meng's Bailey Schwanza had actually not strayed far, having farmed some jungle monsters to restore a considerable amount of health. Just in time, Bailey Schwanza arrived and swiftly hurled his scythe, striking Domo. After unleashing his third skill, he activated the second stage of Nightmare Scythe, sending Domo hurtling toward him. As Orange Yujing's ultimate, Frosty Snow, refreshed once again, striking with lightning speed. Amidst the flickering blades and shimmering swords, Dharmaraja's health steadily dwindled. Yet, he was not one to yield easily. He unleashed his mobility skill, sending the formidable Baili Xiansu flying. Simultaneously, Lian Pe charged forth, rolling to confront Zhu Yujing, as both sides engaged in a fierce melee in the jungle. At that moment, the cooldown for Dharmaraja's ultimate ability had elapsed, and he pivoted to deliver a powerful kick to Baili Xiansu, who, upon being struck, collided with a rock, succumbing to a prolonged state of dizziness. A direct confrontation ensued. Zhu Yujing and Baili Xiansu found it challenging to gain the upper hand. Soon after, Dharmaraja activated his second skill, lunging towards Baili Xiansu, who was once again left with but a sliver of health, pinned against the wall. Following another divine strike from Dharmaraja's ultimate, a triumphant smile graced his face. You wish to retaliate? In your dreams. However, at that very moment, Wu Zetian in the mid lane suddenly unleashed her ultimate, the decree of life and death illuminating the ground beneath the opposing heroes, delivering both damage and control. Brilliant. Suja couldn't help but murmur in admiration. Wu Zi played an indispensable role in this confrontation. Let us not forget that I am also part of Team S6. Wuzi declared with a steely resolve, "Damn you. Dharmaraja, perish." As Wu Zetian's ultimate was cast, Dharmaraja was in the midst of executing his second skill, rendering him unable to evade the attack's range through nimble maneuvering. Reluctantly, he succumbed to control, causing his earlier advantage to dissipate. Seizing the moment, Suja's Zhu Yujing executed a swift yin fan, sweeping past Dharmaraja, then turned to deliver a decisive ki, immobilizing the foe and subsequently unleashing a basic attack that sent Dharmaraja back to the fountain. Godlike, Zhu Yujing had swept through the battlefield with unparalleled prowess. Meanwhile, Han Ming's by Li Xiansu, having recovered from his state of dizziness, swiftly cast his scythe to ensnare Lian Pe, who was unable to escape, resulting in Han Ming claiming a kill. After a grueling struggle, Su Zhe and Han Ming emerged victorious, dispatching the enemy's 4 members. Yet, the good fortune was fleeting. Just as this small-scale skirmish concluded, ominous news arrived from the bottom lane. Cao Cao executed a double kill, claiming the lives of both Lu Ban Chi Hao and Bai Qi. A king-tier Cao Cao faced no challenge in overcoming 2 gold-tier opponents. However, Su Zhu and Han Ming were too distant from the bottom lane to effectively thwart Cao Cao, leading them to regroup and push towards the tower, advancing directly to the high ground at the top lane. Undeterred, Cao Cao single-handedly demolished the tower, simultaneously as Su Zhe and Han Ming breached the high ground. At this juncture, the Lightning Storm teams Ling Feng and Gao Jinli had respawned, while Team S6 Bai Qi and Lu Ban Chi Hao were still in the fountain, hindered by Sun Shangxiang and Gao Jinli, preventing Su Zhe from successfully demolishing the tower. However, Cao Cao faced no opposition, as Wuzi initiated a rescue in the mid lane. A strategic miscalculation left Cao Cao unmonitored, allowing him to push through with a wave of minions, successfully breaching S6 bottom high ground. Our defensive tower had been destroyed. The enemy had dispatched super minions. 2 alarming notifications flashed across the screen, instilling immense pressure upon Team S6. My fault. My fault. I sincerely apologize. Chen Tianai lamented, his brows knitted in distress. Ma Hailong promptly acknowledged his mistake. I share the responsibility. It was my failure to protect Tianai. However, Su Zhe remained unfazed by the unfolding situation. There are moments for a comeback even when 3 lanes have been breached. Thus, unleashing a super minion in one lane is not cause for alarm. Yet, despite his words, the emergence of a super minion directly curtailed S6 team fight tempo. If they wish to engage in battle again, they must first manage the minion wave in the bottom lane, which would inevitably tether one hero there. Hailong, you are tasked with clearing the minion wave in the bottom lane to ensure that no super minion approaches the high ground before we engage, Su Zhe instructed quietly. Understood. Ma Hailong nodded eagerly in agreement. It was one thing to be unable to defeat Cao Cao, but to let a super minion slip through would be utterly disgraceful. At that moment, Lightning Storm had already gathered in the top lane, evidently preparing for a coordinated push, while the first wave of super minions had just crossed the river, marching steadily toward the high ground. Indeed, the school team was adept at pushing lanes, now that S6 bottom lane high ground had fallen. They must allocate someone to clear the super minions, leaving S6 to engage in a forced 4v5 battle in the top lane. Zheshun, what should we do now? Ma Hailong, heading for the bottom lane, asked hesitantly. He was the team's sole tank, and his absence would undoubtedly put them at a disadvantage in the team fight. Go clear the minion wave. We will delay in the top lane, Su Zhe replied solemnly, exchanging a knowing glance with Han Ming. I will flank the back line. You stay to protect, Han Ming decisively stated. In a typical team fight, marksmen and mages primarily focus on dealing damage, while top laners and assassins are responsible for flanking the back line. With the tank Bai Qi absent, one among the top lane and assassin must remain to safeguard the back line. Bai Li Xuanzi, equipped with aggressive skills, was far more suited to attacking the back line than to protecting it. Thus, the semi-tank warrior Zhu Yujing was assigned the crucial role of backline defense. Leave the rest to me. Focus entirely on eliminating Sun Shangxiang, Su Zhe commanded, gathering his teammates beneath the tower to form a formation. This battle could very well determine the outcome of the match, should they falter in the team fight. Lightning Storm would not hesitate to push toward the high ground. On the opposing side, Ling Feng assessed the situation, a smile creeping upon his face as he observed Bai Qi still heading toward the bottom lane to clear minions. They are only 4, and 2 of them are novices. If we dive the tower and take them out, we can demolish their crystal in one fell swoop. The support Lian Pe, eager to engage, nodded. I will initiate the fight and tank the tower, while Cao Cao and Daimo eliminate Lu Ban Chi Hao and Wu Zetian. Even if Zhu Yujing and Bai Li Schwantz are formidable, they cannot possibly win a 2v5 team fight. Indeed, let us await the next wave of minions, Ling Feng replied, his blood surging with excitement. Having been thoroughly suppressed by Zhu Yujing throughout the match, the moment for retaliation had finally arrived. Chapter 68. The perilous team battle. As the match progressed into its later stages, the emergence of tank support equipment rendered the existence of defensive towers less significant. Thus, despite the battle occurring beneath the tower, the Lightning Storm team did not face any substantial disadvantage. Moreover, this engagement was marked by an uneven 5 versus 4 scenario, with S6 tank Bai Qi clearing the waves in the bottom lane, confronting the highly synchronized normal university team. The S6 team found themselves in a dire predicament. Delay. The only viable strategy now was to prolong the confrontation. Tianai, unleash your ultimate to clear the minion wave, Suja murmured. Chen Tianya's Lu Ban Chi Hao promptly activated his third skill for aerial support. Although Lu Ban Chi Hao was relentlessly pursued and could not fully equip himself, the draining potential of his ultimate should not be underestimated. Ling Feng remained composed, refraining from recklessly engaging under Lu Ban's ultimate while waiting for the opportune moment. Simultaneously, Ma Hailong's Bai Qi commenced the cleanup of the super minions in the bottom lane. These formidable foes were tough and resilient, necessitating a considerable amount of time to eliminate. Soon, the barrage from Lu Ban's aerial support penetrated the enemy formation, signaling the end of the delay. Ling Feng, seizing the moment, smirked and declared, "Let us initiate the assault." Without a moment's hesitation, the tank Lien rolled towards the S6 team, entering the range of the defensive tower. Be cautious not to be ensnared by his ultimate, Suja cautioned softly, as Lu Ban Chi Hao moved closer to Chen Tianai for his protection. Yet, at that moment, Gao Jianli executed his ultimate and flashed into the fray, appearing instantaneously beside Lu Ban. Dodge, Suja whispered, raising his hand to execute a swift strike that stunned Gao Jianli. Wu Zi's Wu Zetian reacted with remarkable speed, her long sleeves sweeping to send Gao Jianli flying. However, evading Gao Jianli was one thing. Avoiding the onslaught from the enemies Daimo and Cao Cao was another. Daimo surged forward, invoking the summoner spell Frostbite, which instantly slowed Lu Ban Chi Hao, and then unleashed his ultimate, Universal Salvation, forcefully slamming Lu Ban Chi Hao against the wall. The top laner Cao Cao swiftly followed suit, dashing in with a displacement skill and unleashing his second ability. At this point, Lu Ban Chi Hao's health was critically low, and Daimo activated his ultimate, Universal Salvation, delivering the final blow to Lu Ban. Under the relentless advance and formidable control of 3 adversaries, Chen Tianai's Lu Ban Chi Hao could not even execute his flash before being swiftly dispatched. Meanwhile, Suja's Zhu Yujing had only one hard control ability left. After stunning Gao Jianli with his second skill, he could no longer shield Lu Ban. At this juncture, Zhu Yujing could only unleash his passive, the Blade Slash, to slow down Daimo and Cao Cao, followed by his third skill, Flurry of Snow, inflicting substantial damage upon the two. Concurrently, Han Meng's Bai Li Xiansu emerged from the jungle, advancing towards Sun Shangxiang. After using Frostbite to slow her down, he immediately prepared his Nightmarish Scythe. However, Ling Feng as Sun Shangxiang had anticipated this move, having waited for the enemy assassin to reveal themselves. The moment he noted the Frostbite effect on his opponent, Ling Feng unhesitatingly executed his flash to evade Bai Li Xiansu's scythe. Although Sun Shangxiang's first skill allows for a roll that serves as a displacement, the distance it covers is rather limited. In the face of a player of Han Meng's caliber, it is uncertain whether this skill can completely evade Bai Li Schwantz's hook. However, utilizing the flash significantly enhances the likelihood of escape, causing Bai Li Schwantz's hook to miss entirely. For Bai Li Schwantz, a missed hook renders all efforts futile. None of his combos can be executed successfully. How unfortunate, he evaded it, Han Meng remarked, furrowing his brow. For Ling Feng is the foremost Sun Shangxiang in the West City District. Even when under pressure throughout the match, his skill and technique are undeniable. Suja swiftly switched screens to assess the situation on Sun Shangxiang's side, solemnly stating, "We must strive to force Sun Shangxiang out of the teamfight range and prevent her from dealing damage." Understood. Han Meng's Bai Li Schwanz did not retreat but instead advanced towards Sun Shangxiang once more. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, Ma Hailong had finally cleared the minion wave. Jishin, Should I return now? Suja glanced at the situation below. If Ma Hailong returned to base and then rushed to the scene, he would arrive too late. At that moment, the minion wave was advancing towards the high ground of the lightning storm, while the opposing 5 remained engaged in a team fight at the top lane. An audacious idea dawned in Suja's mind, one that would be a perilous endeavor. Hailong, do not return. Continue pushing the lane and directly assault their high ground. Suja instructed, after which Zhu Yujing dashed past Damo and Cao Cao, pursuing Sun Shangxiang alongside Bailey Xuanzi. Lianpe quickly turned to assist Sun Shangxiang, while Damo and Cao Cao pressed forward towards Wu Zetian. Wu Zi retreat quickly, Suja urged, prompting Wu Zetian to obediently turn and flee towards the high ground. After using her flash, Wu Zi barely managed to escape from the pursuit of Cao Cao and Damo. Simultaneously, Zhu Yujing, utilizing Yin Fan, caught up with Ling Feng's Sun Shangxiang. After flashing, Sun Shangxiang executed a forward roll, landing a cannon shot that struck Bailey Xuanzi. A critical hit caused significant damage, reducing Bailey Xuanzi's health by a third. However, Zhu Yujing's second skill, II, was simultaneously unleashed, stunning Ling Feng's Sun Shangxiang, just as Zhu Yujing prepared to follow up with additional damage. The tank Lianpe arrived just in time, rolling in to disrupt Zhu Yujing. Lianpe then unleashed his ultimate, Justice's Might, around Sun Shangxiang. The initial 2 tremors of Lianpe's ultimate inflicted physical damage and slowed foes, while the third tremor would launch enemies into the air. Thus, falling within the range of Lianpe's ultimate posed a significant threat to both Suja and Han Meng. Yet, if they chose to retreat now, closing in on Sun Shangxiang again would be impossible. Once Sun Shangxiang recovered from her stun, her formidable damage output could turn the tide. Therefore, Suja and Han Meng resolved to endure Lianpe's ultimate while advancing towards Sun Shangxiang. The third tremor launched both of them into the air, allowing Sun Shangxiang to successfully escape her stunned state. As Sun Shangxiang awakened from her control, a fierce ferocity emerged, and she raised her hand to unleash a torrent of attacks towards Bailey Xuanzi. Critical hit. Another critical hit. Once Bailey Xuanzi fell to the ground, Han Meng's character was already on the brink of demise. However, she showed no signs of retreat. She understood that to withdraw would lead to certain doom. After all, not far away, both Damo and Cao Cao were watching with predatory intent, each capable of claiming her life. Thus, Bailey Xuanzi swung his sickle, executing his second skill to strike Sun Shangxiang with pinpoint precision. Having used her flash, there was no chance for Sun Shangxiang to evade Bailey Xuanzi's sickle. She could only be tightly ensnared by Han Meng's character. This was disastrous. She intended to trade 1 for 1. Ling Feng quickly grasped Han Meng's intentions. But there was no way to evade now. Bailey Xuanzi's sickle could not be interrupted, and even the divine skill Purify was powerless. I am losing control. Bailey Xuanzi's manic voice echoed as Han Meng, with lightning speed, executed her ultimate skill to traverse to the opposite side of Sun Shangxiang. Simultaneously, Ling Feng, unwilling to yield, performed a forward roll. As long as he could fire a shot, Han Meng's Bailey Xuanzi would surely fall. In this critical moment, it became a contest of speed between the 2 players. Han Meng, whose main hero was Luna, would not be outdone in skill. Before Sun Shangxiang could deal her critical damage, she executed her second skill's second phase. Die. Boom. A thud resounded as Ling Feng's Sun Shangxiang was forcefully slammed to the ground, and Han Meng's Bailey Xuanzi followed up with a basic attack, successfully taking down Sun Shangxiang. However, at that moment, Damo and Cao Cao, having failed to eliminate Wu Zetian, turned back to assist. Cao Cao swiftly charged in, eliminating the already weakened Bailey Xuanzi in an instant. As the team fight progressed to this point, S6 had already lost both Liu Ban Kaheo and Bailey Xuanzi, while the mage Wu Zetian retreated with low health to the fountain. Thus, on the battlefield, only Suja's half-health Zhu Yijing faced 4 opponents alone, creating a daunting 4-to-1 scenario. Prepare to be besieged, Damo eagerly proclaimed. Eager to avenge the early game suppression he suffered from Suja's Zhu Yijing. Gao Jianli, Cao Cao, and Lianpe were equally eager, each longing to claim a strike against the elusive and sharp-witted Shen Meng. Yet, at that moment, an urgent alarm sounded from the high ground tower. In the lower lane, Ma Hailong, unmonitored, had breached the high ground, pushing the tower with the fervor of a battle-hardened warrior. This is bad. Quickly, we need to return. 1 person back. Ling Feng's Sun Shangxiang was counting down in the fountain, urgently directing his teammates to return for aid. Gao Jianli, return. We will stay to deal with Zhu Yijing. Damo spoke solemnly, advancing to confront Zhu Yijing, with Cao Cao and Lianpa closely behind, eager to unleash their control skills. Meanwhile, Gao Jianli concealed himself in the brush beside the minion wave, initiating his recall, hoping to return just in time to save the lane. If he successfully returned, Ma Hailong would be unable to steal the crystal. Watching Gao Jianli's countdown on the screen, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Suja's eyes. Attempting to flee? Not so easily.